In the land of fire, within the village of Kanahegakure, situated in the heart of the shinobi world, a legacy of nearly 50 years has flourished under the stewardship of 4 Hokages. The village, with its myriad of homes, is enveloped by the richness of nature. Outside, the cherry blossom trees continue to bloom vibrantly, their petals cascading gently to the ground, merging silently with the earth to nourish the roots, giving rise to fresh shoots anew. Such is the essence of Kanahegakure at this very moment. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with his hair gleaming like sunlight and a radiant smile, stands resolutely with his back to the villagers, embracing his fate with grandeur. Even a month later, one can still feel the explosive warmth of his life force. His departure was noble, akin to the splendid life of the cherry blossom, dedicated until the very end. As the age-old saying of the first Hokage echoes, where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames of hope will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the budding leaves of new life. Is this the will of fire? Mused a silver-haired youth, as the cold blade grazed his fingertips, the blood staining it like the most exquisite poppy flower, beautiful yet dangerous. Young Master Bai, the third Hokage requests your presence. That a wooden door swung open, revealing an elderly man with frosted brows, who spoke respectfully, his gray robes adorned with a distinctive emblem resembling the family crest against the pristine wall. How long had it been since this family emblem last basked in sunlight? Dust had settled upon it. A symbol of the family's legacy, Kakashi Hatake, the prodigy, had taken on the role of family head, was it not, when Konoha White Fang, the last hope of the Hatake clan, chose to end his own life? The details had faded from the memory of Hatake Lin, who neither cared nor remembered if despair had come. It would simply pass, and one would rise once more. Young Master Bai, the third Hokage requests your presence, Hatake Lin reiterated respectfully. Even if he stood before a mere 6-year-old boy. Oh, Hatake Bai responded, a smile of inexplicable excitement gracing his lips. It seems Lord Hokage has resolved the matters concerning the leaves and the roots, light and darkness. Hatake Lin remained silent, for the intricacies involving the Hokage and his advisors were beyond the purview of a mere steward from a fated clan. Very well. Hatake Bai's brows lifted slightly as he stood tall, discreetly wiping the blood from the blade's pattern. His pristine white robe billowed with his movements, filling the air with a refreshing breeze. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. At the entrance, Hatake Lin knelt, his palms resting on his knees, bowing thrice with unwavering composure, his murky eyes betraying no emotion as he watched the youth's retreating figure clad in white, embodying the essence of the Hatake family's dignity. At precisely 9 in the morning, he stepped beyond his courtyard. In early December, Konoha had recently experienced snowfall, and the winter wind pierced the bone. Hatake Bai tucked the hem of his garment into his collar, following the chunin named Inazuka-na, traversing the vast grounds of the Hatake clan. After navigating the narrow alleyways, they arrived at the main thoroughfare of Konoha, where heading south led to the Uchiha clan, west to the Hyuga clan, and east to the Hokage building. Turning eastward, they passed by the equipment shop of the Tenten family, adjacent to the Nara family's pharmacy. That a few hundred meters further lay the renowned tea house famous for its 3-color dumplings. Across from it stood a shuttered tavern, now undergoing renovations. Hatake Bai was the new proprietor of this establishment. That a little over a month had passed since the Night of the Nine Tails, and the restoration efforts in Konoha were progressing fervently. Hatake Bai halted in the middle of the main road, his white attire untouched by dust, his gaze subtly scanning the bustling crowd. With emerald green vests and ninja tool pouches, the villagers wore forehead protectors engraved with a swirling leaf. A smile crept upon Hatake Bai's lips as he gazed into the distance, where the Hokage rock, adorned with the faces of the 4 Hokages, stood tall. This is Konoha, he whispered softly, an inexplicable thrill surging within him. Indeed, Lord Bai, this is Konoha, the leading ninja replied with a stoic expression, his voice devoid of inflection, reminiscent of an inexperienced guide attempting to convey the beauty of his homeland, yet faltering in words. You must cherish your homeland dearly. Inazuka Chunin, Hitakibai remarked, noticing the unease in Inuzuka Na's demeanor. He paused, looking into the young man's eyes, which reflected a fervent love for family, home, and village. Yes. Lord Bai, Inuzuka Na coughed lightly, addressing the 6-year-old boy with a formality that felt oddly misplaced. Silence enveloped them as they walked along the main road of Konoha, the youth's eyes wide open, feeling the midday sun gently caress his hands, tranquil yet heavy. His silvery white hair brushed against his ear, perfectly styled yet whimsically freed. Is this what it means to return home in glory? Hitakibai pondered as he twirled a lock of hair, chuckling softly as he came to a standstill before the political center of Konoha. Lord Bai, we have arrived at the Hokage building, Inuzuka Na announced before hastily departing. Even a tune-in was vital during these days of reconstruction. The Hokage building. Hitakibai squinted at the dome-shaped structure adorned in red and white, stepping forward with purpose. Here, at the political heart of Konoha, the success or failure of his endeavors hinged on this pivotal moment following the Night of the Nine Tails. Inside the Hokage's office, modest in size, 2 windows overlooked the entire village. Beneath them sat a desk piled high with scrolls, flanked by inkwells brimming with brushes. At this moment, the office's occupant, his face grave, sat before the desk, a redanned white hat symbolizing the Hokage's status resting beside him, resembling a fisherman's hat. Lord Hokage. After a day's absence, Hitakibai of the Hitaki clan extends his greetings. Hitakibai entered, standing tall with a humble smile, nodding respectfully to the 2 advisors standing nearby, both of whom were also of respectable age. Ahem. The gray-haired elder, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regarded the young boy before him and introduced, "These are my advisors in Konoha, Mito Gate Inn and Trun Koharu. Advisors on and Koharu. I greet you on behalf of the daimyo." Hitakibai clasped his hands at his waist, performing the customary gestures of politeness with impeccable grace. In Koharu, this is Hitakibai, the eldest son of the Minister of Finance, representing the daimyo to discuss the budget for Konoha in the coming years. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained seated, equal to the daimyo in stature, and saw no need to rise. The Hitaki clan? Trun Koharu instinctively frowned, her gaze fixating on Bai's almost iconic white hair. "My father is Hitaki Sakomo," Bai replied, maintaining his genial demeanor. Hitaki Sakomo, the younger brother of Hitaki Shimo, the one who departed the village before the Second Great Ninja War? Mito Gate Inn furrowed his brow, shadows lurking behind his round glasses. A heavy silence fell over the Hokage's office. For the tensions between the Hokage lineage and the Hitaki clan regarding the death of White Fang could not simply be erased by the passage of time. Bai, as you observe Konoha, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen, irked by Mito Gate Inn's mention of the past, reluctantly shifted the conversation. An ailing tree heralds 1,000 springs. Hitakibai pondered for a moment before responding, his eyes gleaming with an almost burning intensity. An ailing tree. Indeed. The Night of the Nine Tails, alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, the atmosphere turning somber in an instant. My apologies. Hitaki Bai's voice carried a hint of sorrow as he gazed through the window at the village of Konoha, his heart unable to contain the swell of emotions. Is it truly sadness? No, Hitaki White is not sorrowful at all. Despite having read and witnessed these tales, he remains untouched by sadness. Hitaki White possesses his own memories, his own joys and sorrows. Though his complete recollection ceased 6 years ago, the distinction between 20 years and 6 is ample enough for him to discern what constitutes self. Yet, he is compelled to don a visage of melancholy laced with hope, for he has calculated the pivotal moment of his rebirth, the Night of the Nine Tails. Following this event, he is to reside in Konoha, becoming an integral part of its fabric, the pivotal moment. The Night of the Nine Tails, he enters the village of Konoha as a beacon of support after a great calamity, marking the true onset of his journey within the world of the Hokage. Hokage, a realm where individual prowess reigns supreme, where man is deemed lesser than dog. And thus it is. Haha. No matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to finally emerge from his sorrow. Addressing the matter directly, may I inquire about the Lord's budget for Konoha in the forthcoming years? Upon my arrival, My father informed me that the Hitaki clan, in life, belong to Konoha. In death, their spirits remain with Konoha. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Overcome with emotion, Hitaki White felt moisture at the corners of his eyes as he spoke fervently. My father pledged to exert every effort to increase the budget for the reconstruction of Konoha. Having uttered these words, Hitaki White inhaled deeply. After all, Konoha is my home as well. Mito Gate Inn and Chi Kamachi were visibly moved. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not contain his excitement, exclaiming as he retrieved a prepared document from his drawer. This is your certificate of residency in Konoha. Thank you, Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors. Hitaki White humbly accepted the tome containing his information, stating, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With a respectful bow, he exited, the show of deference merely representing the Lord's authority. The youth walked slowly out of the Hokage's office, gently closing the door behind him, his steps elegant and measured, his gaze steady as he departed the serene yet desolate Hokage building on the main thoroughfare of Konoha. Hitaki White strolled leisurely, a solitary figure amidst the hustle of hurried passers-by. Casting his gaze about, he observed the sunlit surroundings, where fine dust danced gracefully in the rays of light. The buildings, predominantly wooden, stood in stark contrast to the towering structures of his past life. The air was imbued with a sense of hope that a smile crept across Hitaki White's face. Regardless of circumstances, he had finally taken the first step after 6 years, as the narratives etched in his mind began to emanate a delightful aura, prompting an even broader smiled eye. In the distance, he spotted a familiar figure, with silvery hair as white as snow, a face obscured by black cloth that revealed only a lifeless right eye. The forehead protector of Konoha hung loosely, slanting downward to cover the left eye, barely exposing a hint of a reddish-brown scar. Dressed in the green vest of a Konoha Jonin, the figure approached Hitaki White directly. My foolish older brother, we meet again. Hitaki White's smile slightly waned, maintaining an air of elegance as he spoke in a neutral tone. Their initial encounter a month prior had been lukewarm. This second meeting was rather haphazard. Hitaki Kakashi, once a prodigious ninja, now the embodiment of mediocrity, and Hitaki White's cousin. Impossible. The shoulders of the silver-haired youth were tense, his fingers gripping the dagger in his arms with fierce intensity. The right eye, which was the only part of his face visible, had lost its usual desolate indifference. The mere recollection of that painful night filled Hitaki Kakashi's chest with anguish, for that piercing pain also resonated with his younger self. The floor was awash with vivid crimson, the blood-stained dagger, and the lifeless figure he referred to as father. Father. The young Hitaki Kakashi uttered those 2 words before collapsing unconscious. Within the pristine confines of a traditional Japanese wooden house, a massive blue and white porcelain vase stood in the corner, filled to the brim with white chrysanthemums. On a sandalwood and marble table, beside a gilded jade orb idly played with, a dark blue wooden censer wafted fragrant smoke into the air. 2 individuals sat across from each other at the table, one large, the other small, both bearing the same silver hair, both of the Hitaki lineage. Hitaki White knelt upright, his white garments seemingly merging with the snow-white walls. He gently lifted a teapot, pouring a cup for his cousin, Hitaki Kakashi, before speaking slowly. For the sake of the Hitaki family's legacy and to ensure its resurgence, as well as to preserve Uncle Shoma's renowned swordsmanship, I hope you will relinquish to me the techniques he entrusted to you, thus ensuring the continuation of the Hitaki swordplay. Impossible. Hitaki Kakashi's expression resembled a frozen lake in midwinter, cold and devoid of any vitality. That legacy was a keepsake left to him. A keepsake. Hitaki White raised the teacup, the fragrant steam swirling around, obscuring his face and concealing the emotions hidden in his eyes. Kakashi's words, referring to him, struck Hitaki White as somewhat jarring. The white fanged short knife, I do not require. I only seek Uncle Shoma's teachings. No. Hitaki Kakashi's eye, resembling that of a dead fish, revealed an unprecedented resolve, his fingers tightening, blood draining from his face. Indeed, Hitaki White sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on Kakashi's frozen visage, then suddenly lowering his eyes, his voice turning somber. Since you have relinquished Uncle Shoma's resolve, what pretense do you maintain here? Are you not one who refuses to even utter the word father? Each word struck like thunder in the tranquil room. You scoundrel! Hatake Kakashi seethed with rage. And in an instant, the warm wooden house felt as cold as the depths of winter, the Sharingan concealed beneath his forehead protector glimmering with a sinister crimson light. Huh! Hatake White scoffed derisively, observing the 14-year-old prodigy before him, or more accurately, the Sharingan hidden beneath his forehead protector, and uttered four enigmatic words. Copy ninja. Do you still possess the White Fang short knife? Hatake White's question, seemingly devoid of logic, caused Kakashi's gaze to dim further. Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang. Hatake Shoma, and heir to a lineage of swordsmanship, was now a mere shadow of his former self, relying on a Sharingan gifted by his friend Uchiha Obito to gain any semblance of fame during the later years of the Hokage era. It is indeed a tragic irony. Rather than being called Hatake Kakashi, he might as well be known as Uchiha Kakashi. Such is the lament of a lost legacy. Since you have chosen to forsake the honor of the White Fang of Konoha and relinquish the responsibilities of the Hatake clan, do not obstruct our path. Each word from Hatake White pierced Kakashi Hatake's heart, striking deeply at his most painful core. I understand. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, his lips, concealed beneath a veil, were clenched tightly, oozing blood. Then, thank you, Chief Kakashi. Hatake White's tone regained its previous nonchalance, as if the earlier aggressive demeanor had been but a facade. Chief, perhaps that title will soon belong to another. Kakashi scoffed, finally lifting his gaze to scrutinize his cousin with meticulous attention, noting the noble demeanor, poise, and the pride veiled beneath a guise of humility. A month ago, after the Night of the Nine Tails, he had escorted the third Hokage to receive the feudal lord's appointment. Shortly thereafter, he had returned with his uncle's eldest son, followed by the severance of that man's legacy in swordsmanship. And then, it would be his position as chief of the Hatake clan. Suddenly, Kakashi's interest waned, and he stood, glancing at his own dark green Konoha standard vest, and then at the white Haori adorned with the Hatake clan crest that White wore. With a bitter smile, he pushed the door open to leave. I will bring you what you need as soon as possible. Accompanying the sound of the door was Kakashi's detached reply. One more thing. Hatake White set down his teacup and spoke. It would be best to return the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan. This, I absolutely cannot allow. Kakashi's body stiffened, his eyes filled with resolve, shedding some of their coldness. He was well aware of the burden the Sharingan imposed on those not of Uchiha blood. Yet to relinquish this connection was out of the question. My apologies for overstepping, Hatake White replied, his smile still elegant. Inside the wooden cabin, tranquility reigned. That night, the lights glimmered, and the silver moon cast a gentle radiance. This was a seldom used meeting room, with a massive wooden table in the center still bearing faint water stains. A testament to hasty cleaning. The dark red surface, mottled with droplets, resembled blood, akin to the hue of Kakashi's left eye. 9 candles, each the girth of an infant's arm, flickered to life, illuminating 4 somber faces. Strangely, a vague glimmer of hope lingered within the eyes of these 4 grim visages, sending a chill down one's spine. In the corner, the incense smoke curled languidly. The tinkling of wind chimes outside added a crisp note, and the aged wooden door of the meeting room creaked open slowly, revealing Hatake White's white Haori to the eyes of 5 individuals. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed White's face, quickly followed by an apologetic remark. Chief, esteemed elders, I apologize for my tardiness. His gaze swept meticulously across each face, ultimately resting at the central position, vacant of its chief, where Kakashi sat languidly to the left, silent and expressionless. No matter. This meeting room has not been entered in many years. We merely arrived a moment early. With age, one is prone to reminisce about the past. An emaciated elder spoke. Seated opposite Hatake Kakashi, positioned to the right of the clan leader. His face bore a multitude of wrinkles, yet his gaze was as piercing as the black long sword at his waist. Beneath the glow of 9 flickering candles, there were but 6 of us. Our clan has languished in solitude for far too long. Hatake glanced at each of the flickering flames, etching the 6 faces into his memory. Among the 9 elders, only 4 remained amidst the disintegration of the Hatake clan. The Grand Elder Hatake Shin, the Second Elder Hatake Yu, the Third Elder Hatake Taku, and the 4th Elder Hatake Lin. Young Master Bai, please take your seat, spoke the 4th Elder, Hatake Lin, the current head of the Hatake family. The implied seat of honor was originally that of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake squinted at the four faces before him, nearly asleep in the candlelight, and chuckled softly. He gradually removed his wooden sandals, adjusted his attire, and strode forward to stand beside Hatake Kakashi, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Leader, please take your seat." A pin drop could be heard in the meeting room as the cold wind swept in, causing the candle flames to flicker mournfully, swaying before settling into a dim yellow glow, casting shadows that danced momentarily before falling still. "Leader Kakashi, please take your seat," Hatake said, his smile radiant. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Grand Elder Hatake Shin, refusing to concede even an inch. His presence could be seen as a timely boon for Konoha, yet Kakashi, the only remaining clan member in the upper echelons of Konoha, could not be entirely excluded from the rekindling of the Hatake legacy. Thus, the position of leader was off limits. The first position beneath the leader must not be relinquished. The room fell into a profound silence. "In that case, leader, please take your seat," Hatake Shin, with a hawk-like gaze, finally spoke. Kakashi, feeling resigned, rose to kneel in the leader's seat, gazing at the 5 individuals facing him, akin to a marionette swaying helplessly. Hatake took his place in Kakashi's former position, naturally accepting Hatake Lin's nod of acknowledgement, facing the 3 elders with unyielding composure. In the candlelight, a glint of silver flashed from Hatake right wrist. "Then, let the clan meeting commence," declared the Grand Elder Hatake Shin, lowering his eyelids, as if surrendering to slumber. "Now, Uncle Lin, within Konoha, apart from a few isolated elders, is there anyone willing to reclaim the Hatake name?" Hatake unhesitatingly unveiled the clan's most painful wound. Following the death of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the Hatake clan fell into disarray, and many, due to Tsukumo's legacy, chose to abandon the Hatake surname upon leaving the clan. Thus, only 5 remained. Without Hatake return, the curtain would fall imminently. "The son of the second elder and my wayward child can return," Hatake Lin's voice was somber. The so-called family had dwindled to merely 2 households, a lamentable state. "I see," Hatake sighed deeply, having anticipated inheriting a legacy, only to find it a mere shell. "Then let us begin anew." The orphan children, left in the wake of the Nine Tails turmoil, were taken in and granted the surname Hatake, bestowed with the talents of a ninja. The common folk received support from the Hatake clan, forming the financial foundation of its lower echelons, a matter entrusted to Uncle Lin. Hatake pondered, his index finger gently tapping the table, his smile remaining warm while his gaze was imbued with an icy resolve. It was time to reclaim the reputation of the previous clan leader. Thump, thump. Hatake Kakashi's heart raced violently at Bai's final words, the lifelessness in his eyes dissipating somewhat, and a flicker of vitality returned to his gaze as he looked at Hatake Bai. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi's voice grew hoarse. "It is not about what I will do, but rather what I must sacrifice for the 3rd Hokage to act," Bai replied, his eyes flickering in the candlelight. Dim and uncertain, the flickering flame finally stilled, and the hearts of those in the conference room settled. Lastly, the matter of connections with the various clans would be left to the Grand Elder. "We shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of Konoha's upper echelons for now, but we must gauge their intentions." Hatake took the initiative, setting the tone for the entire meeting. "For now, these are my suggestions. Do the clan leader and esteemed elders have anything to add?" "No," the Grand Elder spoke on behalf of all, his gaze now sharp. "Then, clan leader and esteemed elders, good night." With that, the meeting adjourned, leaving behind the flickering of 9 candles. The long-awaited Hatake clan meeting, after years, came to a close beneath the moonlight. As Hatake clad in a white haori, resembled a soaring butterfly from the underworld, returning to his own quarters. In the deep of night, the lights in Hatake room remained unextinguished. Inside, Bai sat cross-legged on a cushion, engaging in his final contemplations before sleep. This practice, learned from a court etiquette master 2 years prior, involved self-reflection thrice daily, a method he had not forgotten over the past 5 years. It is somewhat amusing that the room filled with luxurious items reflected Bai's financial prowess. In reality, when he was born, father and son had been anxious over their daily meals. Tonight's contemplation revolved around a question that Hatake had repeatedly pondered for 5 years. What does it mean to be a ninja? This night, he felt he could finally take the first step toward an answer, to become a ninja. Since his arrival in this world, Bai had thoughtfully considered his path. And in this fantastical realm, where strength could defy the heavens, it was evident that a powerful ninja was the protagonist of this world. Unlike his past life, this world was fraught with peril, where the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Regardless of wealth, the lives of ordinary people were not their own to command. Even though he had risen to a relatively higher status among the common folk of the Land of Fire, without power, one remained at the mercy of others. After all, did not the feudal lords merely serve as the mascots of a cash dispenser? As the orange sandalwood incense burned to its end, the clock struck midnight. Well then, you who have been silent for 6 years, it is time for you to respond. Bai inhaled deeply, maintaining a calm facade while his heart screamed internally. His gaze fixated on the silver bracelet encircling his right wrist, upon which were inscribed 3 indistinct characters, Spirit Court. 6 years ago, the Lingting's silver bracelet. 3 years passed. The katana that appeared beside him following an assassination attempt. This was the true reason behind Hatake Bai's painstaking efforts to take control of the Hatake family. Exhaling deeply, Hatake Bai illuminated another lamp, grasped the katana he had nurtured for 3 years, and closed his eyes for the final preparation. The scabbard was entirely black as ink, while the blade shone as bright as jade. The heart of the sword was clear, and his state of mind was tranquil. As the long blade was drawn, intricate patterns on the blade reflected a dazzling light in the lamplight. With his right wrist lightly tugging at the edge of the blade, crimson blood erupted forth. Sheathing the sword, Hatake Bai gazed at the Lingting's silver bracelet, now gradually stained red with his blood, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Indeed, the method of dyeing it with blood was correct, and his conjectures had not been in vain. The rapidity with which the blood stained the bracelet was less about dyeing it than being consumed by it. The vibrant red spread across the Lingting silver bracelet, ultimately enveloping it entirely, resembling a blood moon hanging upon Hatake Bai's wrist. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by an unbearable piercing pain that began to radiate from the tips of his right fingers. It felt as though insects were gnawing at him, inch by inch, rapidly climbing upwards, as if a beast were delicately devouring his flesh. He could sense a nauseating metallic taste in his throat, an indescribable hunger beginning to swell from deep within. Hatake Bai could no longer endure it, letting out a blood-curdling scream. His lower lip marked with a myriad of blood-stained bite marks, blood gushing forth. The moonlight tonight was exquisite, hazy as if cast from cold jade into a silver disk. Uchiha Shursui concealed himself in the shadows, his mask cold as ice, mirroring the chill in his gaze, devoid of any warmth. His mission was to protect the 6-year-old boy within, a child who always wore a gentle smile. Carrying a katana taller than himself, this youth was named Hatake Bai in the records, classified as A rank. Such a boy, barely old enough to enter the ninja academy, was indeed a pivotal figure in the reconstruction of Kanahagakure. As the night deepened, the lights within the house remained aglow. Uchiha Shursui further concealed his presence. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the cherry blossom tree in the yard. It reminded him of the one in Itachi's home. At this thought, a trace of warmth finally flickered in Shursui's eyes. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, prompting Shursui into action. The eyes revealed by his mask turned blood red, and 3 tomo began to whirl rapidly within his pupils. An ominous chakra surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the Hatake courtyard. Crash! The wooden window beside Hatake Bai shattered, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind as a figure stormed into the room. Clad in black, with raven hair and an intricately patterned mask, a pair of blood-red eyes spun rapidly with 3 tomo. An assassin? In the gaze of Hatake White, a flicker of doubt emerged as he endured excruciating pain while clutching his katana, rolling away. His body undulated, garments fluttering like a dancing butterfly, ultimately defying the force of gravity as he stood upright against the wall, the katana, nearly the length of his body, unsheathing slightly. "Young master!" The urgent cries reverberated within the wooden cabin. The door was forcibly shattered, and a man clad in black martial attire drew forth his long blade. The chilling gleam of the sword slicing through the air, its majestic silver light swiftly approaching Shizuka. The silver blade glimmered like quicksilver in the atmosphere, shadows swirling, stirring a fierce wind that tousled Shizuka's raven hair and the rapidly spinning 3 tomo Sharingan in his eyes. With a swift slashing sound, the black-clad man's long sword effortlessly cleaved through Shizuka's body, as if tearing through fabric, his form disintegrating, accompanied by ominous caws. The shredded remnants morphed into a flock of pitch-black crows, which ultimately coalesced beneath a cherry blossom tree, taking on Shizuka's visage, his blood-red eyes exuding a chilling coldness. Pathetic. The black-clad man spat, his expression grave as he stood guard before Hatake White, shielding the gaze between White and Shizuka. Uchiha Shizuka. Hatake White gracefully descended from the wall, stepping upon the remnants of shattered wood, a smile re-emerging upon his countenance. It appears that the finances of Konoha truly are in dire straits. Otherwise, they would not dispatch Uchiha Shizuka to protect me at this tumultuous time in the land of fire. With a bitter smile, he mused, just the other day, I jested that the feudal lord was merely a mascot called an ATM, yet here I am, the very bank card of that ATM. Chiba, he is one of us. Hatake White waved his hand, signaling the black-clad swordsman to withdraw, gazing at Shizuka as the three tomo in his eyes gradually receded, smiling as he explained. There have been some issues with my training. I appreciate your concern, Hokage-sama. Shizuka remained silent, his gaze fixated on the blood-red bracelet encircling White's right wrist, his eyes revealing the truth that coursed through it, blood. Subsequently, Uchiha Shizuka transformed into a scattering of crows, retreating into the distance. Young master. Chiba's long blade was closely aligned with his back, his demeanor respectful. Enough, you may withdraw. You and Uchiha Shizuka will have ample opportunities in the future. Once Hatake White spoke, he watched Chiba depart before exhaling a heavy sigh, leaning against the wall as he sat down with the katana. His right arm had nearly lost all sensation, the pain radiating through him, causing his body to spasm. And the chakra he had diligently cultivated since childhood was now entirely depleted. If nothing was gained, then the efforts of the past few years would amount to naught but 3 years of honing his sword intent. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Hatake White tightened his grip on the katana, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his mind. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, petals fell gracefully, a cascade of pink resembling rain, carpeting the ground in a delicate layer of blossoms. Upon this floral tapestry lay a slender blade. Before Hatake White stood 2 doors, one leading to a garden of flowers and a sword, the other to an unknown interior. A choice, perhaps? Kikuki murmured softly, recognizing at first glance the courtyard that so closely mirrored the abode he currently inhabited. The sword beneath the cherry blossom tree was the very blade he had nurtured for 3 years. If the path leading to the courtyard symbolized the power system of the Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto, then the other door represented the chakra system of the Hokage. Kikuki chuckled lightly. Perhaps the Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto power system would one day surpass that of the world of the Hokage. However, one bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and in the pursuit of survival, it was wise to refrain from lofty aspirations. With determination, Kikuki extended his right hand, grasping the doorknob leading to the unknown within. In this world of Naruto, he naturally chose the chakra system. Just as he gripped the doorknob, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. A searing pain radiated from his right wrist, causing him to reflexively release his hold and stumble towards another door. The door swung open, and Kikuki stood transfixed beneath the cascading cherry blossom rain, utterly astonished. If he was bound to choose the Zanpakuto power system, then what purpose did the 2 doors serve? The pain in his right hand persisted, compelling him to wield the katana with his left. Before him, the scene shifted in the blink of an eye. Upon a towering hill, a multitude of chilling katana stood resolutely in the ground, stretching endlessly into the horizon, a desolate graveyard of swords. Another choice awaited him. Kikuki sighed in resignation. Each blade was indistinguishable from the last, leaving him no option but to proceed as fate dictated. Flowing blade like fire, moon cutter, divine spear, mirror flower. Water moon. Kikuki silently chanted the names of the Zanpakuto he yearned for, closing his eyes and reaching out instinctively. When he finally opened his eyes, his expression soured significantly. A stroke of ill fortune. Kikuki sighed as all the long blades upon the sword hill vanished, leaving him alone with his disheartened voice echoing across the vast expanse. 1,000 cherry blossoms. It is you. Upon its initial release, the blade disassembles into innumerable sharp edges, slicing through foes from all directions. As the blades dance, they refract light, resembling 1,000 withering cherry blossoms. Yet, after its release, wouldn't a gust of wind merely scatter it? Kikuki felt a sense of melancholy. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his grasp felt almost sentient, writhing restlessly. Soon, The familiar sting in his right wrist surged like a tide. Kikuki stifled a groan, gritting his teeth. Well, if the sword was inadequate, he could still rely on the 4 fundamental combat techniques of the Soul Reaper: White Strike, Demon Arts, Slash, and Shuinpa. Surely, these wouldn't require a choice as well? Kikuki forced a bitter smile. After a moment, despair filled his eyes. White Strike, Demon Arts, Slash, Shuinpa. There was no inheritance for these 4 combat styles. Scatter, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Clang. With a crisp sound, the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Kikuki-bai's hand plunged directly into the floor littered with splintered wood, showing no sign of disassembling into countless sharp edges. Thus, the so-called Zanpakuto power system of the 1,000 cherry blossoms was merely a facade, a guise of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kikuki-bai fell silent, gazing at the star-catcher clasp, the silver-white windflower veil, and a pair of white open-toed gauntlets before him. Soul Society, I wish to return this. Kikuki-bai rolled his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through my right wrist like a tumultuous river. The Hokage's office, as ever, radiated warmth and sunlight. Behind the 2 windows, I could observe the spirited villagers of Kanahagakure enthusiastically engaged in the reconstruction of their beloved village, ninjas leaping across rooftops, and civilians encouraging one another with laughter. The sight before me was reminiscent of 1,000 sails passing by a sunken boat, and the vitality of spring blossoming before ailing trees. Gazing at this scene, my heart, which had been weighed down by the previous night's turmoil, felt considerably lighter, as if the oppressive air within my chest had dissipated. Setting aside other matters, the will of fire, inherited from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, undeniably ignited a flame of hope within the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. I redirected my gaze and handed the documents in my hand to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sported a goat beard. Hokage-sama. This is the financial budget report prepared by my father for this year, which he entrusted to me before my departure. He has also pledged that the budget will increase annually over the coming years. I kindly ask for your review. Haha, no problem at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly, his eyes reflecting his customary kindness. Without even glancing at the budget report, he stamped it and filed it away, evoking within me a sense of inexplicable trust. Is there anything else? Regarding the revival of my family's legacy, I have compiled a list of matters that require Hokage-sama's assistance. I retrieved a small piece of parchment from my pocket, densely filled with notes and boxes, causing the nearby Konohamaru to merely glance at it before feeling dizzy. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the paper, casting a cursory glance before his benevolent expression shifted to one of gravity. Upon closer inspection, he read through every detail, and his demeanor transformed dramatically, his previously stooped posture straightened. Is this not excessive? Is Kanahagakure not your father's village? A shiver ran down my spine as I observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, and I couldn't help but admire the indomitable spirit of a true ninja. Regardless of how steadfast one may be in the pursuit of peace, it is impossible to entirely suppress one's fierce nature. The last 10 points are negotiable. I immediately proposed a reduction by half, leaving no room for Sarutobi Hiruzen to haggle further. Dignity must be preserved. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity of Shimura Danzo. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation remained significant. By the way, your age has reached the point for entering school, has it not? How about enrolling soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words hinted at an awareness of my ability to adhere to walls using chakra. Otherwise, mere influence would not suffice to gain entry to the Ninja Academy without the requisite talents, regardless of wealth. The Ninja Academy, a nurturing ground for the seedlings of Konoha's Hokage lineage, was a realm even Danzo would not dare to intrude. It is an honor, indeed. To be candid, I have long harbored an admiration for the Ninja Academy established by the 2nd Hokage. A smile graced my face, perfectly poised, while internally I reveled in joy. Having taken this significant step forward, the starting line now lay behind me. How far and how fast I would run from here on depended solely on my own efforts. Fortunately, I can be considered a prodigy, mastering the art of climbing trees and wading through water by the tender age of 6. Oh, I had thought you would opt for Hatake Kakashi to personally instruct you in the art of swordsmanship. You cannot bring such a large blade to school, you know. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted and pointed at the cherry's blossom, a sword that rested at Hatake White's waist. The blade stood upright, its scabbard as dark as ink, the hilt extending a foot above Hatake White's head. Ah, is that so? However, My father insists that I must hold on to the cherry's blossom even while sleeping, or else I shall receive a spanking from him. Hatake White fully utilized his youthful advantage, employing a soft, endearing voice to express a sentiment even he found somewhat distasteful. Nonetheless, perhaps this childish demeanor is precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two Hokage advisors perceived to be his true essence. With a measured approach, cognizant of gains and losses. Such maturity displayed in a mere 6-year-old child, regardless of how precocious the inhabitants of the Hokage world may be, can only be attributed to an extraordinary talent. Haha, very well. Go and play. The ramen at Ichiraku in the village is quite delightful, and if you mention Hokage Grandpa's name, the noodle master will give you a discount. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, his age-spotted cheeks crinkling into a joyful smile. All right, goodbye, Hokage Grandpa. Hatake White grinned as he climbed up the pole, confident in the steadfast support of the third Hokage before the impending plans for the village's downfall. Just as it was previously stated, the current villain of Konoha, Danzo, is not the shadow of the village. The streets of Konoha remained bustling, the chill of late winter failing to extinguish the warmth in everyone's hearts. In this moment, they harbored hope. Wow, little one, would you like some candy? Sister will treat you. Someone finally noticed the oddity walking down the street. Hatake White, whose skin resembled fine jade, adorned in white garments, exuding an air of adult composure that captivated the nurturing instincts of the women around him. Clad in a white haori, with hair neatly bound by a star-shaped clip, the silvery fabric danced in the breeze, complementing his adorable visage and polite, gentle smile. What a charming young gentleman, albeit a tad too young. No, thank you, sister. Too much candy will cause cavities. Hatake White turned, impeccably polite, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders, which revealed 2 tiny canine teeth, inciting a chorus of gasps. How audacious to rely on his youthful innocence to charm the crowd. Oh, what an adorable little brother. Oh, I wish to have such a lovely son in the future. Hatake White sighed, glancing at the little girl beside the woman who first offered him candy, internally exclaiming, could it be a coincidence? Is everyone in this world merely a magnified version of their original template from childhood? Oh, my apologies for overlooking the aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War and the presence of Mitarashi Anko. Beside the woman was a 1-year-old girl, clad in a pink Chinese qipao, her outfit adorned with a small collar, sporting 2 traditional Chinese buns atop her head, and most remarkably, clutching a lollipop in one hand while wielding a tiny shuriken in the other. Is it the 12 Ninja Genin every day? Looking up at the sign of the ninja tool shop, adorned with a cartoonish character of the word ninja, Kikuki swiftly departed, his thoughts consumed by the tantalizing prospect of Ichiraku ramen and the delectable offerings of Otsutsuki, while the 12 little powers could afford to wait another 6 years. Following the route charted by Inuzuka Nai, Kikuki navigated through an intricate labyrinth of alleys until he reached a dead end. Suddenly, a sharp and chilling aura flickered by, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade, catching sight of a shuriken that, having missed its target, quivered violently against the wall. Who goes there? Show yourself. Kikuki's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion of his wrist, he drew his sword, the delicate glint of its blade almost freezing the warm sunlight in its path. Not a bad blade. Emerged a shadow from the corner, revealing a masked figure whose forehead bore an unmistakable forehead protector adorned with a cloud pattern. Cloud Ninja? Kikuki uttered, gritting his teeth. As he reversed his grip on the sword, its tip now poised above the shuriken embedded in the wall, and hurled it directly at the Cloud Ninja. In a flash, he lunged forward, enveloped by the shimmering blade of his sword. With his white garments billowing like the wings of a bird, he declared, "Humph, you're just a kid, and your sword is merely decent." The Cloud Ninja, undeterred, brandished a shuriken in each hand, closing the distance rather than retreating, effectively pinning Kikuki's sword. I share your sentiment. Kikuki responded slyly, relieved that the spirit cord had only withheld his chakra abilities, not his capacity to cultivate them. In the next instant, a faint blue glow enveloped his sword as he pressed down with immense force, akin to a mighty river crashing against the shore. With a swift slash, the sharp blade of his sword tore through fabric, carving a chunk from the Cloud Ninja's arm. How unfortunate! Kikuki lamented, noting the still intact limbs of his opponent, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He swept the blade lightly, blood spattering against the wall before sheathing the sword once more. Curse you, wretched brat. Lightning release, lightning rod. The Cloud Ninja's eyes reddened with fury. His expression twisted as he rapidly formed hand seals. A brilliant flash of lightning enveloped his right hand, emitting a deafening crack that echoed like firecrackers. Hey, Kikuki style. Aye slash. Kikuki Bai assumed his stance, his sword drawn with a flourish, its light bursting forth like a shattered silver vessel, slicing through the air with a sharpness that could cleave the wind. This is the only technique I have mastered in Kikuki style. Dying by this strike should satisfy you, he remarked nonchalantly, a hint of smugness swelling within him, reveling in his own prowess. As the silver light faded, the Cloud Ninja transformed into a grotesque wooden figure. Damn it, you little brat, perish. The situation shifted rapidly as the Cloud Ninja suddenly appeared behind Kikuki Bai, unleashing a bolt of lightning with a manic fury in his eyes, lunging forward and gripping Kikuki Bai tightly without relenting. Curse it, you've gone too far. Kikuki Bai reacted swiftly, reversing his grip on the sword, the cold blade piercing through the shoulder blade of his opponent, slicing diagonally with precision. This move, reminiscent of a legendary technique known as Heaven and Earth share longevity in martial lore, was executed flawlessly. Die! Came the powerful exclamation, reverberating through the air. After the battle, Kikuki Bai sat to the side, gasping for breath, the sharp pain in his shoulder a stark reminder of the encounter. Exhausted from the depletion of chakra, he felt drowsy, unable to suppress a frown as he drew in a sharp breath. Hello, little one, are you all right? The indifferent voice carried a hint of concern. As the standard pants of Konoha came into view, Hatake Bai lifted his gaze, encountering a head adorned with silvery straw, beneath which a forehead protector hung askew, revealing a lifeless eye that was rather unappetizing. Oh, my foolish elder brother, the clan leader. Bai pushed aside Kakashi's outstretched hand, leaning against a jet-black scabbard, and mustered the strength to straighten his back. He hoisted Haruno Sakura onto his shoulder, and a smile gradually returned to his previously pale face. Clan leader, what do you think? Don't I look dashing in this attire? The silvery fabric fluttered in the breeze. Was this truly an assassination by the Cloud Nin, or merely a trap devised by Konoha? Clan leader, what do you think? Don't I look dashing in this attire? Bai grinned widely, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi's singular lifeless eye, determined to ascertain whether Kakashi was aware of the situation. Using the bond of gratitude to tether himself to Konoha, he sought to understand if Kakashi, the Hatake clan leader and head of the Konoha Anbu, was truly in the know. Huh. Hatake Kakashi exclaimed, his lifeless eye widening like a bell as he scrutinized Bai from head to toe, before lazily responding, not bad. Oh, Kakashi, is this your cousin? Why does he appear so effeminate, lacking the vigor of youth typically associated with a man? A green-haired figure emerged from behind Kakashi, sporting a mature face, a strong scent of hormones, and a dazzling smile. You fool guy? Gradually, more familiar faces appeared in Bai's line of sight. The watermelon-haired guy, Asuma Sarutobi with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the crimson-eyed Yuhi Kurenai, the ailing Nara Shikamaru, and Mitarashi Anko. It turned out to be a gathering of classmates. Bai sighed in relief, sheathing Sakura's blade and leaning against the wall, his eyes wandering as he casually remarked, "You have an eye for style. I certainly do not wish to don a green vest. What do you say, clan leader? Perhaps you should consider swapping your dark green vest for something else? It would at least make it easier to find a partner, as our Hatake clan is currently quite sparse in numbers. We really need you to help us expand." At the same time, Bai's thumb gently brushed over the clan emblem at his collar, giving it a light flick. This is what the village issues to ninjas. Even if you dislike it, you must wear it, Kakashi replied, squatting down to examine the corpse of the Cloud Nin. Must I truly wear this shade of forgiving green? Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him, as the silver bracelet on his wrist and the star-shaped clamp on his head seemed to convey a message of rejection. Especially the rugged hairstyle of Might Guy and the blinding gleam between his teeth, which pierced deep into Bai's very marrow, as if warning him that should he adopt this chakra-infused training method, it would spell his doom. However, Bai recalled that the last clan to forsake the standard Konoha attire was the Uchiha, who were soon to face annihilation. The next individual in the field to eschew the official garb would be Uzumaki Naruto, a genuine offspring of privilege. As he contemplated this, Hatake White felt a pang of discomfort, deftly evading Asuma Sarutobi's inquisitive gaze, only to find himself ensconced in the embrace of Mitarashi Anko. Although the spirit court did not regard Anko with the same scrutiny as they did Kana, Hatake White felt an unsettling trepidation towards the man lurking behind Anko. Orochimaru, just the thought of this individual compelled White to swallow hard. A lump of fear lodged in his throat. Is this the cloud ninja you killed? Might I take a look? The Moonlight Gale's eyes burned with fervor as he regarded the 1,000 cherry blossoms in White's grasp. No, White replied decisively, once more brushing aside Anko's playful hand that disturbed his cheek. Enough, Anko. Kurenai Yuhi finally intervened, pulling White close to her side, her gaze dim and her silence profound. The spirit court remained unresponsive, and White lifted his head to scrutinize Kurenai's eyes, suddenly recalling that she too had become an orphan on this fateful night of the Nine Tails. At merely 12 or 13, Kurenai had already blossomed into a striking beauty, exuding an allure that rivaled the enchanting Hyuga Hinata, who appeared like a timeless goddess. Her swift and adept blade work suggested she had already reached the level of a lower ninja. Such talent from the Hatake clan was truly enviable. After examining the body of the Cloud Ninja, Asuma sighed in admiration, taking a long drag from his cigarette. His expression conveyed a sense of indulgence, as though he could not relinquish the cigarette even if he were to succumb to tuberculosis the next day. Damn it, another prodigy? He muttered. Then today, an additional 500 push-ups. If you can't manage that, it's a 10-kilometer run, and if that proves too difficult. Meanwhile, the Taijutsu master Kai was tirelessly engaged in his relentless training, his dark green bodysuit accentuating his physique in an eye-catching manner. I won't trouble the clan head for a gathering. Once our esteemed Hokage arrives and deals with this, I shall indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, White remarked, distancing himself further from Kai while addressing the frowning Kakashi. Not a problem. I'll wait here for the Umbu to manage things. You all head to the barbecue restaurant without me. I will join you shortly, Kakashi replied, steadfastly positioned before the Cloud Ninja's corpse. I said I intend to eat Ichiraku ramen, White reiterated with a furrowed brow. I know. We plan to go to Ichiraku ramen to honor Asuma, Kakashi answered. But what does that have to do with me? A sense of foreboding washed over White. This banquet of commemoration is on my tab. Then why are we heading to the barbecue restaurant after I join? I have no funds. You do, Kakashi stated, seemingly unfazed by the reddened faces of their classmates. My money is my own, White gritted his teeth in frustration. I am the head of the Hatake clan, Kakashi stated, casting a penetrating glance at White, his eyes as devoid of emotion as a lifeless fish. His reasoning was so compelling that White found himself at a loss for words. Barbecue! Barbecue! Anko exclaimed, her enthusiasm soaring as she bounded in front of White, her hands playfully squeezing his cheeks, her eyes alight with fervent excitement. White understood that glimmer in her gaze. It mirrored the look of admiration bestowed upon the Hokage by the renowned. While I sincerely apologize for interrupting your gathering, this silver-haired scion of the Hatake clan must be taken by the Konoha police force. As a figure emerged from the alleyway, he was met by two men with raven-black hair and eyes, their garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. The reason? Kakashi Hatake restrained Asuma Sarutobi, who was eager to assert himself, stepping forward with an air of magnanimity, his habitual smile vanishing. He had no desire to become the spark igniting a conflict between the Hokage lineage and the Uchiha clan. Upon our investigation, it was revealed that the bodies found in the alleyway are connected to you. Thus, you are required to submit to an inquiry by the Konoha Police Department. The disdain in the dark eyes of the Uchiha members was palpable, their contempt for Kakashi Hatake unmistakable. Kakashi remained silent, observing as one of the Uchiha members' eyes gradually turned crimson, a frown creasing his brow. The arrogance and entitlement exuded by these Uchiha, who took pride in their association with the legendary Madara Uchiha, stirred discontent in his heart. There has never been love without reason, nor hatred without cause. It seems that the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, on the night of the Nine Tails incident has led many within the Uchiha clan to harbor unwarranted thoughts. My arrival, bearing resources to aid in the reconstruction of Konoha, has inadvertently obstructed the ambitions of certain Uchiha individuals. Suddenly, another Uchiha member approached from a distance, with phoenix-like eyes, a broad nose, and a sorrowful expression. Shursui Uchiha. Kakashi sensed the tension building in Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who were merely freshly graduated Chunin, while Kurenai and Kiba were still but genin. Shursui. The corners of Uchiha Mu and Uchiha Sha's mouths curled upwards, with the clan's foremost genius and strongest member, Shursui Uchiha, present. Not even Kakashi could prevent them from taking Kakashi Hatake away. Please, you all may leave. I will handle this, Shursui Uchiha stated after assessing the situation. Dismissing Uchiha Mu and Uchiha Sha, then turning to Kakashi with a sudden smile. Thank you. No need for such formality. Kakashi's demeanor softened slightly. He understood that Shursui was expressing gratitude as a villager dedicated to the post-disaster reconstruction of Konoha. Then, Shursui turned to address a nearby tree, speaking nonsensically. Also, your swordsmanship is impressive. PSSH, third rate, came a scoffing voice from behind the tree, revealing Chiyo's disdain. Inside the barbecue restaurant, cheers, shouted Akane Mitarashi. Her carefree spirit entirely oblivious to the earlier confrontation with the Uchiha clan, raising a glass of sake while enjoying her favorite dango. She was evidently delighted by the farewell banquet for Asuma. It seems, Akane, that you must have lived quite well in your past life, Kakashi remarked. His eyes glazing over as he envisioned his money dissipating like water, a pang in his heart. Why do you say that, Kakashi? Can you predict the future? No. I am not a charlatan peddling fortunes at street corners. I merely think that if you had not accrued so much debt in your previous life, would your soul be inhabiting the body of a rough man in this one? Kakashi retorted with a sharp tongue. Laughter erupted among the group, inciting Akane to order 2 more servings of barbecue in her frustration. As the evening progressed, and the atmosphere grew more relaxed, the newcomer, Hatake Bai, seamlessly integrated into the gathering. The tension that once permeated the table dissipated as conversations flowed more freely. Asuma-senpai, given the current state of the village, can you truly leave? The third Hokage would never permit it, Tsukuyami Kazekage inquired, emboldened by the effects of the drink. Humph. He is he, and I am I. This time, I must depart. Asuma declared fiercely, sinking his teeth into a piece of grilled meat. Then, let us wish Asuma a safe journey on his travels. Hatake Bai raised a glass of juice. Fully aware of the unfolding narrative, he knew Asuma could not leave, at least not at this moment. Politely declining a piece of beef, Hatake Bai's gaze flitted over Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the soon-to-depart Asuma, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The sparsely populated Hatake household and the solitary Yuhi Kurenai. A bold idea began to take shape in Hatake Bai's mind, his smile gradually widening. Wow, Bai, what mischief are you concocting that makes you grin so slyly? Akamichi Kirui teased, accurately pinching Hatake Bai's ear between her fingers. Indeed, it is said that only women and knaves are difficult to nurture. The ancients did not deceive me. Asuma's request, as Hatake Bai had anticipated, was met with refusal by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was rumored that a heated argument ensued between father and son, resulting in a bitter parting. Time passed, and a day and night had elapsed since the farewell banquet for Sarutobi Asuma. On this day, the skies over Konoha hung low. The chill of winter palpable as a persistent drizzle mingled with hail, battering the ground and rooftops. A heavy atmosphere weighed upon the hearts of the villagers. Today, they would bid farewell to the golden-haired man, whose warm smile resembled the sun, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Before the portrait of the fourth Hokage, his smile radiant as ever. The mourners donned solemn black attire. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his 2 advisors, Mito Kage and Narashikaku, stood before the altar. Gazing at the portrait of Minato, Hiruzen, his back bending with age, spoke slowly. This funeral is to commemorate the fourth Hokage and the others who fell in this battle. As leaves return to the earth, they shall nourish new growth for Konoha. Where leaves dance, fire shall endure. The flames will continue to illuminate our village and nurture the budding leaves. Flowers. Hatake Bai replaced his white kimono with a somber black suit, clutching a white chrysanthemum as he let his gaze drift over each portrait. Namake's Minato, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, Yuhi Kurenai, one by one. The mourners formed a line to pay their respects. Following Kakashi, Hatake Bai placed the white chrysanthemum down, quickly stepping aside to allow others to share their sorrowful memories. He lifted his gaze to the heavy, black clouds above, feeling as if the weight of the world was pressing down on him. In a previous life, he had witnessed this scene before his computer screen. At that time, he had merely lost his smile, his eyes reddened with tears, leaving only a few poignant droplets behind. When friends inquired, he would deflect, claiming that it was merely the dust that had clouded his vision. As time passed, the memories ceased to tug at his heartstrings. Yet now, Chimu Bai never imagined that when he found himself amidst such a moment, Even without having encountered these heroic figures, he would feel such an overwhelming sense of oppression. A profound sorrow and heartache filled his chest, rendering him breathless. Where the leaves danced, the flames burned eternal. Heroes never perish. At that moment, Chimu vaguely perceived that the so-called will of fire was more than just a phrase. Upon passing the memorial hall, one would enter a lush forest. Kakashi lifted his gaze. Dense clouds shrouded the sky, reflecting the murky heavens in his pupils. Lowering his eyelids, he tucked his hands into his pockets and continued forward with a slight stoop. Crossing through the woods and following a narrow path, he gradually arrived at a deserted area, a place seldom frequented, even by ninjas who generally sought rest. Perhaps, those who willingly ventured here were akin to Kakashi, sorrowful souls who had lost their way. Before the memorial stone, Kakashi found himself lost once again on the journey of life, akin to a trailing vehicle, arriving late and standing alone in silent mourning. Engulfed in pain, whether it was his father, Obito, Rin, or even his teacher, all had now departed, leaving him as the sole survivor of their quartet. He recalled the wooden post beside the memorial, where Obito had once been tied, Rin's radiant smile, his own disdain, the sunshine of his teacher, the sweet chime of bells. Shared lunches, the gentle breeze, and the warm sun. Yet, all had transformed into mere memories in his mind, ensnaring Kakashi in a perpetual state of disorientation. Have you come to see Obito so early? Hong stood beside Kakashi, holding a white chrysanthemum, gazing at the crimson name inscribed on the memorial stone. Lowering her eyelids, she bit her lip and slowly placed the white chrysanthemum down, reminding herself to be strong, yet tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of her eyes. The memorial stone was densely inscribed with the names of heroes who had perished for Konoha. Should she feel proud and happy for her father? No, she could not. Hong found it impossible to smile or laugh in the face of her father's name etched coldly upon that stone. Tears flowed from her red eyes like droplets of blood. Was it too early? Kakashi had forgotten when he had arrived and how long he had lingered. The gaze he exchanged with Obito met an impasse, a shared understanding of the bleakness that lay ahead. Perhaps he should blame those eyes that trailed behind. He looked at Obito's furious expression and let out a cold huff. Waiting for Rin's arrival. Heroes never perish. They endure eternally. Unbeknownst to him, a new shop had opened along the main road closest to the Hokage building. Devoid of firecrackers or cheers, with only a banner unfurled above the store. Heroes never die, they endure eternally. Within the tea restaurant opposite the shop, Kakashi, Hatake White, and the elder Hatake Shin sat facing each other. The wisps of smoke rising from their teacups gradually faded, and before each of them lay a small dish of tricolored dumplings, though only Hatake White savored them with delight. It was unexpected that both the clan leader and the elder would show interest in such a modest establishment. I had thought the second elder would be more pleased. After finishing his dumplings, Hatake White let out a contented burp and unapologetically reached for the dumplings in front of Kakashi, raising an eyebrow in playful challenge. These tricolored dumplings are quite delightful, aren't they? This was indeed a starting point for the clan's reconstruction, yet why was the clan emblem absent? Elder Hatake Shin spoke up, and under the veil of smoke, even his age spots seemed to fade. It is not yet time. Hatake White grinned, his gaze drifting past Elder Hatake Shin to a child clad in the Uchiha clan's standard attire behind him, whose nose bore the lines of youth. Itachi Uchiha, will I still be able to wait for that moment? Elder Hatake Shin's countenance aged in an instant, his tone laden with the resignation of life and death. The Hatake clan was waning in his generation, yet he longed to see the Hatake emblem once more grace the upper echelons of Konoha before he could find peace in closing his eyes. Certainly. The time is drawing near. Hatake White stuffed another dumpling into his mouth. What do you mean? Elder Hatake Shin abruptly straightened, his gaze sharp. When the previous clan leader reclaimed the clan's honor, it was when this heroic establishment first donned the Hatake emblem. Hatake White cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, who had unknowingly perked up and smirked internally. This year's budget was sufficient for Konoha's reconstruction, but no more than that. Concerning the war, their strength was lacking. In Hidden Village? Elder Hatake Shin responded swiftly, a smile gracing his stern face for the first time in front of Hatake White. Indeed. Then let us tend to our own business. Hatake White finished his meal and was the first to stride towards the heroic establishment. In truth, clan leader, you look quite dashing in your ceremonial robe. You should consider expanding the family's branches. You can't possibly spend your entire youth alongside that green-haired, watermelon-headed Mike guy. Inside the tea restaurant, the young Itachi Uchiha observed the departing trio, deep in thought. Father, is that the new transfer student? Yes, Itachi. I've heard he possesses the strength of a genin. Do not disgrace our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku regarded his eldest son, his usual poker face softening considerably. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows upon a document on the desk. Urgent report from the border. Before Hitaki White stood the familiar third Hokage and two Hokage advisors. While the root leader Danzo Shimura had seemingly receded into the shadows since Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to Konoha, leaving Hitaki White somewhat disheartened. For he sought an audience with one of Konoha's few remaining adversarial bosses. The third Hokage rubbed his fingers across the document, contemplating how to broach the subject of adding war expenses to the budget for Konoha's reconstruction. White, I hear that the heroic establishment is yours. Indeed, Grandfather Third. My father once imparted to me that heroes, who exist to protect and are willing to sacrifice themselves, are immortal. They embody the indomitable spirit of the first Hokage, the eternal flame residing in our hearts. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn brightly, and thus, heroes remain forever alive within us. This is why the Hitaki family dedicates itself to providing the villagers with the legacy of Hokage, ensuring their spirit endures eternally. Indeed, the radiance of the fourth Hokage will eventually illuminate the village, fostering the sprouting of new leaves. Yes, Grandfather Hokage. My father also proclaimed that if those heroes were still present, the village would surely overcome any challenges it faced. Hitaki Bai's eyes gleamed as he began to enumerate the heroes one by one, including the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the legendary White Fang of the Leaf. If these figures had successors, leading the villagers under the sun, the village would undoubtedly surmount any adversity. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru's expression turned grave. The meaning behind Bai's words was clear. If the White Fang's legacy could be revived, then the village would indeed overcome its current trials. Thus, the conditions set forth by the Hitaki clan were twofold. First, to restore the honor of the White Fang, ensuring his name was inscribed on the memorial stone. Second, that Kakashi, as the heir to the White Fang, should emerge from the shadows of the Umbu and stand in the light. The Umbu could hardly function without Kakashi now. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, implying that he would agree to the first condition. Hitaki Bai smiled broadly, as he had anticipated this. Hiruzen, burdened by guilt regarding the White Fang, could easily acquiesce to his request. With a smile, Bai retrieved another budget report from his pocket and respectfully exited the Hokage's office. What a formidable character! What terrifying potential! Inside the office, Mito came inside deeply, realizing that the Hitaki name would rise once more in Konohagakure, especially considering Bai's wisdom at such a tender age. Understanding the ebbs and flows of fortune and loss. Before dawn had even broken, the Hitaki compound was already aglow with light, casting intricate shadows upon the ground, revealing a small figure. Hitaki Bai stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard, his hands grasping the Zanpakuto, Sakura, held aloft. His straight posture and silver hair, damp with sweat, conveyed his unwavering determination. Bai had been practicing diligently for some time now, the early hours of morning punctuated by the chorus of roosters heralding the dawn. Scatter, Sakura. As his words faded, Bai felt a fleeting connection with the sword in his hands, yet a lingering barrier remained, giving him the sensation of being on the brink of achievement, only to fall short. Sweat streamed down his face once more. Alas, another failure. Bai frowned. More than a month had passed since that fateful night when he first grasped Sakura, but he felt he was but a step away from success. Yet the outcome was always just beyond his reach. Was he truly destined to endure a century of toil, like those immortal reapers, to finally unlock its potential? It would be more sensible to find a coffin to lie in, only to awaken as a pair of withered bones to confront Sakura once more after 100 years. His right wrist throbbed painfully, a consequence of Bai's blasphemy towards the Zanpakuto, Sakura. Hitaki Ryu Ai. Kakashi Baitu clenched his teeth tightly as the glimmer of blades cascaded like mercury, slicing through the air. A row of candle flames erupted, leaving only the charred wicks emitting wisps of black smoke. Young Master Bai, you have overexerted yourself. The wound on your scapula has reopened. Chiba emerged from the shadows, bandages in hand, ready to redress Kakashi Baitu's injury. He was a man of cold pride, appearing no older than 15 or 16. with features that were remarkably ordinary, his small eyes and nose seemingly pressed together. Had I known this would be the outcome, why did you not take care of that Yunrin back then? Kakashi Baitu grimaced at the pain from his shoulder, questioning whether his bodyguard could not manage to be more gentle with the explosive wound. It is only through life and death that one can attain growth. A phrase you once imparted to me, Chiba concurred solemnly, maintaining a posture as rigid as a sword. He diligently wrapped the wound despite the task of tending to his master. Do you wish so fervently to leave Konohagakure and seek out Jinni? Kakashi Baitu detected the dissatisfaction in Chiba's tone and raised an eyebrow. Born of hardship, perishing in comfort, another of your sayings, Chiba remained as steadfast as a diamond. Very well, you may depart. I shall manage without your protection in the village, and I will speak to Sister Jinni myself. Kakashi Baitu expressed his frustration, realizing that while others gained a nurturing system in their new lives, he was left with a stepfather. After painstakingly cultivating a subordinate for protection, he found himself burdened with the role of a lord. Understood. A glimmer flickered in Chiba's eyes, and his icy facade softened. After completing his morning rituals, the horizon began to brighten. Kakashi Baitu leisurely finished his breakfast, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Young Master Bai, today marks your first day of school. Kakashi Lin's voice remained devoid of inflection. Oh no, I'm late on my first day? Kakashi Baitu fretted, hastening his pace towards the ninja academy. Meanwhile, within the halls of the academy, the ninja instructor, Kimura Yuru, passionately lectured on ninjutsu, aspiring to be the quintessential ninja teacher. Yet, his mood was irritable, oblivious to the several inaccuracies in his own teachings. Below the podium, Uchiha Itachi bore no semblance of youthful innocence or curiosity. Instead, he gazed at the empty seat beside him, conjuring the image of a silver-haired figure in white. How peculiar. Father mentioned that Kakashi Baitu, already possessing the strength of a genin, has yet to arrive. It was difficult for him to fathom that such a meticulous individual would be tardy on the very first day. It seemed a futile effort for his father to have arranged for the seat beside him to remain vacant. Contemplating this, Itachi's expression grew somber. He had heard whispers within the clan of increasing disputes near their new residence at the village's edge, and his father's temper had been notably volatile of late. Isn't there a handsome transfer student? Inazuka Hana mused, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, embodying the precocious nature of a young girl in the world of shinobi. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open with a loud crash. I apologize for my tardiness, Kakashi Baitu exclaimed, striving to steady his breath and maintain composure. Kakashi Baitu, Kimura Yuru remarked with a frown, I will overlook your lateness this time due to your unfamiliarity with the route. However, should you be late again, I shall have to impose a punishment. He spoke, emphatically clapping his hands together. Attention, fellow students, please welcome our new classmate. Chimu Bai, would you kindly introduce yourself? Greetings. Everyone, my name is Chimu Bai. Chimu Bai's introduction is remarkably succinct. Wow, he is so handsome, even more so than Itachi. Oh dear. Who should I choose between Chimu Bai and Itachi? Such a dilemma. Chimu Bai beads with cold sweat. Is this what they mean by the precocious world of ninjas? He is only 6 years old. Ahem. All right, you may take your seat beside Itachi, Kimura Yoru said after clearing his throat. Understood, I apologize for the disturbance, Teacher Kimura. Chimu Bai replied politely. As for this child, who seems to be calling upon the esteemed Hokage for attention, Kimura Yoru has never held him in high regard. Although this child comes from a prestigious lineage and is reputed to be remarkably capable, he now appears quite humble and courteous, leading to a slight change in Kimura Yoru's perception. However, a school is a school, and the external family affairs must not intrude within its walls. Just as Chimu Bai settled in, he received a note passed over from Itachi. Hello, my name is Uchiha Itachi. Turning his head, Chimu Bai smiled at Itachi's slightly bashful countenance, raising an eyebrow with a proud grin. The future Itachi, himself, has personally conveyed a note to me. How thrilling. In the afternoon, the first small assessment for enrollment would take place. Now class is dismissed. Upon uttering these words, Kimura Yura left, satisfied with the chorus of lamentations that echoed within the classroom. After class, hey, is that knife real? It's enormous. Inazuka Hana immediately occupied the space beside Chimu Bai, her gaze fixated on the tanto at his side, reaching out to grasp the hilt. This knife is akin to my second life, Chimu Bai sidestepped with a smile. Observing the girl before him, her delicate features adorned with two crimson, triangular markings on her cheeks, resembling those of Inuzuka Kiba. At this moment, her demeanor mirrored Kiba's youthful exuberance rather than the calm, composed, and clever disposition she would later adopt. TCH, what a stingy person. Itachi is still more handsome, right? Izumi? Inuzuka Hana exclaimed, playfully clinging to the dark-haired girl beside Itachi, who bore the Uchiha clan insignia on her back. Uchiha Izumi, affectionately referred to as Itachi's sister-in-law, possessed a charming and alluring countenance, a true beauty in the making. Alas, her affections were unrequited, as she harbored feelings for the overly devoted Itachi. Time swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, the plaza of the Ninja Academy was filled with eager youths ready for the trial. Chimubai stood alone at the side, his smile somewhat frosty as he declined the advances of several classmates. The enrollment test is officially commencing. After a series of draws, Chimubai found himself facing his opponent, Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, there seems to be a hidden agenda behind this lottery. Just look at that teacher, Kimura Yuru. His face flushed with anger, yet casting apologetic glances towards me. He truly is a diligent educator. If his words bear truth, beyond his line of sight, the Hokage's advisors, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan would all be monitoring this seemingly trivial assessment. Even the crystal of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, displayed the faces of both him and Itachi. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the young shinobi known as Hataki pondered whether he could truly bear the weight of the title that had emerged over the past fortnight. The origin of this moniker undoubtedly stemmed from the languid and unreliable leader of the Hataki clan, Kakashi, under the scrutiny of a dark-haired youth, whose eyes radiated the unique haughtiness of the Uchiha clan. I felt a chill pass through him as he smoothed the folds of his haori. Despite the trouble this individual presented, I resolved to decisively defeat him. Rumors of the honor of the White Fang of Konoha had spread throughout the village, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity to elevate the name of the Hataki swordsmanship. Soon, the entrance examinations commenced, wherein most noble shinobi easily overpowered their civilian counterparts, with few exceptions like Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze, whose talent overturned the resource disparities dictated by lineage. The next match was to be between Hataki Bai and Uchiha Itachi, as Konoha Yoru shouted with a simmering fury in his eyes. Bai stood poised on the field, gazing at Itachi across from him, his visage adorned with a serene smile, smooth as jade, an expression mandated by the spirit realm, embodying calmness and composure akin to that of the ancient clan leader, Hakuba Byakuya. Do you require a different blade? This one seems beyond your current capabilities, Konoha Yoru remarked, gesturing toward the towering form of Sakura Haruno. Not at all, I replied with a smile. To exchange weapons would be a sign of disrespect towards my opponent. Would it not, Itachi? Indeed, I would not dare, Itachi responded solemnly. As the two formed their respective seals, the air thickened with tension, and a cloud of dust erupted between them. I remained still, observing the sudden haze, his foot shifting slightly as gusts of wind brushed past his face, stripping away his smile. The Hashikage clamp glimmered in the sunlight, and in the next instant, Sakura unsheathed her blade, cleaving through the dust, subsequently reversing her grip to deflect a returning shuriken. Gasps filled the square. Even the Chunin present were astonished that Itachi's shuriken would return. Even more surprising was that Bai had not even turned his head as he dispatched the projectile. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the dust settled, Itachi remained undeterred by the failure of his shuriken assault, skillfully forming seals under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A C-rank ninjutsu surged forth from his hands. Alas, the speed of his hand seals left something to be desired. However, Itachi had only just begun his training and had time to refine his techniques. From a distant rooftop, Uchiha Fugaku observed with satisfaction, his Sharingan eyes keenly focused. As the formidable fireball approached, Bai maintained his calm demeanor. He tilted his head, narrowly evading the kunai concealed within the fireball, wielding his blade with precision as he executed a swift strike. Hataki Forest, Iato Slash. The chilling brilliance of his blade cleaved through the fireball, and with both hands gripping the sword, he launched a powerful kick toward the figure of Itachi. It's over. Itachi's cool voice echoed from behind. Unfazed, Bai kept his focus on Itachi, who suddenly transformed into a substitute wooden figure, as a cold kunai pressed firmly against the back of his neck. Indeed, it is over, Uchiha Itachi, you have lost. With a reverse grip, Hitachi plunged the blade of his weapon, Senbonzakura, into Uchiha Itachi's thigh. A smile returned to Hitachi-bai's face as he withdrew Senbonzakura, flicking away the blood from its tip. Had he not slightly retracted the blade moments ago, it would have severed Itachi's left leg, preventing Itachi from reaching for Hitachi-bai's nape with his kunai. Victory belonged to Hitachi-bai. Kimura Yi, with a complex expression, announced the outcome of the final test. Observing the solitary Hitachi-bai and Uchiha Itachi surrounded by a throng of girls, a bitter smile forming within. He had previously worried about this newly enrolled Hitachi by facing an initial defeat, even preparing words of comfort, yet the outcome had turned out so unexpectedly. Time flowed gently. It had been over half a month since Hitachi enrolled in the Ninja Academy, and he had unknowingly familiarized himself with the bronze statue of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the school entrance, his classroom, the playground, and his classmates, all firmly etched in his memory. The sun shone brightly, warming the day as Konoha gradually shook off the fear of the Nine-Tails night. Bustling streets returning to life with throngs of people, and more boys clad in white ceremonial robes, beaming with sunny smiles. Heroes never die, forever remain in our hearts. These 4 words seemed to descend from the banners, indelibly inscribed in the hearts of the villagers, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Winter had passed, spring had arrived. Birds chirped joyously on rooftops and power poles, while minor disputes between Konoha and the hidden villages of Kumogakure and Kirigakure could not extinguish the spark of hope igniting in people's hearts. Amidst such a flourishing atmosphere, Hitachi arrived at the tea house opposite the Hero Never Dies shop. The 3-colored dumplings had become an essential snack for him lately, and he often encountered the mature young Uchiha Itachi there. "Oh, Itachi, you actually have time to come here for 3-colored dumplings? Don't you need to return and sing lullabies to your precious little brother?" Hitachi quipped, taking note of Itachi's prominent nasolabial folds and the weight in his gaze, casually ordering 3 skewers of dumplings. Seeing the rare warm smile on Itachi's face, Hitachi could only inwardly marvel at the strength of brotherly affection. He had visited the new Uchiha clan residence once. It was quite remote, nestled in a corner of Konoha. The most indelible impression left in his mind was the ubiquitous cold, disdainful glances, and the smile of Itachi that appeared only when facing the future protagonist, Sasuke. "Here, your dumplings." The 3-colored dumplings belonging to Itachi were heavily placed down, while in the blink of an eye, the proprietor personally handed Hitachi his dumplings. "Here, little bai, I'll give you 2 extra." The stark contrast in attitudes was astonishing. The Uchiha clan's position in Konoha was quite awkward now. It was unclear when the rumor began circulating that the Nine-Tails had been manipulated by the Sharingan that night. Whispers of a potential coup by the Uchiha clan were rampant. "Thank you, uncle." Accepting the dumplings with an air of calm, he signaled to Itachi to meet at their usual spot later, departing at a leisurely pace. In the Konoha forest, sunlight danced through the leaves. A figure stands here, poised and upright, with the right arm extended forward, fingers curled except for the index finger, which resembles a spear. This is Kiki White, diligently honing his skills. His gaze is fixed intently on a wooden post ahead, lips subtly moving. Way of destruction number 1. Hurl. As the words leave his mouth, an invisible energy projectile visibly erupts from the tip of his finger, surging forward with speed. Bang. A crisp sound echoes, yet only a small white mark remains on the post. Sigh, still insufficient. The unchanted way of destruction number 1 lacks even the lethality of a fully thrown shuriken. Kiki White furrows his brow. This technique, a form of the Soul Reaper's combat methods known as Kido, was acquired during his time with the Soul Society's silver bracelet. Unfortunately, the destructive power of Way of Destruction number 1 fails to meet Kiki White's expectations. If chanted, its potency rivals that of C-rank ninjutsu. Without chanting, it proves no more formidable than before, akin to a mere shuriken. Must he truly resort to reciting a poem like an adolescent before engaging in battle? Kiki White is troubled. In this advanced world, where individuals can perform 3 or 4 hand seals a second by the time he finishes chanting, he fears he might already be a corpse. "Kiki." A voice calls out from a distance. It is Itachi. "My apologies for the delay. No, I simply arrived early. After all, I have no bothersome younger brother at home." Kiki White replies politely, then adds with a mischievous tone, "Itachi, do you think you will ever address little Sasuke as my foolish little bean, harboring resentment and hatred?" He sorrowfully and profoundly portrays the line. only to glance up and find Izumi and Itachi regarding him with expressions of disbelief, as if a fly had lodged itself in his throat. Kiki White, if you're feeling unwell, you must go to the hospital, and don't forget to take your medicine daily. The girl admonishes him in a voice tinged with condescension, causing Kiki White to shiver with discomfort. Oh, Izumi, is there not only Itachi in your eyes? Why the sudden concern for me? Kiki White grins, watching as the girl's face flushes crimson, resembling a ripe apple. What are you talking about? The voice of Uchiha Izumi is like the buzzing of a mosquito. Haha. Kiki, you ought not to jest. I inquired about the matter you raised last time with Brother Shursui. Itachi retorts coolly before adopting a serious demeanor. What did Shursui say? Is there a necessary relationship between the formation of ninjutsu, hand seals, and chakra? What distinguishes single-handed from two-handed seals? Kiki White eagerly inquires. For this is the very reason he summoned Itachi here today. He seeks to simulate the enigmatic energy within him as chakra, intending to replace chanting with hand seals to unleash Kido. Naturally, Shursui, who can now perform single-handed seals, is the best source for this question. There is no other option. The Soul Society is unreliable, and he must rely on himself. Kiki White thinks to himself as a familiar tingling numbness shoots through his right wrist, causing him to grimace. How amusing. Even with limited ability, you still manage to be proud. Jishui remarked that hand seals and chakra are as indispensable to the release of ninjutsu as the dual wheels of a vehicle are to its movement, each relying on the other. Concerning the differences between two-handed and one-handed seals, aside from the speed of casting, it is evident that the former possesses considerably greater power. However, each ninjutsu has its inherent limitations, akin to how a person's two-handed seal cannot exceed the potency of their one-handed seal. Therefore, the hand seals influence the quantity of chakra mobilized and its flow through the chakra pathways. They serve as the guiding medium for the direction of chakra, much like the steering wheel of a carriage. One might even liken it to the reins of a horse-drawn vehicle. While Jishui was uncertain about this analogy, it seemed plausible. This is intriguing. The potency of higher-level ninjutsu increases in the hands of the same individual, constrained by the limitations of the ninjutsu itself. Similarly, the techniques of breaking through barriers reflect this hierarchy, with later numbers resembling higher-level ninjutsu. The hand seals guide the flow and quantity of chakra, while incantations similarly serve this purpose. The power of an incantation is reduced to a third when chanted. If we pursue this line of thought, comparing ninjutsu to incantations, we might conclude that incantations are akin to hand seals. By memorizing the trajectory of chakra during the incantation of breaking techniques, one could analogously imprint hand seals, thereby creating unique seals for the breaking technique, eliminating the need for cumbersome chanting. With a sense of inspiration, Hitachi looked up to the sky, his expression vacant. Upon realizing the presence of two Uchiha individuals with black hair and eyes before him, even his seasoned demeanor could not mask the flush of embarrassment. You are still here, he exclaimed, unconsciously scratching his head and disheveling his neatly arranged hair. Initially intending to express his gratitude to Itachi with a lavish meal, he now found himself eagerly wishing to experiment with his newfound ideas. How about we meet at school tomorrow? Hitachi suggested, exhibiting a tendency to exploit Itachi's trust before discarding him. I knew Itachi was too naive to resist your trickery. You actually intend to renege on the agreement. Luckily, I followed along. This is a transaction, Uchiha Izumi declared, hands on her hips, exuding a protective fierceness. Hitachi felt a rush of apprehension. Girls at this age often mature faster than boys. The transaction between Itachi and me has already been completed. I have provided him with the answers he sought. He hurriedly clarified while smoothing his hair. Is that true, Itachi? Yes, Itachi replied succinctly, turning silently as he grasped Uchiha Izumi's hand, departing. Under the dimming light of the setting sun, Itachi's small figure appeared unexpectedly heavy, as though the burdens of his clan and village were balanced precariously upon his young shoulders. A slight tilt could send one side crashing to the ground. Watching Itachi depart, Hitachi clicked his tongue, pondering whether the weight of such thoughts was too great for a mere boy of 6, who was already contemplating how the Uchiha clan could coexist harmoniously with Konoha, much like the revered white fang of the village. Is the mind of every adult Uchiha filled with nonsense? Oh, pardon me. Perhaps it is the deluge of ideas aimed at subverting Konoha and establishing Uchiha supremacy that has inundated their thoughts. However, it is inevitable that one side must yield, or only one shall survive. The village cannot submit, for it embodies the Hokage, represents one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and stands as one of the 5 Kages in the ninja world. Although the reputation of the White Fang of Konoha has been restored, it is primarily due to his suicide, which signifies submission. So Itachi Uchiha, what is your choice? Will you bear the sins of all the Uchiha? After a long pause, Kakashi Hatake regained his composure, standing still for a moment, reflecting on his thoughts, recalling the flow of unknown energy within him as he sought to reconnect with the hand signs corresponding to the chakra pathways. He then raised his hands, awkwardly forming seals. Way of Destruction Number 1, Surge. The air pulsated, and the sturdy wooden post shattered as if struck by a tremendous force, splintering into pieces. Observing the flying wood shavings, Kakashi's lips curled into a smile, his handsome face brimming with delight. Such power! It rivals that of an enhanced jutsu. It appears my intuition was correct, he thought. Slightly out of breath as he gazed at his creation, excitement illuminating his eyes. Chanting for the demon arts, forming seals for ninjutsu. Both serve as conduits for the flow of energy, leading to the same destination. In a realm of darkness, Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes, taking in the majestic, weathered palace around him, akin to an ancient relic, as if he were seated upon the heavenly throne above the clouds. Where's this place? Suddenly, a burst of flame ignited, and flames erupted fiercely around him. Beneath the high flames, a solitary seat stood, resembling an existence from time immemorial. Without warning, a burning sensation enveloped his right wrist, startling Kakashi into clenching his teeth. The sound of a chant resonated. The boundary between life and death. The balance of realms. At the ends of the scales, atop the heavens, the guardian of order. The voice gradually faded. 5 crystalline bones suddenly materialized. As his vision darkened, Kakashi regained his sight and looked up. Within the familiar Hatake courtyard, the cherry blossom tree gently shed its petals like rain, accumulating endlessly. Master White. The time for morning practice has passed. Outside, the butler, Kakashi Rin, knelt at the door and spoke, his heart filled with astonishment. Although he had only recently begun to serve Kakashi, the invisible patriarch of the Hatake clan maintained an almost rigorous routine, not to mention that it was unusual for him to still be in bed at this hour. I understand. Is there something amiss? Kakashi shook his groggy head. Was that a dream? It shouldn't be. The pain in his wrist still numbed him. Not a dream? Kakashi turned to gaze at the window where the cherry blossom tree stood, now devoid of its rain of petals. Master White, the 2 orphans we took in last night have gone missing. If they are missing, then go search for them. Kitsuki Bai's tone was somewhat heavy. He could not comprehend why he was burdened with such matters. What, then, was the purpose of the family elders and the caretakers? Young Master Bai. The village murmurs spoke of clandestine human experiments being conducted, and among the prominent clans, only members of the Kitsuki family had vanished. The atmosphere fell silent as Kitsuki Bai furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. Orochimaru? Indeed. Please excuse me from school. I intend to pay a visit to this one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. What about a gift? No need. You may go. Kitsuki Bai rubbed the hilt of his sword. Konoha Sakura, exhaling deeply as he retrieved a meticulously prepared document from his safe. In this world of Hokage, most people believed in fate and bloodlines. However, Orochimaru placed his faith in science. Orochimaru's old residence was destroyed on the night of the 9 Tails, and the new abode, whether by design or coincidence, was situated in a remote corner of Konoha, adjacent to the Uchiha clan's territory. Its proximity to the Uchiha residence rendered it even more sinister. Knock, knock, knock. Dressed in a white ceremonial robe with a pink haori, Kitsuki Bai stood at the entrance of Orochimaru's residence with empty hands. The scabbard of his Konoha Sakura sword as dark as ink. Hiss, who seeks me? The door was opened by a terrifying creature, its vertical pupils coldly assessing Kitsuki Bai. Coiled around the doorknob was a serpent, the girth of an adult's arm, flicking its tongue as it spoke human words. Kitsuki Bai subtly shifted back. He had evidently underestimated Orochimaru's grim aura. The vast residence appeared devoid of life, and the guardian was a snake. Was this a guardian serpent for the purpose of amassing wealth? Would it sprout horns, perchance? I seek Lord Orochimaru. Not available. The words were curt and decisive. As the guardian serpent swiftly descended from the doorknob, its tail sweeping, and the door to Orochimaru's residence began to close. Way of Destruction 1, Surge. Kitsuki Bai snorted coldly, forming 3 hand seals in an instant, followed by a muffled sound as the guardian serpent was instantly reduced to a pile of flesh. Suddenly, a chilling gaze fell upon Kitsuki-bai, an aura of frost and dread. An interesting technique, the secret art of the Kitsuki family? At the end of that piercing gaze stood Orochimaru, with flowing black hair, serpentine pupils, and a pallid complexion, clad in the vestments of a Konoha Jonin. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes scrutinized Kitsuki-bai, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his sharp tongue licking his lips. Though he smiled, it was deeply unsettling. His hands deftly moved, forming the same hand seals Kitsuki-bai had just executed, flawlessly replicating them. Ninjutsu surge. Wait. Observing this formidable figure who spanned the heights and depths of the Hokage world, Kitsuki-bai could not help but exclaim, indeed, a genius, merely having witnessed it once. He can replicate his own seals without deviation. What brings you here, young lad of the Kitsuki clan? Orochimaru's raspy voice sent a chill down Kitsuki-bai's spine. Is this how Lord Orochimaru receives guests? Not even inviting me in for a moment's respite? Kitsuki-bai smiled slightly. Heh, an amusing young lad. One could say you are a fledgling unafraid of tigers. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, slowly collecting each piece of the guardian serpent's flesh and tossing it to other serpents within the residence to devour. Feeling the palpable aura of menace radiating from Orochimaru, Hatake-bai uncomfortably twisted his neck, forcing himself to compose his demeanor as he stepped into the estate, as if he were the true master of the residence. My commission shall not disappoint you, he declared within Orochimaru's abode. As the foremost among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's dwelling did not embody the antiquity or opulence that Hatake-bai had envisioned. Rather, it revealed a disconcerting authenticity, suggesting that Orochimaru cared little for the opinions of others in Konoha. The modest living room was stark and desolate, the only adornments being countless jars filled with nutrient solutions lining the walls. Within these solutions, various snakes of numerous species writhed, their sinister eyes appearing almost lifelike. Some jars brazenly contained preserved human organs, labeled as if for exhibition. Standing in the center of the room, Hatake-bai's complexion paled as he bitterly chuckled to himself, realizing that despite his attempts to deepen his understanding of Orochimaru's eccentricities, he had ultimately underestimated the terrifying intellect of this mad scientist. In light of my family's past, speak. Orochimaru said impatiently, his serpent-like eyes imposing a significant pressure on Hatake-bai. Last night, 2 children from the Hatake clan went missing, Bai stated, producing a scroll and placing it before Orochimaru. I do not accept tasks here. You must submit your request at the mission hall. No rush, Lord Orochimaru. Why not take a look at the contents of the scroll first? Bai replied, his expression devoid of emotion. The scroll contained his tailored offer for Orochimaru, a document pertaining to biological and cellular theories derived from his previous life, along with a microscope of the highest precision achievable in the Naruto world. Hatake-bai was confident that these items would surely satisfy Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity. Interesting, very interesting. Orochimaru exclaimed with a gleam of excitement in his serpent-like eyes, his agile tongue flicking out to taste the air, sending a chill down Bai's spine. So, what is it that you desire? The Hatake clan is few in number, and naturally, we hope to locate the missing children. Although they may not possess any Kekkei Genkai, they still bear the Hatake name. Bai articulated, aware that he could not trade such unique scientific theories for merely 2 lives, despite the implications for his family's reputation. He emphasized that the Hatake clan lacked any research-worthy bloodline limits and sought peace for his clan in the future, along with a means to gain access to Orochimaru's domain. Only that, in an instant, Orochimaru snatched the scroll away, vanishing it from sight. This is merely your first commission, and I hold great admiration for you, Lord Orochimaru. Hatake-bai stated, placing emphasis on the latter part of his sentence. As anticipated, the Orochimaru before him was likely but a mere clone. His true self was undoubtedly ensconced within his laboratory. Admiration for power, Bai unabashedly confessed. Power? Orochimaru let out a peculiar chuckle, the dismissive glint in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. Indeed, it is only with power that life loses its fragile semblance, is it not? With an unflinching expression, Hatake White remained composed, though cold sweat soaked the back of his garments, for the oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru was overwhelming. Truly, he was the very figure from the original narrative who could suppress Sasuke's every move with mere bloodlust. Hatake-kun, I find myself somewhat intrigued by you, Orochimaru remarked. his tongue flicking across his lips in agreement, causing Hitaki White's countenance to darken. "Come along. You might find my collection of curiosities fascinating. It would be fortuitous to present this microscope to my true self as well." Following Orochimaru's doppelganger, Hitaki White adeptly evaded the vigilant guards of Konoha, arriving at Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory. This was a hidden underground entrance obscured by illusionary arts, where a chilling breeze perpetually swept through the cavern. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Orochimaru's clone dissipated into smoke, leaving Hitaki White to cautiously navigate the dimly lit passageway. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Orochimaru's betrayal, for the document he possessed was incomplete, its crucial cultivation medium section abruptly severed. Otherwise, Orochimaru's clone would not have so decisively escorted him to this experimental site. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and fleeting glimpses of slick, eerie forms sent shivers down Hitaki White's spine. In that moment, he envied Kakashi's Sharingan, but then recalled the limitations imposed by the transplantation of non-Uchiha bloodlines, dispelling the thought. Reflecting on Kakashi's future, he lamented the downfall of a once great genius into a mere shell, perpetually deprived of chakra. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Hitaki White's vision suddenly expanded. The vast space was illuminated by a harsh, pallid light, revealing an array of corpses suspended from the ceiling, ranging from infants to the elderly, all clinging to the last vestiges of life. At the center of this macabre display was Orochimaru himself, manipulating a microscope, remnants of flesh and blood still clinging to his cheeks. Beneath the lens lay a disconcerting eyeball, and Orochimaru's expression conveyed his displeasure, casting a chilling, piercing glare towards Hitaki White. The eyeball itself is unobservable, but its liquid contents can be examined. Hitaki White spoke weakly, struggling to maintain composure amidst the terrifying atmosphere, even as the silver bracelet on his right wrist incessantly reminded him of the grave situation. In the next moment, he watched as Orochimaru squeezed the eyeball, shattering it. A flicker of satisfaction momentarily easing the tension in the air. "Hand over the remaining documents, and you may leave," Orochimaru commanded, having no qualms about issuing his dismissal now that he had acquired the microscope. "You may use this for future correspondence." With that, he expelled a damp scroll from his mouth and returned to his grim task, crushing another eyeball with deft precision. Faced with the damp scroll before him, Hitaki White's expression soured as he formed hand seals, employing water release to cleanse it multiple times before finally taking it and exiting the laboratory. The sunlight outside bathed him in warmth, but his demeanor turned cold as he grasped his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and parted his lips. "Who goes there? Step forward." In the brilliant embrace of sunlight, he awaited a response. Kakashi stood alone amidst the dense forest. Behind him lay the entrance to Orochimaru's experimental base, veiled by a sinister aura that exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. "Who dares to reveal themselves?" Kakashi's countenance turned icy, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, and his white ceremonial robe fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, his eyes glimmering with a frigid intensity. From the depths of the forest, a figure emerged in response to his chilling demand. Adorned with a monkey-faced mask and clad in a black uniform, the figure bore a blade upon its back, its emotionless eyes betraying no hint of humanity. An operative from the Umbu? No, it must be from Root. If the Umbu under the Hokage were aware of Orochimaru's base, he would have fled long ago. Kakashi pondered silently, scrutinizing the individual before him, striving to recall any fragments of memory concerning Root. Those of Root are devoid of names and emotions. They possess neither past nor future, their hearts consumed solely by their missions. Target identified. Kakashi. Why have you interacted with Orochimaru? Respond. The voice of the masked Root member was mechanistic, coldly fixated on Kakashi, its eyes reflecting only fervor for the mission and loyalty to Danzo. What if I choose not to answer? Kakashi replied with a stony expression, astonished to find himself designated as a target. He had presumed that Danzo, under the admonishment of the third Hokage, would retreat into the shadows, at the very least disbanding Root. Yet here he stood, under their scrutiny. Target identified. Kakashi, deemed worthless, refusal to answer warrants termination. The Root member declared Kakashi's death sentence with unwavering resolve, the tone of its voice devoid of fluctuation, as if it spoke of an unavoidable fate. In this moment, with the village's forces at the ready, Kakashi's value was deemed null, rendering him a target for elimination. A gentle breeze rustled through, brushing against Kakashi's garments. the atmosphere thick with an ominous portent of death, a chilling prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. The battle erupted in an instant. The root member interlaced its fingers and struck the ground with force. Earth release, hell swamp. Chakra surged forth, sending debris flying into the air. Kakashi deftly leaped, landing atop a sturdy branch, glancing back to find the ground transformed into a murky mire, while the masked figure had vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! Two sharp sounds echoed as shurikens embedded themselves in the branches with an elusive trajectory. Kakashi's expression hardened. The opponent confronting him, a mere student of the ninja academy, was evidently at least an elite genin, possibly even a chunin. Clang! The sound of steel rang out as a glimmer of silver flashed. The ground strewn with shattered shuriken fragments. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, spanning 1.5 meters in radius, materialized abruptly, and the root member reappeared within Kakashi's line of sight. Water release, water barrier. Kakashi was swift in his response, conjuring a thin wall of water to shield himself. Steam enveloped the area, obscuring his vision slightly. Kakashi, this is your final opportunity. Disclose the reason for your engagement with Orochimaru. The root member emerged, slightly panting, clearly burdened by the exertion of employing 2 ninjutsu techniques in quick succession. I refuse, Hatakibai stated calmly, twirling his blade with a flick of his wrist, inwardly cursing the spiritual silver bracelet that hindered him. Otherwise, how could he only master a few rudimentary ninjutsu? Although spitting water, fire, or electricity was far from graceful, it was a means of survival. Damn it! Before he could finish his thoughts, a familiar sensation coursed through his right wrist. Hatakibai's expression hardened as he gripped his Senbonzakura, his gaze unwavering upon the monkey-faced masked root member. At this juncture, he could only rely on one of the sealing techniques. Launching it from a distance, given his current chakra reserves, could inflict injury without death, inevitably provoking this desperate monkey-faced root member to act recklessly. Thus, engagement was the only option left. You dare to refuse? Seeking death. The monkey-faced mask slowly drew a short blade from behind, regarding Hatakibai as one would a piece of meat on a chopping block. Merely a mad dog raised by that old fool Danzo, speaking so boldly. Hatakibai adjusted his breathing, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, which resonated like thunder to the ears of the monkey-faced root member. The member's pupils constricted sharply, an intense murderous aura emerging from his previously expressionless eyes. It was crucial to remember that he was a member of the root, devoid of a name, emotions, past, or future. Only a fervent devotion to his mission and a wild admiration for Danzo remained. This little brat dares to insult Lord Danzo? Damn it! Kill him! The monkey-faced mask lunged at Hatakibai, his ferocious assault akin to a tempest, the blade glimmering with chakra like the scythe of death. However, to his astonishment, this mere 6-year-old Hatakibai managed to adeptly withstand his furious onslaught. The myriad of blade strikes, while not as tumultuous as ninjutsu, retained lethal efficacy. Hatakibai, with Senbonzakura firmly in hand and a playful smirk upon his lips, continuously moved, the sharp edges of his weapon slicing through the barrage to counterattack. With a clang, the two retreated from their clash. The monkey-faced mask's expression grew serious as he recalled a recent rumor that had elicited derision among the root members. Was it about the little white fong of Konoha? Indeed, Hataki's swordsmanship was formidable. So what will you do next? Fire-style smoke burn. The spreading smoke completely obscured Hatakibai's vision, forcing him to abandon the most powerful grip on his blade. He covered his nose with his sleeve and held his breath. He did not believe that the root members would be honorable enough to refrain from poisoning the smoke. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground beneath his feet, grasping fiercely at his ankle. Earth-style decapitation technique. A monkey-faced mask slowly materialized from the earth, beneath which a chilling smile appeared, while the other hand wielded a short blade, striking towards the back of Hatakibai's neck. Success. This little brat was doomed. The eyes behind the monkey mask glimmered with a chilling smile. The audacious young scion of the Hataki clan was finally facing his demise. Although his tenacity was unexpectedly remarkable and his swordsmanship could only be deemed genius, meriting the title of Konoha's White Fang, it would end here. Let him transform into a body that nourishes the roots. The frozen visage behind the mask twisted into a grotesque grin. The death of this young lad was inconsequential, as long as he could claim the boy's head. The clandestine arts of the Mountain Clan would reveal the dealings between him and Orochimaru. Moreover, there was the Hitaki clan's swordsmanship. However, an abrupt pang in his chest shattered his reverie. The Hitaki white in his grasp suddenly morphed into a wooden substitute amidst a cloud of smoke. Lowering his gaze, he beheld only a blinding shock of silver hair and that disdainful smile of the boy. How could this be? With the Hitaki clan's notorious lack of chakra, how could this boy possibly employ a second or even third ninjutsu? Way of destruction number 1, charge. Hitaki white materialized between the substitute and a root member, his right index finger gently pressing against the chest of the root member. As he uttered 5 words, a fierce surge of energy shattered the member's heart. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by a gust that dispersed the smoke, applause erupted, revealing Orochimaru's ghastly visage, his serpentine eyes emerging from the cave. His elongated tongue flicked out, and a sinister grin curled at the corners of his mouth. Splendid, splendid. First, the substitution technique drew my attention. Then the shadow clone continued to transform into the small trinket on the substitute's attire, culminating in a close-range strike. Remarkably efficient. The execution of your 3-body technique is truly awe-inspiring. Ha ha ha. Hitaki-kun, my interest in you grows ever stronger. Hitaki White's expression darkened, and with a roll of his eyes, he sheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms, retorting, Uncle Snake, how underhanded of you to arrive early and watch me fall into peril. Ha ha ha. This is merely the fly you brought upon yourself. And if I were to perish? Hitaki White's eyelids twitched as he regarded Orochimaru's approach, the silver bracelet on his right wrist stirring restlessly. Perish? What purpose would such a fragile existence serve? With a wave, Hitaki White bid farewell and departed. At the root base, Danzo sat above, a single eye emanating a sinister glow. Exion dead? Yes, Lord Danzo. Beneath Danzo, a multitude of root members knelt. What was his mission objective? Surveillance mission, target, Hitaki White. Ah, the White Fang, is it? Danzo scoffed, a scar on his face rendering him grotesque. Did he kill Exion? No. Then who? Kakashi. Danzo's voice reverberated in the vast space. The mention of Hitaki Kakashi ignited a prickling sensation across his scars. Had it not been for Kakashi, he would have already claimed the position of Hokage. It is Orochimaru. Along with Exion, 3 root members near Orochimaru's residence have vanished. Orochimaru. Danzo's voice turned venomous, then softened as he instructed to gather the collected evidence. Sarutobi, what will you do about your most favored disciple committing the most intolerable act? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Having returned to the Chimu courtyard, Chimu-bai was lost in contemplation, pondering when he might represent the Chimu clan to cultivate a bond with Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko. After all, although Kakashi was still young, it was prudent to allow several years to nurture such a relationship, was it not? Rin had long since departed, and now the responsibility of Kakashi, the head of the Chimu clan, was to flourish under the sun and expand the family lineage. He remained oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru had tidied up the aftermath for him, taking the blame and subsequently defecting from Konoha. Even if he were aware, he would scarcely concern himself with the notion that he had ignited the very fuse for Orochimaru's betrayal. Perhaps the latter had long desired to break free from the constraints of Konoha that hindered his experiments. That night, under a dim crescent moon, the stars flickered faintly. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a solemn expression, clad in black battle armor. The sudden news from Danzo had caught him off guard, and the current state of Konoha had caused him to stoop slightly more. Danzo, you should know that if the information is false, you will. Hiruzen, Orochimaru's actions have already betrayed Konoha. You cannot hesitate. Came the hoarse voice of Danzo, who was seething with rage after the death of his subordinate at Orochimaru's hands. He remained hidden in the shadows, clad in black kimono. And without the bandages wrapping his singular eye, one might mistake him for an ordinary middle-aged man enjoying a quiet evening at home, though the scar on his face was clearly visible in the dim moonlight. Hiruzen, as Hokage, even if Orochimaru is your most talented disciple, you must steel your heart. Tsunade reprimanded, aligning herself alongside Danzo, as the 2 Hokage advisors stood united with him. For the sake of the village, should Orochimaru truly commit such acts, I will take action. However, I am curious, having commanded you to disband Root, where did your intelligence originate, Danzo? Unfazed, Danzo approached, well aware that Hiruzen would pose this very question. A flicker of jealousy flashed in his singular eye, a manifestation of his greed for the Hokage position. His voice was heavy with conviction. Hiruzen, you represent the light of Konoha. I, in contrast, embody its darkness. We of Root do not employ unscrupulous methods merely because we belong to Root. Rather, we have coalesced to protect Konoha by any means necessary. Though Root has been disbanded, our resolve to safeguard Konoha shall endure unto death. A profound silence enveloped the rooftop, with Mito Gate and Tsunade standing in solidarity with Danzo, presenting a unified front. Very well, I hope you honor your word. Hiruzen cleared his throat, rising abruptly with an imposing presence. Kakashi, Narashikaku. Here, I command you both as deputies to lead a team to encircle Orochimaru's experimental base. Understood. Operation Codename, Snake Extermination, Responsible Officer, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The operation commences. In an instant, 2 squads of Umbu appeared, then vanished into the shadows. Under the dim moonlight, figures darted swiftly, surrounding Orochimaru's experimental base from all directions. At the entrance of Orochimaru's experimental base, a sudden movement. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived swiftly, his somber gaze surveying the remnants of the fierce battles and the unmistakable illusionary barriers of snake techniques surrounding the area. His belief in Danzo's intelligence reports deepened, and a profound sorrow enveloped his expression. Not long had passed since the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had departed, and now Orochimaru mirrored this grim reality. The main faction led by Danzo remained in the shadows, while the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning continued to provoke unrest at the borders. How could the beleaguered Leaf Village navigate through such turmoil? Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes sharpened with resolve. With deft hand seals, he shattered the illusionary barriers set by the experimental base and charged in without a backward glance. For the village, no one should falter, even at the cost of their own lives. The new leaves will eventually flourish. Inside the desolate experimental base, amidst a jungle of corpses, the third Hokage finally confronted his former disciple, Orochimaru. You wretched fool, Orochimaru. Sarutobi's heart sank as he beheld the horrifying scene. Most of the bodies were villagers of the Leaf, including even newborn infants. It dawned on him that the evidence provided by Danzo was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ah, my dear teacher, you have finally discovered my little secret, Orochimaru said, turning around, displaying no sign of panic at being found conducting inhumane experiments. Calmly, he rolled up his sleeves and meticulously wiped the blood from his hands with a towel. After carefully stowing away the microscope into a scroll, he finally met his teacher's gaze. Sarutobi observed the wrinkles upon Orochimaru's forehead, the parched skin akin to tree bark on his cheeks, the age spots marring his once youthful visage, and the curvature of his back. A slow, painful examination. A flicker of emotion passed through the cold, serpent-like eyes of Orochimaru. Was it regret or sorrow? Orochimaru, why? Why must you do this? They are all people of the village. Are you not satisfied with what the village has given you? Sarutobi's voice trembled with a mix of grief and anger. The scene before him felt surreal. He longed for the moment he could awaken from this nightmare and see his once brilliant student, Orochimaru, as he used to be. Why? Orochimaru chuckled softly, his tongue flicking over his lips with fervor. Life is far too fragile, my teacher. How can a mere village like Konoha compare to the pursuit of eternal life and an endless career of research? You have grown old, teacher. A Hokage of a village is all that satisfies you. Your ambitions are limited. I, however, seek infinite life to explore every jutsu within the ninja world. Ninjutsu, Shadow of the Serpent. Before he could finish, Orochimaru struck first, unleashing a torrent of serpents from his sleeves. Earth Style, Earth Wall. The third Hokage, demonstrating his prowess, formed a single-handed seal, conjuring a robust brown earthen wall to shield himself. Teacher, you have grown old, content only with defense. Ninjutsu, twin serpents devouring each other. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed from behind, accompanied by 2 massive pythons surging forth. Silence. Summoning jutsu. Enma, come forth. As the imposing ape demon appeared, it effortlessly snapped 2 serpents in half, only to be taken aback upon realizing its adversary was Orochimaru. What transpired, Hiruzen? How did you come to be engaged in battle with Orochimaru? Hiruzen, there is no time for explanations. You must assist me in fending off Orochimaru. The third Hokage's armor billowed in the fierce wind as he swiftly formed hand seals. 5 Nature Release. Great Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. 5 elemental chakras surged forth with formidable might. The customary smirk on Orochimaru's face vanished abruptly. Disregarding everything else, he hastily formed his own hand seals. Summoning technique. Triple Gate of Resurrection. Suddenly, 3 ominous gates, each adorned with grotesque, demonic visages, emerged, gaping wide to staunch the advance of Hiruzen's technique. With a series of resounding crashes, the Triple Gate of Resurrection shattered. Yet the great multi-shadow clone technique surged relentlessly toward Orochimaru. Panic etched across Orochimaru's face as he glanced at Hiruzen, 2 crystalline tears unwittingly cascading down his cheeks, shimmering like stars. Witnessing this, Hiruzen's heart stirred, and he involuntarily slowed his movements, memories flooding back from their first encounter to his role as a teacher imparting ninjutsu. Leading to this poignant moment, his hands gradually loosened, chakra dissipating as he stood still, speechless. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru broke through the surrounding walls and fled rapidly. Hiruzen, you will regret this decision. The ape demon ceased its hand seals, sighed deeply, and transformed into a plume of smoke, returning to the summoning realm. Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage. Kakashi, leading a team of Umbu, arrived to witness the devastation wrought by the ninjutsu, their hearts heavy with awe. Truly, the third Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, had even forced one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, to such a desperate state. Is it true that Orochimaru has perished? The extermination operation had failed. Relay the order. Orochimaru has defected from Konoha and is officially designated as an S-rank rogue ninja. The news spread swiftly across the 5 great nations. Hiruzen, weary and despondent, issued this command. His voice aged by decades, his frail form suddenly revealing the toll of time. He had already reached retirement age long before the 4th Hokage ascended. What? Orochimaru has defected. The news of Orochimaru's betrayal, as the foremost among the legendary 3, reverberated throughout Konoha, leaving the village in shock and disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing the gruesome corpses brought forth by the Umbu, cries of anguish echoed through the village. These were their beloved kin, not fallen on the battlefield, but slain by their own comrades. How could this be? Orochimaru would never betray us. On the rooftop of a bathhouse in Konoha, Jiraiya, pale and shaken, suddenly stood, murmuring absent-mindedly, disregarding the screams from within the bathhouse. Ignoring the Umbu who had come to inform him, he dashed into the night, resolute. Tsunade has left, and now Orochimaru has defected? No, I must bring you back, Orochimaru. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat solemnly at his desk, diligently signing various compensation policies necessitated by Orochimaru's actions. The furrows on his forehead had deepened, and his complexion had taken on a pallid hue. Hiruzen, it has been 3 days, and Jiraiya has yet to return, remarked Danzo, flanked by Shikamaru and Mito. He donned a crisp gray kimono, his singular eye gleaming with ambition. Hiruzen lifted his gaze to his 3 companions, who had been with him since childhood, his voice weary. There are pressing matters at hand. The current state of Konoha is fraught with both internal and external turmoil, and we face a severe shortage of personnel. As Hokage, decisive action is imperative, especially considering that Orochimaru, once your pupil, has engaged in such inhumane human experimentation. The discontent among the villagers is palpable, particularly among that clan, who are beginning to stir restlessly. Danzo's insinuation hung in the air. Hiruzen halted his pen, fixing his gaze intently on Danzo, his countenance resembling a sky heavy with impending storms, leaving the outcome uncertain, whether it would be thunder or mere words, or perhaps a dissipating mist. From this day forth, the root organization shall be reinstated. Danzo, you shall resume your role as Hokage's advisor and lead Root to safeguard Konoha. Hiruzen produced a scroll he had prepared earlier and handed it to Danzo, turning to gaze at the village undergoing reconstruction. He straightened his aching back, summoning renewed vigor. As he closed his eyes, darkness enveloped him. Yet, inexplicably, without having opened his eyelids, the scenery brightened. In a modest courtyard, a cherry blossom tree showered down delicate petals in an ethereal, tranquil display. Is this yet another dream? Muttered Hitaki Bai, rising to approach the spectacle, instinctively reaching out to catch a pink petal. Alas, it seemed like an illusion, slipping through his fingers and cascading to the ground in a gentle heap. Indeed, it is merely a dream, Bai chuckled softly, reasoning that it was still February and cherry blossoms could not possibly be in bloom. You have grown complacent. The voice was cold, laced with palpable dissatisfaction and ire. "Who is it?" I furrowed his brow, instinctively grasping for his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, only to find nothing at his waist. Looking up, he saw a flurry of petals shooting towards him from beneath the tree. A chill swept across his cheek as he opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar courtyard. He raised his gaze to see the once barren cherry blossom tree sprouting tender green buds. Turning his head, he noticed a water basin that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, its surface reflecting a youthful, handsome visage with silvery hair adorned by a starry clasp. Gradually, the reflection morphed, revealing a streak of blood on the cheek. Bai's expression shifted in surprise as he raised a hand to touch his own face. The bloodstain vanished, leaving behind a faint scar in the reflection, barely discernible. "Is this truly a dream?" Bai whispered, grasping the 1,000 cherry blossoms that had fallen beside him, a result of his own negligence in slumbering beneath the tree. It dawned upon him that after overcoming the members of Root, he had unwittingly allowed himself to slacken, neglecting the daily ritual of caring for his blade. Is it indeed true that one's thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night? Can dreams truly influence reality? The scene was imbued with an air of fantastical wonder. With a gentle exhale, Hatake White released the murky breath of winter, his expression suddenly turning cold. Gripping his blade with his right hand, he executed a swift, silver arc behind him. Hatake Ryu, the art of Aido. The clash of metal resonated with a sharp clang as Kakashi, wielding a kunai, intercepted a powerful Aido strike, his face behind the mask revealing a hint of resignation. "Oh, a rare visitor indeed. It is the clan leader, long time no see." Hatake White sheathed his sword with subtlety, his white haori fluttering without a trace of smoke or fire, and jested lightly. Amid the reconstruction of Konoha, the workload was immense, and with a shortage of personnel, every ninja was overwhelmed, especially Kakashi, an elite jonin and head of the Umbu. Since the opening of that hero's store, Kakashi had not made an appearance before Hatake White. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kakashi's singular eye flickered with a rare ripple. "Shall I offer you some guidance?" he proposed. "After all, as the clan leader, I am also a jonin." "I must decline," Hatake White retorted mercilessly, his words sharp. "Are you intending to instruct me, a master of blade, on how to abandon my sword?" "Enough of this." A noticeable vein throbbed on Kakashi's forehead as he seized Hatake White's shoulder, leaping onto the roof with him and swiftly departing. The 9th training ground, situated at the outskirts of Konoha, was typically deserted. Yet at this moment, 3 figures appeared. "Hey, Kakashi, let us engage in our 3,281st fervent, youthful duel. Youth should be vibrant and alive." Just as Hatake White steadied himself, he spotted a green-skinned watermelon, Mado guy, with thick eyebrows and gleaming white teeth, performing push-ups in the 9th training ground, drenched in sweat. Hatake White quickly stepped back, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, his eyes might be completely dazzled. Aki, I might not have time today. I need to mentor the clan's talented ninjutsu practitioners." Kakashi, too, unable to resist Mado guy's enthusiasm, took a couple of steps back, stating his intention for involving Hatake White. It seemed he had yet to master the skill of ignoring Mado guy's exuberant words. However, Hatake White chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. The lingering dizziness from being swept along earlier had not fully dissipated, and now they sought to use him. He appreciated the clan leader's good intentions. Yet he believed that witnessing a duel between the clan leader and Mr. Guy would surely enlighten him. Hatake White, with a speed surpassing that of a merchant selling flowers, took 3 large strides to clear the battlefield for their duel. The thrill of youth. Indeed, this is how youth should be. Mado Guy, maintaining his push-up form, began to shout, "If I lose to Kakashi today, I will do 1,000 push-ups. If I cannot manage that, I shall throw punches 3,000 times. And if that too proves impossible, I will perform 500 frog jumps." Continue to forge ahead, for youth will not permit failure. Long live youth. Kakashi felt a persistent throbbing in his forehead, and his temples throbbed as if pounded by a heavy fist, intensifying his headache. Turning to glance at the gentle and amiable smile of Hatake by beside him, his head ached even more. "State your conditions," he conveyed with his eyes, his lips remaining still. Upon noticing this, Hatake Bai revealed a satisfied smile, raising his right hand as if cradling a ball. Although the gesture seemed somewhat indecent, he was confident that Kakashi would comprehend, considering that Kakashi had yet to encounter the realm of intimate paradise. With a resigned nod, Kakashi acknowledged the spiral sphere, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Oh, by the way, Chief, didn't you use your Sharingan earlier? Are you still able to fight? Hitachi-bai inquired, attempting to alleviate the tension. Suddenly, Might Guy let out a dramatic cry. Kakashi, how could you do this? A duel without exerting full strength cannot be deemed a spirited youth battle. Let us instead engage in a race of youth today. No, I think I shall guide my little bean sprout in her training instead, Kakashi replied, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, exhaling a sigh of relief. 365. 366, chanted Might Guy with fervor, while Kakashi lazily squatted on the ground, addressing Hitachi-bai. Why is it that I can never find a trace of youthful innocence in you? I even question whether your hands are stained with blood. Are you truly the wealthy son of the Minister of Finance of the Land of Fire? Hitachi-bai raised an eyebrow, surprised by Kakashi's blunt inquiry. However, he quickly concealed his astonishment, drawing the 1,000 cherry blossoms, a sword hanging from his waist, and replied with a smile. Even my father faced challenges when he first took on the role of the Lord's financial minister. I see, Kakashi acknowledged, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The intelligence from the Umbu had indicated that this sword, known as 1,000 cherry blossoms, had mysteriously appeared by his side that night. Kakashi continued, though I am not one to teach, I must fulfill the requests of the clan elders. Given your age, it would be wise to first master physical techniques before learning the ninjutsu that suits you best. As for the spiral sphere you wish to learn, I am not proficient in it, primarily due to the Hitachi clan's limited chakra reserves. Physical techniques? Hitachi-bai frowned. Like him? In the distance, Might Guy, with his watermelon-shaped head and thick brows, appeared flushed, sweat soaking his entire body, forming little puddles on the ground, as if he were boiling over. Is this guy insane? Hitachi-bai exclaimed in shock. However, Kakashi maintained a serious demeanor and earnestly advised, do not be misled by Akai's appearance. His physical techniques are among the strongest in Konoha. Is this what you meant? But even so, allow me to decline, Hitachi-bai interjected. Why? Kakashi's brows furrowed, puzzled. Did Hitachi-bai also look down upon Akai, who only excelled in physical techniques? Observing the look in his eyes toward Akai, it seemed more one of respect than disdain. Why? Kakashi felt a mixture of astonishment and resignation as he observed the immaculate white attire of Hitachi-bai, adorned with exquisite hair ornaments. The thought of the 8 gates of bypass, a forbidden technique not easily forsaken by any traveler, loomed large in Bai's mind. Especially under the tutelage of the man known as the Kage. He had often envisioned the eternal 8 gates depicted in fan fiction, even fantasizing about wielding a Rasengan in one hand and a Chidori in the other, all while unleashing a great fireball from his mouth. However, the predicament lay in his own appearance. He could scarcely approach such aspirations, for the ornate silver bracelet upon his right wrist seemed to reject his attempts to channel chakra through his body, permitting only a fraction, approximately 1/3, of his pathways to be utilized. While Bai held no objections to celebrating youth, he vehemently rejected the attire and demeanor reminiscent of Might Guy. It simply lacked elegance, and he politely declined any association with such unbecoming aesthetics. Despite maintaining a composed exterior, his heart ached at the thought of relinquishing the mastery of the 8 gates. What a dreadful rejection. Kakashi, taken aback, could only offer alternatives, suggesting the family scrolls ninjutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique, which he believed Bai could unleash thrice with his chakra. Yet Bai, with a pained expression reminiscent of a wilting flower, firmly declined. The notion of expelling techniques from his mouth felt utterly lacking in grace. Kakashi felt a surge of frustration as he contemplated the implications of Bai's rejection. Perhaps the Rasengan was a more suitable choice, but given its association with the 4th Hokage, he hesitated. Instead, he discreetly gathered a sphere of lightning in his palm, summoning the Chidori, which resonated in a cacophony of energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai's lips curled into a gentle smile. His left arm enveloped in thick bandages. Reflecting on the day's encounters and achievements, his smile deepened, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, his fair visage aglow under the fading sunlight. Boss, I'd like 10 skewers of 3-colored dumplings, please, Bai stated with poise, suppressing his cravings. Oh, it's Little White Tooth. Do you think you can finish all these dumplings? The tea house owner replied, albeit still preparing the order with efficiency, generously adding 2 extra skewers. Oh, and don't forget about Red Bean. Is that the girl named Red Bean? It has been a while since she last visited. That night, The residence of Yatsuhashi Red Bean was ablaze with light, a group seated in the living room. Red Bean, are you all right? Oh, please. What nonsense is this? How could I ever be in trouble? It's merely a rogue ninja. I am Red Bean, after all. Hongdo forced a smile. Having remained indoors ever since discovering that her admired teacher, the legendary Orochimaru, had defected from the Hidden Leaf Village to conduct inhumane experiments, Kakashi quietly turned his head, catching sight of the dark curse mark on the back of Hongdo's neck. It became evident that Orochimaru had indeed created the curse mark, explaining why his men had failed to locate the elusive Zone Wu. It seemed that Orochimaru had acted first. Hongdo, let us engage in a youthful contest of eating dumplings. Get lost, watermelon rind. Hongdo's eyes twitched, yet a smile crept upon her lips. Sister Hongdo, you've finished your dumplings. These are all mine now. Curse you, little brat. Did you not see that this young lady is in sorrow? No, you dare. The following day, the unrest in the Hidden Leaf Village due to Orochimaru's defection finally stabilized under a series of policies implemented by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village steadily embarked on the path of reconstruction. On a clear morning, after completing his morning exercises, Kakashi proceeded to the Ninja Academy, as per usual. As he stepped out of the Hitaki household, his expression turned cold, gripping his kunai tighter as his gaze subtly scanned two lurking shadows. It must be from Root. After Orochimaru's betrayal, Sarutobi's reputation took a hit, allowing Danzo to regain power. Kakashi pondered the true essence of the third Hokage's title. Was it the perseverance of a ninja or the endurance of patience? He scoffed silently, whispering disparaging remarks about the village leader as he hastened towards the academy. At the entrance of the academy, Kakashi unexpectedly spotted a figure. Black hair and eyes, deep lines on his face, and an Uchiha clan emblem on his back. His gaze calm, yet burdened. Itachi Uchiha? Why is he standing at the academy, fixated on the statue of the third Hokage? Wait. Initially driven by curiosity, a thought crossed Kakashi's mind, and an odd smile appeared on his face. Danzo and Itachi, one had relentlessly sought the Hokage position for 10 years, while the other had harbored the notion of becoming Hokage from a young age. So why was Itachi unfit for the role? Watching me, Danzo. With this thought, Kakashi swiftly approached Itachi, his face brimming with cheer. What a splendid day. It's raining, so let us plant a seed in Itachi's mind. Who knows what might sprout? Hey, Itachi, why are you standing still here? You're going to be late. Oh, it's you, Kakashi. I'm feeling somewhat lost and unable to decide. Feeling lost is normal. Let us meet at our usual spot after class. At the root base, Danzo inexplicably shivered. After class, the students of the Ninja Academy scattered like a flock of birds. At the swing set that belonged to Naruto, Kakashi awaited a somber Itachi. What? You wish to graduate early? Kakashi was astonished. Wasn't he Itachi supposed to graduate next year, at the age of 7? Why was he considering early graduation now? Had this silver-winged butterfly from another timeline stirred the winds? Itachi sat upon the swing, his body swaying unconsciously with its motion. After much hesitation, he addressed Kakashi with words that resonated from the depths of his heart. I have noticed that the surveillance at the clan's residence has intensified, and it is glaringly evident, as if there is a concerted effort to provoke a coup within your Uchiha clan. Kakashi, unreserved, tore apart Itachi's ambiguous statements. Yet inwardly, he cursed those who had infiltrated the roots through nepotism. Even a mere child, yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, could perceive your existence. Or perhaps those behind the scenes have grown so brazen. Indeed, Orochimaru's defection has dealt a significant blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. Otherwise, Danzo would not be behaving so recklessly now. Itachi's eyes widened in shock, and he soon lowered his gaze. Itachi, what do you hope for? Or rather, what is your dream? Kakashi shifted his stance, allowing the setting sun to cast its radiant glow upon him, illuminating him like a divine being. A dream? Itachi lifted his gaze to meet Kakashi's resplendent visage, momentarily taken aback, and then resolutely declared, Peace. My dream is for the village to be devoid of war, where everyone can coexist harmoniously, without conflict or bloodshed. Though he was already aware of Itachi's response, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk, feeling a sense of melancholy about the precociousness of youth in the shinobi world. For some reason, beneath the brilliance of Itachi's humanity, he felt rather ignoble. Peace. Peace is reciprocal. Only when both parties genuinely desire peace can dialogue occur, mutual understanding flourish, and compromise lead to true tranquility. Reciprocal? What do you mean? Confusion and uncertainty flickered in Itachi's dark eyes. What extinguished the chaos of the Warring States era? You ought to know. Was it the overwhelming would-release power of the first Hokage? Not entirely. While the first was formidable, he still had rivals. Moreover, the coercive force only yields temporary peace. Are you implying Madara? After much contemplation, Itachi finally uttered the name regarded as the deepest taboo within Konoha. To be precise, the turmoil of the Warring States era culminated in a compromise between the Senju and Uchiha clans, the understanding and union of the two paramount forces in the world, namely, the mutual comprehension and collaboration between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, ultimately quelling the chaos of the Warring States period. Their mutual understanding and communication birthed the peace of that era. Thus, when the understanding between them fractured, and both Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage passed away, the absence of communication among the world's supreme powers heralded the onset of the first great ninja war. Is it through supreme power that peace can prevail? Mutual communication and understanding are the true pathways to peace. Yes, much like the current relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's words struck like thunder. What should I do? A light of hope ignited in Itachi's eyes as he gazed intently at Kakashi. Do you believe that the current Uchiha clan and the village's higher echelons can truly understand and communicate with one another? They cannot. Indeed, the warlike mentality of the Uchiha clan arises from the grassroots, where the elders, representing the family members, compel the clan leader to resist submission and compromise, ultimately choosing the path of forsaking peace. Conversely, the higher echelons of Konoha operate from the top down, embodying public sentiment and igniting a flame of disdain towards the Uchiha clan, awaiting the moment it engulfs the entire plain. The higher-ups of Konoha? Are you referring to the third Hokage? No, the third Hokage's desire for peaceful coexistence is no less fervent than yours. Then why do you assert they operate from above? Because the third Hokage lacks sufficient strength. Lacks strength? Indeed, as Hokage, the third's inadequacy has led to the fragmentation of power, resulting in the position of Hokage advisor. Is he truly insufficiently strong? Can even the third Hokage be deemed weak? Itachi gazed doubtfully at his own hands, questioning whether he could possess the supreme power necessary to secure peace for his family and village. If one is sufficiently strong, they can foster mutual compromise and understanding between the Uchiha and the village. Is sheer strength enough to facilitate such compromise? Yes, when you possess enough strength, you can ascend to the position of Hokage in the name of the Uchiha, earning the recognition of all, thereby fostering communication and unity, eliminating political upheaval. I see. To become Hokage in the name of the Uchiha and gain universal acknowledgement, leading to peace. Then, Itachi, let the Hokage position be your aspiration. A smile graced Shikamaru's lips, pleased to have successfully led Itachi astray, given his youth. Suddenly, an elderly man with a goatee, clad in a red and white Hokage cloak, appeared beside them. His perennial kind smile emanating warmth as he affectionately ruffled Itachi's and Shikamaru's hair, saying, "You must remember, it is not merely the one who becomes Hokage who gains recognition. Rather, it is those who are recognized by all who can ascend to that position." Shikamaru's expression turned blank, internally chuckling at his own oversight regarding the third Hokage's foresight. Lo and behold, the setting sun painted the sky in blood-red hues. So, third Hokage, can I become Hokage? A glimmer of hope illuminated Itachi's eyes. Haha, Itachi. Of course you can. But both of you must remember, being Hokage entails a profound responsibility, protecting the village and its citizens. Can you shoulder that burden? The third Hokage smiled, gently patting Itachi and Shikamaru's heads. Absolutely, Itachi replied without hesitation, his youthful face brimming with determination. And you, Shikamaru? Of course, he responded, albeit with a hint of insecurity, gazing intently at the elder and the younger, feeling somewhat out of place. Why? Why does it feel this way? I was here first. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night gradually unfurled its cloak, the streets of Konoha grew quieter, the liveliness of the day giving way to tranquility. For the villagers, who had just endured the calamity of the Nine Tails and the defection of Orochimaru, such peaceful scenes were undoubtedly what they longed for. After a prolonged absence, the night market was once again illuminated by a myriad of neon lights, vibrant and colorful. Occasionally, one could spot Konoha's police ninjas clad in Uchiha attire patrolling the bustling streets. After enduring a lengthy session of motivational discourse from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, directed towards himself and Itachi, Kakashi Hatake finally embarked on his journey home, exchanging courteous greetings with familiar shopkeepers and fellow ninjas along the way, displaying a humble demeanor that was perfectly balanced. The nearly 3-month influx of funding in Konoha had not been in vain, while it did not elicit profound gratitude from the townsfolk. The grateful smiles from the homeless and beggars who caught sight of Kakashi's white haori brought him a sense of comfort. Although the vigilance appeared to remain unwavering, there was a noticeable increase in unfamiliar faces, predominantly fresh graduates from the academy, with seasoned chunin and above seemingly absent from the patrols. Kakashi pondered the implications. Indeed, following the Ninetales incident and Orochimaru's defection, tensions along the borders with Cloud and Mist villages had escalated significantly. While the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War were not imminent, given the narrative in his mind, it was evident that minor skirmishes between Konoha and Cloud during this period had resulted in Konoha suffering losses. In retrospect, it seemed wiser for him and Itachi to have opted for early graduation to join the war effort. For reasons unknown, the appearance of cherry blossom petals in his dreams instilled a sense of urgency within him. Furthermore, there was Danzo, whose unpredictable fury was indeed terrifying. Upon returning to the Hatake residence, Kakashi was taken aback to find a rather listless figure in the courtyard, dressed in umbu attire, none other than himself. "Elder, are you feeling rather idle?" Kakashi remarked, surprised at the unexpected encounter, pondering if Might Guy had similarly decided to bother him at such an hour. "Are you prepared?" Kakashi inquired, omitting any unnecessary words as he drew a short blade from behind, holding it reverse grip, the blade angled toward Kakashi. "Have you lost your mind?" Kakashi retorted, nonetheless drawing his own weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. "The elder mentioned that you have grown complacent since your decisive victory over the Uchiha clan's prodigy," Kakashi continued. "And so, you intend to curb my arrogance? You are a Jonin." "Jonin? Does that mean a genin must merely await death in the face of a Jonin?" Kakashi's demeanor turned icy. Despite his favorable view of the recently acclaimed prodigy from the Hatake clan, he now perceived that a few inconsequential victories had inflated Kakashi's ego. Prodigy? The true strength lies with the genius who endures until the end. Those who perish prematurely are left with nothing but hollow reminiscences. With that, Kakashi lunged forward, his movements swift as lightning, striking toward Kakashi. With a resounding thud, Kakashi was sent flying, colliding heavily against the stone wall, his expression turning serious and his lips pressed together tightly. Kakashi is formidable. So much so that a mere exchange of glances instills in Hatake by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, a feeling from which there is no escape. The short blade he wields is devoid of chakra, and its technique is not one of exquisite finesse. Merely a powerful downward slash that instantaneously quells Hatake by's disdain for Kakashi. Was he truly so naive, speaking brashly of his prowess only to flush with embarrassment in retrospect? "Have you finished your thoughts?" The whispering in his ear resembles the sigh of death itself, as the blade pierces through his right shoulder, blood gushing forth like a crimson fountain. "If this is all you can muster, then I shall sever your head with the next strike. The Hatake blade technique in your hands is a disgrace." Kakashi's voice is cold, his gaze devoid of emotion, the short knife in his hand reflecting a menacing red in the light. Hatake by's chest heaves as he meets Kakashi's indifferent eyes, feeling as though his neck has been irrevocably marked for execution, breath escaping him as he anticipates the fatal blow. Kakashi truly intends to kill him. The air thickens with murderous intent, beads of sweat trickling down, stinging his eyes, yet he dares not move. In that moment, Kakashi's body shifts slightly, his gaze sharpening like a razor, akin to a panther poised to pounce. "It's here." This thought flashes through Hatake by's mind as he grips the 1,000 cherry blossoms with both hands, raising them defensively before his chest, only to be met with a colossal force surging towards him. "Ah!" Hatake by cries out, the pain in his chest obscuring his perception of the wound's depth. But the metallic sweetness in his throat becomes unbearable. With a gasp, he expels a mouthful of bright red blood, the world around him blurring. Kakashi appearing as two indistinct figures. His vision dims, hearing fades, blood seeps from his features, legs weaken, and his limbs grow heavy. Thankfully, he still clutches the knife. The 1,000 cherry blossoms. Hatake by focuses on the rhythm of his heartbeat, straining to widen his eyes, forcing a grim smile. With determination, he lunges forward, unyielding. A swift movement, Kakashi's figure blurs past, leaving a clear imprint on the ground. So fast. A singular thought remains in Hatake-bai's mind before he crashes heavily to the ground, his right hand gripping the 1,000 cherry blossoms tightly, a gash opening on his neck, blood pouring forth like rain. The carotid artery, a fatal injury. If you can still hold on to your blade, you have proven yourself worthy, Kakashi remarks coldly. Discarding the broken pieces of the short knife into a corner, shouldering Hatake-bai as he makes his way toward Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital. The familiar scent of medicinal ointments wafts under his nose, and he hesitates to open his eyes, allowing him a moment to contemplate his current predicament. First, he was inundated with platitudes from the third Hokage, then confronted with Kakashi, who sought to end his life in battle, culminating in an image of Kakashi's impassive face amidst a torrential downpour of blood. However, it seems he has not perished after all. Kakashi-bai opened his eyes, calmly gazing at the stark white ceiling of the Konoha Hospital. Its monotony enough to drive one to madness. He was alive, and that was sufficient. At least he had come to understand certain truths, which instilled a semblance of hope within him. However, the prospect of facing Kakashi in the future was rather awkward. He cursed himself for believing in the reputation of the Hatake clan and for mockingly deriding Kakashi's swordsmanship. Oh, he felt as though he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Thankfully, the thick skin acquired from 2 lifetimes served him well. With these thoughts, Kakashi-bai slowly turned his head. The door creaked open silently, revealing a figure that astonished Kakashi-bai. He had expected the first visitors to be either Hondo or Akane, or perhaps Itachi, who shared a closer bond with him. Instead, it was teacher Kimura Yuru. Kakashi-bai was taken aback. The man before him was middle-aged, bearing a disheveled appearance with a receding hairline and eyes filled with barely contained fury. Kakashi-bai, are you all right? Rest assured, I will ensure that those responsible for the situation with Itachi are held accountable. Politics should not infiltrate schools, nor should it be avenged upon children, Kimura Yuru declared passionately, his neatly styled hair now disheveled from his agitation. Kakashi-bai was perplexed, realizing that Itachi was also injured. Could it be that Kakashi, in a fit of rage, had also dealt with Itachi, the mischievous one who had led the Hatake genius astray? That seemed unlikely. Was it possible that Kakashi, stung by his prior ridicule, had chosen to strike a deal with certain clans? Kakashi-bai admitted that his thoughts were becoming convoluted. Do not worry, rest well. After my work, I shall come to tutor you in your studies, Kimura Yuru added before departing, leaving Kakashi-bai in a state of contemplation, the teacher's demeanor reminiscent of a protective tiger. Political factors were at play. It seemed that Danzo had indeed targeted Itachi, perhaps adding fuel to the fire of the Uchiha coup. Did he not fear that internal strife within Konoha would lead to failure in external conflicts? Or did he believe that to safeguard against foreign threats, one must first stabilize the home front? Kakashi-bai set aside these thoughts. Anyone who caught a whiff of temptation would inevitably find their mind wandering. All right, come out, Honjia, Kakashi-bai said with a smile, noticing the 2 figures entering the room, their presence eliciting a moment of surprise. One of them was naturally the black-haired, red-eyed Yuhi Kurenai, elegantly dressed in a fitted short skirt and form-hugging pants that subtly accentuated her shapely legs, her jonin vest gracefully highlighting her silhouette. Her lips slightly parted. She wore a composed and dignified expression. What bewildered Kakashi-bai was that Kurenai arrived empty-handed, while the source of the delightful aroma of dango came from her companion. Mitarashi Anko. Hey there, kid. Are you not moved to tears at the sight of me? Just a hint of moisture at the nostrils, perhaps? Anko exclaimed exuberantly, holding a bag filled with dango, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, her eyes narrowing as if envisioning the proud little brat before her kneeling in supplication. As time flowed by, both Hong and Hondo did not linger for long before departing. The village of Konoha was now short-staffed, burdened with an overwhelming number of tasks awaiting completion. Within the tranquil yet oppressive confines of Konoha Hospital, I slowly maneuvered myself out of bed, using the cup I had previously held as a makeshift support and relying on Sakura Haruno as a crutch. I made my way to the door, my legs aching as if the muscles were on the verge of tearing. Could it be that after my fainting spell, Kakashi had subjected me to some ghastly form of posthumous torment? Outside, the corridor lay desolate, a stark contrast to the bustling chaos of wartime. Patients in the hospital were a rarity in these peaceful times. Yet, beneath the gentle morning sunlight filtering through the windows, A particular calligraphy piece adorning the wall captivated my attention. It proclaimed the code of medical ninjas, though it bore no explicit attribution. I was well aware that its creator was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. To be frank, Tsunade's ninjutsu, whether her prodigious strength, her sealing techniques, or her remarkable regenerative abilities, was something I found immensely appealing, as they were perfectly suited to my own skills while remaining unopposed by the spirit realm, embodying a certain elegance in the art of ninjutsu. Regrettably, Tsunade had long departed from Konoha, so much so that her name, the last descendant of the Senju clan, was rarely mentioned within the village. With a heavy heart, I shifted my gaze back, struggling to support myself against Sakura as I ambled through the corridor. Akin to a wandering visitor, glancing about the serene and peaceful hospital, the few souls within Konoha Hospital were sparse, leaving me alone to lean against the towering figure of Sakura as we slowly traversed the lengthy corridor. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting beams of light, within which tiny specks of dust danced gracefully. The air in the hospital was pleasantly fragrant, reminiscent not of the harsh scent of disinfectants from my previous life, but rather imbued with a hint of sweetness, akin to that of a bakery. I shifted my uncomfortable shoulder, which was swathed in thick bandages. Turning my head, a smile unconsciously graced my lips. Inside, a pair of young souls were engaged in soft whispers, the morning light filtering through the gaps in the curtains, casting gentle warmth upon them. The shadows of leaves climbed upon the girl's radiant smile and the boy's dark, resigned eyes. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi. A pang of jealousy coursed through me as I beheld the tender connection between them. Itachi appeared blissfully unaware of his fortunate circumstances, even as Izumi offered him slices of apple that he consumed with little enthusiasm. This display of affection caught me off guard, sweet yet stinging. It was worth noting that I was the first to be visited by a middle-aged teacher with a receding hairline, and even after Hondo's arrival, I had to endure the sight of her relishing three-colored dumplings before she left. With a creak, I pushed open the door. My heart weighed down with envy as I observed the visibly distressed Izumi and the relieved Itachi, feeling not a shred of guilt. Go perish, explode, you happy couple. Oh, ISNT, this are Konoha's #1 genius? How did you end up so injured? Izumi remarked sarcastically, yet her body unconsciously rose to assist me in sitting on the edge of the bed. Kakashi Hitaki remained unfazed amidst the series of oppressive policies targeting the Uchiha clan imposed by the higher-ups of Konohagakure. As the foremost genius of the village, surpassing even Itachi Uchiha, he was deemed relatively useful by certain individuals. Is everything all right, Itachi? What happened? Surely you weren't sparring with your elders and ended up like this? Kakashi inquired, adjusting the star-shaped hairpin in his hair while suppressing the itch of his healing wounds. Itachi did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at the sky and addressed Izumi. Izumi, could you please take care of the class notes for the next few days? Of course, no problem. Izumi replied cheerfully, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Seize the opportunity. Kakashi winked, uttering cryptic words that left Itachi puzzled, while the sound of Izumi's joyful footsteps reminded him that she was just a 6-year-old girl. Huh. Itachi looked bewildered, pointing to another bag of fruit. This is yours. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, realizing he had awakened early. He could have indulged in a playful moment with a lovely girl, albeit a child. Time continued its relentless march, and the sunlight climbed the floor of the hospital room. Kakashi finished an apple, its sourness causing him to squint slightly. Indeed, still so young, unable even to choose an apple properly. The roots of the matter lie with those who sought my life. I am certain of it. After a prolonged silence, Itachi spoke. His gaze lowered as he recalled the events of that night after parting ways with Kakashi. As night fell, 2 shurikens shot forth from the shadows, aimed directly at his eyes, one even tainted with a cerulean liquid, poison, intended for a mere Uchiha still yet to graduate from the ninja academy. These shurikens were laced with venom. The intricate mask and the attire reminiscent of the Umbu were present. Yet Itachi knew that the figure before him was not a mere Umbu operative, but a direct subordinate of Danzo, the one who harbored the deepest animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Have you awakened your Sharingan? Kakashi furrowed his brow. He could conjure no other reason that could incite Danzo's frantic desperation than the awakening of Itachi's eyes. No, Itachi replied, gazing at his hands, the very hands that had, with the assistance of 2 Uchiha police officers, hurled shuriken that pierced the heart of that root member. I have not awakened them. Has Danzo truly lost his mind? Kakashi frowned again, picking up another apple. Though slightly tart, its flavor was still pleasing. Indeed, Kakashi-kun, you are right. Strength, the utmost strength. Itachi suddenly clenched his fists, raising his gaze to meet Kakashi's, his dark eyes radiating a determined intensity filled with aspirations for power. What? Kakashi exclaimed, startled. What does this have to do with ultimate strength? The apple nearly slipped from his grasp, causing a flurry of clumsiness. Power. If I possessed enough strength. The outcome would not have been as it was. If I were not so weak, Mikoto and Shursui would not have sacrificed themselves for me. With sufficient power, I could protect my clan, safeguard the village, and achieve peace. Itachi's fists tightened, his lips whispering fervently, his eyes suddenly turning crimson, a spinning tomo swirling within. Sensing the ominous presence of chakra, Hataki-bai's pupils constricted. Swiftly, he pressed a piece of apple into Itachi's mouth and forcefully buried his face into the bedding. With parents, a younger brother, and fruits gifted by his sister, what foolishness was this? Did he wish for death? Hataki-bai's words were nonsensical, yet his body was taut. Awakening his Sharingan at the tender age of 6, a year earlier than in the original narrative. He was uncertain of his feelings towards Itachi, whether it stemmed from pity based on the original story or something else entirely. However, if Danzo failed to procure Itachi's eyes, he would be exceedingly displeased. And Bai found a peculiar satisfaction in that notion, thus decided to assist in concealing the matter. Moreover, Itachi's propensity to effortlessly tap into his powers due to the Uchiha bloodline was indeed enviable. Yet, one must possess strength themselves, otherwise they would end up like Uchiha Moritachi and Uchiha Shiran, mere supporting characters who made a fleeting appearance before meeting their demise. I am aware of the adage, possessing treasures can be a curse. When Itachi lifted his head once more, his eyes had returned to their inky blackness. Once I recover, I shall apply for graduation and venture into the battlefield alongside the Cloud Shinobi to hone my strength. What about you? Itachi articulated his intentions, a once vague thought solidifying after experiencing an assassination attempt. Me? I suppose I shall as well, for there is little left to learn at the academy, Hataki-bai shrugged. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a helpless expression as he faced Kimura, who vehemently berated him like a machine gun. Hiruzen could only helplessly wipe the saliva from his face, maintaining a forced smile. Although he was the village leader and Hokage, Kimura was merely a middle-aged chunin who, barring unforeseen circumstances, would remain in that rank for life. Nevertheless, this time, the higher-ups of Konoha had truly erred, and he found himself in agreement with Kimura's viewpoint. Politics should never intrude upon the Shinobi Academy, nor should it affect the children. Danzo had truly overstepped this time. Yet, he was powerless, the village's situation was dire, and Danzo's cooperation was indispensable, leaving him no choice but to bear the brunt of the blame. Witnessing this scene, Hataki-bai couldn't help but question the true essence of the title ninja held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was it the endurance of a shinobi or the ability to tolerate? Kimura's face flushed crimson with rage, his bald head comically reflecting light, yet this did not diminish his esteemed image as a teacher. Even Hataki-bai was taken aback by this seemingly rigid instructor's willingness to chastise the Hokage over such matters. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the exchange, followed by Danzo's grim entrance into the Hokage's office. Observing the smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen and the unknown Chunin, Kimura, he frowned in disdain. The Hokage being reprimanded by a mere Chunin. What a disgrace. Where was the dignity of the Hokage? Enough, Kimura, you may leave now. Do not concern yourself with Itachi Uchiha's affairs. Simply focus on your teaching at the Ninja Academy. Danzo, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of authority that was further accentuated by his singular eye, rendering him all the more formidable. He initially believed that by dismissing Kimura, he would have resolved the matter. However, upon hearing this, the villagers of Konoha were instantly incensed, their hair standing on end. A finger was pointed at Danzo, as if to accuse him outright, ready to spring forth. Yet, a gentle cough from the third Hokage halted him. He understood that in the presence of others, he had to accord the Hokage the respect and dignity he deserved. How utterly disgraceful. Politics have infiltrated our schools, rendering them a murky mire. How can the tender sprouts of Konoha's new generation burgeon and thrive, ultimately becoming the pillars that protect this great tree? I state this unequivocally. Should you wish to extend your reach into the school, it shall only be over my dead body. Kimura-Ye's voice rang with conviction. Yet unbeknownst to him, Danzo, standing before him, was a proponent of power above all, cloaked in the guise of a protector of Konoha. The outcome was all too predictable. Very well, you may accept your mission tomorrow. Now, leave. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Hokage, Danzo said coldly. Perceiving Kimura-Ye as nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of even being crushed underfoot, Kimura-Ye stormed out, leaving the third Hokage and Danzo alone in the office. Regarding this matter, you owe me an explanation. In light of the ongoing border skirmishes with the Cloud Village, do you intend to provoke further conflict with the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage spoke with a calm, yet commanding voice, his presence exuding authority that had kept the darkness of Konoha firmly under his control for decades. Feeling the weight of the Hokage's aura, Danzo's body stiffened, his bandaged eyes stinging with discomfort. It is precisely because of the ongoing tensions with the Cloud and Mist villages that we must resolve the internal threat posed by the Uchiha before war fully erupts. As Hokage, you cannot act in the light of day. It falls to me, as the shadow of Konoha, to shoulder this burden. If the Uchiha were to stage a coup, how would you respond? If the Uchiha truly attempted a coup, we would eradicate this malignancy from Konoha. As long as they remain quiet, it signifies that we can address the threat from the Cloud Village without concern. However, the Uchiha cannot be allowed to linger for too long. They have already endangered Konoha's very existence. This is not your concern. I have discovered an Uchiha who embodies the will of fire. He may offer an alternative solution. At the mention of Uchiha Shursui and his Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo's pupils constricted sharply as he slowly retreated from the Hokage's office. As dawn broke, the mist enveloping Konoha had yet to dissipate entirely. Birds flitted across the rooftops, leaving behind a symphony of cheerful chirps, a delightful melody. The warmth of early spring had not yet fully arrived, but hints of green were beginning to unfurl. What a picturesque scene of birds heralding the spring. Within the pristine abode of Hataki-bai, the air was untainted, suffused with the lingering aroma of sandalwood from the previous night. On the bed, Hataki-bai slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the blue and white ceiling, exhaling the remnants of sleep before swinging his legs over the side of the bed. It had been over a week since he had practiced with Kakashi, typically described as a brutal training regimen, and he had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday. Though the technological advancements in the world of Naruto may have deviated in certain aspects, the medical system surpasses that of the 21st century in our previous life. The fatigue in his limbs had long since vanished. Aside from a bandage wrapped around his shoulder, Hataki-bai was now fully recovered, having declined the assistance of a maid at the door who wished to help him with dressing and grooming. Dressed in his attire, he sat before the mirror. The star-grasping clamp, silver-white windflower gauze, and protective gloves were neatly arranged before him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly raised his hand, allowing his index finger to glide across his right cheek. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the spot where his finger touched felt as though it had been sliced by a blade, a line of blood emerging. Almost as if a switch had been flipped, wounds appeared on the back of his hand, arm, and side leg, shallow yet exuding an eerie beauty. Hataki-bai's fingers came to a halt, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. These locations were reminiscent of the injuries he had sustained in his dreams. Is it you, Sakura Haruno? He thought, turning his gaze towards the figure leaning against the headboard, Sakura's violet sword hilt and pitch-black sheath. The blade measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length, with a width exceeding 2 fingers. All these details Hataki-bai knew without needing to measure. It was identical to the sword from his dreams, the one wielded by another, mercilessly striking at him. The sword and the person in his dreams were both formed from a cascade of cherry blossoms, which he referred to as the cherry blossom swordsman. A quarter of an hour later, dressed in a white haori, adorned with the star-grasping clamp and silver-white windflower gauze, Hataki-bai exited his room, carrying Sakura Haruno with him. After completing his morning exercises and having breakfast, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. The weather was splendid, with clear skies, and today marked the day of Itachi's early graduation assessment. At the Ninja Academy, in the training field, Itachi had arrived early. Standing sternly in the vast center of the training ground, donned in the Uchiha clan uniform, the empty space around him devoid of any presence. By the time Hataki-bai arrived, the rest of his classmates had already gathered outside the training area, eagerly calling for him to come and cheer on Itachi. Witnessing this, Hataki-bai felt an even greater urge to graduate early. After all, He was not one to be drawn to the charms of younger companions, and prolonged interaction with them could lead to unsettling inclinations. "You're awfully slow, Hataki-kun." Inuzuka Hana, with her distinct inverted triangle red markings on her face, pointed at him, clearly displeased that he had arrived just as the crucial assessment was about to commence. "Where's the class spirit?" "But it hasn't even started yet." Hataki-bai replied with a smile. "Hataki-kun, you're not thinking of applying for early graduation like Itachi, are you?" Inuzuka Hana leaned closer, her hand behind her back, nostrils flaring slightly as she whispered the question into his ear. Taken aback by her sudden proximity and the gentle brush of their cheeks, Hataki-bai, despite his usually bold demeanor, found himself stepping back in surprise, a blush creeping onto his face. Realizing his reaction, he managed a smile, choosing to remain silent. "Oh no. It's begun. He's developing weird tendencies." "Wait, Hataki-kun, are you actually blushing?" "Haha, could it be that you're shy?" "I can't believe you would ever feel shy." In a moment of levity, Inuzuka Hana squinted at Hataki-bai's face as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, erupting into laughter that drew the attention of their classmates. Fortunately, the arrival of their teacher, Kimura Yuru, alleviated Bai's embarrassment, and the raucous classroom settled into silence. "Itachi, are you truly certain about applying for early graduation?" Kimura Yuru inquired, his brow furrowed, rendering his expression even more somber. "Fear not. Lord Hokage has assured me that no chaos will infiltrate the school." "I apologize, teacher, but I have resolutely decided to graduate early, and my family supports my choice," Itachi replied, his face impassive, the lines of his countenance betraying no emotion. "Very well. Let the assessment commence," interjected Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, who stood alongside several esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan, exuding an imposing presence. Opposite Fugaku stood the third Hokage, who was engaged in conversation with students and their parents, radiating authority tempered with a reassuring demeanor that effortlessly won over hearts. The proud Uchiha clan contrasted starkly with the amiable Hokage. Even the blind could discern the answer. Lacking fundamental public support, it was almost laughable that those Uchiha elders believed their coup would be successful. "Very well," Kimura Yuru sighed in resignation, steeling himself. "Student Uchiha Itachi, early graduation assessment. Genin level." He glanced down at the freshly acquired document, his frown deepening, yet he proceeded to announce, "The assessment Genin, Shimizu Kanzuya." Itachi stepped forward to confront Shimizu Kanzuya, whose demeanor was anything but friendly. "First, the confrontation seal," Kimura Yuru declared, casting a glance at the third Hokage, harboring a sense of distaste for the Shimizu surname, particularly given that the candidate was an Uchiha. However, upon receiving the Hokage's nod, he suppressed his sentiments and added, "A year of foundational study at school is beneficial." "Itachi." Gratefully, Itachi shot a look of appreciation at Kimura Yuru, then produced 2 kunai, remaining vigilant against Shimizu Kanzuya. "Kid, you might as well surrender. I hear you've barely been in school for 6 months. Being a ninja is not a child's play." Shimizu Kanzuya scoffed, brandishing 3 shuriken, his muscles taut with readiness. Unfazed by Shimizu Kanzuya's taunts, Itachi maintained his composure, resembling the finest of hunters. With a swift motion, 2 shuriken flew from Shimizu Kanzuya's hand, angled perfectly, as he lunged forward with the agility of a leopard. No matter how talented, he was still merely a 6-year-old. Even if he had mastered numerous jutsu and techniques due to his lineage, the requisite physical prowess and stamina developed over time could not exceed that of an adult. While running, Shimizu Kanzuya launched the remaining 3 shuriken at the leaping, evasive Itachi. To his astonishment, Itachi managed to release 2 shuriken mid-air, skillfully deflecting Shimizu Kanzuya's 3 back towards him. The Uchiha clan, indeed, lived up to its illustrious reputation. However, at this moment, Shimizu Kazu stood directly before Itachi, his right elbow aimed squarely at Itachi's temple. "Next, you must crouch to evade, and then unleash an uppercut to my chin." "Very well. Let us see that move." The Konoha whirlwind. In the midst of battle, Shimizu Kazu calculated Itachi's next move. Alas, the solid impact of the elbow thwarted his plans. How could this be possible? Was the genius name of Uchiha Itachi merely a facade? With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a piece of wood. Damn it! A substitution technique. A small, deft fist magnified in Shimizu Kazu's vision, and he beheld Itachi's composed expression. "How infuriating! You underestimate me, little brat. I am a ninja." A wall of earth appeared between Itachi and Shimizu Kazu, only to crumble under Itachi's strike. Earth style, earth wall. Without hesitation, Shimizu Kazu swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, the ground surged, propelling an earthen dragon towards Itachi's obscured position. Itachi! Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in concern. He hasn't killed him. Many classmates began to scream in terror, for in their understanding, two techniques were deployed. And no matter how exceptional Itachi was, how could he possibly withstand a ninja's onslaught? Quiet down. Pay attention to Hatake Kakashi and observe properly. Though Kimuya Yuru displayed a worried countenance, he still admonished softly. Hatake Kakashi halted, for the first time in 2 lifetimes feeling like someone else's child. Meanwhile, at the training ground, suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters erupted from the swirling smoke, as if it aimed to ignite the surrounding air. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shimizu Kazu's expression darkened, and he could only retreat helplessly, astonished to find himself being pushed back by a mere child who hadn't yet graduated from the ninja academy. But did you think I wouldn't anticipate your next move? As he retreated, Shimizu Kazu instinctively turned, a shuriken appearing in his hand, aimed at the position behind him. Indeed, Itachi's attack was already upon him. The shuriken clashed against Itachi's assault, sending him reeling as he formed hand seals once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. Humph. Shimizu Kazu sneered. Go ahead and squander your chakra, inexperienced brat. Suddenly, a searing heat enveloped his back. Shimizu Kazu turned, his disdain frozen in disbelief. How could this be? 2 great fireballs. He has even mastered the shadow clone technique. 2 fireballs of varying sizes emerged, trapping Shimizu Kazu in between. The battle concluded as Itachi emerged from the earth wall, his complexion pale from chakra exhaustion. Indeed, you are truly the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed proudly. Stepping forward to take Kimuya Yoru's forehead protector and personally tie it around Itachi's head. Father, Itachi said respectfully, unable to suppress the curiosity of a child as he reached to touch his forehead protector, a smile breaking through his typically expressionless visage. Uchiha Itachi, from this day forth, I declare you a formal ninja of Konohagakure. Tell me, are you willing to dedicate everything for the village? At this moment, the 3rd Hokage approached, his kindly gaze enveloping Itachi. Itachi nodded solemnly. The Uchiha clan leader has indeed given birth to a prodigy. Congratulations. The 3rd Hokage turned to Uchiha Fugaku, and the two engaged in cheerful banter, exuding a harmonious camaraderie reminiscent of old friends. Hokage-sama, I too wish to apply for early graduation. Suddenly interjected a small figure with silver-white hair. What? Kakashi, you wish to graduate as well? Nonsense. Do you think this is a child's game? Kimura Yuru exclaimed, unable to contain his indignation in the presence of the Hokage and the clan leader. Not at all, Kimura. I believe Kakashi possesses the qualifications, and his application for early graduation has long been on my desk. It seems that Konoha is set to unveil 2 prodigies this year. The 3rd Hokage explained with a smile. He had anticipated that once he learned of Itachi's intention to graduate early, Kakashi would not remain idle. However, this arrangement could prove beneficial. Their mutual encouragement might yield unforeseen results, and the sprouts of Konoha were finally ready to bloom. At that moment, a poker-faced figure emerged from the crowd. Then, Hokage-sama, shall we have Uchiha Itachi serve as the examiner for Kakashi's assessment as a genin? Uchiha Fugaku proposed. Itachi is currently a genin, so it does not violate any rules. As for the chakra consumed, soldier pills can restore it. What do you think? After a prolonged silence, the 3rd Hokage slowly acquiesced. Very well. Having Itachi as his examiner, Kakashi frowned, pondering Fugaku's intentions. Not to mention that he had decisively defeated Itachi during their entrance exam. Would Itachi, after an exhausting battle, truly be able to best him now? Even if he were to win, it would hold little merit. Kakashi's eyes flashed with understanding. Fugaku had played a clever hand. Even if he triumphed, it would be a hollow victory, especially considering Itachi's depleted state. If Itachi were to emerge victorious, the title of Konoha's first prodigy would undoubtedly shift to him, restoring the Uchiha clan's previously tarnished reputation, perhaps even elevating it further. What a cunning old fox. Almost deceived by this character who bore the weight of his clan while concealing his own Sharingan. Nevertheless, it was an opportunity to gauge the power of the legendary Sharingan, the first bloodline limit of the Hokage. Kakashi turned to face Itachi, who was also regarding him, and both exchanged a smile filled with fierce determination. 15 minutes later, the training ground was fully restored, and Kakashi and Itachi stood facing each other. Well then, Kakashi-kun, the strongest among us may be deemed a king. Yet as kings, how can we coexist? Itachi, you have truly gone astray. Moreover, you are rather delusional. Kakashi thought to himself, before silently turning away. His silver hair whipping in the fierce wind, the silver strands dancing like blossoms, his attire billowing as he gripped his long blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Only a resounding victory can affirm who shall ultimately reign supreme. The clash of jade resounded as their gazes met, devoid of hesitation, with a singular thought echoing in their hearts. Battle. The figures of silver-haired and dark-haired warriors flickered and vanished, a moment away from confrontation. In the hands of Hitachi-bai, the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, 3 feet and 7 inches in length, was adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. The fabric of his robes billowed with the force of the wind as he delicately traced the cool sharpness with his fingertips. In the next breath, he strode forth with purpose, the blade unfurling in a cascade of silver ripples, glinting with icy brilliance. Itachi, crouching low, sidestepped and leapt to evade Hitachi-bai's initial 3 strikes. He swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch, feeling the chill of a shuriken. And at the moment his toes touched the ground, he retreated sharply, hurling the shuriken. The sounds of clangs rang out, 3 notes harmonizing, followed by the piercing of air as 3 more shurikens followed suit, 9 shurikens in total, converging in a swift formation. The sheer prowess displayed in this shuriken technique left many of the Chunin present feeling embarrassed. Even the 3rd Hokage's expression turned grave. Though he belonged to the appeasement faction, it did not imply he was willing to allow the Uchiha clan to enhance their reputation within Konohagakure. Hitachi-bai gripped his blade with both hands, his gaze slightly lowered, a glint sparking in his eyes as a sphere of blue light coalesced around the entirety of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a downward strike, the silver light surged forth. Unrelenting, Hitachi-bai advanced, thrusting his blade toward Itachi. The clang of metal erupted. Itachi discarded the now cracked kunai, fingers entwined, and swiftly unleashed his most familiar fire release technique in a rapid succession of seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. This fireball, even grander than that used against Izumi, swirled through the air, crackling as it barreled toward Hitachi-bai. Yet, Hitachi-bai appeared almost dazed, standing still as he watched the fireball approach, ultimately engulfing him. "Ah, Itachi, you've killed Hitachi-bai?" Inuzuka Hana shrieked, her face drained of color, but upon noticing her teacher, Mukai Yuru, standing solemnly and silent beside her, she quickly covered her mouth. With a resounding cry of the blade, reminiscent of 1,000 birds in chorus, the colossal fireball was cleaved in 2, as Hitachi-bai emerged. Standing tall from his slicing stance, the silver fabric of his attire billowing in the wind, having dispelled the regal aura of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's pupils constricted as he withdrew another kunai from his pouch to guard his chest. This man, he does not flinch. Why should I evade? With my mastery of blade techniques, evasion is not an option. The strongest defense is indeed an offense. Hitachi-bai seemed to read Itachi's thoughts, coldly remarking as he gripped his blade, his form embodying a tempest. With a sharp crack, he twisted his wrist, the blade stirring as he shattered the substitute what he had split. Without a trace of hesitation, he swung his sword, pivoting his waist, the tip of his hair brushing past the corner of his eye. A fleeting glimpse of crimson seemed to drift before him. Hitachi-bai furrowed his brow, casting aside distractions, centering his mind, and coldly observing Itachi, who had been sent reeling by his strike. The weasel rose from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, and retrieved a kunai. Its pair of black eyes remained as calm as a still pond, its body slightly crouched, unwavering against the 8 winds. Upon witnessing this, Hitachi-bai moved his wrist, sensing a slight issue with his spirit, which felt considerably heavier. Nonetheless, it mattered little, if he wished to wait for an opportunity. He must first withstand my assault. Weasel. A cold snort escaped his lips as Hitachi-bai's silver-white wind flower fabric flared into a straight line. Resembling a dragon from the heart of the wind, its head formed by the sharpness of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Once again, he shattered a piece of replacement wood, and Hitachi-bai's brow furrowed even deeper. Such speed in the substitution technique. Moreover, his spirit felt even heavier. Could it be that there was to be a transformation within the spirit? A flicker of urgency arose in Hatake White's heart. The secret of the spirit must not be unveiled to others, and a resolution must be reached swiftly. Thus, he resolved to employ that technique. Outside the training ground, tranquility reigned as onlookers fixed their gaze unwaveringly upon the weasel's eyes. Within the blood-red orbs, a tomo spun rapidly. Was that the Sharingan? Uzumaki Ino felt an ominous presence and shivered, hastily inquiring. Indeed, yes. I never imagined that weasel had awakened the Sharingan. Uchiha Ino gritted her teeth. Her gaze complex as she observed Weasel's Sharingan. Is he destined to win? Has he truly activated the Sharingan? The distance between us has widened. Uchiha Fugaku's serious countenance betrayed an uncontainable joy as he watched Weasel standing in the corner of the training ground, a decision forming in his heart. Within the training arena, Weasel stood silently in the corner, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning incessantly as he coldly observed Hatake White, who was savagely striking at the center of the arena. Feeling the chakra within him dwindling, he tightened his grip on the kunai. Hatake, as you have stated, only complete victory serves as proof of the path to ultimate strength. After all, there can be only one Hokage, and only one supreme being. In the illusion, Hatake White panted slightly, sweat soaking his silver-white windflower fabric, his hair clinging tightly to his forehead, chakra nearly depleted. Yet, his grip on the knife remained steady. Ultimately, he had achieved victory. He laboriously shifted his steps, pressing the 1,000 cherry blossoms gently against Weasel's chest, and with satisfaction. Hatake White heard the words of surrender escape Weasel's lips. With a sigh of relief, Hatake White could no longer concern himself with maintaining elegance. The weight of the spirit on his right wrist had rendered his arm numb, so he decided to lie down and rest for a moment. Content. He reclined on the ground, his vision blurring into a swirling vortex, which transformed into a tomo, then into a single tomo Sharingan. This was an illusion. Hatake White's heart jolted, and he could only manage a bitter smile, forcing his eyes wide open. When the illusion dissipated, he turned to see the black-haired youth, resolute yet bloodied around the eyes. Weasel's chakra had also been entirely expended. He could merely stand now, gritting his teeth as he trudged forward, step by heavy step, his kunai wavering in his grasp, inching slowly towards Hatake White. As he proclaimed before the onset of battle, there can only be one sovereign, only one supreme being. Thus, he must be the victor. Fortunately, he emerged triumphant. But what is it that you find amusing? Konoha's Kakashi, are you rejoicing in my victory? Truly, you are a magnanimous soul. Itachi mused as he observed the faint smile gracing Kakashi's lips, staggering forward. Kakashi, engulfed in aches and fatigue, could do naught but watch helplessly as Itachi approached him step by step. Yet, fate smiled upon him. His right hand happened to be directed toward Itachi. In a moment where only the fingers of his right hand could move, he considered himself quite fortunate. Kakashi chuckled softly, gradually extending his right index finger toward Itachi, his lips quivering as he uttered 5 words. The first of the breaking path, charge. With a thud, pain shot through his knee, and Itachi could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground. Exhausted, they both succumbed to unconsciousness, their eyes closing in unison, plunging into darkness. That night, the waning moon hung like a sickle. Kakashi lay supine in bed, silently gazing at the ceiling, his expression devoid of emotion. His graduation assessment during the day ended in a stalemate. Ultimately, the result was passing the graduation exam. After all, had he failed, Itachi, who had matched him, could not have graduated early either. This outcome, aside from their instructor, Kimura Yuru, was one that no one could find satisfaction in. In summary, the final results seemed to bring a sense of joy. With both Kakashi and Itachi graduating early, the Uchiha clan redeemed its reputation without disrupting the Hokage lineage. However, Kakashi came to a profound realization during this period. He had been laughably arrogant. While Itachi advanced, he remained stagnant. To sail against the current is to move forward. Stagnation equates to regression. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, beginning to reflect on his journey since entering the Hidden Leaf Village, navigating smoothly until, due to his precociousness, he had to toil for 3 years to surpass Itachi, only to find that his own negligence had suddenly narrowed the distance between them. This should not be. Kakashi bit down hard on his lower lip, delivering a fist to the bed frame. Gripping the obsidian-hued sheath of his sword, he closed his eyes. After a brief moment, his vision brightened once more, revealing an expansive courtyard, ancient walls, and a flurry of falling cherry blossoms. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Closing his eyes and calming his spirit transported him here, to the dreamlike courtyard of Kakashi, which served as a significant shortcut on his path to strength. If Gaara can forego sleep, then Kakashi can certainly train day and night without rest to grow stronger. Come forth, Chio? Kakashi unsheathed his long blade. Gazing at the accumulation of petals beneath the cherry blossom tree, gradually forming a Sakura swordsman, wielding a katana with a blade measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, radiating a pink aura like fierce sword energy. He barely managed to repel the swordsman from his dreamlike courtyard, leaving only a few scars upon his arm. Taking a deep breath, Hatakibai opened his eyes, the dawn already illuminating the horizon. The elderly man, who was willing to sacrifice his life for the Hatake clan, had long been waiting at the door. Unaccountably, Hatakibai felt an immense pressure, stemming from the trust others placed in him. A heavy weight of not wanting to disappoint their expectations. Uncle Lin, please prepare some weights for me. I need them for my morning practice, Hatakibai instructed calmly, his gaze penetrating the mirror. Indeed, a scar emerged, a trickle of blood slowly sliding down his cheek. The wound had deepened considerably. A sense of unease settled in Hatakibai's heart. What could compel the likes of Shidobokyo, or rather, the spirit court, to relentlessly pursue him, urging him to advance? As he continued his morning practice, burdened by the added weights, he repetitively swung his sword, feeling the aches and fatigue throughout his body. It was only through this exertion that his inner turmoil lessened. He poured every ounce of energy into his training, leaving no room for futile thoughts. This was what he truly desired. The effort itself was a form of ambition. At last, spring had fully arrived in Konoha, vibrant greenery illuminating the village. Hatakibai was astonished to realize that he had unknowingly been in Konoha for 3 months, as if he had dreamt through the arrival of spring. Inside the tea restaurant, the atmosphere buzzed with patrons. The unique skill of making 3-colored dumplings had filled the owner's pockets, leaving Hatakibai with no inclination to open a competing tea house. Hey, Baya, eat more. Grow taller. Next time, be sure to decisively defeat that little brat from the Uchiha clan. The tea restaurant owner cheerfully handed Hatakibai a plate of 3-colored dumplings. For this kind-hearted, respectful, and exceptionally diligent child, they always extended their utmost goodwill. Exactly. A draw next time is unacceptable. You are Baya after all. Laughter erupted among the diners, encouraging Hatakibai, causing a hint of moisture to gather at the corners of his eyes. Thank you for your kind words, Hatakibai replied awkwardly, taking a dumpling to chew slowly as a guise. As anticipated, the village rumors contained no mention of Itachi having engaged in battle beforehand. The so-called draw was, in fact, an empty victory. Embarrassed by this unwarranted glory, he consumed only a couple of dumplings before hastily departing, his demeanor resembling that of a stray dog. At this moment, it was class time at the Ninja Academy, and the streets were filled with young children clad in white ceremonial robes, their pure smiles dispelling the shadows of that fateful night 3 months prior. Notably, due to the efforts of the Hatake clan, the ceremonial robe had become the standard attire for the ninja school, akin to a ninja vest. Hatakibai was quite adept at this enterprise of converting their manufactured garments into school uniforms, feeling no guilt whatsoever about profiting from the children. After all, who could misunderstand the spirit of the will of fire? As he turned the corner, Hatakibai suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, instinctively darting to the side. In the next moment, a slick figure sprang forth, only to stumble and fall to the ground, subsequently being overwhelmed by a throng of small spirits, piled atop one another like a human tower. Is this considered performance art? Hatakibai was taken aback. He was aware that individuals in the world of Naruto matured early, but could their artistic sensibilities awaken so soon? Or perhaps their premature maturity had led them to grasp the profundity of sharing intimate connections. A chill crept over him at this thought. Initially, clothing was merely a means of warmth, yet as society evolved, it became burdened with an encumbrance known as morality. The performer at the bottom of the heap, clad only in undergarments, struggled to proclaim his ideals, resembling a most sacred messenger. That is, unless his audience failed to recognize him. Upon gazing at the familiar visage, a scar across the bridge of his nose rendered Hatakibai momentarily dazed, as if caught in a dream. Irika, Yumino Irika, who would have thought you were such a person? I never realized. Hatakibai silently mused, astonished at the revelation of Irika's true nature. Observing the animated Iruka fervently advocating his artistic philosophy, he covered his face and approached him. Although he understood that Iruka bore some resemblance to Naruto, often drawing attention due to his status as the class underachiever, this time, the antics had escalated to an outrageous degree. In light of such mischievous behavior, Hatakibai could only remark that perhaps there was simply not enough homework. Hatakibai could not afford to be recognized by Iruka in this moment. After all, Yuma no Iruka was now considered one of the young ninjas sponsored by the Hitaki clan. Even without the Hitaki name, having someone like him associated with the family would be unbearable, regardless of how thick-skinned one might be. Especially given the lewd moniker attached to their clan. Yuma no Iruka was one of the most touching figures in Naruto's life. A man who became an orphan due to the events of the Nine-Tails Night, and was the first to truly acknowledge Naruto from the depths of his heart, creating the initial emotional bond within the narrative. One could argue that both Iruka and Jiraiya played paternal roles in Naruto's life. However, Iruka's current state was rather eye-watering. Engaging in such audacious behavior at such a young age, Hatakibai, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never witnessed such a spectacle. He regretted not having a camera to capture the moment, which he could later share with Naruto for a good laugh. "Ah, Hitaki, it's you." Iruka's face flushed with embarrassment. Why was it that every encounter with Hitakibai seemed to involve such mortifying circumstances? The first time, he had been seen weeping at the memorial stone. The second, his attempt at performance art inspired by a book had been witnessed by once again. "My apologies. But I must attend to an urgent matter for the Hokage," Hitakibai said as he turned and fled, unable to endure the lewd gazes of the small spirits. From a distance, he spotted a formidable contingent of female students from the Ninja Academy. No wonder he had remained single all his life. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage paused in the midst of his final brushstroke, pipe in mouth, as he regarded the 2 ninjas upon whom he had placed his greatest hopes, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui. Thus it is, Uchiha Itachi and Hitakibai, due to their unique circumstances, graduated early and chose not to remain in the village to undertake menial tasks. Instead, they will join your team and enter the battlefield. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi and Shursui replied in unison. "Although this arrangement deviates from the established regulations for ninjas, I implore you to take special care to protect the 2 of them. They are the future of Konoha." The third Hokage instructed, then waved his hand to dismiss them, resuming his writing with a brush. At Hokage Rock, Hitakibai roughly tied his forehead protector around his arm, gazing at his superior shinobi. Uchiha Shursui. Hitakibai was taken aback. After seeing Kakashi at the clan residence yesterday, he had assumed that Kakashi would be leading their team, only to discover that it was instead Uchiha Shursui, who had initially been assigned to protect him as an umbu. "Though I too am surprised. You have indeed joined my squad." While Kakashi is leading Itachi's team, Shursui said with a gentle smile, regarding the youth before him. "Is this the fated rival that Itachi spoke of? He appears quite impressive, and his blade is commendable as well." Hitakibai furrowed his brow, contemplating the nature of this exchange between himself and Itachi. Was there some transaction between the Uchiha clan and his own family? Or did the third Hokage have ulterior motives? Regardless, that fellow's gaze is truly bothersome. "Hitakibai," Shursui spoke softly, "we will gather at the village entrance at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Are we departing for a mission directly from the village?" Bai inquired, looking up at Shursui. A few black crow feathers drifted by, leaving only those words lingering in the empty space of Hokage Rock. "Is this resentment directed at Kakashi for having taken away my beloved Adudu?" Uchiha Shursui. After another sleepless night, Hitakibai slowly opened his eyes, habitually donning his starbinder and silver wind floral garment. He grasped his Chiyo Sakura, drawing it forth just long enough to gaze at the intricate patterns on the blade, eventually letting out a sigh and securing it at his waist. "What is it that I still lack in truly mastering Chiyo Sakura?" Bai furrowed his brow. Although he jested about the blade being easily blown away by a mere wind release, he secretly yearned for a flamboyant appearance akin to that of Shinjiro Kurosaki. He was the very embodiment of a domineering CEO. Then came the monotonous routine of morning practice, followed by breakfast, and finally, the preparation of essential items for his impending journey. Hitakibai called out to Hitaki Lin before stepping through the gate of his courtyard. He had a persistent premonition that he would not return for at least 2 years. It was yet another clear day. Outside the village of Konoha, the azure waves surged, the wind stirring up tumultuous waves among the trees. At 6 in the morning, they gathered at the gates of Konoha. Due to the peculiarities surrounding Hitaki, Bai, and Itachi, as well as the current circumstances, there was no need for a bell-ringing test. They were directly integrated into Kakashi and Shirsue's squad, who were in need of personnel. Although he was uncertain about the reasons behind the exchange with Itachi for Hitaki Bai, aside from the initial surprise, it ultimately proved to be a fortuitous turn of events. Following that ruthless defeat at the hands of Kakashi, Bai often felt inexplicably inferior when facing him. Furthermore, in certain aspects, Shirsue's abilities complemented Bai's own. Jinjutsu, undoubtedly a significant weakness for Bai, could even be seen as a potentially fatal flaw. He harbored a suspicion that his inability to extricate himself from Itachi's illusion stemmed not only from his inexperience with such techniques, but also from an inherent vulnerability to them. This notion echoed the reason why Orochimaru was ultimately vanquished by Itachi in the storyline, the absence of a soul. Bai was acutely aware that his essence did not belong to this world, suggesting that during his transition, a part of his soul might have been lost. Or perhaps it was due to the Zanpakuto at his waist, which remained temporarily sealed. In any case, he sought clarity, and Shirzue undoubtedly represented an excellent source of answers. At precisely 5:10, Bai stood at the entrance of Konoha. Despite the persistent rumors of new members being hazed by their seniors, Bai remained undeterred. Shirzue's team, apart from him, comprised 2 jonin with ample mission experience. As long as they coexisted amicably, Bai had no issues befriending them. However, should a conflict arise, he was prepared to engage, for in the world of shinobi, the strong prevail. At the Konoha gates, Bai's 2 teammates had already arrived and were regarding him with a peculiar gaze. One was male, the other female, typical of a Konoha team. Their expressions revealed curiosity rather than malice, stemming from Bai's reputation as the village's foremost genius. "Good morning, seniors," Bai greeted them with a smile, harboring his own calculations. He believed in the importance of harmony and saw no need to adopt an arrogant demeanor. In response to Bai's amiable nature, his teammates visibly relaxed. No one wished for a self-important, unruly genius to disrupt their team's cohesion, especially since their temporary addition could easily jeopardize mission success. Thankfully, although Bai was dubbed Konoha's greatest prodigy, his demeanor aligned perfectly with the village's reputation. He was quite genial. The trio then engaged in brief self-introductions. The male teammate introduced himself as Shinjin Taichi, his youthful face adorned with a profusion of red acne, and a corner of a tool pouch peeked out from his back, revealing a book. From Bai's vantage point, he could discern that the cover depicted a scantily clad woman. To his surprise, it was an adult magazine. Bai grinned widely, and Taichi, caught in the act, responded with an understanding smirk, revealing himself to be a standard optimist, albeit with a hint of bashfulness. Did he not realize Bai was merely a child of 6? As for the female teammate, Bai found himself all the more intrigued. Her name is Hinata Setsuna, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years, possessing a delicate beauty accentuated by a hint of shyness and tenacity. A meticulously tied forehead protector adorns her brow. Yet, this is of little consequence. The crux lies within the depths of her gaze. In her large, expressive eyes resides a pair of pristine, unblemished pupils, shrouded in a veil of mystery. The Byakugan, a member of the Hyuga branch family. However, the information entrusted to Kakashi Hitaki merely states her proficiency in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, devoid of further elaboration. The absence of twisted chakra pathways around her eyes left Kakashi somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to witness the activation of the Byakugan. "Oh, it is the talented Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha. I am Shinin Taichi, adept in earth and fire-style ninjutsu. We should exchange insights when time permits. Rest assured, as your senior, I shall look after you," Shinin Taichi remarked, his demeanor overly familiar, with a grin that evoked a sense of recognition in Kakashi, reminiscent of a college roommate from a past life. Hinata Setsuna, however, responded with a slight nod, her words few, before she resumed her training on the roadside, honing her chakra control. As a bearer of one of the 3 great ocular techniques, her innate talent was complemented by relentless effort. A person with lofty aspirations, Kakashi mused. Yet, it is intriguing that the Byakugan and the Sharingan could coexist within the same team, seemingly harmoniously. Perhaps it is a manifestation of the world's unseen destiny. Konoha's squads often consist of 2 males and 1 female, with one male being extroverted and the other introverted, much like Kakashi and Obito or Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino. With everyone gathered, let us converse as we walk. Kakashi finally arrived as the captain. Casting a casual glance at Kakashi before deftly inserting a kunai, which held their pass, into the gate of Konoha. Without further ado, he took the lead. Shinin Taichi and Hinata Setsuna remained silent, following closely behind. Observing their demeanor, Kakashi instinctively furrowed his brow, stepping forward, and then, clang. A clear, resonant sound echoed as his sword, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, was drawn, its brilliant silver light cascading like a silken wave upon Kakashi, who walked ahead. Suddenly, Kakashi's form transformed into a flurry of crows, scattering in all directions. A crow ninjutsu? Is that really Kakashi? Kakashi's heart raced as he swiftly distanced himself from Shinin Taichi and Hinata Setsuna, maintaining vigilance. Applause erupted, and Kakashi emerged from behind a tree, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he spoke. Well done. You discerned that it was not my true form and acted decisively. You have passed my test. Welcome to my team. What? It was merely a shadow. How did you realize that was not the captain's true self? Even we failed to perceive it. Don't you agree, Setsuna? Shinin Taichi exclaimed, subtly closing the gap between himself and Hinata Setsuna, smiling ingratiatingly. The forehead protector was askew, and his stride was noticeably inferior to the original by 3 centimeters. Hinata Setsuna regarded the approaching Shinin Taichi with a slight frown, her words striking him without mercy, resounding harshly. Alas, was I the only one who failed to notice? Amidst laughter, the carefree Shinin Taichi scratched his head, a cheerful smile adorning his face. A test, perhaps? Who can say? The vigilant look on Hataki's face remained steadfast. Although Konohagakure was relatively safe, he was acutely aware of the insatiable Danzo lurking within its confines, ever hungry for talent of any kind. With both hands gripping his blade, angled downward, he subtly enveloped the 3 individuals before him in an aura of aggression, a technique he had surreptitiously learned from the Sakura swordsman in his dreams, known as the initial stance of White Strike. The test has already been passed by. You may sheathe your sword. It is time for us to embark. Shinyu Tai continued to smile, utterly unguarded as he approached Hataki Bai. Bai remained silent, gathering chakra within him as a sphere of blue light gradually enveloped the 1,000 cherry blossoms. No, Tai. In a flash, Shirzue, who had been concealed behind a tree, appeared beside Shinyu Tai, placing a hand on his shoulder and flinging him away. In the next instant, a shuriken loomed larger within Hataki Bai's pupils. The test has only just begun. The shuriken sounded like a clarion call before battle, a chilling aura descending almost immediately. Hataki Bai's eyelids drooped slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, now entwined with crackling lightning, sliced through the air. Chidori stream, blade slash. Crows took to the skies. But following them was a relentless surge of azure energy, tearing through all in its path until silence fell. As the smoke cleared, Hataki Bai slowly returned the 1,000 cherry blossoms to its scabbard, the murderous intent from Shirzue finally dissipating. It seemed this was indeed the anticipated test. Allow me to formally welcome you, Hataki Bai. You have earned my recognition, and you are now a member of our team, Shirzue said, his form flickering with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to Bai, extending a friendly hand with sincerity. Your swordsmanship is commendable. The icy demeanor of Hataki Bai thawed, replaced by a modest smile as he grasped Shirzue's calloused hand. I look forward to your guidance, Captain Shirzue. Oh, and I am Shinyu Tai. Henceforth, we shall be comrades, he exclaimed, laughing heartily as he placed his hand atop theirs, casting frequent glances at Hinata Shana, his flattering smile unmistakably evident. Fool, are you the Konoha treasure, my guy? Hinata Shana murmured, stepping forward with a silent outstretched hand. Let us depart. Although the Ninja World War had yet to ignite, the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, which concluded with a resounding victory for Konoha, had stirred undercurrents of unrest, particularly along the borders of the fire, lightning, and water countries. Seizing the moment of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's brilliance, compounded by the early demise of the Ninetales and Orochimaru's defection, had led to frequent skirmishes at the borders, hinting at the potential for greater conflict, leaving Konoha in a severely precarious state. Hataki Bai and his companions' inaugural mission set them on a divergent path from Kakashi's assignment, leading them to the Land of Waves, in transition with the Land of Water. Although Bai was unsure of the circumstances, he felt an unsettling notion that Danzo, in collusion with the other 2 Hokage advisors, was behind it all, though he could not ascertain whether the target was himself or the esteemed Shirzei of the Uchiha clan. Since the destruction of the land of whirlpools and its village, the borders of the Fire Nation and the Water Nation have largely merged with the remnants of the former land of whirlpools. Meanwhile, the land of waves, struggling for survival amidst the tensions of the two nations, finds itself in utter chaos. Most intelligence exchange points between the two nations are located here. At this moment, within the dense forests of the Fire Nation, a team of 4 ninjas hastens on their journey. This is none other than the group led by Hitaki Shimizu. Along the way, Shimizu has already disseminated and subsequently destroyed the mission scroll. Their task is to gather intelligence and, when necessary, eliminate the intelligence team from the mist village of the Water Nation, a rather mundane assignment that leaves Hitaki Shimizu, who fancied a grand adventure, feeling slightly disappointed. He chuckles to himself, realizing the absurdity of expecting such excitement at his tender age of 6. Determined to rest for the night in the town ahead, they plan to proceed to the land of waves the following day. However, with the team's formation disrupted, Shimizu instructs, "Moments follow me, Taichi. Take Hitaki Shimizu and enter the town at staggered intervals." With that, Shimizu quickens his pace alongside Hinata Sanada. "Hey Shimizu, don't you find it exhausting to carry a sword longer than yourself every day?" Taichi, having held back his thoughts, suddenly speaks up as Shimizu departs. Hitaki Shimizu's face darkens, and he refrains from responding. What does he mean by longer than myself? Does he even know how to choose his words? "Can I see that sword of yours?" Taichi inquires. "No." Hitaki Shimizu decisively retorts. "Why not? Is it something extraordinary, like Lord Second's Thunder God sword? A divine weapon is not to be displayed before the unworthy." Hitaki Shimizu responds, feeling quite proud of his own retort, convinced it would quell Taichi's curiosity. "What if I were to steal it?" Taichi scratches his head, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Hitaki Shimizu shoots him a cold glance. Fixing his gaze on the little yellow book in Taichi's ninja tool pouch, his lips curling into a menacing smile. "Then I would go mad. Perhaps by tearing certain things apart. Rest assured, I will take good care of you and your sword." Taichi replies earnestly. As the conversation unfolds, an hour swiftly passes, and the duo halts before a small town. Taichi skillfully locates the sign inscribed by Hinata Sanada on the 3rd tree to the left of the town gate, beckoning Hitaki Shimizu to come closer. He whispers, "If our team gets separated, the group with Sanada's Byakugan must leave essential information at the gathering point. If all goes well, it will be at the 3rd tree on the left side of the road. If unforeseen circumstances arise and pursuit is necessary, it will be at the 3rd tree on the right side. Any situation outside these 2 signals indicates one thing: mission failure. Retreat immediately." The ordinarily carefree Taichi adopts a serious demeanor as he teaches Hitaki Shimizu to decipher the signals. Each ninja team possesses its unique method of interpreting codes, particularly the intelligence gathering units. The cryptic message left by Shana signifies the evidence of ninja activities within the town, which is in close proximity to the border, making the appearance of mist ninjas a possibility. Furthermore, the markings indicate that, through Shana's Byakugan investigation, there are 5 locations within the town exhibiting powerful chakra fluctuations. Do you comprehend? "Ah, yes." Hitaki earnestly nodded, his eyes widening as he committed the signals on the tree to memory. This is invaluable advice and a means of survival for Team Shimizu, serving as a crucial asset for his future endeavors. The leader of the Shimizu faction, Shinin Taichi, is indeed more suited for teaching such matters compared to the reticent Hugashana. As for Shimizu himself, although he remains gentle and courteous in the presence of Itachi, the Uchiha bloodline dictates a more reserved demeanor in front of outsiders, especially since Hitaki has only just joined his team. Well, there's no need to fret. We have completed countless intelligence missions. With us, seasoned veterans around, we are indeed formidable, particularly myself. Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of you, my little rookie, haha." Shinin Taichi boisterously laughed as he patted his chest, assuming an air of seniority. He then squinted at Hitaki and suggested that, while Shana and Captain Shimizu are absent, he would take out for a proper relaxation, claiming that indulging in such pleasures before a mission is truly delightful. That night, within the town, darkness enveloped the sky. Yet the town thrived with life, its vibrancy undiminished by the fall of night, especially at the location where Shinin Taichi expertly led them. The streets were illuminated by a riot of colorful neon lights, inciting enthusiasm among many. The streets bustled with people, the air alive with the flicker of dazzling lights. Adults, adorned in lavish attire, wore tipsy smiles, while vendors shouted energetically, beckoning customers with their alluring calls, many of whom were dressed provocatively. Upon seeing the youthful Shinin Taichi, they approached him as if he were a prized catch, wrapping their graceful forms around his arm and sweetly addressing him as handsome, leaving Taichi entranced. His eyes nearly ablaze with desire, exclaiming that such days were the pursuit of his life. All of this made Hitachi feel as though he had returned to the red light district of his past life, where the ambience was strikingly similar. However, to Bai's surprise, after indulging himself, Shinin Taichi, who had long yearned for such a lifestyle, suddenly seemed resolute, as if the alluring figures he had just been tempted by transformed before his eyes into faded echoes, their faces solemn as if they were deities. "Captain, Shauna." Hitachi offered an awkward smile, recognizing the discomfort that would arise if one were caught by acquaintances in such a place, unless they were true brothers. "Ah, Shauna. How did you find us?" Xian Yuan Tai wore an expression of astonishment, his youthful acne illuminated spectacularly by the vibrant neon lights surrounding him. Hee. Hinata Shauna cast a disdainful glance, bent her legs, and leapt onto the rooftop, disregarding the risk of revealing her identity among the common folk, as if this place were a den of danger. In truth, her presence here was indeed striking, standing like a plum blossom defying the storm. She had already captivated a throng of besotted admirers. "You." Ji Shui sighed impassively, trailing behind, clearly accustomed to this routine. "Ah, Shauna, you misunderstand. It was Bai who insisted on coming here to experience this, and I reluctantly acquiesced," Xian Yuan Tai anxiously explained, skillfully discarding his dignity. Observing this, Hitachi swiftly slipped away before the crowd fully gathered, though the familiar figure of a white-haired individual clad in red, carrying a large scroll, lingered in his mind. Ultimately, the four chose to stay at a secluded hot spring inn discovered by Ji Shui, a location devoid of the special services Xian Yuan Tai had hoped for. Upon arriving at the inn, Hitachi was surprised by its unexpected size, though the dilapidated walls hinted at its ancient history, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his arrival at the abandoned Hitachi residence in Konoha. Clearly, Ji Shui's remark about the lack of customers was not merely due to its remote location. "Let us enter," Ji Shui said, taking the lead and nodding to the innkeeper as they stepped inside. Once inside, Hitachi realized that the inn was not only aged on the exterior, but also bore a decrepit interior that made it resemble a haunted house. The overgrown weeds in the courtyard nearly reached his waist, and the rustling grass created an illusion of vastness, albeit marred by eerie sounds. However, the steam rising from the back courtyard's hot springs and the illuminated interior suggested that the establishment was indeed operational, perhaps. Hinata Shauna and Ji Shui headed straight to their room to rest, while Xian Yuan Tai dragged Hitachi to take a dip in the hot spring. Despite the inn's antiquity, the hot spring was exquisite. The marble-constructed pool exuded fresh air, and the water was scalding hot, allowing one to forget all life's complexities with just a simple recline. If only it weren't for the incessant chatter of Xian Yuan Tai beside him. A night passed in silence, and finally, a weary Hitachi having soaked to the point of exhaustion, returned to the lobby with the inebriated Xian Yuan Tai, attempting to erase from his mind the nerdy fantasies about Ji Shui's preferences or Shauna's secret affection for Tai. Just as he was about to return to his room, he was taken aback to find Ji Shui's room still aglow, the silhouette of the innkeeper cast against the curtain. What a strong taste, Hitachi mused, trying to recall the innkeeper's appearance, who seemed to be over 60 and lacked Tsunade's remarkable youth-preserving skills. On the following dawn, as the sky began to cool slightly and a faint hue of fishbelly white appeared on the horizon, the entire world lay in serene silence. The air was refreshingly crisp, inviting one to take a deep breath that sweetened the heart. Kirigakura stepped out of the door, where Shui was already seated in the main hall, leisurely cradling a cup of fragrant tea with wisps of smoke curling upwards. In the courtyard, Hinata Shanai was engaged in her morning exercises, arms outstretched like a white crane taking flight, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful ink wash painting, young maidens, verdant grass, and the rising sun. "Good morning, Captain." Kirigakura slyly glanced at the proprietress of the hot spring inn. Ahem, Shui cleared his throat and remarked, "Although I am unaware of your thoughts, the owner of this hot spring inn is a liaison for my family's outpost here, making her my aunt." Ah, hee hee, Kirigakure chuckled awkwardly, realizing how his base thoughts had been unceremoniously exposed. No wonder this grand hot spring establishment was teetering on the brink of failure. One could only understand such a predicament by recalling the haughty demeanor of the Uchiha clan. It was likely a case of, "Hey, are you staying? Not staying? Then leave." Business should not be conducted with such disregard for decorum. While one cannot treat customers like deities, neither should one elevate oneself to divinity in their presence. After some idle chatter, Shinin Taichi finally joined the dining table after Hinata Shinai completed her morning routine, with sleep still lingering in his eyes. He hardly resembled a seasoned ninja as he devoured ramen with the voracity reminiscent of a future Naruto Uzumaki. Reports suggest that our movements may have been compromised. The chakra traces in the town likely indicate the presence of Mist Village ninjas attempting to intercept us. For now, we shall suspend our mission and deal with these ninjas first, Shursui stated, having consumed only a couple of slices of toast and a fried egg. Kirigakure refrained from joining the discussion. Although the spirit court had not mandated silence during meals, it was wise to avoid acting like a fool in such a critical situation, lest he become a source of annoyance. Shinai, what do you think? Shinin Taichi instinctively turned to her. Even the allure of his favorite ramen could not overshadow his enthusiasm for Hinata Shinai. Follow the captain's lead, she replied, her demeanor revealing an unwavering adherence to Shursui's authority, her icy demeanor creating a barrier between herself and Taichi. Speak boldly, Shinai. No need to be shy. I am here. Taichi, undeterred by her frosty glare, turned away bashfully, overwhelmed by her presence. What is your opinion, Taichi? Shall we set a trap, or what? Shursui inquired democratically, a stark contrast to the typical decisiveness of other Uchiha clan members, simultaneously curbing Taichi's inclination to further disturb the appetite of his companions. My opinion? Shinin Taichi chewed his ramen thoughtfully. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. We should confront them head-on. Charge in and show them what it means to be a ninja with a full display of jutsu. Excellent. That is a very Taichi answer. Let us linger in the town for 3 days. After dealing with the mist ninjas, we shall continue our journey. Despite the calmness of Shursui, he could not help but nearly topple from his seat upon hearing those words. Regret surged within him for having sought the opinion of this muscle-bound fool, whose thoughts were filled with nothing but women. Even he, a person typically indifferent to matters beyond Itachi, found the situation unbearable and swiftly departed the dining hall. Observing this, Shikamaru, with utmost decorum, set down his utensils and hastened to follow. Behind him, a voice, coincidentally audible, drifted from Taichi Shinjin, lamenting, "Oh, Captain Shursui, that boyish obsession has ensnared him once more. What is the matter? Since our first encounter, I have noticed your hesitance to speak." As he stepped outside, Shikamaru spotted Shursui standing amid the weeds in the courtyard, a gentle smile gracing his face. Perhaps inheriting the admirable genes of the Uchiha clan, he would have been quite handsome were it not for that bulbous nose. "I would like to trouble you, Captain, to cast a genjutsu upon me. There is a question I wish to clarify." After much hesitation, Shikamaru finally spoke, revealing his fatal flaw to another, an exceedingly perilous decision. "I have heard that in your duel with Itachi, you ultimately fell to his genjutsu. Am I correct? Is that why it weighs heavily on your mind?" Shursui spoke candidly. "Indeed, and thus I have acquiesced. However, I hope you will share something with me in return," Shursui stated decisively, framing it as a transaction wherein neither party would owe the other a debt of gratitude. "Very well, as long as it is within my knowledge." Shikamaru nodded, raising his gaze to meet Shursui's eyes. His eyes, crimson and rotating like the tomo, reflected an unchanging world. In the courtyard of the hot spring inn, Shikamaru and Shursui gazed at one another. Furrowing his brow, Shikamaru mused. Is the activation of the Sharingan Jinjutsu always this slow? He subtly moved his neck, attempting to alleviate the itch that crept from his back. What was the matter with the maid responsible for his garments? Did she think him too young to be taken seriously? Having been in Konoha for merely over 3 months, had she already begun to slack off? Or was it simply her belief that he could be trifled with? Shikamaru frowned, finding that the attire he had just changed into that morning seemed to have retained static cling. The silk clung to his skin, causing an unbearable itch and sting with the slightest movement. As he shifted slightly, the discomfort intensified, a vexation he had prepared for long before arriving in Konoha. This itch clawed at him like a cat's paw, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to scratch. The silver bracelet on his wrist sent a sharp pain coursing through him, curbing his unrefined impulse, yet the weight and sting emanating from his wrist filled him with dissatisfaction. How could a mere object restrain my actions? As his discomfort grew, Shikamaru raised his head to meet Shishui's dark gaze, subtly reaching behind him to alleviate the itch. Upon doing so, he discovered the source. A sharp thorn had emerged from his clothing. Impatiently, he removed it, only to find that his garments were now entwined with a brown vine bristling with sharp spikes. He inhaled sharply, suddenly enlightened. Shikamaru realized that regardless of the maid's negligence, it was impossible for the fabric to sprout such thorny vines. It was Jinjutsu. Since when had this begun? Kikuki was unaware that despite his preparation to confront the illusionary techniques of Shizumi, he was still ensnared within the illusion without any forewarning. However, recognizing it as an illusion offered him a glimmer of hope for escape. He closed his eyes and recalled the method to dispel the illusion. First, he must halt the flow of chakra throughout his body. Then, he would disrupt the chakra in the area affected, thus shattering the illusion. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the encroaching vines that had blossomed into vibrant red flowers, from which fruit gradually took shape, resembling Shizumi. The illusion was beyond his capacity to unravel. If he struggled against a prepared illusion, what hope did he have against an ambush? Kikuki's complexion turned pale, confirming his fears. A part of his soul had been compromised, and illusions were indeed his nemesis. The vines constricted him, binding him to a great tree, while the pervasive presence of Shizumi manifested from the petals, as though employing the technique of multiple shadow clones. The sky above dimmed, a blood-red hue enveloping it. With a three-tomo Sharingan sun looming ominously, a chill crept across his neck as the kunai in Shizumi's grasp pressed against him. With a sudden jolt, the illusion dissipated, and Kikuki stood in the courtyard, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. Not far away, Shizumi's pupils, once spinning, now reflected concern. What transpired? Kakashi-sensei should have stimulated your body with lightning chakra and taught you methods to dispel illusions. You ought not to have succumbed so easily. Is it your soul? I do not know. Kikuki painfully moved his wrist, the sharp pangs warning him of impending numbness in his arm, yet he remained oblivious to the illusion's grasp, consumed instead by resentment and fury. In your current state, it appears you require assistance to dispel the illusion. Should I request Shizumi from our clan to devise a solution for Kikuki? Had this been a day prior, I would not have interfered, but today, Kikuki is a member of my team, my comrade. That's unnecessary. I hope Captain Shizumi can keep this matter confidential. Kikuki declined, aware that if this incident were to circulate, it would become a perpetual blade hovering above him. I will not divulge it, Shizumi reassured him, a hint of understanding in his voice, before reaching to touch his Sharingan, sighing softly as he posed his question. Itachi, were you by his side when he activated his Sharingan? It is said you both came under attack together. Kikuki furrowed his brow, surprised that Itachi had not disclosed this event to Shizumi, his mentor and friend. I have not returned to our clan's residence for 6 months, and there are subtle hints suggesting that the clan wishes for Itachi to avoid me, much like this recent team division. Shizumi lamented, revealing his sorrowful expression, unaware that he had been discarded by the Uchiha clan, barred from any contact with its members. The discord between Shizumi and the Uchiha elders was common knowledge among the people of Konoha, for within the ranks of the Hokage's direct umbu, he stood alone, the sole bearer of the Uchiha surname. The specifics elude me, yet according to Itachi's account, 2 members of the Uchiha clan perished in their endeavor to rescue him. In the aftermath, within the confines of the hospital, I witnessed him awaken his eyes. Kakashi, of course, did not conceal the truth. Aside from the relationship between Itachi and Shisui as depicted in the original narrative, the sorrowful and dim gaze of Shisui at that moment rendered it unbearable for him to deceive. Indeed, if one had not endured the heart-wrenching agony, how could this cursed power have awakened? How could such accursed eyes have manifested? Ultimately, did Itachi not behold that tragic scene? Shisui, feeling a sudden wave of despondency, waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. In the land of lightning, the landscape is characterized by towering mountains that stretch into the clouds, resonating with the deafening sounds of thunder year-round. The rivers that flow down these mountains meander into intricate coastlines at their mouths. Consequently, the The military might of the village of Kumogakure in the land of lightning reveres martial prowess, excelling in taijutsu and kinjutsu. However, despite the presence of hot spring regions, the land remains barren, coveting the fertile soils of the Central Fire Nation. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Fourth Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, met their demise at the hands of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, before he ascended to his position. In the present day, following the disappearance of the Fourth Hokage and the Knight of the Nine Tails, with all three legendary Sannin having left the village, Konoha finds itself in a state of decline, its strength waning. This has ignited the long-festering greed within the Fourth Raikage. At the border between the Fire Nation and the Land of Lightning, the outpost of Konoha stands. The atmosphere is saturated with a chilling aura of death, with blood-soaked white cloth strewn about and corpses littering the ground. The remaining wounded gaze vacantly, their eyes wandering as if unable to discern their futures. Kakashi leans against a tree, observing Itachi from a distance, uncertain of how to offer solace. He can only watch as the two tomo of Itachi's blood-red eyes slowly swirl, even the chakra emanating from Itachi appearing both sinister and sorrowful due to those two tomo. Itachi's Sharingan has evolved once more within a mere month. The Sharingan, the eye that reflects the soul. Can a mere 6-year-old bear such a burden? Kakashi does not know. He can only stand silently by, aware that he cannot even save himself, let alone another. Should he navigate this perilous trial, it would be a victory. If not, he would fade into oblivion, another once promising genius lost to time. 2 days prior, Itachi had just joined Kakashi's ninja team. Upon receiving their mission, the swift Kakashi team allotted merely half an hour for preparation before they set off, journeying tirelessly to the Konoha outpost near the border of the Land of Lightning. All three new members of Kakashi's team, aside from Itachi, were Chunin of the Uchiha clan, with one being a special jonin dispatched by the clan leader specifically to safeguard Itachi. Ostensibly, the role of these two new team members was to ensure the safety of Itachi's eyes and life, even at the cost of their own. This special jonin, named Uchiha Fudo, happens to be Itachi's uncle. Their mission was ultimately fulfilled during the ambush of the cloud the following day. They preserved the life of the prodigious young head of the Uchiha clan while sacrificing their own for the enhancement of Itachi Uchiha Sharingan. The Sharingan, the eye that reflects the soul, the accursed eye, a legacy passed down since the Warring States period. The Uchiha clan was well aware of its means of evolution. Since Itachi Sharingan could awaken due to the death of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Kagami, it would undoubtedly continue to evolve through the demise of loved ones. Coincidentally, Itachi possessed an uncle whose talent was not particularly remarkable. What is the meaning of life? What is the significance of war? What does family represent? And what of the village? Gazing into the water, Itachi beheld his reflection, the crimson pupils, adorned with two spinning tomo, twisted into a grim smile as if mocking something. Slowly extending his hands, he attempted to grasp his reflection in the water, akin to trying to seize the moon. The price of acquiring power is the lives of those closest to us. Then what use is this power to me? This tragic and laughable cursed strength. Indeed, one must pay a price for what they desire. Will Sasuke also accept this tragic fate? The strongest clan. A laughable notion of the strongest clan. A world with a perfect conclusion is surely non-existent. Thus, let me bear this cost. Outside the small town, Hatake Bai and Shinjin Taichi employed transformation techniques to create the most impeccable disguise, stifling their breaths as they concealed themselves nearby. Upon learning of his fatal flaw in Jinjutsu that morning, Hatake Bai did not succumb to despair. He quickly regained his composure. After all, it merely validated his suspicions. He could not allow himself to wallow in self-pity upon uncovering such truths. He would berate himself 100 times over without the need for the spirit realm to remind him. Meanwhile, Shinjin Taichi, camouflaged as a plump sparrow perched on a tree, remained troubled by the disastrous outcome of his reckless driving the previous day, muttering inaudible grievances. Unbeknownst to him, should anyone overhear a corpulent sparrow lamenting such matters, it would surely raise questions about the very nature of reality. Don't be disheartened. We may have failed this time, but as long as we persevere, there will come a day when I shall take you to the finest brothel to indulge in the most exquisite companions. We will reside there, reveling in a life of excess. Just thinking about it excites me. That is the true dream of the future. Hatake Bai glanced at the rotund little bird. whose eyes gleamed with a wicked light from mere fantasies, unsure of what to retort. After all, he was still but a child. Powerless, isn't it? And also, did Shui not deliberately toss this predicament upon him? Hush, if you keep talking, our disguise will be compromised. Our ambush will fail, I finally remarked, unable to tolerate Shinjin Taichi's incessant chatter any longer. However, Taichi, with a smirk indicating youthful naivety, retorted, By the way, you still don't know our captain's nickname, do you? No wonder you're so anxious. You really are still too young. In an instant, Shui, I do know the captain's nickname. With a sense of resignation, Hatakibai remarked that he might as well dismiss his transformation technique. The hereditary chakra scarcity of the Hitaki clan was indeed not to be underestimated, particularly in his tender age where conserving chakra was paramount. Just keep it to yourself, Shunshin no Jutsu. What a splendid moniker. You must understand that a mere mist ninja squad is no match for our esteemed captain, who could easily dispatch them with a mere finger. Generally, should foreign ninja squads encounter Shunshin no Jutsu, they are permitted to abandon their mission. Thus, this ambush merely serves to acclimate you to the atmosphere. Do not be anxious. I possess a delightful item. Would you care to take a look? It's rather exhilarating. Hatakibai raised his hand to decline the offered dubious literature and inquired, Is the captain truly that formidable? He harbored doubts, vaguely recalling that in the original narrative, only the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, bore a reputation that instilled fear in others. Indeed, however, there is one quirk about the captain. If you wish to endear yourself to him, it is advisable to seek out some well-trained young lads, preferably with dark hair and a somewhat mature demeanor, Shinin Taichi stated earnestly. The notion of seeking out well-trained young lads, particularly those with dark hair and a mature disposition, left Hatakibai momentarily speechless. If such thoughts were to reach the ears of Uchiha Shui, Itachi, or Sasuke, he feared they might find themselves scorched by Amaterasu, while their spirits languished in the realm of Tsukuyami. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Hatakibai swiftly maneuvered into the verdant thicket, retrieving wires, explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools from his pack to set up traps. I've already stated that our affairs do not concern you. Why exert yourself so? Shinin Taichi rolled his eyes, clearly dismissive of Hatakibai's caution. After all, he was still young, unlike himself. A seasoned ninja who epitomized the true essence of a ninja by maximizing his ability to be lazy, with one possessing Byakugan and another wielding the three-tomo Sharingan in their squad. He couldn't fathom how the mist ninjas of this town had incurred such misfortune to encounter a squad led by Shunshin no Jutsu. Someone is coming. Hatakibai suddenly furrowed his brow, his ears twitching slightly as he swiftly grasped Shinin Taichi's arm and concealed them both within the grove. While Shinin Taichi brimmed with pride for Shui, Hatakibai felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He would never entrust his hopes to another, for such reliance felt akin to the cowardice of living off another's bounty. Though Shinin Taichi had suggested that the likelihood of confrontation was minimal, Hatakibai remained resolute in his preparations. One must exert full effort even against a mere rabbit, let alone himself, a small fry. The waiting period was excruciating. Perched atop a tree, Hatakibai positioned his hand upon the hilt of his Sakura sword, striving for the swiftest draw. Soon enough, a figure emerged within his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict into mere pinpoints. It's him. How infuriating. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword against this individual. Even the hastily constructed traps would be futile. If it was indeed him, then they were but ants attempting to shake a tree. In the humid jungle, Hataki Kakashi wore a serious expression, setting aside all thoughts of shortcuts. The blade of his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, gently grazed the ground. Encountering this formidable opponent on his very first mission could indeed be considered an ominous start. The figure before him was terrifying, resembling an abstract painting by Van Gogh. With jagged teeth, pallid skin, and a shark-like visage, complemented by the imposing blade, the samahata, that he wielded. He unmistakably revealed his identity, the rogue ninja from the hidden mist, Kakazu, a member of the infamous Akatsuki, known for his deadly prowess. Take Hinata Hanabi and retreat swiftly. You cannot assist in this battle, move quickly. Jisue appeared beside them in an instant, gently laying the unconscious Hinata Hanabi down. At that moment, Jisue was drenched and in disarray, his crimson Sharingan glistening ominously, as if ready to bleed, while his gaze remained fixed on Kakazu. The captain, Nara Shikamaru, said solemnly, observing Jisue's labored breaths and tattered clothing, clearly indicating that he had fallen victim to Kakuzu's might. It's all right, Jiraiya-sama is behind us. You two should escape for now. By the way, hand me your ninja tools, mine are depleted. Jisue offered a relieved smile as he received Kakashi's tool pouch, and with a quick leap, he vanished. The name Shunshin Jisue was indeed well earned. Let us move. Kakashi commanded decisively, assisting Nara Shikamaru in lifting Hinata Hanabi. Without waiting for a response, they hastily retreated. Remaining here would only serve to hinder Jisue and Jiraiya. After a quarter of an hour, the trio slowed their pace and came to a halt. Suddenly, 9 shuriken appeared before Kakashi. Be cautious, it's an ambush. Kakashi's expression changed dramatically as he barely managed to twist in midair, planting his foot on Shikamaru's waist, narrowly evading the incoming shuriken. In the next moment, a glimmer flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he noticed a web of fine, glistening wires spread across the ground where he was about to land. Trouble, he exclaimed, with no time to lose. He drew the 1,000 cherry blossoms and thrust it into the crevice of the wires. A screech akin to nails scraping against metal pierced the air as Kakashi propelled himself upwards into the trees, glancing back at Shikamaru and Hinata's position. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his remaining chakra into the 1,000 cherry blossoms and lunged forward. Futile. 2 ninjas adorned with the Mist Village headbands emerged from the jungle. The leading figure, upon witnessing Kakashi's actions, scoffed. Ninjas must not harbor emotions. The mission takes precedence. Those who fail to complete their tasks are unworthy of the title ninja. Individuals like Kakashi, who recklessly pursue bonds with their comrades, cannot survive under the blood-soaked policies of our Mist Village. Meanwhile, Kakashi, in a moment of desperation, cleaved the wires beneath Shikamaru and Hinata. The next instant, a cloud of dust erupted as Kakashi and Shikamaru gazed at the white paper buried beneath the wires, their faces reflecting despair. Explosive tag. Kakashi White and Shinin Taichi were unexpectedly engulfed by the blinding light of an explosive tag, surrounded by a dense smoke that soared into the heavens. The flames danced within, obscuring the fates of the 3 individuals, including the unconscious Hinata Shizuka. Even if they managed to survive the detonation, it was likely they would emerge severely injured, incapacitated for battle. TCH, the tedium of camaraderie, sneered the Mist Ninja, as he and his companion cautiously approached the inferno, maintaining a prudent distance from one another. Wind release, great breakthrough. The leading Mist Ninja furrowed his brow. Gazing at the swirling smoke from the explosive tag, he decisively unleashed a gust of wind to disperse the haze, only to be caught off guard as 3 shurikens abruptly flew forth. In an instant, one of the Mist Ninjas sustained an injury to his hand, rendering him incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. At least we have regained some advantage. Kakashi White gasped as he and his comrades lent each other support. Perhaps fate was smiling upon them, for just before the explosive tag detonated, Hinata Shizuka miraculously regained consciousness and, with a swift maneuver, managed to deflect a significant portion of the blast's damage. The remainder was shielded by Shinin Taichi's Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Nevertheless, at this moment, only Kakashi White remained combat-ready, while Shinin Taichi, who had vowed to protect him, appeared utterly defeated, resembling a drowned rat. The disparity in strength was stark. Although Kakashi White had severed one Mist Ninja's arm, while they were momentarily distracted, it merely rendered one of them unable to use ninjutsu. Hey, kid, release those 2, and I might let you go, the unscathed Mist Ninja taunted, attempting to unsettle Kakashi White's focus. Very well, Kakashi White replied coolly, drawing his blade in a swift motion. Shifting 10 steps to position himself before the Mist Ninja, the glimmering Konoha cherry blossoms radiating silver light in his grasp. What a farce. Had he hesitated even for a moment, the delay in rescuing Shinin Taichi and Hinata Shizuka would have sealed his fate in the explosion, leaving him bereft of their protective jutsu. Humph, a self-inflicted plight. The Mist Ninja conjured a series of water columns around him, merging them into a solid water wall to staunch the advance of Kakashi White's Konoha cherry blossoms, now imbued with azure light. So light, wait. The Mist Ninja's expression shifted dramatically as the water wall dissipated, revealing the mocking grin that graced Kakashi White's lips. In an instant, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, fainting. Meanwhile, the injured Mist Ninja's pupils contracted as he beheld the white-haired figure materializing before him, and he desperately drew a kunai, thrusting it with all his might. He could hardly believe that this young boy would dare to risk his life against him. Yet Kakashi White wore a grim smile. If he did not fight with all his might in this 2-on-1 scenario, he would soon find himself as mere fodder once the other mist ninja regained his senses. A flash of silver. A head was raised high. Kakashi White pressed a hand to his abdomen. Although the Konoha cherry blossoms were superior to the kunai in length and strength, his youthful stature hindered him, resulting in significant blood loss from his wound. Damn it! That wretched boy! The remaining mist ninja seethed with rage, yet he retreated to conceal himself. Camaraderie? Huh. Such a notion was non-existent. A ninja born in the land of blood mist could not possibly harbor emotions. How absurd. It is merely the anger of being deceived. It must be so. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the area, mingling with the smoke from the explosion of the detonation talisman, rendering visibility ever more obscure. 8 places. The voice of the mist ninja echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location. Throat, spine, liver, kidneys, carotid artery, subclavian artery, stomach, heart. Where do you wish for me to strike next? Following this, a palpable aura of murderous intent began to spread. Listening to the echoes of the phrases from the legendary No More beheading, Kakashi Hitaki, with a pallid complexion, tore a strip of cloth and bound his right hand firmly to the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Blood loss from his abdomen was significant, and dizziness began to cloud his mind. What to do? Kakashi silently questioned himself, his cold gaze fixated on the thick fog before him. 8 places. The voice of the mist ninja reverberated from all sides, rendering his location unfathomable. Throat, spine, liver, kidneys, carotid artery, subclavian artery, stomach, heart. Where do you wish for me to strike next? With one hand gripping the 1,000 cherry blossoms, beads of sweat poured down him, his pallor exacerbated by the heavy blood loss. His brain felt oxygen deprived, making the voice of the mist ninja seem ethereal, as if he had not slept in ages. What to do? In the face of an impending knife aimed at his head, Kakashi forced his mind to calm. Although the situation teetered on the brink of despair, succumbing to panic would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Under the pressure of life and death, Kakashi could even sense the chilling presence of death pressing against his chest, his heart beginning to lose its vitality. His pores contracted and released in rhythm, as beads of icy sweat trickled down his forehead, crossing over his eyes, gliding down his cheeks, and falling to the ground. Drip drop. A heart as clear as ice remains untroubled by the heavens' collapse. A heart as clear as ice remains untroubled by the heavens' collapse. A heart as clear as ice remains untroubled by the heavens' collapse. Kakashi murmured, his peripheral vision scanning the positions of Shinsuke Taichi and Hinata Sakana. Good. Their chests still rose and fell. Though still unconscious, they were alive. It seemed the mist ninja had no immediate intent to claim their lives, which was either fortunate or a glimmer of hope. Fortunate. Kakashi swallowed hard. Shinsuke Taichi and Hinata Sakana's survival, albeit unconscious, proved that his efforts were not in vain. Yet it also indicated that the mist ninja intended to use their burdens to weigh him down. Despair was not yet at hand. Kakashi hypnotized himself, recognizing that while the circumstances were dire, he still clung to the faint hope of victory. Though he had managed to eliminate one opponent through a clever ruse, now, in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for the mist ninja. However, he was not alone, even if they remained in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, he resolved to buy time. Haha, do you feel the fear of death? The voice of the mist ninja emerged from the fog, at times resembling the rumbling thunder in the distance, and at others, like a lover's whisper in his ear. Huh, how laughable. Kakashi suddenly propped his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, against the ground, disdain etched on his face. If you could instill in me the terror of death, would you choose to remain idle? You are afraid, aren't you? Enough. The voice of the mist ninja resonated with fury, as if Kakashi had struck a tender nerve, piercing through his innermost vulnerability. Yet, Kakashi staggered, appearing as if he might falter, the tip of his blade deftly flicking aside a kunai that had been hurled at him. Do you think that my moment of inattention grants you, a mere rat, the opportunity to strike? Mediocrity is still mediocrity, even with the advantage of position. The cowardice ingrained in your bones will never dissipate. Kakashi gasped for breath, tearing a piece of cloth from his attire and stuffing it into the wound on his abdomen. The ensuing prickling sensation from the injury made his teeth clench involuntarily. TSK, 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 little one, how much longer can you endure? The mist ninja's voice returned to a calm, almost playful tone. You may come and test my blade's sharpness, Kakashi retorted. Oh, but I refuse to oblige. To provoke me in hopes of exploiting my momentary weakness? Such a laughable notion. The mist ninja, feeling triumphant, believed he had deciphered Kakashi's intentions. Slowly, his silhouette began to materialize amidst the fog. 10, 20, 30 figures, all seemingly adversaries. Can you not contain yourself, rodent? Kakashi felt a surge of urgency within. Yet a smile graced his lips, his grip tightening around the 1,000 cherry blossoms, a metallic taste of rust filling his throat, pain igniting in his lungs. Oh, has your blood nearly run dry? The mist ninja's taunting voice echoed. Beg me, and I shall grant you a death befitting a ninja, rather than a mere bleeding out while standing. Kakashi could not deny that, for the moment, his plan appeared to be succeeding. He merely needed to prolong the encounter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi's face turned cold as he tilted his head slightly, several kunai whizzing past his cheek, strands of silver hair cascading to the ground. Shameless rodent. He scoffed. Hee. A chill crept along Kakashi's neck, his expression sharpening. He raised the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the blade gleaming as it plunged deeply into a figure. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged, straightening his slightly hunched back as the figure predictably dissolved into a puddle of water. A water clone. Next, I shall pierce your heart with a kunai. The mist ninja's voice dripped with malice, exerting immense pressure on Kakashi. Would he truly strike? Water release, water dragon bullet. The ominous chant echoed in Kakashi's ears, followed by the relentless sound of rushing water. Kakashi raised his head slightly, the 1,000 cherry blossoms positioned firmly before him, his wrist flicking to deflect the incoming attack. However, the force was not the water dragon bullet, but rather the water release, water gun technique. Shameless rodent, come out. Kakashi's face paled, his sanity seemingly slipping as he shouted, red dripping his sword, poised to launch an attack. Come out. Why should I reveal myself? I shall merely wait in the shadows for you to bleed out. The mist ninja's triumphant tone abruptly ceased. Cough, cough, cough. The abrupt sound of Shinyan Tai's cough reverberated through the stillness of the mist. Damn it, you little brat, you're stalling for time. The mist ninja, infuriated, realized he had unwittingly stepped into this child's trap. Curse it. Upon hearing the cough, Hataki's expression initially brightened, only to shift into one of dismay as he turned to see that Shinyan Tai and Hinata Shana showed no signs of awakening. Water release, water dragon bullet. The sound of rushing water surged like a tidal wave as a water dragon leapt from the ground, charging directly towards Hataki. Just as he opened his mouth, an impulse surged through him, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth as the true water dragon bullet struck. His garments became thoroughly stained with blood. Hataki disregarded the pain, swiftly pivoting to appear beside Shinyan Tai, his gaze cold as he surveyed the desolate whiteness surrounding them. He could not comprehend why he felt compelled to protect these two teammates, whom he had known for only a short time. Perhaps it was due to their earlier selfless defense of him, or perhaps it stemmed from his own pride in not wanting to betray his comrades. Hataki struggled to articulate this sentiment, knowing only that he must stand firm, wielding his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. You have guts. The mist ninja laughed with rage, his voice echoing in all directions. Byakugan, activate. 10 steps to the left. Hinata Shana's calm voice rang like heavenly music. Hataki reacted swiftly, launching a shuriken with precision. It struck the air with a sharp clang, creating sparks. He smirked at the sight, poised to move, but suddenly his legs buckled, and he grimaced, whispering, Shana-senpai. How are you? Activating the Byakugan was proving to be a challenge. Hinata Shana's words left Hataki feeling disheartened, a chill creeping down his back as he sensed the remaining chakra being used for his healing. Do you think having an extra pair of eyes will turn the tide? The mist ninja scoffed, stepping into the light as the mist dissipated. With the Byakugan active, it was merely a waste of chakra. With that thought, the mist ninja tightened his grip on the kunai, a detonating tag affixed to it, preparing to obliterate the Konoha brat who had deceived him. The situation appeared to clear as Hataki positioned himself firmly in front of Hinata Shana, determined to shield her from harm. In an instant, Hataki's vision flickered, instinctively raising his blade to parry, sparks flying. The mist ninja materialized before him, his kunai shattering like pottery. Yet, he grinned wickedly, unleashing a sharp water spike, aimed squarely at Hitachi-bai's chest. Hitachi-bai remained unfazed, sidestepping the attack. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he caught a glimpse of the mist ninja's cunning smile. He abruptly shifted back, sacrificing a wound to his ribcage to ensure Hinata-shana's safety behind him. This scoundrel sought to limit his evasive maneuvers by exploiting the immobility of Hinata-shana. The mist ninja, undeterred, deftly drew 2 more kunai, retreating swiftly, leaving bloody marks on Hitachi-bai's shoulders as if they were mere insects gnawing at his flesh. Hitachi-bai, you should leave. Hinata Setsuna gazed at Hitachi-bai, whose body was drenched in blood, his hands hanging limply by his sides. The once prominent veins beside his Byakugan had receded, as all of her chakra was devoted to healing him, leaving her unable to maintain her ocular prowess. Be quiet, Setsuna. Bai murmured, his voice strained. It took me considerable resolve to play the hero and save you. These wounds cannot be repaid with just a few bowls of ramen. He exhaled slowly, feeling the coolness from her healing efforts ease his condition slightly, at least allowing him to see clearly. However, the moment Setsuna opened her mouth, she was silenced, her eyes wide with horror as Bai was distracted by her words and impaled by 2 senbon in the thigh. It seems you have grasped the situation. Bai grimaced, his hand instinctively covering Setsuna's mouth, blood smearing across her pale face, creating a hauntingly beautiful contrast of red against white. Hey, for one so young, you certainly exhibit a sense of chivalry. Perhaps it is best for you to join me in the afterlife. The mist ninja, wielding shurikens, appeared before Bai, his complexion pale as he had exhausted his chakra with the numerous jutsu he had employed. Upon seeing this, Bai gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a kunai, his hands swiftly forming seals. There is no choice but to try. After repelling the mist ninja with a flying knife, Bai clasped his hands together, fingers intertwined, executing the seals with remarkable finesse. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. He roared, his face etched with determination as he prepared for a final stand. Impossible. How can you still possess chakra? The mist ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that in his depleted state, he could not withstand the impending water dragon technique. His only refuge lay with the leaf ninja's location. In an instant, the mist ninja sprang forward, appearing behind Bai, kunai raised to pierce his temple. Yet, he could not bring himself to strike. The water dragon technique did not manifest before Bai. He had been deceived once more. You coward, you finally dare to approach. Bai declared fiercely, Bakudo number 4, Byakurai. A spark ignited at his fingertip, crackling to life as a slender bolt of lightning shot forth, striking with precision. As the mist ninja lowered his gaze, he beheld a face marred by acne, smiling as the bindings ensnared his legs, a small wound in his chest bleeding profusely. Huh? Am I dead? Is it finally over? Bai exhaled, watching as the mist ninja collapsed completely, his body succumbing to exhaustion. Finally freed from the terror of life and death, fatigue washed over him like a tide. He struggled to rise, staggering a few steps to retrieve the kunai before collapsing onto the ground, unceremoniously leaning against a tree stump, clutching the weapon as he savored the pain coursing through his body. Regardless of who it may be, a person's success and strength are not achieved overnight. They have merely internalized every ounce of pain, sorrow, and hardship, savoring and swallowing each drop of blood and tear, until, with the accumulation of time, they hold the entirety of the world in their hands. When gazing out, the vastness of the world is but the tip of the iceberg of one's capacity. Thus, they continue forward, striving towards the throne of the heavens. Ah, Baikuin, you truly have remarkable prowess. This must be at least the strength of a chunin, wouldn't you agree? Today's geniuses are indeed formidable. Looking at you younger generations, I feel quite aged. Niyuin Tai released the legs of the mist ninja, reclining on the ground with laughter. This time, he had awakened at a critical moment, and his survival could only be described as miraculous. Perhaps, Shikaku-bai replied weakly, as if on the verge of drifting into slumber. Frankly, he was uncertain of his current rank. Was he a genin? At 5 years old, he had managed to climb trees and tread water with ease. The classification of strength in the world of Naruto is rather ambiguous. The distinctions among genin, chunin, and jonin are merely titles, achievements earned through the accumulation of tasks, and do not truly reflect one's actual prowess. It is akin to the so-called kage of various nations, who are merely jonin possessing formidable strength. Boom! A tremendous roar emanated from afar, undoubtedly caused by Jiraiya, Kisame, and Shursui. By the way, should we go to assist the captain? Shikaku laboriously raised his head, suddenly realizing that, given Shursui's current strength, he was likely no match for the other two. Huh. Niyuin Tai gaped at Shikaku in a strange manner, bursting into laughter as he said, "You first prepare a coffin made of golden Nanmu wood for me, and I will immediately go support Captain Shursui, though I would appreciate it if you two could burn some incense for me every year on this day." All right. Enough with the banter. Let us carry by and leave quickly. This place will soon attract others. We must depart. Hinata Sukuna suddenly interjected, wiping the blood belonging to Shikaku from her face and donning a cold expression. Understood. Niyuin Tai instinctively sprang up, only to wince in pain. Yet he dutifully moved forward to assist Shikaku. How does it feel? Sukuna's small hand is quite soft, isn't it? Niyuin Tai whispered, his grin rather lecherous, almost drooling. I suppose I should prepare that coffin for you after all. Shikaku sighed, a surge of strength inexplicably rising within him. He pushed Niyuin Tai away and collapsed into Hinata Sukuna's embrace, succumbing to complete unconsciousness. Wow, you insufferable Shikaku you! Niyuin Tai exclaimed in shock. Gazing at Shikaku lying in Hinata Sukuna's arms, his eyes filled with envy. In the Hokage's office, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Danzo stood with arms crossed. Observing the somber expression of the third Hokage, who held a task report in his hands. Within the office, besides Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, there were also Mito Gate Inn and Konoha's Little Spring, making a total of 4 prominent figures from the Hidden Leaf Village gathered there. Within the confines of the room, the third Hokage leaned forward, his hands crossed atop the table, intently scrutinizing the 3 advisors before him. The wrinkles etched upon his visage silently emanated a chill. Danzo, I demand an explanation. Why was that child assigned to this mission? Upon hearing the third's inquiry, Danzo smirked inwardly, dismissing the query. Time and again, it was the same. You. A beacon of light, while I remained the roots buried deep within the earth. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo addressed the third Hokage, stating, Sarutobi. He has graduated and is now a ninja. A ninja cannot be choosy about missions. Humph. You know that is not what I mean, Danzo. The third Hokage's voice cut sharply. I shall ask you once more. Why did you assign a lethal mission to Team Uchiha without my consent? His reputation in the village has grown excessively, especially as he represents the daimyo, interjected Mito Gate-un, eager to diffuse the brewing conflict and express his agreement with Danzo's actions. The daimyo? A flicker of deadly intent flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. But upon glancing at the village of Konoha, still in the throes of reconstruction, he quickly tempered that fury. After a brief pause, the third Hokage lifted his gaze, his determination palpable as he locked eyes with Danzo and the others. Remember this, it is the last time. I have observed Uchiha Itachi closely, without a doubt. He is an exceptional child. I can see his love for the village in his eyes. He is one of us. I firmly believe he will become a remarkable ninja of Konoha in the future. With that, he gradually removed his hands from his chin, rising to his full height. His gaze fixed intently on Danzo. Recently, Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds. Half of Root's personnel shall be disbanded and absorbed into the Umbu, under the command of Uchiha Kakashi, as a form of compensation to the Uchiha clan. As the third Hokage concluded his statement, he turned away, gazing at the village to which he had devoted his entire life, falling silent. At that moment, Danzo, who had been observing silently, felt a surge of anger and jealousy flickering in his lone eye. He had not anticipated that such a minor issue would become a lever for Sarutobi to undermine his authority. However, he maintained his customary restraint in the presence of Sarutobi and ultimately swallowed his indignation, exiting the office. Meanwhile, far away at the border town of Kirigakure, Uchiha Itachi remained blissfully unaware that his conscious efforts to bolster his reputation within Konoha had been misconstrued by the higher-ups as the daimyo's intent to assess the village, subsequently condemning him to a fatal mission. Itachi recognized that his extensive contributions over the past 3 months, constructing houses, distributing food supplies, and allocating funds to win hearts, would inevitably draw Danzo's scrutiny. Thus, he had hastily graduated and departed from Konoha, leaving Danzo to lament as he watched the wealthy scion retreat to the distant capital. Yet, he had forgotten that this was the world of the Hokage. In the shadowy depths of a cavern, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a slight movement of his arm revealing a small wound seeping blood. He sighed silently, uncertain of what to say, Perhaps I should have been named Gara, forever unable to awaken, even in a state of blood loss and unconsciousness. Would one still find themselves in that dreamlike courtyard? The sound of footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. They belonged to Shinjin Taichi, who alone, in such a predicament, chose to wear the wooden clogs of a hot spring inn for comfort. Is there still a wound? A whisper emerged from behind, belonging to Hinata Setsuna. It was then that Shikigami-bai realized he had been resting in the embrace of Hinata Setsuna. No wonder he felt no hardness of stone beneath him. You are awake. Hinata Setsuna remarked gently as he slowly released Shikigami-bai, allowing him to rest on the ground, before retrieving a bandage to tend to the injury on Bai's arm. Oh, you've finally awakened. Did you enjoy your slumber? Shinjin Taichi entered, casting a sarcastic glance at Shikigami-bai. Though still a child, that embrace was, after all, his first love. Enough chatter. Have you prepared the signal for the captain? Hinata Setsuna interjected, frowning, his pale eyes glaring at Shinjin Taichi with an unsettling intensity. All right. Leave it to me. You can trust me, Setsuna. Shinjin Taichi declared exuberantly, his voice echoing within the cave. I shall step outside for a moment. Hinata Setsuna maintained a stoic expression, his cold demeanor extinguishing Shinjin Taichi's fervor once more. Shikigami-bai found himself speechless, wondering if he was unwittingly cast in a mediocre romantic drama. Shinjin Taichi's admiration for Hinata Setsuna was evident, and after spending a few days together, Shikigami-bai could discern the subtle affections Setsuna harbored for Captain Shimizu. Yet, it should have been Itachi who joined this squad. Murmuring to himself, Shikigami-bai was suddenly approached by a youthful figure, his face adorned with vibrant acne. Baikun, you really are something. That's your future sister-in-law. Shinjin Taichi exclaimed, half-joking yet tinged with genuine envy. Shikigami-bai felt an awkwardness wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Was Shinjin Taichi akin to a toad coveting a swan? Even if Hinata Setsuna belonged to the Hinata branch family, was it not too presumptuous of a common ninja like himself to aspire? Was he not resembling an old crone attempting to thwart a couple's happiness? Baikun, considering our friendship, what do you think about Setsuna's embrace? Suddenly, Shinjin Taichi reverted to his usual self, his lewd tone causing Shikigami-bai to shiver, retreating hastily, fearing that if he remained close for another moment, his composure would shatter. Ha! Shikigami-bai chuckled nervously. Oh, come on, Baikun, Shinjin Taichi insisted, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Once we reach the next town, I'll treat you to the finest establishment and the loveliest companions. No, thank you, Shikigami-bai replied, maintaining his distance with a calm demeanor. TCH, stingy. I bet they're as fragrant and soft as described in those books, Shinjin Taichi said, pulling out a book from his ninja gear, a blush creeping onto his face. Sighing heavily, Shikigami-bai lamented. A quarter of an hour later. Hey, Baikun, why do you think someone as carefree and charismatic as I, full of masculine charm, elicits such indifference from Setsuna? Shinjin Taichi asked earnestly. Could it be because you are unattractive? Kikuki-bai silently mused, repeatedly executing the monotonous slicing motion with his 1,000 cherry blossoms in hand. Could it be that in a fleeting moment, he wavered? Indeed, it must be so. 2 days later, Kikuki-bai and his companions returned to the Konoha village encampment to meet with Shursui. After a night of rest, the following morning, as was his custom, Kikuki-bai rose early for practice, and after breakfast, he proceeded to the designated meeting place. Shursui had informed him the previous day that his presence was required at the meeting, where his mission would be assigned. Arriving punctually at the previously inquired location, Kikuki-bai raised his gaze to find the meeting tent filled to capacity, save for one spot beside Shursui, indicating that he was the last to arrive. I apologize for keeping you all waiting, Kikuki-bai said with a gentle smile, gracefully kneeling beside Shursui. His every movement exuded an inexplicable elegance and comfort, reminiscent not of a ninja, but of a refined gentleman. The assembly within the tent regarded Kikuki-bai, rumored to be the foremost genius of contemporary Konoha, as he entered and settled down, displaying no trace of trepidation under their watchful eyes, as composed as if embarking on a spring outing with friends. This demeanor prompted many from esteemed clans to nod in silent approval. Indeed, the Kikuki clan was poised for ascendance. No matter, a genius ought to enjoy certain privileges. After all, being Konoha's #1 talent. Suddenly, a sardonic voice echoed from a corner, its words laden with reproach directed at Kikuki-bai. In response, Kikuki-bai offered a soft smile, turning his gaze to the source, a youth of 13 or 14, notably possessing striking white pupils. A member of the Hyuga clan. What is your name, esteemed senior? Kikuki-bai inquired pleasantly, hands neatly folded on his knees, his pristine white haori unblemished by a single crease. Senior? I'm afraid I cannot accept such a title. I am Hyuga Qingyun, the provocateur declared, stepping forth with an air of arrogance, as if the mere mention of his Hyuga lineage rendered all else insignificant. Hyuga Qingyun, is it? Indeed, I concur that a genius should possess certain privileges. After all, being Konoha's foremost talent necessitates distinguishing oneself from those mere remnants basking in the afterglow of illustrious clans. Kikuki-bai responded, neither humble nor arrogant, his piercing brow furrowed, his aura unwavering as he met Hyuga Qingyun's challenge head-on. You, impudent brat, what did you say? Hyuga Qingyun fumed, his alabaster eyes wide with rage, glaring intently at Kikuki-bai. Brat? Huh. I am Kikuki-bai, 6 years old, a genin. Please remember that, esteemed Hyuga Qingyun. Oh, I stand corrected, it should be Hyuga Qingyun. Genin. Kikuki-bai's expression remained indifferent, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Hyuga Qingyun's throat, his lethal intent unmistakable. While it would indeed be prudent for the newcomer to foster good relations within the encampment, this did not imply that he would concede to provocation for the sake of superficial harmony. With a fierce spirit and a sword in hand, he understood that a blade must not be dull, and neither should a person be so. The insignificant scion of a desolate clan, Hinata Qingyun, should not allow himself to be consumed by rage, burdened as he is by the illustrious reputation of the Hinata family. Yet, despite 3 years post-graduation, he has made no discernible progress in strength, leading his kin to abandon all hope for him. He finds himself relegated to the last position in the resident meetings. This prompted him to confront the 6-year-old Hatake-bai, who, despite being the latest arrival, took a place at the forefront, heedless of decorum and openly provoking him. As the meeting time arrived, the host, an esteemed jonin, interjected, his immense chakra flooding the room and momentarily silencing all present. Narashikaku. Hatake-bai turned to regard the jonin overseeing the meeting, whose visage bore 2 scars, a distinctive single ponytail of the Nara clan, and a faint mustache adorning his chin, none other than Narashikaku, the father of Narashikamu, the intellect among the legendary 12. Hatake-bai offered a slight nod to Narashikaku and maintained his composed posture seated upon the tatami mat, patiently awaiting the commencement of the meeting's discourse. Narashikaku, with a narrowing gaze, observed Hatake-bai's measured demeanor, contemplating whether to appoint him as Shikamaru's guiding jonin. The meeting officially commenced, a lengthy affair during which Hatake-bai, being the youngest in the inner circle, remained silent, attentively absorbing the proceedings. By chance, he caught sight of Hinata Qingyun's venomous glare, to which he responded with a faint smile before diverting his gaze, entirely dismissive of Hinata Qingyun's presence. Damn that insolent brat. Hinata Qingyun gritted his teeth, a chill coursing through him. An hour later, Hatake-bai exhaled, gently stretching his legs, numbed from kneeling, just as he heard Narashikaku's pronouncement. The meeting has concluded. Aside from Uchiha Shursui and yourself, the rest may depart. Being singled out alongside Shursui suggested that the assignment for their team was not merely a straightforward task of exchanging intelligence with the Land of Waves, but rather a special mission. Hatake-bai furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition nagging at him. Shursui, this is your team's special mission, classified as an S-rank task, the details of which will not be documented in your ninja files. Narashikaku produced a scroll and handed it to Shursui, offering no further words before departing the meeting tent, leaving only Hatake-bai and Shursui behind. Would you care to take a look? Shursui appeared unfazed, seemingly accustomed to tasks of this nature that remain unrecorded, casually offering the scroll to Hatake-bai while observing his expression with keen interest. An S-rank mission. Hatake-bai noted the unique seal on the scroll, distinctly different from any he had encountered before. At the center of the seal lay an unusual script, sending a chill down his spine. Indeed, his earlier misgivings were validated. This was a mission originating from the root. Furthermore, Shursui seemed already aware of the mission's content, his calm eyes betraying a hint of coldness, a visage shaped by familiarity with life and death. It appears that this mission carries the weight of peril, potentially one fraught with the gravest of consequences, perhaps even a near-certain death. Zetsu, that old dog, Has he truly lost his senses? He merely indulges in lavish expenditures to enhance his reputation within Konoha, and yet he resorts to such extremes? Thought Shiroki, as he, with the assistance of Shursui, unfurled the mission scroll, articulating the contents with deliberate clarity. Mission codename, Mist Turmoil, mission rank, S, mission objective, infiltrate Kirigakure, disrupt its internal affairs, incite disputes among the prominent clans, and sever the village's route to war. Executors, Uchiha Shursui, Hitaki Shiroki, Shinjin Taichi, Hyuga Setsuna. Shiroki gasped, suddenly recalling that this was indeed a tumultuous time for Kirigakure, with the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, being manipulated by Obito through the Sharingan to eradicate the major Kekkei Genkai clans, ushering in the era of the Blood Mist. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Shursui inquired, taking the scroll to destroy it, emphasizing that such a mission must remain confidential. As Nara Shikaku had articulated, the mission details would not be documented in the ninja files. In other words, should they be discovered, Konoha would declare them renegade shinobi. Shiroki pondered gravely for a moment before speaking. I have a general understanding. Our mission is contingent upon the cessation of hostilities between Konoha and Kirigakure. Should we fail, our efforts will go unacknowledged. It is indeed a mission of S rank, fraught with peril. Indeed, Shursui nodded, his expression turning serious. The 3rd Hokage has issued a secret directive. You may opt to withdraw from this mission. And you? Shiroki replied, astonished. My ninja's code forbids me from abandoning the mission, Shursui asserted, his demeanor resolute. Huh, so you are a ninja, and I am not? Shiroki scoffed, casting a glance toward Konoha, realizing that this opportunity might lead him directly into the jaws of Danzo's roots, a true dead end. A quarter of an hour later, Shiroki emerged from the meeting tent alone, his brow furrowed with lingering melancholy. What troubles you, Shiroki-kun? Asked Hyuga Setsuna, who had been waiting outside the tent, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the space behind Shiroki. It's nothing of great concern. Captain Shursui has matters to attend to. We should prepare ourselves to depart tonight as darkness falls. Crossing the mist shinobi's defenses, Shiroki replied, his eyes suddenly scanning a nearby open area. There, a gathering of individuals had formed, with a man at the center clad in gray and a green vest, a small yellow book tucked into the pouch at his waist. Shinjin Taichi, Yaoyayan, Setsuna exclaimed, questioning Shiroki, then following his gaze, gasping in surprise. In the clearing, Shinjin Taichi's face was flushed crimson. Fists clenched as he glared at the surrounding members of the Hyuga Aoyan squad. A group of Konoha ninjas encircled them, their derisive gazes fixated on Shinjin. Their laughter unrestrained as they exchanged barbs, yet Shinjin stood his ground defiantly. Yaoyayan, do you dare to repeat that? Repeat it? Huh. I could say it 10 more times. The truth remains unchanged, and no one can alter it. Hinata Qingyun disdainfully remarked that Hinata Shinai was nothing more than a promiscuous harlot, ostentatiously parading her lofty pride while secretly consorting with Uchiha Shursui. As a member of the Hyuga clan, I truly feel repulsed. Silence, you wretched scoundrel, roared Exian Yuan Tai, lunging forward to grasp Hinata Qingyun's collar. His eyes ablaze with fury. What? You, a mere commoner, dare to strike? Hinata Qingyun sneered, delivering a punch that sent Exian Yuan Tai sprawling, causing even the small yellow book nestled in his ninja pouch to tumble out. Hinata Shinai stepped forward, stepping on Exian Yuan Tai's small yellow book, her face contorted in a grimace. TSK, 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 a worthless fool is indeed a worthless fool. Even if I were to disdain that wretched woman, she would never deign to look at you. You are destined to clutch this pitiful book, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Laughter erupted as it became clear that Exian Yuan Tai's infatuation with Hinata Shinai was genuine. What a misguided fantasy, believing he could covet a woman from the Hyuga clan. Amidst the chorus of scornful taunts, sharp as daggers, piercing Exian Yuan Tai's heart, an icy chill suddenly enveloped the air, silencing the raucous chatter. All eyes turned towards the approaching figure of Kakashi White. His gaze swept across the faces of the onlookers before finally settling on the now upright Exian Yuan Tai. With a soft sigh, he strode calmly towards Hinata Qingyun. The sound of his footsteps grew ever nearer, and Hinata Qingyun, his expression darkening, found himself unable to utter a word, merely watching as the white-clad figure entered his line of sight and addressed him matter-of-factly. Hinata Qingyun, is it? Kindly lift your foot. You are standing on someone else's belongings. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Kakashi White's serene countenance. He could not fathom why Xian Yuan Tai, despite enduring such humiliation, refrained from retaliating. All he could do was assist him in retrieving the fallen book. He could not overstep his bounds and take action. Doing so would signify the complete obliteration of Xian Yuan Tai's dignity. Kakashi White slowly bent down to retrieve Xian Yuan Tai's small yellow book, placing it back in his ninja pouch, and inquired, "Why do you not retaliate? Are you afraid of losing?" "Huh. We are all villagers, all Konoha ninjas. We cannot resort to violence." Xian Yuan Tai scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The sight of his new teammate witnessing such a display caused his face to flush crimson. Kakashi White was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a reason. All his earlier contemplations seemed futile. Was this a testament to the complete embodiment of the third Hokage's will of fire, or merely a case of thorough indoctrination? Kakashi White did not fully grasp this notion, and thus remained indifferent to the reasoning behind the supposed camaraderie among ninjas from the same village. He gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, casting a sidelong glance at the brooding Hinata Chinyun. Since such irresponsible words have been uttered, one must bear the consequences. You are presented with two choices. First, to apologize to Shinin Taichi and Hinata Setsuna. Second, with a slight turn of his body, Hitachi faced Hinata Setsuna directly, his right hand gently resting on the blade of Senbonzakura, a choice that speaks for itself. How absurd! Hinata Aoyun sneered, his eyes wide open, veins around his eyes bulging, clearly overwhelmed by Hitachi-bai's imposing aura, causing him to activate his Byakugan. Who is this brat so audacious? I have heard he belongs to the Hitachi clan. He is Kakashi's cousin, reputed to be the current genius of Konoha, having graduated from the academy at the tender age of 6. Genius or not, Hinata Aoyun had already graduated and spent 3 years immersed in the realm of a lower ninja, complemented by his Byakugan. It is not to be underestimated, for he is indeed Kakashi's cousin. Surrounding whispers grew, heightening Hinata Aoyun's agitation. Chakra surged around him, enveloping his entire being, and then he shouted loudly, "All right. Let me measure the renowned Hitachi swordsmanship." Hitachi-bai's expression turned cold, his right hand tightening around Senbonzakura, his gaze lowered before he opened his eyes. With a swift sound of the blade, a flash of silver light appeared, and in the next instant, Hitachi-bai had materialized behind Hinata Aoyun, his posture unchanged. Gently lowering his hand from Senbonzakura, his face remained icy as he muttered to himself, "Measure Hitachi swordsmanship? Do you think you are worthy?" As his words fell, Hinata Aoyun expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. What transpired? Did you see it clearly? That strike was so swift. What strike? It was clearly two. You little brat. Hinata Aoyun, filled with rage and despair, howled to the heavens. A fierce blue chakra ignited around him, causing the surrounding air to swirl rapidly, whipping up a whirlwind. Puff! A series of 3 faint sounds echoed. Hinata Aoyun lay crumpled on the ground, blood gushing from 5 places, his wrists, neck, and ankles. Just as Hitachi-bai had stated, on what grounds could one measure Hitachi swordsmanship? This duel had barely begun, yet it concluded in an instant. "Let us go, Taichi." Hitachi-bai spoke, leading Shinin Taichi away. Not far off, Shursui and Nara Shikaku stood facing each other, observing Hitachi-bai's retreating figure, smiles of admiration gracing their faces. Such formidable swordsmanship, such terrifying control. Compared to the Kakashi of yore, there is less fluidity and more ferocity. Indeed, were it not for the Sharingan, I too might not have perceived that he executed 5 strikes in one, leaving a sliver of mercy. If Hinata Aoyun were to relent, it would be well. However, should he persist, those 5 wounds, when stimulated by chakra, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Such a figure truly represents the future pillar of Konoha. Are you certain you wish to take him on this mission? Life and death harbor great terror, yet they also present immense opportunity. Just 3 days ago, his swordsmanship was not capable of such a strike. In a secluded corner near the Konoha outpost, a violent crack of thunder echoed, startling the birds in the forest. Kakashi breathed heavily as he gazed at his fingertips, and at the nearby expanse of darkened trees, shrouded in shadows from the storm. A satisfied smile graced his face. Although he could not immediately embark on his mission, his recent days of training had enabled him to convert the incantation of the 4th technique into hand seals, which was a commendable achievement. The departure of Kakashi's team had been postponed due to Hinata Saryu's scheduling, for despite his ineptitude, he belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan. Being the direct descendant of a clan elder, this delay thwarted Kakashi's aspirations to make a grand exit. Tasks rarely proceed smoothly. Plans often falter in the face of unexpected developments, as had been the case in that small town and now at the base. Fortunately, Taichi Shinjin had just delivered news that the incident had reached a conclusion, and Kakashi's team's S-rank mission could officially commence that very night. As night fell, four figures emerged from the shadows of the forest beside the Konoha base: Uchiha Shursui, Kakashi, Hinata Sakana, and Taichi Shinjin. Their attire had transformed entirely. Their headbands were sealed within scrolls, and they were cloaked in dark garments that melded seamlessly into the night. However, there was one notable flaw. Kakashi-kun, Shursui began slowly. "Must you really wear that?" He pointed at the star-shaped clasp atop Kakashi's head, which shone like a beacon in the darkness. "Are you so concerned that the mist ninjas might not notice you?" "Indeed," Kakashi replied thoughtfully, "it is imperative that I wear it. Without it, I could perish." He spoke the truth. Merely contemplating removing the clasp had invoked a long-forgotten pang of pain from his spirit. If he acted on that thought, he might not venture far from the base before succumbing to convulsions from the agony. "What then?" Shursui asked, visibly troubled by Kakashi's serious demeanor. "Quite simple," Taichi Shinjin interjected, as he gestured towards the land of water, his voice ringing with determination. "We charge forward with vigor." The cicadas buzzed in the trees, and Taichi withdrew his hand from the group's line of sight. "What about hats?" Hinata Sakana suggested. "Absolutely not. That would be fatal," Kakashi retorted decisively, noticing the spirit on his wrist beginning to shimmer. "Then there's no choice. We shall head to the land of waves tonight," Shursui resolved firmly. The following day, aboard the ship bound for the land of waves, in the opulent top-deck cabin, Taichi exclaimed, "Impressive, Kakashi. Where did you procure this ticket? It's remarkably convincing. Even the captain's laser skin couldn't discern its authenticity." Kakashi offered no explanation, casually biting into an apple as he gazed out the cabin window at the tranquil sea. "Since when did they start selling tickets for passage?" "I recall that previously. We simply paid upon boarding," Shursui remarked, frowning. Alas, Kikuki sighed as he observed the puzzled expressions on Shursui and Shin Yuentai's faces. He realized that if he did not elucidate the situation clearly, they might find it hard to believe that they could easily board a ship bound for the land of water, and might even suspect him of harboring some ulterior motive. The sale of tickets for ships and vehicles had commenced 3 years prior, and the reason you perceive this ticket to be potentially counterfeit is simply that it is, in fact, a genuine ticket. As for how I acquired these tickets, it is because the president of the Maritime Logistics Company is none other than Kuki Zai, which is my alias. Kikuki rolled his eyes and continued his explanation. "Our mission, in essence, is a solitary endeavor. To achieve our objectives, there are 2 possible approaches. The first is to exert overwhelming strength to crush the major clans of bloodline limits, which, considering our team's capabilities, is not feasible. Hence, we must abandon that course of action. The second option involves subterfuge, using life and death manipulation or sowing discord. However, since we lack the support of spies infiltrating the hidden Mist Village, we will not consider life and death manipulation. Thus, our remaining strategy is to incite discord among the factions of the Mist Village and the clans, encouraging them to engage in mutual conflict while we observe from a distance. When necessary, we shall add fuel to the fire, striving to keep the flames alive, for the longer the conflict endures, the greater our chances of survival upon the mission's completion. Do you understand my reasoning now?" Kikuki picked up an apple, feeling somewhat parched after his lengthy exposition. Shin Yuentai furrowed his brow, appearing deep in thought, before lifting his head to inquire, "What do you mean by life and death manipulation? I'm not quite clear on that." Upon hearing this, Kikuki demeanor slumped, and he promptly stuffed a piece of fruit into Tai's mouth, saying, "Perhaps it would be best if you focus on enjoying your food rather than overexerting your mind. A harmonious atmosphere benefits us all. It seems you have devised a battle plan, and it appears that the Kuki clan has interests in the land of water." Shursui remarked with a complex expression, perhaps resonating with Kikuki previous words. The relationship between the Mist Village's Water Shadow lineage and the major bloodline limit clans is indeed precarious. The same could be said for the relationship between the Fire Shadow lineage and the Uchiha clan, is it not? Indeed, to complete our mission, we must weaken the military power of the Mist Village in the land of water and withdraw unscathed. We cannot truly operate as lone wolves, at the very least. We must possess a legitimate identity in the land of water, and fortuitously, the Kuki clan has a stake there. Kikuki nodded, his tone revealing a subtle air of affluence. However, is it truly that fortuitous? Shishui frowned, feeling that everything was too coincidental. The mission personnel conveniently includes Kikuki Bai. Kikuki Bai cannot infiltrate the border of the land of water, and coincidentally, the Kuki clan possesses a maritime logistics company. The battle plan of sowing discord requires an identity in the land of water, and once again, he fortuitously has a stake there. Everything seems too smooth, too coincidental. Kikuki Bai, unaware of Shishui's thoughts, would have felt unjustly aggrieved had he known. Everything was merely coincidental. Kikuki Shikun's ability to replace the previous financial minister of the Land of Fire was challenging without robust capital backing. The only thing to be said is that such coincidences occur not only in the Land of Water, but in other great nations as well. "Hello, Konoha clan," said Shikamaru. "Do you think we can sit back and watch the conflict unfold without lending a hand? Can the Mizukage faction emerge victorious?" His words carried a deeper implication. "Of course," replied Kakashi, raising an eyebrow. "The clan belongs to the village, yet the village consists of more than just clans." Realization dawned on Shikamaru, who appeared momentarily lost in thought as he exited the private room. Watching Shikamaru leave, Kakashi leisurely moved a chair closer, his fingers gently tapping on the table. He understood the true dilemma that Shikamaru faced and the answers he sought. The precarious relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was as fragile as gossamer. Kakashi would wager that once Konoha resolved its external threats, the higher-ups would inevitably turn their attention to the rebellious bloodline clans. A single voice could sway any faction. The unfolding narrative hinted at this reality. In the aftermath of the limited conflict between Konoha, the Mist Village, and the Cloud Village, the demise of Hinata's heir, Hinata Hayashi, served as a poignant reminder, as did the subsequent annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi had no intention of disrupting the storyline, aside from the troublesome Soul Society. His familiarity with the plot was his only advantage. The outcome of this internal strife was already predetermined, save for the oblivious majority of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen had maintained his position as Hokage for decades, a feat not easily overshadowed by 3 advisors standing in his way. Perhaps age had inclined him towards a more pacifistic approach, yet a blade, when hidden away for long, only grows sharper. The clash between clan and village had long been foreseen, while seemingly loyal families lurked in the shadows, eager to seize the opportunity to strike a fallen adversary. Oh, the intricate web of political maneuvering, a phenomenon not yet recognized within the confines of the manga, but living in such a world revealed the endless, sordid political games lurking behind the facade of a spirited narrative. Kakashi pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples and turned his gaze toward the window. The sunlight outside was vibrant, streaming through the glass to illuminate Kakashi, reflecting off the silver star-shaped seal atop his head, casting a beam of light that revealed swirling motes of dust. Alas, the more troubling matter lay within, the star seal, or rather, the so-called system of spiritual pressure. It had been nearly 4 months since he had formally acquired and practiced this system. Yet, in Kakashi's eyes, the losses far outweighed the gains. He had forfeited most of his chakra-based jutsu in exchange for this inadequate, half-formed spiritual arts and techniques, causing him great distress. His Zanpakuto remained unawakened, and he had to relearn the incantations for the spiritual arts, converting them into hand signs. What he had lost was the tangible chakra framework he had once relied upon. As he contemplated this, Kakashi furrowed his brow deeply. If his deductions were correct, both the Soul Society's silver bracelet and the star seal were constraining the flow and operation of his chakra. Although nearly 4 months of spiritual pressure training had yielded indirect benefits, the truth remained. Whenever he attempted to employ certain jutsu, the spiritual pressure interfered with the flow of his chakra. The flow of chakra has been disrupted, leading to a chaotic state where the meridians are subjected to irregular forces, resulting in a cascade of sharp, tingling sensations. The spiritual pressure emanating from the spirit court has similarly begun to manifest as a prickling discomfort originating from the right wrist. The notion of an inelegant ninjutsu being unusable is merely a pretext. Hatake can scarcely recall the role of the star pin from the anime Bleach, aside from its representation as a symbol of the esteemed Kachiki clan. However, this incident has prompted him to ponder that the true function of the star pin may align with that of the spirit court, serving to suppress chakra through spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure and chakra are two formidable power systems from distinct worlds, coexisting within a single body, akin to a collision of two realms. This is Bai's preliminary hypothesis. Yet he remains uncertain, primarily due to a lack of information. If his conjecture holds true, then a corner of the veil shrouding the deepest mysteries of the Naruto world has been slightly lifted for him. After all, as a traveler between worlds, Bai understands the true source of power in the Naruto universe rests with natural energy and chakra, the clash of powers from different realms. If viewed as a confrontation of world wills, presents a most intriguing narrative, a tale of invaders and rebels. Unbeknownst to him, the sun has dipped low in the sky. Yet Bai remains seated, his left hand gently caressing the star pin atop his head, while his right hand cradles a sphere of blue light, not a Rasengan, but merely a conglomeration of chakra. Suddenly, he stirs, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and glancing up with a faint smile at the newcomer. Sister Hinata, is there something you need? I have already arranged for dinner to be delivered to each person's private room. Oh, it is not that matter, Hataki-kun. The visitor is Hinata Shizuka, who stands bathed in the evening sun, her pale Byakugan eyes lacking their usual luster. Could it be related to the earlier incident involving Hyuga Sarayu at the encampment? Bai offers a gentle smile, reassuring her, such matters are of no concern to you, Shizuka. Although I am not as oblivious as Taichi, who appears to be indifferent to everything, my heart is still quite expansive. Hinata Shizuka is Hinata Shizuka, and Hyuga Sarayu is Hyuga Sarayu. I can distinguish between the two. Having spent considerable time with Shinin Taichi, Bai's tongue has grown sharp, unhesitatingly teasing Taichi. Upon hearing this, the image of Taichi surfaces in Shizuka's mind, softening her usually aloof expression. Do as you wish, Sister Shizuka. There is no tea aboard the ship. I wonder if the juice suits your palate, Bai remarks. Although he attempts to divert the topic, the gravity of the situation is apparent from Shizuka's demeanor. After all, trouble does not arise without cause. Hyuga Sarayu's tirade, though nonsensical, must have roots. Observing Shizuka's diligent nature, it is evident she is a person of earnestness. I expected you to inquire about my thoughts, Shizuka says with a bittersweet smile after taking a sip of her juice. Do you think I am one who pries into the private affairs of others? Bai raises an eyebrow, striving to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed, Hinata Setsuna's head hung low, her tone gentle yet subdued. Hinata Chingyun is my fiancé. Time passed quietly as Bai listened intently, nearly reaching for a bag of chips and a cup of cola. The narrative was a cliché, reminiscent of a third-rate evening drama, centered around family engagements. Yet, as Hinata Setsuna matured, she yearned for a love unbound by tradition. Unfortunately, Hinata Chingyun was not the protagonist of a story about breaking off engagements. It was neither a tragedy nor a comedy. In this subtly patriarchal world of Naruto, Hinata Setsuna bore an overwhelming burden as the female lead. Those from prominent families often received much, yet were laden with even more. Do you admire Captain Shursui? Would you disregard everything for love? Bai remarked unexpectedly. Huh. Hinata Setsuna was taken aback. I merely observed the captain and the Uchiha clan. It appeared she had found a kindred spirit in her rebellion against familial expectations. Bai nodded thoughtfully. Then why share this with me? He queried, surprised. Perhaps wondering if he possessed a latent talent for being a confidant. Because we are teammates, and I value your perception of me. Hinata Setsuna insisted earnestly. Our mutual perceptions. Bai felt a pang in his head, suppressing the discomfort as he spoke through clenched teeth. The term teammate resides within the heart. 3 days later, the passenger ship docked at the port of the Land of Waves. Beneath the dimming twilight at the gates of a town called Chikinshuan, 2 ragged samurai stood, their hands trembling within their sleeves, their bodies still quaking despite the arrival of spring, as the biting sea breeze remained relentless. Chikinshuan, one of countless towns in the Land of Waves, possessed little to distinguish it except for its proximity to the endless supply of salted fish. Even this dilapidated town was permeated with an odd, fishy odor. Hey, Doromaru, someone is coming. I didn't expect any fortune to arrive just before nightfall. Shall we indulge in a drink after work? Use your eyes. There is fortune to be had. Can't you see that a noble in a palanquin, with attendants and a ninja guard beside it? Just staying clear of trouble is a blessing, yet you still crave something more. Ah, indeed. Hurry and shoo away those little beggars lurking in the corners. They disturb the great figures preparing dumplings. You don't wish to be skinned alive. In the shadows of the city walls, ragged figures huddled, their faces gaunt and hollow, eyes devoid of life. In the chill of early spring, they shielded themselves against the crumbling walls, yet evoked little empathy. During wartime, such wandering spirits could easily transform into vengeful specters, capable of theft and malevolence. Beneath the dimming sun, the shadows of a passing group elongated sharply. A man with black hair and eyes stood before the palanquin, his forehead adorned with a headband etched with wave patterns. The palanquin approached the city wall slowly, and the bearers carefully set it down, cautious not to disturb the two esteemed figures within. Lord Ninja, the two shabby gatekeepers smiled nervously, their faces pale against the biting wind, afraid to move. Their hands pressed tightly against their thighs, bent like two lobsters. "Miss, it is the gatekeepers." The current ninja turned and approached the palanquin, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face, which resembled that of a person with a broad nose. The young attendant beside the palanquin smirked, nearly bursting into laughter. The renowned Shunshin Shursui, indeed. A slight gap in the curtain of the palanquin revealed a smooth, fair chin belonging to a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with a small red birthmark at the corner of her mouth. The world around them was initially enveloped in silence, until the woman spoke softly, her tone indifferent. "Let us wait here for a moment. The steward should be arriving soon." "Yes, miss," Shursui replied, his expression contorted. Through the curtain's crevice, he could see the instigator of this gathering, casually sipping a cup of hot tea, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of his eyes as he observed him. This group consisted of 4 individuals, having journeyed by sea for 3 days. The ninja bodyguard Shursui was playing a role, while the palanquin's attendant was the newly appointed Taichi. As for Hinata Shizuka, due to the difficulty in concealing her Byakugan, she naturally sat in the palanquin alongside Kakashi, pretending to be the young lady and young master respectively. The palanquin came to a halt, and Kakashi chuckled softly at the visibly uncomfortable Hinata Shizuka, who remained composed within the palanquin. He could not fathom why riding in a palanquin was considered a symbol of nobility in the world of Hokage, much like how some prestigious families instinctively opted for candles over electric lights. Before long, a woman approached briskly from the city gate. Dressed in a gray kimono, her long, silky purple hair cascaded down her back, one hand holding a candle and the other a cherry blossom. She moved gracefully, her silhouette faintly visible beneath the city gate. And in the blink of an eye, she stood just a meter away from Shursui. Only then did he notice a scar running from her temple to her chin, adding a touch of severity to her otherwise tranquil demeanor. At her waist hung a small, exquisite dagger. It seemed she was one of the women from the Kuramaki consortium, having just arrived yesterday. "Yes, that's her, without a doubt." 2 gate guards whispered to each other, their gazes directed toward the palanquin, now tinged with a hint of flattery. For the head of the Kuramaki consortium could converse even with the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. The kimono-clad woman approached Shursui, her expression cool, and nodded slightly, igniting the candle at the front of the palanquin, as if illuminating their forthcoming journey. Subsequently, she boldly lifted the palanquin curtain and seated herself beside Kakashi, a faint smile gracing her lips as she placed the cherry blossom delicately in his hair, scrutinizing him closely, her amusement deepening. "Ah, truly it's you," Kakashi remarked, gazing at the cherry blossom nestled in his hair, droplets of water glistening on its petals, freshly plucked. Looking at the woman's persistent smile, he could only respond with resignation. "Very well, let us enter the city." The woman, known as Shinichi, smiled silently, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She then gently tapped the interior of the palanquin and spoke, her voice neither soft nor sweet like cherry blossoms, but rather somewhat hoarse and deep. "Let us proceed into the city. You two remember to collect the reward at the estate." The 2 sentinels outside the palanquin hurriedly cleared the way, repeatedly uttering that they were merely serving the Kazuki family, and that no reward was necessary. Whether their sincerity was genuine remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Kazuki curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "Cowardly as a mouse. No wonder the commoners are devoid of noble offspring. Not to mention living in poverty and relying on others in this life. The next may prove to be no different." At that moment, Kazuki revealed his flamboyant and capricious demeanor, characteristic of the wealthiest heir in the land of fire. He then gazed at Jinny's soft visage, feeling a sudden weakness in his body as he leaned gently against her, his eyelids gradually drooping. For reasons unknown, a hint of drowsiness enveloped him. Since he had begun to connect with the realm of Qianben each night, he had not once succumbed to slumber. Yet never had he felt the slightest trace of sleepiness. The palanquin halted before the largest estate in Chijin River Town. Kazuki-bai obediently descended the palanquin, hand in hand with Jinny, and upon seeing the two stone piccio at the entrance, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. These were the very ornaments he had whimsically placed before his family residence at the tender age of 3. To his astonishment, this temporary abode had also been adorned with them by Jinny. It would be untrue to say he was not touched. Kazuki-bai tightened his grip on Jinny's hand. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. After completing his training, Kazuki-bai sat on the steps, cradling Qian Ben-ing in his arms, gazing upwards at the inky night sky, where countless stars twinkled with brilliance. He vividly recalled that it was around the age of 1 when he had just traversed into this world, having recently accepted the reality of his existence in the Naruto universe. His father, Kazuki Sakuen, was merely a common chunin, surviving by completing missions. During a task to exterminate bandits, he had brought home a pair of siblings, a sister named Jinny and a brother named Qinya. Thus, they formed a family together. What troubles you, young Master Bai? I cannot forget your fondness for stargazing. Dressed in a kimono, Jinny gracefully settled beside Kazuki-bai, her eyes fixed on him with unwavering affection. The tranquil night was punctuated only by the gentle whispers of the breeze, mingled with the sorrowful calls of unseen birds, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally serene. Kazuki-bai leaned back slightly, resting against Jinny's back, his eyes wide open as he stared towards the direction of the hidden mist village, which loomed dark and foreboding, resembling a monstrous beast waiting in the shadows, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, poised to ensnare its prey. Confronted by the unknown dangers from the future, Kazuki-bai instinctively recoiled, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He forcefully suppressed the lingering dread within, hoping that the ominous thoughts plaguing his mind were merely the worries of a foolish man, for he was neither an omniscient sage nor the great toad of Mayaboka Mountain. Jinny, how have you fared in the land of water these past 2 years? You do not harbor any resentment for my having separated you from Qinya, do you? Kazuki-bai broke the silence, his usual mature demeanor dissipating as he childishly leaned back, his head playfully twisting against Jinny's back. Jinny remained silent, merely retrieving the dagger tucked at her waist and slipping it into her sleeve, her eyes narrowing in contentment, reminiscent of a cat basking in the afternoon sun, exuding elegance and leisure. You are not speaking again. Kikuchi-bai raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction, whimsically extending his finger to twine Jinny's soft, flowing hair around it in circles, pulling and wrapping it repeatedly, indulging in the act with relentless enthusiasm. Jinny gently withdrew her hair and rested her head softly upon Kikuchi-bai's slender shoulder, letting out a barely audible hum. I knew it would be like this. Kikuchi-bai sighed, spreading his fingers toward the sky, chattering incessantly. The past 2 years have been quite pleasant for me. Initially, I lived the life of a pampered noble in the imperial capital of the Land of Fire, and later, I arrived in Konoha. The village's reconstruction relied heavily on the financial support from the Minister of Finance of the Land of Fire and my father's assistance. Oh, and their SAT restaurant in Konoha where the 3-colored dumplings are exceptionally delicious. I forgot to bring you some. Next time you visit Konoha, I'll treat you. Jinny, I must say, my strength has made remarkable progress. I am quite formidable now. Kikuchi-bai continued to ramble on, his words flowing like a stream, while Jinny leaned against him, attentively listening to his youthful, somewhat soft voice, her eyes squinting slightly, sparkling like a constellation, radiant and bright. Ah, Jinny, how about you change your name? Out of some inexplicable whimsy, I once named you and your brother Qinya Jinny, but alas, the name Xiongba does not suit your character at all. Perhaps you could take my surname, Kikuchi Jinny? That sounds unappealing. How about Kikuchi-yu? Not great either. Why don't you suggest a name you like? We can simply change it. Let's leave the name Qinya Jinny to that little brat, and let him take the nickname Xiongba. He chuckled lightly. Though unsure why the seemingly unrelated names of Qinya Jinny and Xiongba mattered so much to Kikuchi-bai, Jinny still smiled brightly, slowly shaking her head, her voice soft. No, it's fine to stick with Jinny. What about Kikuchi Jinny? After all, you belong to me now. You can't escape. How should I explain this to my father? Kikuchi-bai shamelessly declared this gentlewoman's belonging, his expression brimming with pride. I am the daughter of a bandit. Jinny shook her head, a faint smile already gracing her face. Although the Kikuchi family had fallen from grace, a prestigious lineage is still a prestigious lineage. So what if you are the daughter of a bandit? What is mine is mine. My father has no say over me. And neither do those old fossils in the Kikuchi family. Kikuchi Bai's face clearly displayed his displeasure. Anyway, Jinny, wait for me. Once I come of age, I will marry you, and no one will stand in our way. All right, I will wait for you to marry me. Jinny chuckled lightly, her eyes glimmering with delight. Like a cat that has stolen a fish, secretly pleased. However, young master, you must first answer me a question. What question? Speak. Kikuchi Bai exclaimed joyfully, his exuberance evident. Where's Chinya? Why isn't he by your side? Kikuchi Bai's previously radiant demeanor suddenly dimmed. It seemed he could not evade this question any longer. What should he do? When Chinya left, he had made a firm promise. I sent him to the land of grass. Kia. It is futile to feign ignorance at this juncture. Jinny's exquisite visage darkened, a flicker of fierce intent emanating from the scar that marred her face, not directed at Kia, but rather at her brother, Chinya, who was far away. It is nothing of great consequence, Jinny. He is by my side. Yet I cannot undertake any missions with him around, as he is still too weak, truly. Kiha hastily clarified, attributing all excuses to Chinya's lack of strength. Moreover, I am already a ninja. I must face my trials. I cannot always let Chinya bear my burdens. The true terrors and grand opportunities of life and death, I wish to witness them myself. Jinny fell silent, her imposing aura receding. She produced a sandalwood comb from her pocket, rising to help Kiha groom his hair. Observing the pair of star-shaped hairpins, her eyes flickered with surprise, yet she paid it little mind, softly inquiring, is this mission extremely perilous? Indeed, Kiha admitted without reservation, opting for candor. The mission's rank is S. Then be cautious. After you depart from Chijin River, I, too, must leave the land of water, Jinny said gently, her gaze sharpening suddenly as a dagger slipped into her hand from her sleeve. Who goes there? It is I. Do not be alarmed. Emerging from the shadows was Xin Yuan Tai, accompanied by Jishui. Both bore awkward expressions, particularly Jishui, who had not anticipated that their actions would be unveiled due to Xin Yuan Tai's presence. All is well. He is my teammate, and the one behind me is the captain. The mission leader, Kiha said, grasping Jinny's wrist to prevent her from attacking Jishui, whom she had not detected. I shall take my leave. You ought to rest early. Young master. Upon hearing this, Jinny lowered her graceful head and departed slowly, exchanging no further words. Ha ha ha. My apologies, Bai, but is that your sister? The scar on her face is rather intimidating, yet she seems quite fond of you. Xin Yuan Tai chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, desperately seeking conversation. Kiha straightened his attire, rising from the steps, his thumb gently caressing the hilt of his sword, Qian Bening, a knowing smile gracing his face. She is my wife. And that scar on her face is the result of my own hand. Xin Yuan Tai was left speechless, his gaze darting between the departing Jinny and the smiling Kia, stumbling over his words. Why you and she actually? Xin Yuan Tai, flustered, nearly lost his tongue, but fortunately managed to articulate. That scar was inflicted by you? Noticing his reaction, Kiha tilted his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Just a jest, do not be alarmed. Oh, I see. Xin Yuan Tai accepted this explanation without a trace of suspicion, appearing rather daft. Is it that you cannot sleep either? Kiha redirected the conversation. Something like that. Just out for a stroll, came the reply. Is that so? Kiha regarded Jishui with skepticism. To him, the coincidences felt too orchestrated, leading him to suspect that Jishui was monitoring him. Curse it, strike not the face, reveal not the flaws. Kiha silently lamented. Cough, cough. With a rare, awkward smile, Shirzue coughed lightly and remarked, tomorrow we shall enter the land of water. I thought I might take a stroll and inquire about your subsequent battle plans. As you are the second in command for this mission, moreover, it was you who proposed the overall strategy for our covert infiltration into the land of waves. You are the true leader. Hatakibai rolled his eyes, but chose not to prolong the uncomfortable topic, instead pondering Shirzue's words for a moment before responding. For now, we must first ignite the flames and add fuel. We can discuss the specifics once the fires of the Hidden Mist Village and the bloodline clans of the Land of Water are ablaze. As for which clan to use to spark that fire, it is best to choose one with a notoriously fiery temperament, considerable strength, and a voice of authority among the clans of the Land of Water. What do you mean? Shirzue furrowed his brow in contemplation, his eyes glimmering with a sudden realization. Indeed, I nodded in unison with Shirzue. The Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan? Xian Yuan Tai scratched his head. A look of bewilderment gracing his features as he gazed at Bai and Shirzue, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Ah, you should really get some rest, Tai. Pondering such matters is hardly suited for you," Bai said wearily. Realizing that the fact Tai was unaware of the renowned Kagaya clan from the Land of Water was a miracle in itself, considering his graduation from the Ninja Academy. After exchanging a few words, Bai returned to the room prepared for him by Jinni. The Kagaya clan, one of the prominent bloodline clans in the Land of Water, is a family of warriors who prefer to confront challenges head-on without a second thought. For the Kagaya, the battlefield is the only place where they can find solace. The endless cycle of combat and relentless slaughter is etched deep within their very bloodline. The Kagaya clan possesses a formidable bloodline limit, enabling them to manipulate bone-growing cells and osteoclasts at will. Their skeletal structures are numerous and as resilient as steel, making them impervious to physical attacks. They also boast immense offensive power. However, no entity is without flaw, and the otherwise unstoppable Kagaya possess significant weaknesses. They are prone to impulsiveness and volatility, making them the perfect ignition point. As he inhaled the familiar scent of sandalwood, Bai gazed at the solitary candle before the window, which had burned from dusk until now. Its wax reduced to ash as the flame flickered. Perhaps it was due to the local customs of the Land of Water, but this candle had been well preserved by Jinni. Drops of crimson wax pooled beneath, resembling a small blood pool. Bai delved deeper into contemplation, extending his finger to touch the candlestick. Feeling the warmth of the molten wax swirl around his fingertip, Jinni's mission in the Land of Water had ultimately failed. Whether it was the overt task of establishing trade routes or Bai's covert request for her to locate Kagaya Kimimaro and Mizuno Kunishiro, both endeavors had come to naught. Bai understood that at this juncture, the mission could no longer proceed. On one hand, his S-rank assignment would expose all prior preparations, and on the other, with Orochimaru having defected from Konoha nearly 3 months ago, continuing the search for him within the Kagaya territory would undoubtedly prove perilous. Kikuki let out a bitter smile, acknowledging his own failures. Ever since he gained a modicum of influence, he had sought out potential prodigies who could bolster the future of the Kikuki clan. Leveraging his familiarity with the storyline, he envisioned figures such as the members of the future Team Hawk, led by Sasuke, and the unique bloodline users under Orochimaru. Regrettably, he was unable to locate Kimimaro, Honglian, or later, Suigetsu, and Yugo, leaving him with no choice but to reach out to the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Grass, hoping to extend a helping hand. This realization filled Kikuki with a sense of despair, as he felt that his timing was tragically awkward. Had he been able to connect with the young Konin, Nagato, and Yahiko earlier, he could have clung to the power of the Rinnegan. Now, with Yahiko deceased, as a Konoha ninja, he feared that stepping into the Land of Rain would result in his immediate demise at the hands of Shinra Tensei. Had he arrived later, he might have encountered the renowned 12 Guardians of the Fire Shadow. Yet, at this moment, he could alter nothing, forced to watch the events unfold helplessly. Among the Konoha ninjas of Itachi's generation, aside from Inuzuka Hana and Izuna, there was no one else who lingered in his memory. With a furrowed brow, Kikuki sighed deeply, gripping the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand and slowly closing his eyes. A night passed in silence. Kikuki awoke at dawn, completing his morning rituals before stepping into the courtyard. Shirzue, Hyuga Setsuna, and Shin Jinta had already readied themselves, awaiting departure. Even the typically carefree and seemingly unreliable Shin Jinta meticulously prepared his ninja tool pouch, donning the Mist Village forehead protector with a serious expression. Let us confirm the first step of this mission. I and Kikuki will intercept the supply convoy from the Mist Village. Hyuga Setsuna will scout with her Byakugan, ensuring we leave no one of the convoy alive. And Shin Jinta, you are responsible for the final layer of security, as well as ensuring that we gather evidence of the Kagaya clan amidst our captures. Do you understand? Shirzue's face was grave as he produced 4 masks from his cloak, distributing them among the group. Setsuna's mask lacked eye holes due to her Byakugan. Understood. Kikuki and the others responded in unison, their eyes reflecting a resolve to face death without fear. They then leaped gracefully, traversing the rooftops of the small town of Chikinchuan, creating a stir among the townsfolk on their way in, yet departing without a sound. An hour later, at the gates of Chikinchuan, a group emerged. The palanquin they bore still marked by remnants of wax. The ninja and attendants flanking the palanquin bore an uncanny resemblance to Shirzue and Shin Jinta from the previous day. As the palanquin approached the gate guards, several colorful banknotes were tossed out from behind the curtain. Through the gap, a glimpse of a woman's delicate chin appeared, smooth and fair, with a small red mole at the corner of her mouth. In the southern region of the Land of Water, there lay a vast island, now the ancestral territory of the Kagaya clan. Compared to the Warring States period, the Kagaya clan had fallen far behind the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Their connections diminished to the point that only Tsunade remained, faring slightly better than the desolate Senju clan. Unlike the self-sufficiency of the Uchiha clan within the village of Kanahagakure, the Kagaya clan in the Land of Water endures a rather dependent existence. This circumstance arises from the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. Just as there is no flawless ninjutsu, bloodline limits are not without their imperfections. While the Kagaya clan reaps the formidable benefits of the Shikatsumiyaku in warfare, they simultaneously suffer from the afflictions brought about by their bloodline, known as the bloodline disease. The numerous herbs and foodstuffs that alleviate this ailment are insufficient for the entire clan, rendering them reliant on the resources from the village of Kirigakure, particularly calcium-rich products such as dairy. To the north of the Kagaya's encampment in the Land of Water, a winding trade route runs through a series of islands. A merchant vessel, stationed along this route, docked at an unnamed island. As the hatch opened, dock workers, resembling ants in their diligence, skillfully climbed aboard the cargo ship, eagerly boasting of their efficiency and the affordability of their services. After discreetly handing the captain a few colorful banknotes, these workers eagerly secured the rights to transport goods from the vessel. Such merchant ships are commonplace in the Land of Water, ferrying various supplies from one end of the trade route to the other, facilitating the exchange of goods or fulfilling contracted deliveries. The profits involved are substantial enough to enrich the ship's captain immensely. The cargo aboard this vessel was predominantly wrapped in white cloth adorned with the emblem of Kirigakure, 4 droplets of water reminiscent of the points in the character for rain. The wrapping was not entirely secure, revealing the goods within that awaited unloading. Wow, these are the supplies for the esteemed ninjas of Kirigakure. So much cargo. Which prominent family is it destined for? It must be newcomers. Look at all the calcium-rich items like cheese and dairy. They're surely intended for that family to the south. Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want them to overhear. It's that notorious family from the south, with bones all over their bodies. They can't possibly thrive without ample calcium. The goods destined for the Kagaya clan were swiftly unloaded from the merchant vessel, soon followed by a squad of ninjas, identifiable by their Kirigakure headbands, who approached to receive the cargo. They muttered grievances as they reluctantly hitched a line of carts and proceeded southward. 20 kilometers away, nestled within an unnamed valley, 2 figures, Kabuto and Shizune, clad in masks that concealed all but their eyes, crouched amidst the foliage, patiently awaiting the arrival of the anticipated supply convoy. A kilometer ahead, perched in the trees, Hinata stood, her appearance largely concealed save for the veins surrounding her eyes, which indicated the activation of her Byakugan. As she observed the cargo team gradually making its way into the valley, beneath the entrance of the valley, a figure lay concealed, Shinyuentai, whose presence melded seamlessly with the earth, rendering him exceedingly elusive. It was hard to fathom that this was the typically boisterous Shinyuentai. He's here, Jishue whispered, his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, swirling ominously. Though the Sharingan could not rival the Byakugan in reconnaissance, it was merely a shade inferior. The supply team was escorted by a scant number of ninjas. Apart from a few civilian drivers, only 4 ninja squads comprising 16 ninjas had arrived to ensure their safety. No one had anticipated that ninjas from another nation would dare to ambush this supply team. The 4 squads were merely a precaution against bandits within the borders of the water country. Hatakibai, masked and stoic, bore the wrapped form of the cherry blossom, Sakura, secured to his back with black cloth, while the star-shaped restraint on his head glimmered under the sunlight. Just as he had surmised. After resolving not to overexert his chakra, Sakura had consented to being swathed in black cloth, while the restraint continued to serve as a final safeguard. This filled Hatakibai with unease, leading him to question whether his power truly belonged to him. As the sun traversed the sky, the supply team finally encroached upon the ambush zone established by Jishue and Hatakibai. 10 ninjas on the left flank are mine. You take the remaining 6 ninjas and the civilians. Engage directly, Jishue commanded swiftly, casting a conflicted glance at the star restraint atop Hatakibai's head. In truth, The distance was not yet optimal for an ambush. However, the light reflecting off Hitachi-bai's restraint had already alerted the leading jonin of the opposing team. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Ji Shuei unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature fire jutsu, 9 blazing fireballs soaring through the air, aimed directly at the supply team. Beware. We are under attack. Use water style. The leading jonin of the supply team called out, unfazed, as he promptly formed hand seals. Water style, water barrier. A series of 9 water barriers manifested just in time to intercept the incoming fireballs, and the supply team's ninjas exhaled, their wrath boiling within. Should this exceedingly simple mission fail, their return to the village would likely spell doom. The infamous reputation of the Land of Blood Mist instilled fear not only in outsiders, but also within the depths of Kirigakure. As the Phoenix Fire Technique clashed with the water barriers, the barriers were swiftly evaporated by the intense fire chakra, transforming into a dense mist. Amidst the fog, a silver glimmer emerged, a chilling light sweeping through, and a sudden splash of crimson erupted. Hitachi-bai, having struck successfully, retreated, steadying his breath to conceal himself. Outnumbering his foes strategically, determined not to be encircled by the mist ninjas. Casually, he glanced towards the other side, his pupils involuntarily constricting. True to his reputation as the Shunshin Ji Shuei, within such a brief span, he had already eliminated 3 opponents. In the blink of an eye, he executed another Shunshin no Jutsu, reappearing beside the 4th, his kunai stained with fresh blood. Hitachi-bai diverted his gaze, gripping Sakura tightly. Stepping forward, realizing he had perhaps been overly cautious. 5 minutes later, the nameless valley was stained crimson with blood, leaving only the figures of Shize and Kiba standing. Shize gestured for Kiba to follow as he leapt to the heights of the valley. His voice, muffled beneath a mask, resonated with a buzzing quality. Your blade has become swifter, breaking free from convention. There has been significant progress. Kiba merely smiled faintly, acknowledging that his toil was laden with blood and tears, much of which felt like a distant dream. Subsequently, Shirzue faced the valley, his hands forming intricate seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. The searing flames seemed poised to ignite the very air, filling the valley with crackling sounds of combustion. Once the inferno subsided, the expansive valley lay in utter darkness, reminiscent of the shadowy side of sunlight, an inescapable gloom creeping and spreading. Kiba gazed at the valley, now reduced to charred remains by the great fire destruction, momentarily lost in thought. The place held no semblance of resources. Even the corpses that had perished at the hands of Kiba and Shirzue were nowhere to be found. With a swift sound, Hinata and Shinin appeared beside Kiba, their expressions unflinching as they surveyed the lifeless, pitch-black valley. They quickly fell into a task-oriented demeanor, respectfully addressing Shirzue. Report, Captain. No omissions, no loose ends. Good, Shirzue nodded. Perhaps this was the essence of a ninja, devoid of emotion. Kiba sighed softly. By the way, Captain Shirzue, do we need to make any preparations? Should we leave any evidence behind? Shinin suddenly recalled that in addition to eliminating loose ends, they needed to retain proof of the Kagaya clan's involvement. Holding a charred iron plate in hand, upon which the distinctive emblem of the Kagaya clan was faintly discernible. No need. The mere supplies of the 4th ninja squad were intercepted by the Kagaya clan. It is impossible for evidence to remain. None among these ninjas are formidable. Retaining evidence would only be superfluous. Shirzue waved his hand dismissively, his gaze still fixated on every inch of the valley. Kiba remembered traces of life that once existed there. The 3 tomo in his blood-red eyes slowly revolved, ominous and sorrowful. What now? Shinin frowned, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend the next steps of their mission. Wasn't his task to leave proof of the Kagaya clan's actions? Next time, Kiba approached and patted Shinin's shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Such an explanation would only be a harsh reminder to himself. Will there be another opportunity? Shinin queried, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed. This time, the supplies were taken. The Hidden Mist village will undoubtedly send another shipment. Even if they suspect the Kagaya clan of seizing the supplies as a prelude to a coup, they will certainly attempt to deliver a second round for testing. However, the next time will involve a cadre of elite ninja squads. Kiba briefly elucidated to Hinata, then turned to Shinin, stating, Shinin, use your earth release technique to bury the soil here, especially the charred remains of the supplies. Bury them as deeply as you can. Captain Shirzue's fire release bears the unmistakable characteristics of the Uchiha clan. All right, watch me, Shinin exclaimed energetically, bringing his palms together as the nameless valley erupted in a tumult of earth and stone. The following day, at the Kagaya stronghold, the head of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Baijan, sat impatiently in a high-backed chair, his brow furrowed deeply, to the point that the distinctive 2 dots on his forehead were nearly merging. His cheeks flushed crimson, and his brown irises contracted with a heavy rage. What is happening? Why has the supply from Mizukage not yet arrived? Perhaps the transport team encountered difficulties on the road, replied an elder of the Kagaya clan, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Despite his advanced age, he was robust, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle spirit, though his complexion was pale from blood loss. Indeed. Humph. Kagaya Baijan responded with an odd chuckle of frustration as the scene widened. On the outskirts of the Kagaya clan's stronghold, 4 figures stealthily crouched atop the rocky terrain, blending seamlessly into the night. They gazed from a distance at the Kagaya members, whose training ground was still bustling with activity under the darkened sky, as many engaged in fierce sparring, each move targeting vital points. Shinyuan Tai struggled to stifle his laughter, his body trembling as he pressed his mouth against the rock, resembling someone afflicted by convulsions. Had they ever been this amusing? Kikibai murmured quietly. Their hairstyles and appearances are increasingly comical. I can hardly contain myself. The effort to suppress his mirth was a challenge for Shinyuan Tai, his face reddening like a monkey's behind. Kikibai couldn't help but smile at this. The Kagaya clan's combat prowess was indisputable, yet their peculiar sense of aesthetics was baffling. From Kikibai's vantage point, most Kagaya clan members were clad in their family uniforms, featuring a grayish-white, overlapping collar. Both men and women wore these bathrobe-like garments, their faces pale, adorned with the clan's signature 2 red dots on their foreheads. Their hair was parted in the center, creating a lightning bolt-like split on the crown, with the sides styled into twin buns, secured with grayish-white accessories that obscured their ears, rendering them quite bizarre and comical in appearance. It was no wonder Shinyuan Tai found it so difficult to hold back his laughter. Even Shirzei couldn't help but smirk at the sight. In a moment of clarity, Kikibai suddenly noticed that Shinyuan Tai had calmed down. What was this? Had he stifled his laughter to the point of fainting? Kikibai turned to look, his lips twitching in response. Residual chakra from a needle lingered on Shinyuan Tai's thigh, indicating that Hinata Shana had taken action. Kikikuan, what shall we do about the Kagaya clan? Shirzue asked quietly, having completely entrusted the battle plan to Kikibai, positioning himself as the executor of the mission. Dealing with the Kagaya clan is straightforward. I have already dispatched a mission in Kirigakure to find a task involving the Kagaya clan as guards. We need only eliminate all the Kagaya members assigned to that mission. It won't take long. Given the Kagaya clan's temperament, a rebellion will soon ensue. Furthermore, we will relay the message to the front lines of Konoha and Kirigakure, concentrating our forces against the Kagaya clan, Kikibai stated with a cold expression, internally reflecting on the gravity of his actions, as he was effectively pushing the Kagaya clan toward extinction. Jishue nodded, gesturing for everyone to retreat. 3 days later, the Water Shadow emissary arrived at the Kagaya stronghold, reporting the annihilation of the supply team with no trace left behind. However, the Water Shadow promised to gather another batch of supplies for the Kagaya stronghold, while urging the Kagaya clan to bolster their manpower at the front lines. Additionally, they requested the Kagaya clan to accept several escort missions. The following day, news of the deaths of Kagaya clan members on an external mission was relayed by the Mist Ninjas. Upon witnessing the 6 lifeless bodies of their kin, the Kagaya clan was engulfed in fury, yet their leader, Kagaya Baijan, quelled the outrage. Another fortnight passed, and the Kagaya clan dispatched members once more to the hidden mist village to undertake missions. 3 days later, those from the Kagaya clan met their demise, leaving behind no remains. That night, in the study of the Kagaya stronghold, dust coated the scrolls upon the shelves. Kagaya Baijan seethed with anger as he perused a flimsy death report from the Water Shadow, detailing the loss of several of their clan's prodigies, those who had remained behind to avoid perishing in the war before reaching their potential. The elders must extinguish the wrath of the Kagaya clan with blood, he proclaimed. Silence. We must deliberate on this matter with caution. Thus, a flame named Annihilation was ignited by unseen hands in the shadows. In the pitch-black cavern, the sound of dripping water echoed amidst the thick mist. rendering the atmosphere particularly eerie. Kikibai leaned against the cold rock, finding relief from the burning sensation of the swollen scar on his back. He gradually calmed his breathing, resting the 1,000 cherry blossoms beside him as he focused on unwrapping the bandage around his wrist. Upon inspecting the now-healed wound, he rewrapped it. With no replacement bandages or medicines available, Kikibai inhaled the damp air, feeling the various scars on his body, his expression stern. The Kagaya clan, renowned for their prowess in battle, faced death unflinchingly, trading their lives for injuries. Throughout nearly a month of intercepting and assassinating Kagaya clan members on missions, Kikibai's team of 4, excluding Jishui, bore the brunt of the injuries. Shin and Tai, I had even lost an eye, a consequence of shielding Kikibai from a bone spike. To this day, Kikibai recalled that battle with trepidation. Had it not been for Shin and Tai-I's intervention, he might have found himself resting in a golden Nanmo coffin. Kikibai let out a wry smile. It was merely an S-rank mission, the challenges of which were difficult to articulate, and this was only the beginning. Wasn't he there supposed to be special support? Why had it yet to appear? Could it be that the incompetent foes had already been dealt with? Despite having only one eye, Shin and Tai-I remained optimistic, holding the faded yellow book in hand, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. Silence. Hinata Shana's tone was perpetually icy. Kikibai pressed himself further against the cavern wall, harboring suspicions about the so-called special support. Perhaps, from the moment his plans unfolded seamlessly in the hidden mist village, he had begun to ascertain what this special support entailed. The Akatsuki organization, having seized control over the fourth water shadow, Obito, was indeed the special support for his mission. Thus, everything became clear. Due to the death of Lin, Obito harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the village of Mist, which coincided with Konoha's intentions to diminish its military might. Consequently, Obito willingly represented the Akatsuki organization to accept this employment task. At present, no one has discerned the true nature of the Akatsuki. It remains in the primitive phase of accumulating resources, and the unclaimed potent power within the organization is a perfect match for those in the 5 great nations who harbor sinister intentions. Notable figures include the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, and the true architect behind this mission, Danzo, the shadow of Konoha. As Kakashi reflected, it became evident that in this perilous mission, Danzo's true target was Shisui, the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, while he himself was merely a pawn in Danzo's game. At this moment, Kakashi cleared his mind of the burdens of this S-rank mission and opened his eyes, just in time to see Shisui entering the cave, carrying for plump herring. Are your wounds healing well? Shisui inquired, skillfully using his fire chakra to evaporate the moisture from the firewood before igniting it, placing the 4 prepared fish over the flames to roast. Among the 4 of them, aside from Shin, who had been shielding Kakashi, he bore the most severe injuries, not due to a lack of skill, but because of his youthful stature, which made him an easy target for the crazed members of the Kagaya clan, who often aimed to eliminate him first in their frenzied assaults. It's nothing major. I should be nearly healed in a couple of days, Kakashi replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. The land of water, surrounded by the sea, was known for its humid air, and within the cave, he was quickly enveloped by the dampness, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable, an experience quite contrary to his usual preference for cleanliness and comfort. That's good to hear. I took a moment to observe the Kagaya's stronghold, and their anger is palpable. Your incendiary actions proved quite effective, Shisui noted, his normally stoic face softening as he acknowledged the smooth progress of the mission. What fire did I ignite? It was more akin to setting off fireworks. One spark and it exploded. The fuse was short, and I ended up suffering the consequences, Kakashi quipped, lightening the heavy atmosphere within the cave. Indeed, that seems to be the case. As it stands, the Kagaya clan appears to be no longer a concern, and we can proceed with the next phase of our plan. Shisui divided the 4 herring among them. His culinary skills left much to be desired. The taste was barely palatable, lacking salt or any seasoning, rendering even the sea fish difficult to swallow, merely sustaining their nutritional needs for the time being. This made Kakashi nostalgic for the salty flavor of the dried fish from the town of Chikinkawa, recalling how they had initially set off with 2 pieces of salted fish. Oh, so we won't have to face those hedgehog-like maniacs any longer? That's splendid, Shin exclaimed, the only one among them who could enjoy a meal. His enthusiasm reminiscent of a child clutching a comic book, believing that the future held exciting adventures awaiting him, ensuring his unyielding optimism towards life. What splendid news! Ji Shui furrowed his brow, his expression icy as he reprimanded. Is it not splendid to avoid facing that band of lunatics, Captain? Xian Yuan Tai gazed at Ji Shui in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden severity of his demeanor. Have you forgotten the instinct for battle, which is engraved in the deepest recesses of your heart? Ji Shui chastised sharply. Merely feeling elated because the adversaries before you are not particularly formidable, what will you do when you encounter a stronger foe next time? Await death? The act of combat is relentless, persisting until the very end, irrespective of strength. The weak can triumph over the strong, and the lowly can conquer the exalted. If you cling to the notion that your opponents are all weaker than you, then your journey of battle is destined to conclude. Is the cessation of battle not a desirable outcome? Captain, I have long desired to conclude this strife and return to marry and raise a family. Xian Yuan Tai scratched his head. Ji Shui's tone faltered as he recognized the nature of his audience, and he lightly uttered a parting remark. The termination of battle signifies the end of life. Ji Shui's heart was in turmoil. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never allow such trivial matters to provoke his anger. In his view, this mission's special support involved the Mizukage from the Hidden Mist Village. The higher-ups of the Mist Village had actually allied with Konoha against his own clan, the Uchiha. What, then, is Konoha's stance toward the Uchiha? Hatakibai raised his eyes to Ji Shui's retreating figure, slowly lowering his eyelids. The warmth emanating from the weapon in his grasp, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, elicited a soft sigh within him. The ceaselessness of battle denotes an insatiable thirst for power. Ji Shui's words to Xian Yuan Tai were, in essence, a reflection of what he wished to convey to his comrades. The deepening of the mission portends an escalation in danger. Should this task reach its conclusion without incident, it is likely that, apart from Ji Shui, none in this small team will survive. One's own strength is the foundation of survival. Hatakibai bowed his head, his palm gently caressing the 1,000 cherry blossoms. The release of the Zanpakuto, 1,000 cherry blossoms. What remains to be achieved? This final step feels both near and distant. At a dock on the trade route of the Land of Water, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. The throngs of people, who previously labored and perspired, had vanished entirely. The dock lay desolate. Even the merchant vessels had disappeared from sight. On the vast azure sea, only a single gray leaf drifted slowly toward the estuary, flowing into the island's interior. A mere drop in the ocean, nothing more. Within the leaf sat a quartet of ants, a ninja squad led by the elite Jonin, Yagura, who served as the captain of the Hidden Mist Village's Dark Division. The supplies within the leaf were destined for the Kagaya clan's stronghold, meticulously gathered over 3 months to ensure safety, with an elite ninja team recalled from the front lines for the transport. Captain, the days ahead seem rather leisurely. A mere supply transport task has summoned our squad back. The one who spoke was the loquacious Inoki Jean, brandishing a blade that bore a striking resemblance to the severing sword of the decapitating blade. Just as Konoha ninjas revere the legendary Sannin, the Mist ninjas regard the 7 blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen as their aspirational goals. Do not let your guard down. This mission is not as simple as you imagine. In a cold and detached manner, Hozuki spoke, aware of many clandestine matters as the captain of the dark faction. For instance, the upper echelon suspected the Kagaya clan of plundering resources to prepare for a coup. Grimacing slightly, Kuramaki retreated. The battle plan remained unchanged. Hatakibai and I would handle the ambush, while the 2 of you would deal with any stragglers and post-battle arrangements. Understood? Shizum issued commands to Hatakibai and the others before swiftly vanishing. 3 fleeting figures passed by, leaving the riverbank deserted, save for the gentle murmur of flowing water. The second interception of the Kagaya clan's resources was underway. I hope no formidable foes approach. Hatakibai silently mused, though unafraid of battle. He preferred encounters of equal strength. Fortunately, the renowned Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen had become mere stepping stones for the 8 gates of Duinjia Formation. Next, Hatakibai eased his anxious heart, allowing his heartbeat to stabilize as he gazed at the clear river nearby. The terrain was not in their favor, in this illusion. Apart from his 2 mediocre water-style jutsu, no one in the squad excelled in water techniques. As the strongest, Shizum was most proficient in fire techniques, which were the least advantageous in this environment. Suddenly, Hatakibai was startled, spotting a brown boat emerging from the distant mist. He gently rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, the damp air irritating the bandage on his wound. He watched warily as the brown vessel drifted closer. Though the enemy remained unseen, he could sense the suffocating presence of 3 significant chakra signatures aboard. Were the 3 merely engaging in basic defense? It seemed our intelligence was superior. Once they drew near, we would launch a surprise attack, eliminating one before it became a 2-on-2 with Shizum. Hitakibai contemplated, his gaze shifting slightly towards Shizum, who signaled that there were 4 individuals, with one submerged. Acknowledging Shizum's gesture with a nod, he understood he was responsible for covering the rear, though he felt a peculiar discomfort at being cared for. It was foolish to act recklessly when one's strength was insufficient. He was not the protagonist destined to emerge unscathed. Chuckles. Gradually, the boat materialized through the mist, revealing 3 indistinct figures in Hitakibai's line of sight. 3 masked individuals, members of the Mist Village's Umbu, the leader not particularly imposing with white hair, flanked by 2 others, one with azure hair and the other with crimson. The hair colors in this world of shinobi were truly unpredictable. Hitakibai silently mocked, drawing his sword, Shinbening, just as Shizum swiftly acted, taking the initiative to eliminate the azure-haired mist ninja. As expected, an ambush. A raspy and unpleasant voice issued from the white-haired Umbu leader, countering with a water-style water dragon bullet technique that dispelled Shizum's shadow clone. Kuramaki utilized the mist technique. Understood. The crimson-haired Kuramaki replied, waving his hand as dense fog enveloped the area. Engage in close combat. Ji Shui softly chided, his foot pivoting. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the silver-haired Gue Deng Lanyu, his hand thrusting a kunai decisively towards the latter's neck. With a splash, Gue Deng Lanyu transformed into a cascade of water and vanished, having unknowingly employed the water clone technique. Buzz. A melodic whisper emanated from Chibai, his long blade firmly grasped in hand, as he executed a downward slash that cleaved through the dense white mist, revealing a gap of over 2 meters. The art of mist concealment demanded close combat. One must never allow their adversary to escape their line of sight. Chibai's gaze remained composed, a fleeting blue light illuminating his feet as he surged toward the red-haired Jinmoku-jan, even catching a glimpse of a line etched upon the mask of Jinmoku-jan. Severed in the middle. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. Jinmoku-jan's form dissipated like a wisp of smoke. It was merely an afterimage. Chibai gritted his teeth, sensing the mocking laughter beneath Jinmoku-jan's mask. He had allowed his opponent to slip from his gaze amidst the art of mist concealment. In the balance of victory and defeat, he had lost yet another ground. In this battle, the stakes of life and death were sharply defined. What's the matter? Shameless bandit? Have you slowed down? Should I wait for you? The taunting voice of Jinmoku-jan echoed through the mist, footsteps resounding in Chibai's ears, as if he truly paused to wait for him, stomping heavily on the floor. Annoying. Chibai's voice remained tranquil. He had weathered many storms, and such trivial jibes could hardly disturb his composure. Annoying? Ha ha ha. Jinmoku-jan's voice flickered in and out. Are you trying to gauge my position by conversing with me? Chibai cautiously scanned his surroundings, refusing to display any anxiety despite his thoughts being pierced by his opponent's words. My name is Jinmoku-jan. Remember it, little brat. Jinmoku-jan's voice suddenly turned grave. In an instant, within the thick mist, a murderous intent surged forth, as a formidable figure wielding a weapon resembling a beheading sword swung it directly at Chibai's forehead. Once you're down there, don't forget to tell the King of Hell that it was Jinmoku-jan from the Mist Village who sent you. The air was immediately compressed by the explosive chakra. The immense force bearing down on Chibai's forehead threatened to make his eyes pop. This potent energy was the chakra of an elite chunin. A flicker of envy crossed Chibai's eyes as he decisively assessed that he could not withstand the blow head-on and swiftly retreated. Suddenly, his footing faltered, and he found himself unknowingly at the riverbank. A cold voice emerged from behind. Die, little brat. Water release, water wing. In an instant, the river's waters surged upward, rushing toward Chibai. Was this their battle plan? To force him into a trap? Underestimated. Die, little brat. Water release, water wing. In a heartbeat, the murky river water came alive, swirling violently as it surged toward Chibai, who was swiftly engulfed by the water wing technique. From the depths of the river emerged a mist ninja, the last member of the mist ninja team. Jinmoku, let us aid the captain. The mist ninja spoke. preparing to dash toward the battlefield where Shizumizu and Guiding were engaged in combat. "Be cautious, he is not dead," Jinmoku shouted suddenly. At that moment, a blue light surged behind the mist ninja, the chilling gleam of a blade sending shivers down his spine. "Damn it, not on my watch," Jinmoku roared, his entire being enveloped in an immense aura. In a split second, he managed to block the blade of Senbonzakura and, with a powerful kick, aimed at the abdomen of Kiba. With a thud, Kiba instantly transformed into a puff of smoke, and the next moment, he emerged from the river. The tip of his blade aimed straight at the heart of the mist ninja. "Watch out," Jinmoku bellowed, his long sword clattering to the ground as his fist struck the blade of Senbonzakura. A fleeting look of regret crossed Kiba's face. Yet thoughts of potential failure flickered in his mind. He murmured, his left hand forming a sword-like gesture, conjuring a rope-like light of spiritual energy that swiftly ensnared the mist ninja. Binding technique, number 4, gray rope. Subsequently, Kiba retreated, unperturbed by Jinmoku's lurking presence. Knowing the bound mist ninja posed no threat. Sealing technique, little demon, you have done well. Jinmoku confronted Kiba, struggling to free himself from the constraining gray ropes. It is hard to fathom that even in the land of blood mist, there exist two ninjas with such profound bonds. Are you brothers? Your sibling nearly met Yama first. Kiba stood firm, his sword positioned before him. Even he, having been treated as a soft target time and again, felt a flicker of anger and resentment in his heart as foes sought to eliminate him before encircling Shizumizu. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward, little demon. Jinmoku replied darkly, lifting his replica beheading sword onto his shoulder. Shall I reveal my name to your brother first? It might be too late for that. Kiba's eyes remained calm, signaling his intent to strike, attempting to provoke his opponent. Unfortunately, what answered him was the howling wind. A chill ran down Kiba's spine as he instinctively angled Senbonzakura. A tremendous force surged from the blade, causing his hands to burn with pain as droplets of blood mingled with the mist, tinting it crimson. The names of those on the brink of death are of no interest to my brother and me. Jinmoku swung his replica beheading sword with ferocity. After a brief moment, Kiba felt all his wounds burst open anew, blood staining his garments. The next strike will take your life, little demon. Once I dispose of you, your sealing technique should be undone. Jinmoku laughed heartily, eyeing Kiba like a predator with a bloodthirsty grin. Kiba's gaze flickered. In the next instant, he watched as Jinmoku slowly faded into the distance, followed by a voice from behind that sounded like a lover's whisper. Where are you looking, little demon? Do not lose focus amidst the chaos. Jinmoku stood behind Kiba, his right hand pressing against his back, 5 tiny dragon heads gradually materializing. Water release, 5 feeding dragons. With a resounding crash, beneath the 5 feeding dragons, Kiba became naught but a wooden substitute, consumed entirely. The body replacement technique, one of Kiba's 3 most proficient ninjutsu. I have not lost focus. I have been waiting for you to approach. As the substitute vanished, Hatake White appeared behind Karaki-zan, his hands gripping a blade. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his grasp erupting in a resplendent silver light, imbued with a chilling essence that threatened to freeze the very air around them. Subsequently, accompanied by Hatake White's strike, a crescent-shaped energy amalgamation surged forth from the blade, its fierce momentum tearing through the atmosphere. Karaki-zan's expression shifted dramatically. He rolled on the ground just in time to narrowly evade the lethal blow, his heart racing as if he had forgotten something vital between life and death. Karaki-zan, is it truly wise to evade like this? Your brother, he could perish. Hatake White's voice was cold, his breath slightly labored. The simulation of the crescent moon strike leaving him with a sensation of being hollowed out. Before they knew it, Hatake White, Karaki-zan, and his brother formed a straight line, with the colossal crescent advancing along this trajectory, unstoppable in its path. Karaki-zan's pupils constricted sharply as the only sound left in his ears was the relentless beating of his heart. Thud, 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 thud. His heartbeat quickened as he watched the crescent blade surge past his brother, leaving behind a chaotic scene on the damp ground, the crimson hue spreading across the land. No bones remained. His brother's body utterly obliterated? No bones left. Little demon, I have changed my mind. Utter your name, and I shall etch it upon your forehead as a tribute to my brother. Karaki-zan's voice was frigid, the eye sockets of his mask reddening as an immense chakra burst forth from him, overwhelming and unstoppable, even causing cracks to form on the mask adorning his face. Hatake White stood unmoved, observing coldly as Kurakizan's aura tore through the dense fog, the concealment technique faltering, revealing the distant figures of Shize and Geitu. He chuckled softly, declaring, "Do those destined to perish deserve to know my name? However, once you are dead, it will all be over, for I am only concerned with slaying, not with burial. So be it. Then, your corpse need not exist." Kurakizan's lips twisted into a horrific grin, wielding an ancient and imposing replica of the decapitating blade, its lethal edge radiating a palpable killing intent. Hatake White likewise chuckled, holding his 1,000 cherry blossoms with the grace of a delicate sakura, lightly touching the ground, untainted by worldly dust. Kurakizan's gaze shifted from the bloodied scene back to Hatake White, his murderous intent unabated. "Die, little demon." A surge of energy rose like a tidal wave, resembling a dragon, as Kurakizan, wielding the replica decapitating blade, appeared almost otherworldly, devoid of any defense, brimming with flaws. His weapon swirling with torrents of water and energy. A life for a life, a resolution of life and death. Upon witnessing this, Hatake White's smile faded. He sheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms at his side, his right hand resting on the hilt, silver ripples emanating as the air split apart. Ironically, despite possessing thousands of sword techniques, Hatake White favored this singular kata, the Ii strike. Yet, with this Ii strike, he would ensure that life blooms with a myriad of flowers in the mortal realm, while the underworld's spirits would perish. After the strike, a deluge of blood surged forth as both figures were propelled back simultaneously. Kakashi Bai, drenched in blood, stood resolutely, a sight so harrowing that it could only be described as tragic beyond comprehension. He gazed at the slightly superior Jinmoku-jan, a gaping wound cleaving through his chest, revealing the pulsating organs within. Kakashi Bai smiled, regarding Jinmoku-jan as one might a spirit, and thought, "Do not deem me despicable, I too have comrades." In that instant, a stone pillar erupted beneath Jinmoku-jan's feet, and as he lifted his gaze, only a flash of blinding steel met his eyes. The battle for Kakashi Bai reached its somber conclusion. Thus, the elite Umbu squad of the Mist Ninja faced a devastating ambush, resulting in one death at the hands of Shirzue, while Kakashi Bai claimed 2 lives, leaving only the leading jonin, Akatsuki Gai, remaining. In the distance, the clash between Shirzue and Akatsuki Gai raged fiercely, one side a torrent of water, the other a searing inferno. Shirzue had already activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo swirling rapidly in his eyes, and a trail of blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. How detestable! It is indeed Konoha. Akatsuki Gai deflected Shirzue's fiery jutsu with his kunai, only to find Shirzue's figure looming behind him. In the brief interval, Shirzue formed hand seals, summoning a wall of water to block several explosive tags, and then retreated. The combat temporarily eased from its boiling intensity. Surely, it was the body flicker technique of Konoha. Akatsuki Gai, drenched in sweat, fixed his gaze on Shirzue, who seemed momentarily unprepared to strike. Is Konoha intending to meddle in our Mist's internal affairs? Do you not fear igniting the 4th Great Ninja War? Shirzue remained silent, having noticed that Kakashi Bai's struggle had concluded. With the exposure of his Sharingan revealing his identity to his opponents, the mask was no longer necessary. The previous concealment had merely been a tactic to gain an advantage by obscuring his identity at the onset of battle. Konoha ninjas, depart now, and I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred, allowing our relations to remain amicable as ever. Observing Shirzue's silence, Akatsuki Gai hastily sought to recover his chakra. Kakashi Bai, hearing this, smirked beneath his mask, contemplating how the Mist's leading jonin seemed to regard them as simple-minded as a new recruit. It was naive to believe that retreating would absolve the Mist of repercussions. Setting aside the fact that he had no authority to make such decisions, the exposure of this incident could indeed serve as the spark that ignited the 4th Great Ninja War. One must be aware that the true puppet master behind the Akatsuki was none other than Kurizetsu. Bai, obliterate the resources. Shirzue removed his tattered mask, discarding the cracked and worn kunai with a cold command, forming hand seals. At this moment, Akatsuki Gai finally realized that he was the sole survivor of his squad, and the Konoha ninja before him would not let him escape. He had to prepare to fight desperately. Fire style, grand fire destruction. Water style, great waterfall technique. Once again, the vibrant hues of red and white filled his vision as Kakashi withdrew his Sakura from Genmoku Jean's chest, exhaling slowly. He used the tattered remnants of his clothing to temporarily bind his wounds and, with Sakura in hand, made his way toward the mist's small vessel. Though the scenery before him wavered and flickered, personal missions remained paramount. The earlier actions of Shinin Taichi had already transgressed the previously assigned tasks, yet fortuitously. It bore no significant consequences. Summoning his resolve, he struck downwards with his blade, and the mist-shrouded vessel instantly fractured, scattering supplies throughout the river. Meanwhile, Kagaya Gedo entered a phase of earnest struggle. The cut delivered by Hitachi seemed to pierce the very heart of Kagaya Gedo, eliciting a pained scream. Caught unawares, he fell victim to Shizuka's ambush, resulting in a severed arm, after which Shizuka proceeded to perform an elaborate series of hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A searing inferno engulfed the surroundings, and Hitachi hastily evaded, realizing that the range of the great fire destruction encompassed even the small boat beside him. Following the blaze, the river ran dry, and oppressive steam filled the air. "Haha, it is finished," Shinin Taichi exclaimed as he leapt from the earth, casting aside an item he had prepared for over 3 months into the riverbed, only to notice a lingering puddle at the bottom. "Ah, Captain, it appears your chakra is excessively depleted, as you were unable to completely evaporate the river water," he remarked, waving enthusiastically at Hinata Shana, who was returning from afar. "Hey, Shana, you're back." Hinata Shana nodded, discarding a few mist ninja forehead protectors and immediately attending to the severely injured Hitachi. "There are still mist ninjas?" Shizuka furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the forehead protectors. Having frequently utilized high-level fire techniques, his chakra reserves were dwindling. Should another formidable opponent emerge, even if they managed to escape, it would signify the failure of their mission. "I have dealt with all the reconnaissance ninjas." Hinata Shana skillfully began to untie Bai's bandages and, upon inspecting the wound, frowned and directed to Shinin Taichi. "Fetch some water. We must clean the wound first." "Understood," Taichi replied, making his way towards the only source of water while glancing back at Shizuka. "Next time, let Baikuen handle the aftermath. I shall assist you, Captain." "Wait. I do not require that water," Hitachi suddenly interjected, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. "Ah, who wouldn't he find it unclean?" Shinin Taichi retorted, scooping a handful of water to his lips, licking his tongue against it, and grimacing slightly at the salty and fishy taste. "Oh, is that so?" Bai responded weakly, wondering if he was being overly anxious. He turned to look at Shinin Taichi and was suddenly taken aback. Taichi's eyes were now blood-red, swirling with 3 tomo, unmistakably indicating he had fallen under the influence of the Sharingan. Taichi stood up in a daze, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, crashing onto the puddle below with an ear-piercing shriek. The water rapidly congealed into the shape of Kagaya Gedo, only to collide with an even larger and more intense flame, ultimately dissipating into steam and fading from existence. From the Kagaya clan, the water transformation technique, Hitachi realized. Glancing over to see Shizuka wearily close his eyes, tears of blood cascading down his cheeks. Wow! As Tai of the new source finally grasped the gravity of his actions, a wave of nausea washed over him, recalling the moment he had unwittingly licked the body of a mist ninja. He stood there, his complexion turning a shade of green, retching uncontrollably. After a considerable time, the quartet led by Kakashi completed their task, leaving behind scant evidence for the mist ninja before returning to the pitch-black cave. 2 weeks later, at the Kagaya clan stronghold, within the familiar confines of the clan leader's study, Kagaya Hyakuzan stood before the 3 esteemed elders of the clan. The 4 figures bore expressions of fury, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty fervor. "Leader, the time for decision has arrived. A fortnight has elapsed since the appointed date, yet the supplies have not been delivered. Our herbs are nearly depleted. Yashiro intends to use a dull blade to carve away at our Kagaya clan." "Humph." Kagaya Hyakuzan grunted in anger, casting a glance at the elder. He had resolved on a course of action a fortnight prior. Yet he understood that internal strife was not permissible at this juncture. The fate of the Kagaya clan hinged upon this very day. "Since Yashiro has shown us no mercy, we shall not be bound by righteousness towards him. Announce to the clan members that the time to settle in the Hidden Mist Village is this year. Indeed. And release that little ghost." His sole value lies in this, does it not? Ha! In the pitch-black, cavernous stone chamber. The humid air characteristic of the land of water lingered, infusing the endless darkness with a chilling aura. Amidst this heart-stopping gloom resided a youth, with pale hair and porcelain skin, adorned with 2 flecks of vermilion on his forehead. Alone, he sat in the cave, fixated on the solitary source of light, the sole exit of the cave. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence of the cave, akin to the snapping of bones, followed by the sound of dripping water, resonating again in this desolate space. A fleeting smile, reminiscent of childhood innocence, crossed the youthful face of Kamaru, as he watched a bone gradually materialize in his palm, only to break and fall to the ground. He picked up the bone, repeating the process time and again until he had constructed a peculiar object. Then, murmuring softly to himself, Kamaru's expression abruptly shifted. In an instant, a bone knife manifested in his hand, and as it slipped from his grasp, fragments scattered across the ground. Why? No one needs me, nor anyone else. Destruction, annihilation. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the darkness of the stone cave, illuminating Kamaru's pale visage and the 2 distinctive vermilion marks upon his brow, emblematic of the Kagaya clan. Long deprived of light, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Squinting, he discerned a figure bathed in sunlight. It appeared to be the clan leader. Step forth, Kamaru. Kagaya Hyakuzan gazed upon the youth within the cave, a fervent smile gracing his lips. Am I to be freed? Kamaru's countenance shifted from confusion to elation upon hearing the voice. Kamaru, the time has come for you to prove your worth. Arise and fight for the glory of our Kagaya clan. Kagaya's monstrous laughter echoed as his robust physique was fully exposed to Junmaru's gaze under the sunlight. The value of existence, does it lie in combat? Junmaru pondered, a flicker of fire igniting in his hollow eyes. The concept of battle would accompany him throughout his life, marking his destiny. Come forth, battle. Is this not what your bloodline yearns for the most? Indeed. In the same position, Kakashi and Shursui observed Kagaya's encampment from afar. The Kagaya clan inside appeared tranquil like a calm sea, yet beneath the surface, it roiled with the frenzy etched into the very essence of their blood. The Kagaya clan is doomed, Shursui suddenly remarked, his dark eyes brimming with an ineffable meaning. Kakashi did not respond. He felt ill-prepared to intervene between the village and the bloodline clans. If he were to truly come under Danzo's scrutiny, he feared the consequences of being remembered as merely a fallen scion of a once prominent family. The Mist Village had long been prepared. I have noted that the Mist ninjas within the Land of Water are retreating towards the heart, Shursui stated, returning swiftly to the task at hand. We are only one step away. We must ensure that the other clans discover the undeniable evidence of the Kagaya clan's coup, lest they unite against a common foe due to the clan's demise. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. What shall we do? There should be several bodies of members from other bloodline clans appearing at Kagaya's encampment. Clap, clap, clap. The clear sound of applause reached Shursui and Kakashi's ears, each clap resonating like thunder. They exchanged alarmed glances. Someone had appeared beside them, and had it not been for the enemy's deliberate reveal, they would have remained oblivious. The figure now present was undeniably an adversary. In an instant, both sprang into action, grasping their weapons. Kagami's Cherry Blossom and Kanai, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. Shursui's blood-red eyes spun with 3 Tomo. Not far away, perched on a tree trunk, stood a figure, long black hair, an alluring visage. Purple eyeshadow extending to the nostrils, pallid skin adorned with aquamarine, jewel-like earrings, and elongated serpent-like pupils gazing at Kakashi with intrigue. A slender tongue languidly licking the corner of his lips, causing Kakashi to shudder involuntarily. An intriguing little devil. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his lithe waist swaying as though devoid of bones. He barely acknowledged Shursui by his side. Despite Shursui's renown across the nations, Orochimaru was once the foremost of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Lord Orochimaru, Kakashi stammered, grasping Shursui's wrist. The 2 of them were no match for Orochimaru unless Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of deploying the formidable Jinjutsu, Kotoemitsukami. This feeling of having to rely on another's mercy churned Kakashi's insides, a deep-seated resentment brewing within. Yet all of it transformed into a cautious dread under Orochimaru's ominous gaze. Orochimaru let out a soft huff. his golden serpent-like eyes scrutinizing the two ninjas before him. Should he refer to them as former comrades or mere subjects for his research? Uncertain of the utility of the gift bestowed upon Lord Orochimaru last year, Kakashi Hatake forcibly steadied his mind, swallowing hard to moisten his parched throat, and spoke with composure. Promising advantages, this was their only recourse at present. Engaging in combat would likely draw the attention of the Kagaya clan, so they could only rely on the scant knowledge of biology and cell theory from his past life. Hoping to sway one of the few scientists in this world who believed in the power of science. Ha, Orochimaru chuckled softly, recalling the youth who had entrusted him with that scroll on the eve of his defection from Konoha. So it is you, Kakashi Hatake. Am I mistaken? The smile on Orochimaru's lips deepened, his tongue gliding once more over the edge of his mouth. Indeed, it is I, Lord Orochimaru, Kakashi replied, feeling a slight sense of relief. The fact that such a significant figure remembered him indicated that the scroll on biology and cell theory, along with that microscope, had been of considerable benefit to Orochimaru. It seemed that he and Shursui might owe their survival to Orochimaru's benevolence. Kakashi smiled wryly, realizing, "It appears you seem to have relaxed a bit, Kakashi-chan." Orochimaru replied with a sinister grin, his aura suddenly swelling. A palpable wave of murderous intent crashing upon Kakashi and Shursui, thick and suffocating like a liquid surrounding their small space. The wind continued to blow, leaves drifting from the trees, silently shattering as they landed, dark green particles gently settling upon Kakashi's shoulder. It mirrored the tumult of Kakashi's heartbeat, erratic and chaotic, as if it might cease at any moment. Suddenly, a warm current surged from Shursui's wrist, providing Kakashi with a modicum of calming relief. A most intriguing child, Orochimaru remarked, a wicked smile gracing his lips, his elongated snake-like eyes gleaming with mischief. Allow me to present you with a grand gift. In the next instant, Orochimaru's neck elongated, swiftly traversing the space between them, and he sank his fangs into Kakashi's neck. Pain surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming him as if a multitude of chakra needles were relentlessly piercing every chakra point in his body, stabbing and withdrawing, only to repeat the torment. Soon, swarms of insect-like creatures crawled in through each wound, gnawing and spreading throughout his body. Ah, Kakashi gasped, blood erupting from his body, the remnants of old injuries still unhealed, cracking under the surge of chakra. Before his scream could fully escape, he instinctively bit down on his own arm, blood trickling down into his throat, warm and metallic. TSK. I am beginning to believe that this plan to eradicate the Kagaya clan was indeed proposed by you, Kakashi-chan. The village has truly birthed an extraordinary individual. Orochimaru mused as his neck retracted, his head returning to rest upon his shoulders. His tongue flicked out, curling and twisting in the air like a vine or serpent. Why? Kakashi stammered, his teeth chattering as he grasped Shursui's arm to prevent him from making any rash movements. One hand instinctively covered the bite on his neck. The initial sharp pain of the insect-like bites subsiding, the searing heat that had spread throughout his body gradually diminishing. Kamikaze Shiro did not need to look closely to discern the origin of the dark markings at his neck. They receded with each breath. Well versed in the plot, he recognized that he bore the cursed seal left by Orochimaru's serpent kiss. Although he could not fathom why his existence warranted such a waste of soul and sage energy from Orochimaru, he certainly could not accept the notion that he was to receive a grand gift, as Orochimaru had suggested. Why? Indeed, why? Perhaps you might venture a guess, Kamikaze Shiro? Your worth in my eyes far surpasses that of Uchiha Shursui by a considerable margin. A sinister smile graced Orochimaru's face, as if he had just indulged in a sumptuous feast, his fingers lightly brushing the corners of his mouth. It was then that Kamikaze Shiro noticed that Orochimaru was not wearing the Akatsuki ring inscribed with the character for void. Evidently, the Akatsuki had yet to make contact with Orochimaru. So, what will you do next, Uchiha Shursui? At last, Orochimaru directed his gaze towards Shursui, his eyes glistening with avarice as they fixated on Shursui's Sharingan. The rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru, faced the elite Jonin Uchiha Shursui. Shursui gently pushed aside Kamikaze Shiro's hand that grasped his wrist, producing a kunai in one hand while the other swiftly formed hand seals, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Crafting hand seals with one hand. The youth of today truly exhibit remarkable talent. Orochimaru smirked wickedly, his fingers entwining as two colossal serpents suddenly erupted from his sleeves, their bloody maws lunging towards the two. Unfazed, Shursui pivoted, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, only to reappear above Orochimaru, his right hand poised at his lips, a flame gradually coalescing within. Kamikaze Shiro observed the approaching serpents. Even before they drew near, the stench had already permeated the air. In a moment of calm, he contemplated his course of action. Such an intense assault might have been withstood in the past, but given his current battered state, resistance would surely lead to his demise. He could only evade. While he had some understanding of the body flicker technique, he felt dwarfed in comparison to Shursui. Thus, he was left with but one option. Perhaps, in this life and death moment, it was time to attempt that particular technique once more. Shunpa. His thoughts crystallized in an instant as Kamikaze Shiro positioned his feet, scrutinizing the path of the serpent's assault. His expression grew grave, a flicker of blue light emanating from the silver bracelet on his wrist, enveloping him in a diaphanous barrier akin to a cicada's wing. Shunpa. A technique that transcends spatial boundaries with remarkable speed, demands both formidable physical prowess and exquisite control of energy. Standing atop the tree trunk, Kamikaze Shiro's body tensed. A sudden stillness enveloping him. Shunpa. The tree trunk emitted a sharp crack, and in an instant, his figure vanished, the wood beneath him disintegrating into ash. A gust of wind surged forth, sweeping through the forest like a tempest, causing the leaves to quiver restlessly. Gritting his teeth, Kamikaze Shiro felt the fragile cicada wing membrane clinging to him ripple violently as he pressed forward, his feet dancing tirelessly in pursuit of escape. Leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air, as if a multitude of shadow clones were manifesting mid-flight. At last, Hatakibai appeared beside Shursui, breathless as he grasped the hands forming the seals, whispering urgently enough for Orochimaru to hear. Do not abandon the mission. Draw the Kagaya clan closer. Just hold on for a moment. Lord Orochimaru will arrive shortly. Shurzui's mind raced, instantly comprehending the implications of Hatakibai's words. He deftly caught the now bloodied Hatakibai, his eyes warily fixed on Orochimaru, as the three tomos spun at an accelerated pace. Damn Jiraiya! Orochimaru's pupils contracted. The mere mention of that name conjured memories of the night he departed from Konoha, recalling the boisterous fool, tears streaming down his face. The playful expression on Orochimaru's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. The last person he wished to encounter at this moment was that incessantly chattered about fool, Jiraiya. Indeed, the lingering scent of the toad from Mount Myaboku was faintly present on Uchiha Shurzue, a clear indication they had fought side by side within the last 6 months. Well, this is not the time for a reunion with Jiraiya. It would disrupt my plans. The curse seal had already been implanted, and regardless of what this boy, Hatakibai, might conjure or the instantaneous technique he had just exhibited, opportunity would arise. Orochimaru's expression shifted as his gaze fell upon the three-tomo cursed seal at the nape of Bai's neck. He was reluctant to disturb the Kagaya clan at this moment and resolved to retreat. You've had some luck, ha ha ha, Orochimaru cackled, suddenly merging with the earth and vanishing from sight. Hurry, I can barely hold on. Hatakibai felt the urgency in his voice. His condition was dire. His eyes a fierce crimson, the cursed seal on his neck burning and beginning to spread once more. Understood. Shurzue swiftly replied, carrying Hatakibai away. When Bai next opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black cave, the first sight greeting him being the acne-ridden face of Shinin Taichi. Bai, you're awake. Taichi exclaimed with evident relief. We were all shocked when the captain brought you back, especially after losing so much blood. We never expected your little body would recover. I'm fine, Hatakibai replied, licking his cracked lips. This was the first time since acquiring the 1,000 cherry blossoms that he had lost consciousness. Unable to control his own body. Even when gravely injured by Kakashi, he could always close his eyes and find himself in the dreamlike Hitaki courtyard, wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms amidst the blooming sakura. Is it really fine to lose that much blood? Taichi questioned, skepticism etched on his face. You get used to it. It's just a matter of nutrients. I might develop a bit slower, Hatakibai explained, oblivious to the slight blush on Hinata Shika's face as she busied herself with the bandages being removed from him. You're awake. Shurzue entered the cave, carrying white fish and firewood. Upon seeing Bai conscious, he handed the items to Shinin Taichi and approached, inquiring, How are you feeling? Hatakibai nodded. instinctively covering the nape of his neck, aware that Shirvei was asking about the status of the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed upon him, and whether it would erupt. However, it may be necessary to seal the cursed mark, otherwise, its activation during battle could spell disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Hatake reflected that while the cursed mark undeniably enhances an individual's combat prowess, such techniques, based on the model of Yugo and the concept of the Jinchuriki's combat, inflict greater harm on the host the more they are employed. Moreover, Hatake needed to resolve this issue swiftly. He harbored too many secrets. Whether it be the existence of the Soul Society or the incompleteness of his own soul, both of which must remain concealed. Particularly, he was aware that a fragment of Orochimaru's soul resided within the cursed mark. Yes, I had similar intentions, but among the three of us, none possess sealing techniques. Is it beyond your capabilities? Shirzuei inquired, furrowing his brow as his Sharingan activated, observing the chakra flow of the cursed mark on Hatake. A bitter smile curled at Hatake's lips as he slowly shook his head. The Fuinjutsu was beyond his grasp, at least for now, as he was only proficient in the first 20 forms of it. I shall take on the task. I have studied some sealing techniques, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy. A cool voice suddenly interjected, revealing Hinata Sakana's presence. Hinata Sakana knows sealing techniques? Hatake's brow furrowed. It was well known that the esteemed Hyuga clan, with their bloodline limits and unique taijutsu, wielded formidable strength, typically leading clan members to focus solely on taijutsu, the most fitting path for them. Thus, it was already peculiar that Hinata Sakana practiced medical ninjutsu, and now she was also disclosing knowledge of sealing techniques. This was perplexing. Sakana, sensing the curious gazes of Shirzuei and Hatake upon her, lowered her eyelids and silently pushed back the white cloth wrapped around her forehead slightly, revealing a glimmer of green markings. The caged bird. Hatake understood at once. For any member of the Hyuga branch who chafed against their fate, the yearning to unravel the cursed mark, the symbol of their destined judgment, was profound. They sought to study the cursed mark in secrecy, to break the reins that bound the Hyuga branch's fate. No wonder Hinata Sakana had knowledge of sealing techniques. Hatake sighed inwardly, offering an apologetic smile to her. I apologize for bringing up painful memories. It is merely the fate destined for the Hyuga clan, Hinata Sakana replied, her countenance remaining as cold as the chill of the cave itself. A night passed in silence, with the moon waning and the sun rising. Within the pitch-black cave, in a secluded space, Hatake sat cross-legged in the center, his upper body bare. Beneath him lay a sealing array formed from 16 shuriken, intricately inscribed with a multitude of characters resembling tadpoles, meticulously carved by Hinata Sakana. These characters spiraled up Hatake's bare torso, ultimately converging upon the cursed mark at the nape of his neck, encircling it in a protective ring. Is this the sealing of evil spirits? Hatake inquired, recognizing the familiar sealing array, a hint of confusion in his voice as the chakra contained within the tadpole characters stirred his wounds. Do you recognize the sealing of evil spirits? Hinata Sakana asked, her tone laced with surprise. Yes, I have seen it before. Kakashi nodded slightly, recognizing the familiar scene. Although it was not from this lifetime, but rather one he had glimpsed on a computer in his previous existence. This was a modified sealing technique based on my own interpretation of the sealing evil technique, proving to be more effective than the original, yet still reliant on one's willpower. Should one's determination waver, the spell would spiral out of control. Hinata Setsuna elucidated, then hesitantly pointed at the spiritual silver bracelet adorning Kakashi's right wrist. And this silver bracelet, can you remove it? Kakashi shook his head, casting a heavy gaze toward the bracelet. With careful observation, one could discern that even the sealing formation of the sealing evil technique avoided this small silver ornament. Well, that is of little consequence. Please bear with it for a moment. Hinata Setsuna refrained from further inquiries. Everyone harbors their own secrets, reluctant to share them with others. Rest assured, come now. It is merely the pain of a sealing spell. No matter how intense, it lasts but a fleeting moment, Kakashi declared with bold confidence. The sound of Hinata Setsuna forming seals reached his ears, followed by a cool hand resting on the nape of his neck. The familiar pain crashing over him like a wave. All done. After a considerable time, Hinata Setsuna withdrew her hand, her voice somewhat feeble. My apologies for the trouble, Setsuna, Kakashi remarked, observing the disappearance of the cursed markings on his upper body. He smiled, his gaze drifting to the bandaged forehead of Hinata Setsuna. And he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. He resolved to lend a hand whenever the opportunity arose, glancing at the spiritual silver bracelet, pondering that the Soul Society, with its millennia of heritage, should possess a solution. Although he was unsure why. Ever since he had utilized the Shuanpa, this spiritual silver bracelet seemed to have undergone a transformation, now lying still, and the courtyard from his dreams had ceased to manifest. He decided to take a wait-and-see approach. Another week passed. Inside the desolate cave, Kakashi remained alone, recuperating and mending his extensive injuries. His wounds were grievous. Ever since entering the land of water, relentless battles had left him no respite for recovery. Old injuries had festered while new ones accumulated. As Hinata Setsuna had warned, if this continued, Kakashi would inevitably perish from the ravages of his own body before ever facing an enemy on the battlefield. This week, he dedicated time to focus solely on healing, allowing him to experience the long-lost comfort of sleep that felt exquisitely soft and prolonged. The spiritual silver bracelet showed no reaction, and the dreamlike courtyard, along with the cherry blossom tree, had not reappeared. Had it not been for the familiar sensation emanating from the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand, Kakashi might have almost believed that the fierce battles in his dreams were merely figments of imagination. The silence of the cave was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Kakashi's previously relaxed demeanor shifted immediately, a chilling glimmer flashing through the dark cave as he unsheathed the 1,000 cherry blossoms with a singular motion. As his vision clarified, a figure emerged within the depths of his gaze, dressed in tattered gray and white garments, with a broad grin adorning his face. Shinin Taichi displayed a worn book peeking from the frayed ninja pouch on his back. A code? Hataki-bai remarked coldly, his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, still unsheathed, inching outward as the cold blade glimmered ominously in the air. A code? Bai reiterated, the damp chill of the cave seeming to seep into his bones. As he adjusted his collar, his gaze unwavering upon Shinin Taichi. A code? Taichi scratched his head, oblivious to the frigid intensity in Bai's eyes, and settled himself into his designated spot, his body fitting snugly against the seat. You know, Taichi sighed, a sudden chill emanating from him as he took a piece of food, continuing, our code is simple. The one on guard straightens their collar, while the one returning scratches their head. It's been a week. Can't you remember, Taichi? Unnecessary, Taichi mumbled, his mouth full, rolling his eyes at the thought of beautiful maidens. Who would come here, anyway? Bai paused, shifting his shoulders. A week dedicated to recuperation left his bones itching for activity. Where's the captain? He inquired casually. Unknown. Perhaps he's secretly finding a place to watch maidens bathe. He chuckled. No. Wait. He must be training a delicate young lord. Like Uchiha Itachi, Taichi's eyes gleamed with an unsavory light, almost resembling a shady character. Forget it. I shall head to the town ahead. First to bathe in the river and change my clothes. I feel utterly foul. Are you coming, Taichi? Bai frowned, acutely aware that this mission concerned their lives. Unlike Taichi's carefree demeanor, who clutched a risque book as if it were the weight of the world. Bah, how dramatic. Didn't I just wash last month? You go ahead. My dear Miko-chan is waiting for me. Taichi waved dismissively, clutching the book, his breath quickening. All right, I shall take my leave. Stepping out of the cave, the warm, radiant sunlight enveloped him, yet the spots where he had once been wounded began to throb with discomfort. Gently loosening his collar, Bai held his breath, observing the dark red scars sprawling across his body, grotesque and writhing like repulsive worms. The supplies, bandages, medicines, and military rations brought by their squad had been entirely consumed 5 days prior. To avoid detection by the mist ninjas in the land of water, even Hinata Shina, being a woman, had not dared to cleanse herself since entering this territory. The myriad of ninja beasts and their abilities in the world of Hokage weighed heavily upon the nerves of the team. Bathing was merely a pretext. The true purpose lay in the foreboding town ahead, a place infamous as a den of iniquity. The only remaining reason for their venture being its status as a black market outpost. In the desolate town, ruins abound, and most of the passers-by conceal their identities beneath masks, cloaked in tattered garments. The only semblance of life in this forsaken space is the fleeting shadows of ninjas darting through the debris. Yet their presence is abruptly overshadowed by a piercing scream that heralds the departure of yet another life. Kikuki-bai, adorned with a mask and a brown cloak salvaged from a corpse by the roadside, epitomizes the grim reality of this near-hellish place where compassion for the dead seems unfathomable. His gaze then falls upon a diminutive figure clad in gray linen, with raven hair and bright eyes, whose exquisite visage bears the remnants of 3 crimson streaks. With great difficulty, he closes the eyes of the ninja who had sought his life moments before, draping the cloak over the lifeless form. In this brutal world, an angel exists, albeit one accompanied by a figure burdened with a beheading sword, Kisame Hoshigaki, the demon of the mist. The early morning fog is dense and chilling. As by merely lifts the veil from his face, he feels as though the cold air might tear at his lips. A shallow breath sends a tremor through his small frame, yet a sweet smile soon graces his face as he gazes at the man wielding the sword before him. Indeed, to be a tool for Mr. Hoshigaki is quite a privilege. Hey, hurry up. How infuriating it is to have you as a tool to collect the corpses of those who wish to kill you. Kisame halts, his eyes obscured beneath the forehead protector of the mist, reflecting an unsettling indifference. Born of the blood mist homeland, his hands stained with crimson, the embodiment of slaughter. He is deemed a demon, a being devoid of humanity, with even his blood turned cold, yet perhaps emotions linger. His current existence finds purpose in overthrowing the creator of that blood mist realm. Even the faintest glimmer of hope ought to be preserved for the children, even at the cost of everything he possesses. Mr. Hoshigaki, allow me to treat you to some dumplings. Bai suddenly rises, presenting a string of ice-crafted dumplings emanating a chilling aura, reminiscent of the steaming delicacies his mother once bought for him. With clear eyes, Bai observes Kisame's hair, noting its lengthening. How dull. Kisame, in a fit of irritation, swats the icy dumplings from Bai's hand, shattering them upon the ground. Bai chuckles softly, unperturbed, until his gaze shifts to yet another corpse by the roadside. The mirth fades from his countenance, replaced by a pleading look directed at Kisame. Without uttering a word, Kisame gazes skyward, leaning against a tree, causing the accumulated frost on the branches to cascade down upon him, prompting another soft laugh from Bai. What a troublesome little imp. Kisame furrows his brow. Suddenly, his expression shifts. The beheading sword materializes in his hand, and the comical visage devoid of eyebrows transforms into one of fierce menace. Resembling a reaper's scythe, this is a face steeped in the blood of humanity, whether it belongs to man or demon, even he cannot discern. Should you refuse to yield, I shall claim your head. Kakashi Hatake gazed at the distant figures, their silhouettes merging with the memories of those 2 unfortunate souls he once knew, the taciturn and aloof Zabuza Momochi, and the angelic presence of Haku amidst the inferno of hell. It seems Zabuza had recently suffered a coup, while Haku, having faced the demise of his father who murdered his mother, was now adrift, searching for the meaning of his existence. Thus, the fates of these 2 intertwined, bound together in life and death. Suddenly, Zabuza brandished his beheading sword, a swirling torrent of water chakra enveloping his hands. It was then that Kakashi discerned 2 black market hunters, drawn by the bounty on Zabuza's head. From his vantage point, he noted one of them stealthily inching closer from behind, targeting the silent Haku. A burst of energy surged from Kakashi's fingertips, striking the ground just behind Haku, sending droplets of water cascading into the air. This simple, unincantated technique, devoid of lethal intent, served merely as a reminder to Zabuza, igniting a fierce confrontation that swiftly concluded. It was evident that Zabuza, a formidable figure who had once attempted a coup against the 4th Mizukage and emerged unscathed, was indeed powerful, despite being the only character in the narrative to falter against Kakashi. Come forth, you who lurk in the shadows, Zabuza called, his blood-stained sword showing no signs of relaxation. The presence of anyone here at this moment could not be merely a righteous bystander seeking to right a wrong. Kakashi emerged from the darkness, draped in a cloak befitting the deceased, his visage obscured by a mask. The worn soles of his shoes met the frost-laden ground, sending a chill through his feet. I harbor no ill will, he spoke softly, positioning himself at a measured distance from Zabuza, with Haku kneeling between them, gently closing the eyes of the deceased and draping their bodies with a cloak. I know you bear no malice. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse, Zabuza replied. Recognizing Kakashi's reluctance to engage, he sheathed his sword, understanding that to act here would be imprudent, attracting unwanted attention from bounty hunters. The crux of the matter was that Kakashi held no value as a target in the black market, as there were no bounties placed upon him. Beneath the mask, Kakashi smiled enigmatically, his gaze shifting to Haku, who had completed the somber task at hand, his eyes sparkling with purest goodwill. Is it fate that intertwines our paths, or the inexorable march of history? Kakashi mused. He had dispatched agents 2 years prior to seek out the Ice Shield bloodline in the Land of Water, as well as Kagaya's bone lineage, yet to no avail. It appeared these two continued along their destined paths, silently paving the way for the future Hokage and the 12 Guardians, underscoring the terrifying certainty of history. This is for you. Haku suddenly approached Kakashi, holding out a delicate ice flower, his clear, contrasting eyes embodying the purest kindness of the world. Ah, thank you, Kakashi replied, touched by the gesture. Kitsuki hesitated for a moment before accepting the exquisite ice flower, expressing his gratitude in a gentle tone. Confronted by this boyish figure, Bai, who was well-versed in the narrative, found it difficult to harbor any malevolent thoughts. Why did you give me a flower? He inquired. Because you are a good person. Much like Mr. Zabuza, Bai replied earnestly, unabashedly conjuring a series of ice-crafted dumplings from his palm, his eyes brimming with hope. Kitsuki was taken aback. Had he just received a goodwill gesture from this charming boy? Accepting the ice-formed dumplings, he cautiously lifted a corner of his mask and began to consume them one by one. Faced with the clear gaze of this child, he found it hard to entertain any thoughts of rejection. By the way, what is your name? I am Bai. I am also Bai. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kitsuki chose honesty over concealment and revealed his name to the boy. He then turned to leave, leaving behind a single admonition. Do not showcase your ice-release bloodline limit in public until you have mastered it. Kitsuki was genuinely concerned. If he lingered any longer, he might succumb to the urge to lure Bai away from Zabuza. With Zabuza's watchful gaze and Bai's somewhat regretful expression, Kitsuki withdrew. The journey to the Black Market's outpost town had lost its significance, although the earlier skirmish between Zabuza and 2 bounty hunters was not particularly fierce. It was certain that Shirsui's Sharingan had observed it all. At this moment, however, Shirsui had yet to appear, indicating his absence from this place. On the return journey, Kitsuki noticed Kinshiki traveling alongside the team, his pallor even more pronounced than he remembered. The diminutive figure hardly suggested the ferocious battle genes contained within. Kitsuki concealed himself, watching as the Kagaya clan hastily departed. If all went as expected, Kinshiki would soon encounter his destined counterpart, Orochimaru. Each individual has an indispensable, yet often misunderstood landscape in their life. Orochimaru represents such a figure for Kinshiki, just as Zabuza does for Bai. Encounters with both are always a step too late, yet it is not merely a matter of timing. Had they met earlier, Kitsuki could never have become Orochimaru's Kinshiki, nor could Bai have become Zabuza's apprentice. Everyone is unique, and the paths of fate are invariably fraught with twists and turns. Misaligned footsteps lead to vastly different destinations. Indeed, humanity is the most intriguing phenomenon. Contemplating this, Kitsuki suddenly found himself in a daze. When had he begun to adopt such thoughts? How had this introspection on life, humanity, and existence commenced? The cursed seal. It was the soul's consciousness within Orochimaru's cursed seal influencing him. Kitsuki's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he raised his trembling fingers to examine the veins intermingled with his pale skin. Blood, in Kitsuki's view, harbored an enigmatic essence of the soul, hence the adage of blood recognizing its master. Thus, he pondered, was the blood coursing through these azure veins truly his own? Did the soul within the blood belong to him? Kitsuki furrowed his brow deeply. He had been careless, too careless, relying solely on the memories etched in my mind. I had believed that the so-called curse mark was merely a technique based on my chakra, an extension of my sage arts. In the narrative, it merely served as a means for the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, to assist Sasuke. However, I had failed to consider the lingering essence of Orochimaru entwined within. This was not merely an animated tale on a computer screen, but a tangible reality. Orochimaru's fragment of a soul would, unbeknownst to me, exert an influence on its host. As Kakashi Hitaki's brow gently unfurled, the truth dawned upon him. Orochimaru's resurrection was not simply a matter of seizing a body, but rather a gradual, subconscious influence that would ultimately consume the soul, facilitating his revival. It was no wonder that Orochimaru's subordinates remained unwaveringly loyal. The prolonged impact on their souls was akin to the most formidable genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami, exhaling a breath of murky air. Kakashi's fingers traced the curse mark on the nape of his neck, emanating a heat distinctly different from the surrounding skin. Soul consumption, restoration, and revival. These were the steps towards achieving immortality. Thus, the prodigious figure of Orochimaru, even in his cursed technique, was rooted in the concept of reincarnation, with eternal life as the ultimate goal. With this realization, Kakashi felt a flicker of clarity within his heart. He lifted his gaze to the azure veins coursing with blood in his palm, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The fragmented soul was not solely his burden. Perhaps the flaw in his Jinjutsu, the Achilles heel, had finally found a resolution. In the shadowy forest, Kakashi suddenly smiled, as the sunlight filtering through the leaves brightened. With a significant matter now having a potential resolution, his previously restless form felt lighter. The scenery around him spun, and after several grand circles, the cave that served as a temporary refuge came into view. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes widened in terror as he slowly lowered his head. The motion resembled a slow-motion film. Before him lay a black shuriken, piercing through his heart, his body gradually succumbing to the cold. Dead? Was he truly dead? How could this be? In a sudden fit of rage, Kakashi seized the shuriken and yanked it from his chest, blood spraying forth as the numbness in his breast expanded. Abruptly, he froze. How had a mirror appeared in his hand? Who was this frail, decrepit old man reflected within? With sparse, graying hair devoid of any vitality. Even the star-shaped ornament within seemed to exude decay. The face, lined with wrinkles, bore familiar age spots that revealed a trace of a once recognizable visage. Yet his eyes were clouded, no longer able to reflect the essence of a person. Is this me? Had I not perished? Was the man known as Kakashi Hatake not dead, but merely aged, so frail that he could scarcely hold the mirror in his hand, eroded by time? Left to question the youth of his past in dreams, Kakashi raised his head, and before him lay the familiar courtyard, now marred by the passage of time. The cherry blossom tree stood withered, and even the water jar beneath it bore a grievous crack, the myriad of fissures visible even to his now aged eyes. Kikuchi found himself gradually at peace, as time flowed on, with the inevitability of death awaiting him in the distance. Yet, the human heart grew increasingly cold. The leaves slowly turned yellow, and life gently approached its conclusion. At present, everything before him undoubtedly felt like an illusion. What had transpired in such a brief span of his absence that an illusionary formation had been cast here? Bai Kuin. Kikuchi, wake up, wake up. The captain has dispelled the illusion. Why are you still not awake? A distant call echoed in his ears, initially ethereal and insubstantial, then gradually drawing nearer, until it seemed to resonate right at the edge of Kikuchi-bai's consciousness, like a sudden clap of thunder. Clarity flooded his mind, and the scene around him shifted to reveal the anxious face of Shinin Taichi. With fingers splayed wide, Kikuchi-bai pushed away the visage of Shinin Taichi, which was now only inches from him, furrowing his brow as he directed his gaze towards Shirzue, the sole individual capable of casting such an illusionary formation. His expression shifted dramatically upon noticing Shirzue's condition. Shirzue, you are injured? What happened? Shirzue's combat prowess was undoubtedly the most formidable within their team. His mastery of the body flicker technique, combined with the unique high-frequency dynamic perspective of his Sharingan, made him nearly untouchable. Coupled with his Jonin-level chakra and the Uchiha clan's powerful fire release techniques, he had thus far remained the only unscathed member of the ninja squad. Yet at this moment, dried blood still lingered around Shirzue's nostrils, his countenance wan and his clothes tattered, speckled with remnants of wood splinters. Wood splinters? Kikuchi-bai's intuition sharpened, while Obito, controlling the fourth Mizuki Jigura, harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Mist Village for Rin's demise. What goodwill could he possibly extend towards Konoha? It was only recently that he had orchestrated the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha during his mentor's wife, Kushina Uzumaki's, labor, resulting in the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Thus, Obito's attack on Shirzue became less shocking in retrospect. It's nothing. We were ambushed by the Mist Shinobi and set up an illusionary formation as a precaution. Shirzue clearly wished to say no more. Mist Shinobi? How could they possibly utilize the first Hokage's signature would release? Kikuchi pondered. It must be Konoha's higher-ups. Danzo is undoubtedly hiding survivors of experiments akin to those conducted by Tenzo. Understanding Shirzue's thoughts from his desolate expression, Kikuchi refrained from further discussion. Then I shall take my leave to rest. With a sense of urgency stirring within him, Kikuchi nodded to Shirzei and retreated deeper into the cave, slicing open his wrist to let his blood nourish the spirit silver bracelet on his right wrist. As he felt the warmth emanating from the bracelet, Kikuchi hastily wrapped his wrist and closed his eyes. Initially, darkness enveloped him, but soon it dissipated, and before him lay a familiar scene, just as he had anticipated. A quaint, ancient courtyard, encircled by walls, the wooden house against his back, the splendid cherry blossom tree in the corner, and amidst the fluttering rain of petals, a slender white-scaled serpent. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Hatake White smiled subtly, observing the slender white-scaled serpent as it languidly consumed the cherry blossom petals strewn across the ground, its pallid form now adorned with faint pink spots. It appeared that Orochimaru's cursed seal technique had not yet been thoroughly perfected. This diminutive serpent, a fragment of his soul, displayed no trace of sentience within its gaze, driven solely by an instinctive compulsion to devour. Fortunately, had the technique been completely refined, the ensuing narrative would have revealed a complete cursed seal residing within Mitarashi Anko, capable of perceiving the external world, a rather troublesome scenario. A slight smile graced Hatake White's lips as he raised his right hand, forming a loose grip, and 1,000 cherry blossoms manifested in his grasp. The cold, bright blade reflected his visage, a testament to his relentless practice within this dreamlike realm, honing skills akin to this one. Subsequently, he released the 1,000 cherry blossoms, which soared through the air, creating a powerful gust as it firmly struck the serpent's vital spot. Instantly, the white-scaled serpent emitted a silent, anguished cry, its elongated body writhing in vain against the blade embedded within it, only able to twist instinctively around the gleaming weapon. Then, it shattered into fragments, its lifeless form collapsing upon the pile of cherry blossom petals, ultimately merging with the earth, transforming into sustenance for the roots of the cherry blossom tree. Utterly obliterated within its embrace, becoming indistinguishable from the petals themselves, Hatake White stood silently, observing the entire process, from the serpent's consumption to its piercing demise, followed by its futile struggle, culminating in its disappearance into the floral soil. It seemed that Orochimaru's soul-devouring technique was remarkably easy to counter. Yet perhaps only he possessed the capability to manifest a soul within this dreamscape, slaying the serpent to be consumed by the cherry blossom tree. What a splendid gift Orochimaru had unwittingly bestowed upon him. Hatake White chuckled with delight. However, his smile soon froze upon witnessing the cherry blossom petals coalesce into human forms, rising to a stand, each brandishing a chilling 1,000 cherry blossoms. The scene felt eerily familiar. It was not an isolated cherry blossom figure, but rather a multitude. In truth, he had commenced training among 5 cherry blossom figures a week prior. Yet, what was transpiring now? The dense assembly of pink figures, was it 1,000? 2,000? Or perhaps tens of thousands? Unbeknownst to him, the courtyard had expanded, now teeming with a tide of pink silhouettes. Each figure wielded a long, glistening blade, and as one, their collective aura shifted, unleashing a palpable wave of murderous intent. Time passed, and eventually, Hatake White opened his eyes, his gaze filled with despondence. Seated motionless within the cave like a meditative monk, akin to an immovable boulder. "Ah, you finally awakened," Shinyuan Tai remarked, approaching and giving Hatake White's shoulder a familiar pat. Instantly, Hatake White's body transformed into a fountain of crimson, blood gushing forth from every pore. "Ah, Captain, quick, come help. White is dying." Shinyuan Tai's voice echoed abruptly through the stillness of the cave. An hour later, Kakashi was supported by the obstinate Taichi Shinyuan as he emerged from the cave. Under the pretense that a person who had lost considerable blood should bask in the sun, lest he, like Kakashi, fail to grow taller. Kakashi could only manage a wry smile. He was not a tree capable of photosynthesis and sprouting. However, he could not withstand Taichi's incessant chatter and leaned against the mountain wall, warm sunlight bathing his chest. "Hey, Kakashi, you carry that 1,000 cherry blossoms everywhere, even to bed. Isn't it exhausting to have the blade constantly at hand?" Taichi squinted against the sunlight, smiling as he asked. "I initially found it quite tiring, but I eventually got used to it," Kakashi replied, drawing out the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Gazing at the sinuous patterns on the blade, he sighed, realizing that his earlier conjecture was correct. It was not his own soul that had absorbed Orochimaru's essence, but rather that of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. No wonder the numbers had surged in his dreams. Caught off guard, he found himself acquiring new wounds, hastily resorting to old injuries to mask his suffering from Shisui and the others. The look of guilt on Hinata Shisue's face during their last encounter weighed heavily on his conscience. Kakashi, do you think I am a failure? Whether it's you, Shisui, or the captain, everyone works so hard. I too wish to strive, yet every time I awaken, dawn has already broken. Taichi's voice was tinged with melancholy. Sensing that Kakashi's injuries from the mission had been severe, while he himself was unable to partake in any high-intensity battles, leading to a sense of guilt for feeling inadequate and believing he made Shisui rely solely on Kakashi. Gathering his thoughts, Kakashi spoke slowly. Everyone possesses their own strengths. Captain Shisui merely assigns tasks based on each individual's skills. We all have our roles to play. You have all performed exceptionally well, while I, despite completing my mission, have become a burden due to my severe injuries. Haha, so it turns out I am such an outstanding talent. Don't worry, Kakashi. I will look after you from now on. Taichi's voice rose exuberantly, yet he received no response from Kakashi. Don't be disheartened, Kakashi. You are still young and can grow to be as exceptional as I am. What's wrong? Let us go. Hurry. Kakashi was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot, grasping his neck with difficulty as he shouted at Taichi. A golden energy began to emanate from the cursed seal on his shoulder, gradually enveloping his entire being. This was the residual natural energy from the cursed seal, which, free from Orochimaru's suppression, finally erupted within Kakashi. Quickly, we must leave. I cannot hold on much longer. Kakashi bellowed. Simultaneously, a faint blue light, unique to chakra, ignited from his lower abdomen, merging seamlessly with the golden natural energy, creating a chaotic battlefield within his body. Go! Kakashi cried out, his right arm thrusting like a sword into the stone wall behind Taichi, shattering it as easily as tofu. Kakashi, what is happening? Taichi exclaimed in alarm, raising his gaze to see the horizontal pupil within Kakashi's eyes. Step aside. This is natural energy, Shizuka coldly declared, his Sharingan activated, revealing to him that the source of natural energy within Hitachi resided in the cursed seal on the nape of his neck. You all, silence. Hitachi-Bai's aura surged dramatically, and before Shizuka's incredulous gaze, a more potent silver energy erupted from the star-catching clamp on Bai's head and the silver bracelet on his wrist, surging forth like an ancient beast, overwhelming the chaotic amalgamation of chakra and natural energy. In an instant, the chakra and natural energy were enveloped by the silver energy, retreating to the cursed seal as if the tide were receding. Under the might of the overwhelming silver force, the chakra and natural energy intertwined, gradually merging into a more vivid sage chakra. After a moment of stalemate, the silver energy receded slowly back into the star-catching clamp and the silver bracelet, and Bai's turbulent aura finally dissipated. The once fused sage chakra dispersed into the golden hue of natural energy and the pale blue of chakra, with the natural energy retracting into the cursed seal while the chakra returned to the lower abdomen. The three energies regained their tranquility. Hitachi-Bai withdrew his hand from the stone wall, breathing heavily, and gently moved his neck, savoring the unique sensation of the natural energy at the nape of his neck, feeling a vastness that echoed the grandeur of the cosmos, accompanied by an inexplicable restlessness and ferocity. What is happening? How could there be natural energy within the cursed seal? Shizuka furrowed his brow, regarding Hitachi-Bai with concern. As a member of the Uchiha clan, who had fought alongside the Senju during the Warring States period, he recognized the golden, tumultuous energy as natural energy, which, when combined with chakra, could form the distinct sage chakra. The first Hokage once possessed such chakra, and now one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, also wielded this energy. Yet why had this ferocious natural energy manifested within Orochimaru's cursed seal? I do not know. Perhaps Sister Shauna's sealing technique influenced the cursed seal, causing the natural energy to leak, Hitachi-Bai replied, adjusting his clothing while pondering the matter. The cursed seal was fundamentally based on the sage chakra of the deceased, and while it was expected to contain sage chakra, why had it split into chakra and natural energy after Sakura Haruno consumed the soul hidden within Orochimaru? Moreover, the silver energy emanating from the silver bracelet and star-catching clamp was undoubtedly spiritual pressure. I'm glad you're unharmed. Now, rest well. The Kagaya clan is fated for extinction. Soon, we will embark on our next mission, Shizuka remarked, casting a wary glance at the star-catching clamp and silver bracelet adorning Bai. The tranquil energy could forcibly suppress the natural energy and chakra, merging them into sage chakra, concealing beneath its calm surface a tempestuous power. Furthermore, when did such energy emerge in the ninja world? Not even a trace of it was recorded in the clan's tomes. Very well, Hatakibai frowned. Having believed he had resolved the issue of the cursed seal implanted by Orochimaru, only to find that he had extracted the poison of Orochimaru's soul while leaving behind a ticking time bomb of natural energy. The so-called sage techniques, known to be a fusion of chakra and natural energy, have seen no successful cases of cultivation beyond the three great sacred lands. The failure of cultivation in Mayaboka Mountain results in petrification, while the Dragon Cave likely leads to a transformation into serpentine form. The consequences of failing to attain sage mode in the Surebone Forest remain uncertain. Yet the immense form of the slug sage and its propensity for spontaneous division suggest a disjointed unity, evoking a sense of unease. On this night, the stars and moon shone brilliantly, and meteors streaked across the sky. Kakashi stepped out of the cave alone, standing beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, his troubled thoughts dissipating. As he gently shed his garments, he was astonished to find the swollen, unsightly scars had vanished, leaving only his fair, smooth skin. Donning his clothes once more, he pondered the nature of the energy that had wrought such a transformation, yet he felt grateful for the benefits it had conferred. Clenching his fists repeatedly, he sensed a significant increase in his internal strength. Thus, it seemed he could now employ the body flicker technique with considerable ease. In the lush forest, the silvery moonlight struggled to penetrate the gaps between the leaves, casting a glimmering frost-like glow upon the ground. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at the silver bracelet on his wrist, exhaling softly while his eyes fixated on a budding sprout 100 meters away. Gradually, a delicate energy shield, reminiscent of gossamer wings, enveloped him, as if bestowed by the luminous moon itself, before it shattered like glass. Had Shursui activated his Sharingan to observe the flow of energy at that moment, he would have perceived Kakashi appearing motionless, yet in that fleeting instant, there was a subtle tremor in his dynamic perspective, and his clothing rippled, leaving barely perceptible differences in the footprints beneath him. In the distance, the new sprout abruptly snapped from the tree, drifting down to the earth and merging with the soil. It was only then that a sudden whirlwind swept through the air, causing the branches and leaves to tremble wildly, and the shadows of the trees to sway. Indeed, the strain on his body had lessened significantly, perhaps due to the mingling of spiritual pressure. Excitement sparkled in Kakashi's eyes. The ease of releasing the body flicker technique greatly enhanced the likelihood of retreating unscathed from this mission, ensuring his safety. As the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his gaze, Kakashi pondered deeply. If the fusion of natural energy and chakra could yield sage mode, what if another form of energy were introduced? Even if the fusion proved challenging, let us entertain a notion. Should one master spiritual pressure entirely, discarding chakra and natural energy, could one not become a veritable reaper? Clad in the garb of the Soul Society, wielding a Zanpakuto, commanding the flow of the spiritual arts, or in the context of this world, perhaps it might be termed Reaper mode? Thus, all awaited the complete mastery of spiritual pressure and the hope to witness the liberation of the Sakura blossom. Kakashi's smile widened, his laughter unvoiced as he gazed up at the moon and stars above. On a grand avenue outside the hidden mist village, a man with raven hair and serpent-like eyes led a white-haired youth, draped in the shimmering cloak of stars and moonlight. The man's alluring visage bore a mischievous smile, and within his golden serpent eyes flickered an enigmatic gleam, while two blue earrings swayed gently with his movements. This was none other than Orochimaru, once one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, now a rogue ninja. Beside him walked the boy, Kimimaro, a vessel of the cursed bloodline known as the Shikatsumiyaku. Kimimaro gazed at Orochimaru with adoration, his hand, once gripping a bone blade, now resting in the warmth of Orochimaru's icy grasp. Despite the chilling touch, it ignited a warmth deep within Kimimaro's heart. "Orochimaru-sama, what are you pondering?" Kimimaro inquired, his voice soft and tender, as he admired the not-so-broad back of his mentor. "I am contemplating the secrets he harbors that enable him to dispel the curse mark I inscribed." "It is indeed a matter of great intrigue," Orochimaru replied, his voice hoarse, as the sharp tip of his tongue traced his lips once more. "Who is he?" Kimimaro pressed. "His name is Hatake Kakashi, and you shall meet him again in due time." Orochimaru spoke gently, always treating his experimental subjects with utmost care and patience. The elusive method by which Kakashi had undone the curse mark he had placed upon him gnawed at Orochimaru's mind, but he remained wary of Jiraiya, who had been tailing him ever since his defection from the village. Very well, perhaps I shall conduct another experiment. But this time I must consider what elements to incorporate into the curse mark to instill consciousness within the subject, Orochimaru mused, a shadowy complexity enveloping his serpent eyes as he tightened his grip on Kimimara's hand. In the autumn of the 50th year of the Hidden Leaf, after months of tumult, the coup d'état of the Kagaya clan in the Land of Water came to a close. Following Hatake Kakashi's igniting of a fire and the addition of fuel, the impulsive Kagaya clan unhesitatingly embarked on their rebellion, only to be met with a stern and forceful suppression by the higher-ups of the Mist Village. Under the initiative of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, the Kagaya clan was utterly eradicated. Instantly, the major families of the Land of Water were thrown into an uproar. However, after a fair distribution of the Kagaya clan's former assets and the discovery of several corpses at their stronghold, all dissenting voices were silenced, and the populace chose to remain mute. Thus, the clan of warriors that had endured since the Warring States period, bearing the surname Kagaya, was reduced to a solitary survivor. At precisely 6:30 in the morning, the 4 members of Team Kakashi continued to use the cave as their base, entrenched for an extended period to gather intelligence on the surrounding Hidden Mist Village. The cave's strategic location offered both offensive and defensive advantages. Yet, after nearly a year in this cold and damp sanctuary, life had grown monotonous, driving the group to the brink of madness. The only exception was the ever-optimistic Shino Aburame, who, as Hatake Kakashi privately remarked, could thrive on mere scraps of paper depicting alluring figures. Hatake Kakashi awoke punctually, exhaling a deep breath laden with fatigue. Through relentless training, his reflexes had sharpened to the point where he could navigate among 36,000 blades without suffering the grievous injuries he had previously endured upon awakening. Hinata Setsuna remained by Hatake-bai's side day and night. Although he did not mind this situation much, there was a flicker of delight within him. Stepping out of the cave, he inhaled the damp, chilly air deeply, which alleviated some of the violent aura lurking in his mind. The relentless evasion and assassination during the day, coupled with the ceaseless dodging and slashing at night, left no room for respite. And he could not see the end of his tasks. Day by day, negative emotions accumulated in his heart. At this moment, only the morning air and the stars of the night could stir something within him, reminding him that he was not merely a cold, lifeless stone. Outside the cave, unexpectedly, the usually lazy Shinjin Taichi, who often lost track of day and night, was present in the clearing, diligently practicing his morning exercises. "Good morning, Taichi." Hatake-bai greeted him with a wave and turned towards another cleared area. Taichi was not unfamiliar with making grand declarations or exhibiting diligence like today. However, it was often short-lived. Indeed, upon spotting Shizume's return, Taichi stealthily approached him, whispering conspiratorially enough for Bai to overhear. "Hey, Captain, it's serious. Bai might be gravely injured, bleeding excessively, and his mind seems off." Shizume responded, glancing at the halted Hatake-bai, his expression filled with confusion. "I've observed him for quite some time. Bai always laughs at the sky alone at night, yet he makes no sound. He must be out of his mind. Let's have him take care of our laundry from now on. It's a way to utilize the foolish." Hatake-bai's expression turned vacant, and the corner of his eye twitched repeatedly as he cast a sidelong glance at Taichi's one-eyed visage, his lips curling downwards. "Binding technique, seal. Ah, it hurts. Help me, Captain. Bai has truly lost it." Taichi screamed, his hands seemingly bound by an invisible force. "Enough, Bai," Shizume chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement breaking through his previously grim demeanor. "Your unique sealing technique is becoming increasingly proficient. There's nothing to be done. We have a fool among us." At that moment, Hinata Setsuna returned, witnessing this familiar scene, holding a bundle of damp clothing, her own change of garments. In this secluded haven, they lived a self-sufficient existence, akin to a paradise. "Release," Hatake-bai said resignedly, snapping his fingers to undo the binding. Instantly, he observed Taichi's expression shift dramatically, adopting a cheeky demeanor as if to challenge him. "Sigh, this fool," Bai lamented, concluding his morning practice and following Shizume back into the cave. From Shizume's earlier grim expression upon his return, Bai sensed that something unfortunate had transpired. "What's wrong, Captain? Has there been any change regarding the Kagaya clan? Wasn't it settled?" Indeed, The Kagaya clan has been utterly erased from history. However, other issues persist. The disturbances from Kirigakura on the front lines have not diminished. In fact, they have increased. Shizum replied, furrowing his brow as he produced a small scroll from within his robes. Today, I intercepted intelligence from the front lines of the Hidden Mist village. It reveals that the clans possessing bloodline limits have not diminished their numbers following the annihilation of the Kagaya clan. Rather, they have inexplicably increased their forces. What could be the reason for this? Has our plan been compromised? Kakashi furrowed his brow, contemplating the improbability of such a leak. The only individuals privy to this mission, aside from his team of 4, were likely the Hokage's advisors, and members of the Akatsuki, none of whom would likely betray our strategy. It appears instead that the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village have been enticed by the spoils left by the Kagaya clan, prompting these families to augment their support at the front lines. How perplexing! Were their previous grievances regarding the Kagaya clan's extermination merely feigned? Was their petition to the Mizukage also a ruse? Kakashi scoffed, rubbing his temples. It was undoubtedly insincere, merely a case of children crying for candy, seeking a larger share of the spoils. Politics. In Shirsue's eyes flashed a moment of disdain as he regarded the 7-year-old Kakashi, who had only recently become a ninja. He found it difficult to comprehend the depth of this boy's understanding. At such a tender age, Kakashi seemed to grasp matters that eluded him. Why do you regard me with such an expression, Captain Shirsue? Do you suspect that I harbor the spirit of an ancient being within me? Kakashi jested. To his surprise, Shirsue nodded gravely, his demeanor serious. I emerged from the mire of the imperial capital. Do not let my age deceive you. My father was the former Minister of Finance, a position achieved with great difficulty. However, let us conclude this discussion and shift our focus to our next course of action. A shiver ran down Kakashi's spine as he inwardly chastised himself for his careless tone. Should his true identity as a time traveler be revealed, he feared he would be subjected to the scrutiny of the realm's most formidable shinobi. I was merely jesting, he laughed, attempting to lighten the mood. Shirsue's stern expression thawed momentarily, but in truth, Kakashi's background was meticulously documented within the Umbu archives, detailing every aspect of his life from his origins to his arrival in the Hidden Leaf village. As he had stated, obtaining a prestigious position such as Minister of Finance in the sordid political landscape of the Land of Fire was no simple feat now. It seems I have 2 potential strategies to consider. Kakashi's expression grew serious, an enigmatic air lingering about him. 2 strategies? Shirsue inquired, his brow lifting. Since receiving their mission, not only had they failed to reduce the forces at the front lines of the Hidden Mist, but it had also backfired. This was the first piece of good news he had heard. Do not celebrate prematurely, Captain, Kakashi replied. One option is to continue our extermination campaign. However, this time we shall not fully eliminate them, but rather enact a half-extermination, leading them to believe we are luring them away. This may compel them to redeploy their forces from the front lines. Yet, the adversaries we face will no longer be seasoned ninjas, but rather the defenseless ordinary citizens and children of those clans, correct? Shirsue interjected, understanding the implications. The beasts they had drawn away would naturally require something of great value to entice their return, which would be the future generations of those clans. Precisely. Kikuki nodded slightly, falling into silence. Although his hands were stained with blood, the thought of harming innocent people, even children, was a barrier he found difficult to cross. What about the second method? Shirsue inquired, for the pride ingrained in the Uchiha lineage prevented him from attacking those deemed blameless. However, if it were for his convictions or the mission of the village, then perhaps. The second method involves deliberately revealing our identities to draw them back to confront us, Kikuki explained. His throat felt parched. Suggesting to expose one's identity under such perilous circumstances was akin to inviting the enemy to place a blade against his heart, a scenario Kikuki had always sought to evade. To expose ourselves, Shirsue gasped, his brow furrowing in concern. The notion of revealing their presence, along with multiple squads of ninjas and mercenaries, could disclose the identities of the Wind Country's Sand Ninjas, the Lightning Country's Thunder Ninjas, the Earth Country's Rock Ninjas, and even their own Leaf Ninjas from the Fire Country within the borders of the Water Country. Kikuki elaborated. Only by inflicting sufficient damage and posing a significant threat within the Water Country will the Mist Village prioritize their own preservation over waging war for profit. First, we implement the first method, then proceed with the second. Both strategies shall be executed concurrently to fulfill our mission, Shirzue asserted resolutely, turning to Kikuki. The enemy's heroes are our adversaries. Remember, we are first and foremost ninjas of the Fire Country. It is our duty to complete our mission and safeguard our village and nation. There is no room for sympathy in the face of national conflict. Keep that in mind. I understand, Kikuki nodded, his expression somber. Within the jungle, the sun withdrew its final rays, and night descended as lights began to illuminate the small town at the forest's edge. This town, known as Shueiwan, was the ancestral home of a prominent bloodline clan within the Water Country, renowned for possessing the most formidable bloodline limit known as the Mizukijai. Time's up. It is time to act. Emerging from the jungle, Kikuki gazed at the sunset as it vanished behind the western mountains. His gaze was cold, and he muttered to himself. As his words faded, his body surged forward, appearing at the western gate of Shueiwan town in the blink of an eye. Approximately 10 meters ahead stood a watchtower, where two ninjas adorned with Mist Village forehead protectors were stationed. If Shirzue's intel was accurate, they were of the Chunin rank. Who goes there? The two Mist ninjas barked, their expressions exuding the arrogance characteristic of their bloodline clan, looking down upon Kikuki from their elevated position in the watchtower. They regarded Kikuki's lightning ninja forehead protector with confusion, unable to fathom why a ninja from the Cloud Country, separated by the Fire Country, would be near their clan's stronghold. The one who will kill you, Kikuki declared as he drew his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. With that utterance, he charged forth, his figure instantly appearing beneath the watchtower. A flash of silver light signaled the tower's sudden collapse. Damn it! Enemy attack! The two Mist ninjas' expressions shifted drastically as they struggled to complete their hand seals, only to see a cold blade materialize before them. The sharp edge of the 1,000 cherry blossoms pierced through the chest of one of the Mist ninjas. Bang! White smoke erupted, and the Mist nin struck was instantly transformed into wood. A substitution technique. A pressure belonging to the water attribute chakra manifested behind him, causing Hitaki Bai to collapse straight down. Behind the iron plate bridge, a beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly followed by a horizontal slash from Haruno Sakura. The sound of flesh parting echoed as blood erupted, and in mere breaths, two Mist nin fell. All right, it's your turn. Hitaki Bai abruptly turned, transferring the kunai from his right hand to his left. The blade pierced through his wrist, entering his chest. Then he thrust upwards with force. Blood sprayed forth as Hitaki Bai quickly retreated, creating distance to conclude this remarkably simple skirmish. Indeed, elite forces were dispatched to the front lines of the Land of Water, leaving behind mostly those skilled in ninjutsu, but lacking in experience. He then strolled leisurely into Mizukiri town, taking slow steps and calmly observing everyone he encountered, regardless of age or gender. With each swing of Haruno Sakura, blood gradually stained the small town red under the night sky. The second target after the Kagaya clan was the Mizukigami, a clan with the bloodline limit. Mizukiri town had 4 exits, one in each cardinal direction. Thus, this mission lacked observation and cleanup personnel. Each member was assigned a direction, entering the town from all sides, with orders to leave no survivors. The goal was to eliminate every living being that came into view, allowing them merely a glimpse of the forehead protector above, indifferent to their life or death. Apart from the 4 great ninja villages outside the Land of Water's Kirigakure, no one possessed a forehead protector of the same type. Hitaki Bai, being proficient in sword techniques, donned the forehead protector of the Reikage village from the Land of Lightning. As the sky darkened, the moment he stepped into the town, cries for help erupted amidst flames, the screams nearly tinting the moon red. The operational plan was not particularly detailed. The only instruction was to wield the sword all the way to the center of the town, where the main residence of the Mizukigami clan lay. Swish, swish. The sound of blades slicing through the air was accompanied by a silvery flash, followed by a bizarre, color-changing crimson under the defeated moonlight. Hitaki Bai's eyes widened as he unhesitatingly plunged his blade into another's heart. Shadows emerged from the corners, creeping over the corpses. The stray dogs of the town, with their skin-clad bones and matted fur, feasted on human flesh, their eyes now glistening with a sickly green. Hitaki Bai stood silently by, undisturbed by the presence of the strays, and then the blade flashed once more. Wild dogs, perhaps they could be considered lives that appeared before him. Howl! The anguished cry of a stray pierced the night, awakening those who had retired early. As they lit lamps, silhouettes appeared against the curtains. But before they could open the window to investigate, the blade had already shattered the glass, splattering blood upon the fabric. "You demon!" A roar that seemed to come from hell echoed from behind. Hitachi turned to see the forehead protector of the mist Nin above him, his eyes rippling with concentric waves, reminiscent of water's surface, similar to the Rinnegan, yet white. "You have finally arrived." Kikuchi Bai's voice was hoarse, the pent-up frustration within him slightly dissipating. Then, the glimmer of a blade intensified. "Ah, cursed be you, wretched demon, I shall slay you." The piercing scream echoed like a howl from the deepest depths of hell. Inoue Mizuho gazed at the demonic figure before him, that fiend bathed in blood, as the blade slowly withdrew from the silhouette draped in curtains. A cascade of blood splattering onto his chest. "At last, you have arrived, descendant of the Mizukigami clan." Kikuchi Bai slowly turned, his hand elegantly wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms. A flurry of petals bursting forth, blood spraying in all directions, the blade gleaming like a chilling shard of ice. "Water release, great waterfall technique." Inoue Mizuho shouted in fervent rage, his fingers forming seals as a torrent of violent water chakra surged from behind him, reminiscent of an ancient beast. Rushing forth towards Kikuchi Bai, with a deft leap, Kikuchi Bai ascended to the rooftop, his form drenched in blood beneath the radiant moonlight. Akin to a vampire from a tale. TSK, with such formidable water-based ninjutsu, you truly embody the bloodline limit of the Mizukigami. Yet, this is your homeland. How could you unleash such violence? Kikuchi Bai jested, his expression devoid of mirth, his eyes cold as ice. Do you possess no dignity as a ninja? They wield no power, no ability to inflict harm upon you. Inoue Mizuho clenched his fists, biting his lip until blood seeped through his teeth. A mass of chakra coalescing around his knuckles. With a single bound, he leaped onto the rooftop, his fist crashing mercilessly towards Kikuchi Bai's face. Kikuchi Bai tilted his head slightly, grasping Inoue Mizuho's wrist and sidestepping, raising his right leg to deliver a swift kick that sent Mizuho crashing into the wall. Dignity of a ninja? Spare me the laughter. Such a notion is laughable. Kikuchi Bai stared coldly at Inoue Mizuho, who was now slumped on the ground, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. He then gripped the 1,000 cherry blossoms tightly, stepping forward without hesitation to bring down his blade. Inoue Mizuho remained unresponsive, his gaze vacant as he stared at the lifeless bodies strewn across the street, his once vibrant eyes now filled with terror and devoid of life. Just half an hour ago, they were living beings, capable of laughter and joy. He could recall each of their names and their passions. The gentle sound of the blade resonated softly in his ears, echoing through the blood-stained night, its tone almost imperceptible. Kikuchi Bai coldly regarded the seemingly lifeless Inoue Mizuho. The 1,000 cherry blossoms poised at his neck, a mere half centimeter from severing his artery, ready to unleash a fountain of blood this night. A mere fraction of movement would suffice for the razor-sharp 1,000 cherry blossoms to claim his life, after which Kikuchi Bai would continue his slaughter. Yet, his hands grew rigid as he beheld the vacant, soulless eyes of Inoue Mizuho. The 1,000 cherry blossoms, as if driven by a mechanical precision, remained poised, refusing to advance even the slightest bit. To take a life, at this moment, was so effortlessly simple. A mere flick would erase his existence without even a hint of resistance. Kikumo Bai retracted his 1,000 cherry blossoms, slowly turning around, the weapon trembling slightly in his grasp. His voice hoarse. "Humph, I thought there would be something different, but it appears it is all the same. Then I shall continue to slice watermelons." Subsequently, Kikumo Bai tightened his grip on the 1,000 cherry blossoms and forcefully swung it toward the neck of Inoue Mizu, producing a resounding clang as metal met metal. With a swift motion, Kikumo Bai leaped back to the rooftop where it all began, turning to face Inoue Mizu, who stood with a kunai raised, his eyes cold and calculating, a grim smile curling at the corners of Kikumo Bai's mouth. "Hey!" Kikumo Bai was the first to release 3 shurikens. Yet he hesitated to move forward, perplexed by his current state, finding a hint of absurdity within himself. What is this? Displaying a ridiculous pity after his hands are stained with blood? Has the saintly illness afflicted me? A farce, hypocritical and laughable. Even I despise myself. So come on, let my blade tell me. Kill. A manic smile emerged on Kikumo Bai's face as he gripped the knife, observing Inoue Mizu's gaze gradually clearing. In an instant, he vanished, utilizing his long-concealed Shuinpo with all his might. Boom. The rooftop collapsed, tiles shattering beneath the force, and a fierce wind howled, causing even the moonlight to distort in its wake. In the next moment, Kikumo-bai appeared behind Inoue Mizu, raising his 1,000 cherry blossoms high. Then, the silver blade glided down, his silvery hair billowing like seaweed swaying in the wind, reminiscent of the nightmarish Yasha from Legends. Bang! White smoke erupted as the silver blade swiftly crushed the substitute wood. Looking again, Inoue Mizu had already retreated, 6 streams of water rising from the ground, tightly coiling around Kikumo-bai's wrists. The water twisted like serpents ensnaring him. Breaking the way, 1 rush. Breaking the way, 4, white thunder. With 2 consecutive strikes of the breaking the way, the former shattered the water locks, while the latter struck Inoue Mizu, who was rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kikumo-bai charged forward, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if a chant akin to a divine hymn resonated in the night sky, flames bursting forth. O Sovereign! The mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity. Heat and chaos, surging southward across the sea, advancing forth. Breaking the way. 31. Crimson Fire Cannon. Now commanding the highest number of the breaking the way, he barely managed to unleash the Crimson Fire Cannon with the incantation. In an instant, a searing fireball materialized from the palm of Kikumo-bai, engulfing Inoue Mizu with overwhelming might. Yet, the battle was not over. The sound of water lingered in his ears. Water pattern eye, water release, water assault, torrential rain. In the flames, Inoue Mizu's voice emerged, his face devoid of any unburned skin, save for a pair of nearly transparent white eyes, where ripples of water swirled. Soon, towering columns of water appeared, converging to form a colossal, monstrous entity. Kill him! Inoue Mizuki cried out, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, his eyes erupting with crimson. Yet, he continued to fiercely confront Hatake-bai. The monstrous creature formed from the torrential rain roared loudly, dispersing powerful gusts of wind. A hand, bristling with sharp spikes, was raised high before crashing down. In that instant, a cerulean barrier materialized beneath Hatake-bai's feet, placing him above the beast. With his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword and his left hand pressing down on the blade's back, he struck down with all his might, cleaving the creature in 2, which ultimately dissolved into pure water. Hatake-bai approached Inoue Mizuki, who lay before him, his last breaths escaping. Kill me, and you will win. Ha ha cough cough. Inoue Mizuki rasped, fiercely grasping the edge of the sword, his once lustrous eyes now dull as he gazed at Hatake-bai. Suddenly, he lunged forward, mouth agape, attempting to bite him. The long blade swept through the air, and life ceased. Hatake-bai flicked the sword away, sheathing the now glimmering blade. Behind him, Shimizu and his companions awaited him. Apologies for the delay, let us depart, Hatake-bai stated, leading the way. Upon returning to their cave base, it was already the early hours of the 3rd day, as the mist hung lightly in the sky. The cave remained shrouded in darkness, and the 4 of them exchanged glances, their clothes still stained with blood, remnants of their recent encounter. However, Shimizu and his team regarded Hatake-bai with an air of discomfort. Hatake-bai's eyes were cold, a chilling aura emanating from him. We shall now proceed to our next mission. I hereby designate this operation with the codename Locust. Locust? Such an unappealing name. After all, I am a dashing ninja. New Source Tai remarked awkwardly, scratching his head. Very well, the codename is flexible. Let it be Locust then. The 4 of them decided to disperse, donning the disguises of the previous night. I am skilled in swordsmanship and possess a basic understanding of lightning techniques, disguising as a cloud ninja. Captain Shimizu, you remain a leaf ninja, relying on fire techniques without activating your Sharingan. Tai, you will pose as a rock ninja, using earth techniques to create disturbances in the civilian areas. As for you, Sister Shauna, your expertise lies in medical ninjutsu, and you likely employ poison as well, making you a sand ninja. What about the mission targets? Are we merely going to wander within the land of water? Question Tai. With our combined abilities, we might only cause a minor disturbance. Aside from myself and Tai, who excels in earth techniques, Shauna and you may not be well suited for this task, at most. We could take a few lives. The crux of the matter lies here, Hatake-bai replied, producing a scroll from his pocket. Unfurling it revealed a map of the land of water, marked with 3 prominent red crosses that appeared particularly sinister against the backdrop of the map. The coastal areas of this island are plagued by perennial typhoons and tsunamis, with frequent floods. There is a dam constructed with the aid of the Rotten Wood Group to assist the Land of Water. Our objective is to destroy the dam after the rainy season, causing widespread collapse. I shall undertake this task, as I possess an entry point left behind from when the dam was built. The combination of lightning and water techniques can yield significant destructive power. After Kikibai finished speaking, he raised his gaze to meet the uncertain expressions of the remaining three. His countenance icy. The devastation wrought by the destruction of the dam would hardly inflict significant harm upon the ninjas. Rather, the civilians of the island would bear the brunt of the suffering. Furthermore, as the events unfolded, those workers who had previously labored for the Kyuki group would also face dire consequences. Most concerning was the state of Kikibai during the previous day's events in Mizukawa town, which left the other three deeply apprehensive. Unlike them, Kikibai had stained his hands with blood through a deliberate and gradual process. The fluctuations of the human heart, whether warm or cold, are a gradual transformation. Otherwise, he would not have forcibly instilled within Shimizu Minoru the will to survive and desires for vengeance, in a desperate attempt to minimize the bloodshed of innocents that night. The second target, this strategic position, commanded a vital transportation route within the Land of Water, facilitating the logistics of supply missions. Thus, it housed a supply base of the Mist Village, stocked with a substantial quantity of wartime provisions. This responsibility would fall to Captain Shirzue, as your fire techniques would hold the greatest advantage here. Very well, Shirzue replied, his gaze cold. His primary concern was whether the village could gain an upper hand amidst the tumultuous currents of war. Ninjas exist solely for the purpose of fulfilling their missions. As for the final location, it lacked suitable areas for inducing calamity and was devoid of any substantial stockpiling of resources, yet it remained of utmost importance to this mission. Kikibai pointed to the last marked position, which, even without his finger indicating it, was sufficient to capture everyone's attention. It was the imperial capital of the Land of Water, the political heart of the nation, regarded by its citizens as the highest seat of power. Are you proposing to assassinate the daimyo and high-ranking officials? Shirzue furrowed his brow. While this approach was not implausible, it was undeniably perilous. And the remaining two were ill-suited for assassination or direct confrontations. The objective remained the same, coercion, but the methods differed. Kikibai shook his head, his eyes glinting with a ruthless determination. The imperial capital, unlike other coastal towns, was inland, and thus the method would involve poisoning the water supply, leveraging the lives of the entire populace to compel the daimyo to request the Mist Village to station medical ninjas and combat ninjas in the capital. A daimyo without the support of his people is merely a figurehead. The combat operations would be entrusted to Shana. Very well, Shirzue exhaled slowly, casting a glance at Kikibai, internally sighing. The transformation of Kikibai was a mystery, whether it was for better or worse. Yet everything was for the sake of the mission, and any means necessary would be employed to accomplish it. Hey, what about me? Have you all forgotten about me? Nishijin Taichi suddenly shouted, feeling overlooked as an exceptional ninja amidst his seemingly foolish teammates. This is intolerable. Taichi, your task is to incite the bandits and rogues within the Land of Water to action. Locusts require sufficient numbers to leave desolation in their wake, Kikibai instructed. Incite them? How can I do that when I lack Genjutsu skills? Taichi rolled his eyes, feeling that Kikibai was merely toying with him. Kikibai, recognizing that contemplation was somewhat challenging for Taichi, began to explain. The ravenous horde of rats, homeless and destitute, would inevitably stir into action. Once hunger gnawed at their bellies, they would not hesitate to seize a morsel, even in the face of the ninja forces from Kirigakure intent on eradicating them. If one were to obliterate their lair and incinerate their provisions, they, who neither cultivate nor engage in trade, would have no choice but to mobilize. For individuals devised for distinct battle plans, and as one spoke, a profound silence enveloped the others, each involuntarily inhaling sharply. In the realm of shinobi, warfare has always been orchestrated from the top down. When the ninjas falter, it is tantamount to the common folk suffering as well, for they are seldom targeted. However, the strategy proposed by Hitachi is a grassroots initiative. Although the shinobi world lacks a Geneva Convention to govern the conduct of war, there exists an unspoken agreement that rarely involves direct assaults on civilians, provided they do not partake in the conflict. The moment Hitachi's slaughterous blade is unleashed, the Land of Water will be drenched in blood, transforming the Land of Mist, into a veritable realm of crimson fog. Since the conclusion of the Warring States period by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, the shinobi world has evolved into a structure dominated by the 5 great nations, with smaller countries interspersed as buffer zones. Consequently, these lesser nations have become mere pawns in the grander conflicts between the great powers. At the frontline camp in the land of Whirlpool, various clans with bloodline limits were stationed, distinctly marked by their family crests, in stark contrast to the emblem of Kirigakure that adorned the encampment. A shinobi hawk soared overhead, landing in the hands of a communications ninja from the Inoue clan. To his astonishment, the seasoned warrior gasped aloud. An unexpected display of panic in the midst of the gathered crowd. "What is the matter, that you are so flustered? Bring forth the intelligence. Face the consequences," ordered Inoue. The clan leader, his voice steady, though ripples of concern danced in his water-like eyes. Moments later, the clan leader led half of his kin on a swift march towards the land of water, their spirits stirred by the grim news from Swearin Town, inciting a flurry of activity as shinobi hawks took to the skies like clouds. Above them, the sun blazed down. Hitachi stood beside a crystalline stream, his expression cold and silent as he gazed at his reflection, a youthful visage marred by an icy demeanor, with a palpable aura of impending violence radiating from his brow. Bai had failed to adhere to the mission he had set for himself, which was usurped by the inexplicably exuberant Shinin Taichi, who claimed expertise in earth jutsu, asserting that breaching the dam was his forte. The task that had rightfully belonged to Bai was disdainfully relegated to him, deemed too troublesome. With a slight squint, Bai lifted his gaze to the sun above, a grimace forming at the corners of his mouth. How could Taichi's clumsy excuse deceive him? The sight of that insufferable smirk, as if demanding gratitude, only earned by a roll of his eyes. "That fool," he muttered under his breath, a warmth flooding his heart as he suddenly realized that the past year, with its monotony, would have been insufferable without Taichi's sporadic jests. Ahead lay Bai's intended destination, a den of bandits. The night undoubtedly serves as the most opportune moment for executing extermination missions. However, Kiki Bai's intent is not to eliminate bandits, but rather to unearth the long hibernating giant rats amidst the turmoil in the land of water, prompting them to scurry about and rouse their counterparts in other locales. Once they mobilize collectively, a significant portion of the task will be accomplished. After 2 hours of travel, Kiki Bai finally arrived at a settlement that resembled a village. He adjusted the star-clamping device atop his head and donned a mask adorned with the symbol of the Cloud Ninja. To the untrained eye, this village appeared utterly ordinary, with wisps of smoke curling into the air and villagers bustling about. From a higher vantage point, one could even witness children frolicking joyfully, embodying a scene of harmony and bliss. Yet, the surrounding fields lay fallow, and agricultural tools were conspicuously absent. Instead, gleaming weapons adorned the premises, and the villagers themselves boasted formidable physiques, exuding an aura of fierce bravery. The thieves were deeply embedded within the populace, blurring the lines between citizen and criminal, allowing them to thrive in this loosely regulated environment. Without the intelligence network left behind by the decayed Wood Group, Kiki Bai would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate this hideout. Alas, their fortunate days were about to come to an abrupt end. A chilling glint flickered in Kiki Bai's eyes as he leaped from a heightened position, landing gracefully before the bandit village. "Who goes there?" bellowed 2 towering sentinels among the villagers, brandishing their large blades. Upon noticing Kiki Bai's mask, a shiver ran through them, quickly replaced by an unexpected thrill as they beheld his diminutive stature. They surmised he was yet another rookie ninja, freshly graduated from the academy. And though they were unsure of his purpose for being there, it posed no hindrance to their nefarious intentions. Ninjas, as the elite of the shinobi world, naturally wielded wealth beyond compare. Kiki Bai refrained from making a move. His 1,000 cherry blossom sword remained slung at his waist. He was biding his time, waiting for sufficient commotion within the village before unleashing his cursed technique. Whether they feigned death, fled, or managed to survive within the cursed realm mattered not to him. His objective was to incinerate the place and seize the remaining provisions. "Ah, distinguished ninja, what business do you have in our village?" One of the bandits, noticing the exquisite star-clamping device and the ancient scabbard of the 1,000 cherry blossom at Kiki Bai's waist, felt a surge of elation, as he concluded that he must be a scion of a noble family. As he reached out with his large hand to grasp Kiki Bai's head, a sudden gluttonous impulse overtook him. Kiki furrowed his brow, observing the outstretched hand, calloused from wielding blades, indicative of an experienced fighter. Then, to the bandit's bewilderment, a smaller hand seized his wrist, rendering the scene rather comical. Yet, the bandit could not find humor in the situation as intense pain surged through his arm, contorting his face in agony as he gasped for breath. "Brothers, hold fast." "Ah!" His screams pierced the tranquil air of the smoke-wreathed mountain village, followed by a jet of blood as Kiki forcibly severed the bandit's arm, sending it soaring into the sky. Subsequently, Hatake Kakashi unsheathed his sword, claiming the lives of 2 patrolling bandits, and with his blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he proceeded deliberately along the village path. The anguished cries reverberated through the once tranquil mountain village, as the originally peaceful villagers turned pale with fear, hastily ushering their children back into the safety of their homes. The adults, one and all, brandished an array of weapons, stained with the remnants of blood. "You, who are you?" "Someone, anyone, a ninja has invaded." Kakashi halted, observing the village spring into action like a well-oiled machine. The bandits hastily armed themselves, encircling Kakashi with caution, their eyes fixated on the forehead protector emblazoned with the insignia of the Rock Village. "A ninja from the land of lightning? What brings you to our water country? Do you seek to instigate war?" The bandit leader struggled in his final moments, unwilling to expose the secrets of his village, for many harbored nostalgia and attachment. Himself not exempted, just a bunch of shameless bandits, pretending to be innocent villagers. Kakashi scoffed, and with a flick of his blade, he severed a head from its body. "Kill him! Kill him!" The bandit leader, bloodshot eyes ablaze, shouted as he charged forward with his weapon raised, only to have his head roll away, unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. "Kill him! Avenge the village chief!" The cries for blood echoed, while Kakashi deftly maneuvered, transforming into a needle. His sword's gleam serving as the needle's tip, stitching together a multitude of lifeless bodies, untouched by blood. At this moment, he estimated his strength to be on par with an elite jonin, just a thin veil away from the realm of special jonin. Yet his true prowess lay in finding the gaps amidst the throng, expertly threading the needle of death. Whether it was 1,000 or 10,000, what did it matter against 100? The bandits, undaunted by death, clung to a sliver of hope until they witnessed the devastating display of power. The sovereign, a mask of flesh and blood, the myriad of existence, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity. Heat and chaos, surging south across the sea, stepped forth. The third of the breaking path, the red fire cannon. A searing flame ignited from his palm, the air crackling as it was scorched, and in an instant, the ground was littered with charred corpses, a noxious stench permeating the air. In the distance, a small group of bandits fled in terror, shepherding a cluster of children. Glancing back at the demon pursuing them, Kakashi paid them no mind. Those children represented their hope for survival, a necessity for the turmoil in the water country. Much like the lifeless bodies at his feet, they feigned death, yet the tremors of fear betrayed their efforts. This was an underground prison, its entrance concealed within a dry well blocked by massive stones, revealed by Kakashi's technique. He stepped inside. The dungeon was a scene of chaos, suffused with the pungent scent of heather. The moment Kakashi entered, he grimaced at the foul odor that assaulted his senses. Within the dungeon were the living, all women, their naked bodies marred with bruises and marks. Upon catching sight of Konoha's white figure, the women displayed no emotion. Their tears had long since dried, their pupils reflecting the despair wrought by the crimes of those mountain bandits. "You may leave now," Konoha declared, turning away as a wave of nausea washed over him, provoked by the hellish scene and the foul stench emanating from the depths of despair. Yet the odor beyond the dungeon was scarcely better. The ground littered with charred corpses from the flames of the red cannon, while a few bodies feigning death lay sprawled nearby, their blackened forms twitching involuntarily. "Are they dead?" "They are dead." A dozen desperate women crawled from the dungeon, their bodies bruised and exposed, with any semblance of modesty rendered ludicrous in this moment. Suddenly, the sight of the quivering corpses seized the attention of these wretched women, igniting an eruption of fury within them. With no screams or wails, they rose in indignation, their naked bodies racing across the scorched earth, seizing any weapon within reach to strike, clawing with fingers, tearing with nails, biting with teeth. Once, twice, thrice. Like ravenous wolves or vengeful spirits, the remaining corpses fell silent, Only now did they comprehend that the nightmare shrouded in darkness had finally come to an end. Tears streamed from their parched eyes as they embraced one another, weeping bitterly. Then, one woman lifted her head, her vacant gaze fixed upon the heavens. And the stone in her hand was ultimately brought crashing against her temple. This act seemed to incite others, who, filled with resentment, turned their eyes skyward before following suit in self-destruction. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the heavens' injustice, for their tragic fates, for their own impotence, and even for Konoha, who had come to rescue them. Why had he arrived so late? In an instant, only one of the women who had escaped the dungeon remained. Her rage ran deepest, and she had been the first to strike with ferocity. She cried out in anguish, her bloodied fingers brushing against the eyelids of each of her sisters. Why? Why must you die? It is they who deserve death. They are the demons, the truly vile ones, and they are the ones who ought to perish. Konoha remained silent, walking towards this grieving woman. His mask revealed only his eyes, which gazed upon her in sorrow. What difference would their survival make? He softly inquired. Death, why must one die? The true loss of purity lies with those demons, not us. I refuse to die. I wish to live and bear witness to this world. With a sigh, Konoha slowly unsheathed his blade, 1,000 cherry blossoms, observing the woman's accusations and laments of the world, and then, with a swift motion, severed her heart's pulse. In that moment, he began to understand why Orochimaru had suggested killing Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Indeed, to endure such a life was far worse than death. Konoha watched as the woman gazed blankly at the sky, a serene smile playing at the corners of her lips. She ultimately yearned for death, yet deep within her, there lingered a trace of defiance, a refusal, and a final vestige of stubbornness and dignity. Suicide, would that not fulfill the desires of this world? I am not tainted. I remain unblemished. Why should I succumb to the malevolent actions of others? Yet, in this world, her existence seemed more burdensome than death. Thus, Hatakibai drew his blade, moving with utmost swiftness, ensuring that this nameless, resilient woman would feel no pain as she departed to that realm of purity. But if such a sanctuary exists in this world, is there not also a hell? Hatakibai was uncertain. After having gathered the bodies of several women, he unleashed a crimson inferno upon the wretched village built upon the foundations of hell, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, he found himself regretting having spared those people. With this intent in mind, he continued his silent journey westward, determined to eradicate the next bandit lair. As he pressed onward, it was as if he were herding sheep, driving the marauding bandits into disarray, witnessing the chaos wrought by their rampant presence. He paused beside a tree, slowly closing his eyes, fatigue washing over him. He felt the pull of slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered he had fallen asleep in a temple. The temple, with its 3 gates rising from the mountainside, lay beyond a long flight of steps leading to the courtyard. Long abandoned, the temple was overrun with weeds, its dilapidated structure adorned with withered branches and leaves. Amidst this decay stood a stout tree, its trunk thick enough for 3 to embrace, entwined with white hempen rope, resembling a serpentine creature coiling around it, its tongue flickering between the branches. It was beneath this tree that Hatakibai had succumbed to sleep. Fortunate was he that this place was seldom trodden, lest blood be shed before the temple's statue. Gazing at the dust-laden idols within the temple, Hatakibai realized his predicament. He was devoid of faith, or rather, he could not discern a reason to fight. Ironically, the man who had once wielded his blade without hesitation now found himself questioning the purpose of his violence. This was not mere pretension. He had toiled to enter Konoha, all for the sake of survival amidst the chaos of the subsequent shinobi wars. But now, for what purpose did he continue? For Konoha? Or was it for something he could not identify? He only knew that if this relentless cycle of slaughter transformed into instinct, all would be lost. If the Grim Reaper had no heart, could he still be called the Grim Reaper? He would be a mere void, an empty shell adorned with a mask. Ah, what a predicament! Hatakibai sighed, observing the blood crusted upon his body, resigned to his fate. The only thing remaining relatively untainted was the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand. After all, a blade is, by its very nature, a weapon of death. Hey, little spirit. This blade is quite commendable. I shall gladly accept it. Hatakibai lifted his gaze to behold a burly man standing before him, the green light in his eyes reminiscent of the stray dog from that fateful night in Mizunoto. Hatakibai reached into his robes, donned his mask, and regarded the man with a face ashen as death, his long blade poised in the air. Ultimately, this ruined temple would not escape the stain of blood. In the Mizuki's conference room, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The fourth Mizuki, Yagura, presented a diminutive childlike appearance. Yet the formidable aura emanating from him was as commanding as that of his fellow Kage. It was precisely this power that allowed him to surpass others and assume the mantle of fourth Mizuki, while under the manipulations of Obito and Uchiha Madara. He rendered the village hidden in the mist infamous as the land of blood mist. In this moment, Yagura's petite figure occupied the center of the conference room, flanked by the heads and elders of various clans, who sat in 2 rows. Their gazes primarily fixed upon the map displayed on the table, a depiction of the routes taken by marauding bandits throughout the Land of Water, alongside a report detailing the financial losses incurred across the nation in recent months. Among those present, Inoue Hao's countenance was particularly dark. His eyes, reminiscent of rippling water, glimmered with the blue light of chakra as he pressed his fingers into the table, leaving deep impressions. Among all the clans present, only his Inoue lineage had received special treatment from the ninjas. Moreover, Mizuwan Town had been the first to suffer an attack, resulting in severe losses for his clan. The youth of his lineage had experienced a tragic generational break, compelling him to withdraw his clansmen from the front lines. Despite lacking any formal orders from the Mizuki or the frontline commanders, Mizuki, my clansmen must be fully evacuated. Our ancestral grounds have suffered grave losses. And with mountain bandits still on the loose around Mizuwan Town, we face rampant lawlessness. To protect our clan's legacy, I must comply with orders. I implore your understanding. He declared. Who knows if the losses are indeed so grievous? Perhaps the enemies are merely targeting your Inoue clan. Why else would they only strike at your lineage, subsequently causing chaos within the borders of the Land of Water? Ultimately, this turmoil is your clan's doing, sneered the leader of the Kirigakure clan, whose own losses during this upheaval had been minimal. Inoue Hao, you impudent fool, he bellowed, the sound of rushing water resonating from his Mizuwan eyes. As he prepared to retaliate, Inoue clan leader, the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, who had kept his eyes closed until now, abruptly opened them, his cold gaze fixing upon Inoue Hao, his small stature radiating a potent aura that reverberated throughout the conference room. The brutal essence of his chakra twisted the very air around them. Yagura, or perhaps the version of Yagura manipulated by Obito, surveyed the map laid before him, silently marveling at the prowess of the team dispatched from Kanehagakure. Despite being a figure at the apex of Kirigakure, he had not anticipated the near-flawless execution of the mission to eradicate the bloodline clan of the Hidden Mist. Mizuki, Inoue Hao cried out in despair, fully aware that his clan now faced the peril of annihilation, with enemies lurking in the shadows. While the Mizuki was preoccupied with accountability for prior unauthorized maneuvers, and the other clan leaders were only too eager to exploit his misfortune. Enough, Inoue clan leader. Let us first address the issue of the roving bandits within the borders of the Land of Water. Come forth and inform the clan leaders of the current situation. Yagura's voice, fitting his stature, carried a hint of childishness. Inoue Hao felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. It seemed that the anticipated relief supplies would likely go unfulfilled. Unbidden, he recalled the recent obliteration of the Kagaya clan. Firstly, the Water Country's grain storage base in the Valley of Rivers has been discovered by the ninja of the Fire Nation, resulting in the complete destruction of our war reserves. With the Guardians of the Supply Depot suffering heavy losses. The Fire Nation. Infuriating. Let us declare war. Indeed, Lord Mizuki. Despite the Fire Nation's victory in the Third Great Ninja War, they are gravely wounded, and Konoha is depleted of talent. It is time to initiate the Fourth Great Ninja War. Silence. Let us continue reading. Furthermore, the flood barriers on the Mist Island have been obliterated, unleashing rampant floods and tsunamis, with preliminary suspicions pointing to the Earth Country's Rock Ninja Village and their adept Earth release techniques. The daimyo demands accountability, as the water sources within the Imperial City have been poisoned, believed to be the work of the Wind Country's Sand Ninja, necessitating a significant influx of medical ninjas. At this juncture, the major clans have quieted down, teetering on the brink of an impending war. Within the borders of the Water Country, aside from the distant Lightning Country's Cloud Ninja, all 4 major nations have at least one team of ninjas wreaking havoc within our territory. Subsequently, another piece of intelligence shattered their complacency. Currently, banditry runs rampant within our borders, with clear intelligence indicating that the Cloud Ninja of the Lightning Country are responsible. Gasp. The assembly collectively inhaled sharply, bewildered at how the water country has suffered the same fate as the fire country, assailed by the united fronts of the other major nations. This is likely not a coalition of the great nations, but rather a ruse by one of the ninja villages to disrupt our strategy. Yagura broke the silence of the meeting. What does Lord Mizukage imply? Though there is no concrete evidence, it is overwhelmingly probable that the turmoil within the water country benefits Konoha the most, as they confront us in the whirlpool country. I am 90% certain that they are behind this, declared Obito, his anger directed at the Mist Village due to Rin's death. But this did not equate to goodwill towards the cooperative Konoha. Mutual destruction or the initiation of war, the fourth great ninja war, is ultimately his goal, serving as a stepping stone for his and Uchiha Madara's plan of the Moon Si. Despicable, those Konoha scoundrels, how they oppress the common folk. Indeed. Let us convene a summit of the Four Shadows, Lord Mizukage. This time, we must not show any leniency towards Konoha. The assembly, filled with righteous indignation, conveniently forgot their own misdeeds in the whirlpool country, only able to see the filth of others, a common flaw among them, it seems. It is difficult. Without resolving the issues in the imperial city, the daimyo will cease funding. Additionally, the Mist Island requires a considerable number of ninjas to protect and assist civilians, lest the village's credibility vanish. Following the Third Great Ninja War, the plight of the Sand Village is well known to all present. Yagura stood up from his chair, his diminutive stature comically gesturing over the map, yet the clan leaders dared not show a hint of mirth. Capriciousness, serving a lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. The fourth Mizukage Yagura is indeed the sovereign of the Mist Village. Moreover, the supply lines for food and resources have suffered a fracture, and restoring them will require time. The rampant banditry within the country must also be addressed. In the short term, the water country finds itself ill-prepared for war. Obito explained from behind Yagura, acknowledging that while he might struggle to diminish the power of the Fire Nation, henceforth, only his voice will remain within the Mist Village. In the land of fire, the village of Konoha shall be spared. Yet, some are unwilling to relent. The resources expended to establish a front line in the land of rivers, coupled with the profits anticipated from conquering the land of fire, have ignited a fervor for war. Money can drive men to madness. And this holds true in the realm of shinobi as well. No, the pressure on Konoha must not wane. Envoys shall be dispatched to negotiate, for the longer we delay, the more opportune it will be for us to seize the land of fire after eliminating potential threats. Obito's gaze pierced through the eyes of the assembled clan heads of the bloodline limit families, laden with significance. Under the blazing sun, the time to travel in the land of water is a rare commodity. 3 months have passed since the quartet agreed to convene in the mountain cave to exchange intelligence and ensure mutual safety. However, on his return journey, Shikamaru encountered a future fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Though still a young girl, Terumi Mei had not yet attained her later, statuesque allure, yet she stood gracefully, her emerald eyes shimmering with ethereal charm. Her chestnut hair cascaded down, partially veiling her right eye, adding an air of mystery. And she was merely an arm's length away from Shikamaru. No need, I can manage alone. Shikamaru felt a deep sense of frustration as he gazed upon the earnest Terumi Mei, reiterating his sentiment once more. Terumi Mei, equally stubborn, perceived from the silver ornament atop the boy's head and the ancient scabbard at his waist that he hailed from a wealthy family. Yet, the bloodied scabs adorning him betrayed his recent encounters with marauding bandits. Most notably, the boy was undeniably handsome. Thus, she resolved to escort him back to the village for protection. At the very least, he must be taken to a safe area, for it would not do to let him wander alone adorned with such valuable trinkets. Little handsome, this won't do. Come with your big sister. I can introduce you to many lovely young ladies to keep you company. Isn't it lonely to be all by yourself? No. Shikamaru leaned against a tree, shrinking back, his demeanor cold as he regarded Terumi Mei. If he were not utterly outmatched, he would not have to feign innocence. Not just the young ladies. Big sister is good too. Terumi Mei insisted with a playful grin. Absolutely not. Come with big sister. I'll treat you to some sweets. No. Why not? At this moment, Terumi Mei sensed something amiss. Generally, a child who has lost their parents would not so resolutely reject the kindness of someone offering them help. Furthermore, a child wielding a katana likely belonged to a family with considerable martial prowess. How could they have fallen prey to bandits? I simply refuse. Shikamaru's heart stirred as he looked into Terumi Mei's eyes, filled with hatred and madness. I do not wish to go to a place of shinobi, A place of shinobi? Terumi Mei, realizing Shikamaru's gaze was fixed on her Mist Village forehead protector, deduced that the assailants were not mere bandits, but rather shinobi, possibly from the Mist Village itself. Little brother, please tell your beautiful big sister, what did that shinobi look like? Terumi Mei grasped Shikamaru's shoulders, determined that during this time of national crisis, she would not allow deranged mist shinobi to ravage the land of water. A large blade, concealed beneath a mask, devoid of eyebrows. In this moment, Hatakibai silently apologizes to the elusive Zabuza, whose whereabouts remain uncertain. A large blade, a masked figure lacking eyebrows? Terumi Mei furrows her brow, and a flicker of intricate cold light dances in her emerald green eyes as she retrieves a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and begins to sketch on the ground. Before long, a cartoonish representation of the hidden mist Zabuza materializes upon the earth. It is indeed he, is it not? Hatakibai nods slightly, a pained expression crossing his features, then steps forward with eyes brimming with hatred to erase the scratch on Zabuza's forehead protector, retreating afterward to signal that this is indeed correct. Does he not deny his status as a rogue ninja? Observing this, Terumi Mei fully believes Hatakibai's assertion. She understands Zabuza's intentions to cease the bloodshed in this land of mist, yet despite his failures, he has not surrendered. Terumi Mei, on the other hand, chooses to gather her strength and wait. Very well, I shall leave you with this, she states, producing a bundle of provisions wrapped in her clothing from a scroll and handing it to Hatakibai with a sigh before departing. Hatakibai gazes at the substantial package of food in his hands, a sense of inexplicable guilt stirring within him. If Terumi Mei were to discover that the turmoil within the land of water was orchestrated by his group, would she regret her actions today? Once her figure has completely vanished from sight, Hatakibai tidies his belongings and heads toward the cave's encampment. Upon reaching the cave, he notes that the disguises his group had constructed have been systematically dismantled, indicating that someone has arrived here before him. Proceeding further, he notices a mark carved into the third tree on the left, an X, a signal from Shinin Taichi, denoting that he was the first to arrive and that the area is safe. 3 months later, upon returning to the cave, Hatakibai feels a surge of nostalgia. However, his immediate priority is to change out of the bloodied attire he wears. Though their supplies have long been exhausted, basic changes of clothing remain stored within the cave, preserved in several dry cabinets created by Shinin Taichi using earth manipulation, largely untouched by the humid air of the land of water. Yet, as he steps into the area designated for changing clothes, Hatakibai's expression darkens at the sight before him, almost causing him to lose his vision. Before the cabinets stands a woman in black, her eyes a pure white, holding a piece of clothing belonging to Hinata Shino, draped over her face. Her expression, one of seduction. Gradually, Hatakibai witnesses Hinata Shino's hands climbing up her body, her cheeks flushed, and then he turns to find himself face to face with the still figure of Hatakibai at the entrance, both standing there, wide-eyed and speechless. With a sudden bang, the transformation technique is dispelled, revealing Shinin Taichi's youthful visage, his gaze awkwardly fixed upon Hatakibai, tears of emotion glistening at the corners of his eyes. Indeed, this is my reason for being so perverse. A quarter of an hour later, a campfire crackles to life within the cave, the orange-red glow illuminating the faces of the two, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. The cave remains hauntingly silent, save for the popping sounds of the burning firewood. As both of us spoke simultaneously and then fell silent, Hatakibai awaited Xian Yuan Tai Yi's explanation. While Xian Yuan Tai Yi anticipated Hatakibai's words as a gesture of goodwill. Sighing, Hatakibai gazed at Xian Yuan Tai Yi's eyes, shrouded in cloth, a sacrifice made to shield himself from harm. Out of brotherly affection, he could not bear to witness him being ruthlessly slain by Hinata Shana. If it has been used, there is no need to take it away. No wonder Shana had mentioned earlier that her clothing had mysteriously diminished. It matters not. Shana would remain oblivious, and besides, having used it, it would be unseemly to give it back to her. Aware of the impropriety, Hatakibai's expression suddenly shifted, his face paling in the glow of the flames as he recalled that Ji Shui had also mentioned losing some of his garments. Could it be? Hatakibai raised his gaze and perceived an odd atmosphere within the cave, where Xian Yuan Tai Yi wore a sly smile. I shall step outside to catch a couple of fish by the river, Hatakibai declared before swiftly departing. Upon his return to the cave, he found Ji Shui and Hinata Shana already present, while Xian Yuan Tai Yi, lurking in the shadows, exchanged knowing glances with Hitachi-bai, signaling the completion of their agreement. Hitachi-bai chose not to divulge this to Hinata Shana, while Xian Yuan Tai-e, upon fulfilling his mission, invited Hitachi-bai to indulge in the company of the most beautiful courtesans at the finest establishment. With a resigned nod, Hitachi-bai noticed the peculiar look in Hinata Shana's eyes, yet remained untroubled. The feudal lord of the Land of Water had succumbed to his afflictions, unable to await the medical ninjas from the hidden mist village, and had passed away. Hinata Shana retracted her strange gaze upon Hitachi-bai and spoke with a thunderous revelation. The atmosphere in the cave fell into a heavy silence. Plans could scarcely keep pace with unfolding events. With the death of the feudal lord, their subsequent retreat plan appeared daunting. Could it be that Obito intended to install a more malleable young lord to facilitate control over the entire Land of Water? Hitachi-bai massaged his temples, overwhelmed by the implications. According to his original strategy, after instigating chaos in the Land of Water, they would exploit the feudal lord's withdrawal of troops to the capital amidst the ensuing disorder to escape. However, with the feudal lord's demise, heavy interceptions at the borders were inevitable, forming a trap to hunt down the murderer of the lord. Let us flee, scattering our paths. The risks of breaching the borders of the Land of Water are insurmountable. We can only disperse within its confines to evade this storm and seek an opportunity to return to the village, Ji Shui proposed. If they were to retreat now? Aside from himself, who could escape using the body flicker technique, the other three had little hope. Only Hitachi-bai's swift movement might allow for an escape, while Hinata Shana and Xian Yuan Tai would undoubtedly perish. It must be so. We shall exchange intelligence at the appointed time in March. And once the tempest has subsided, we will return to the village, Hitachi-bai assented, pondering the potential consequences of an extended absence from Konoha. He feared missing significant events. Would the war at the borders of the Land of Lightning conclude? Could he still reach the organization in time after Hinata Hikari's demise? What of the relationship between Ji Shui and Itachi? Had his interference altered the fate of the Uchiha clan's annihilation? Enough of this. Let us proceed step by step. Every individual has their destiny, and fate is indeed predetermined, which is profoundly disheartening. The capital of the Land of Water has fallen victim to the insidious poison of the Sand Ninja, leaving the civilian populace in dire straits. The daimyo of the Land of Water has urgently commanded the village of Mist to dispatch medical ninjas to the capital. Alas, he himself could not endure until that moment. In an instant, news of his demise at the hands of the poisoned Sand Ninja swept across the shinobi world like a tempest, leaving all in shock. It is worth noting that since the conclusion of the Warring States period and the establishment of the One Nation, One Village system within the shinobi world, not once during the three great shinobi wars, regardless of their brutality, has any conflict ever reached the lofty heights of the daimyo. Though they relinquished military might, they maintained control over finances and civil governance, their positions firm as a mountain amidst the chaos of the shinobi world. Such noble rulers had never encountered any figure akin to Qin Sheng or Wu Guang, who boldly questioned the legitimacy of their rule. Yet now, the daimyo of the Land of Water has perished, felled by the very ninjas they wielded like extensions of their will. In the wake of this calamity, other daimyos found themselves in a state of trepidation, retreating into their opulent palaces, no longer trusting even their own 12 guardians. They issued proclamations demanding the village of Mist surrender the perpetrator and impose severe penalties on those who violate the sacred tenets of the shinobi, asserting that leniency on such principled matters would cease financial support to the various ninja villages. Initially, the village of Mist displayed an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the pressure from the other nations. However, as the great powers proclaimed their intent to seek justice for the fallen daimyo, the leadership of the village of Mist grew anxious, ultimately shifting all blame onto the Sand Village, known for its expertise in toxins, and demanding the surrender of the culprit along with reparations for the losses incurred by the Land of Water. Within the village of Konoha, aside from a few belligerent factions eager to confront the village of Mist directly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resolved to pursue a strategy of calm development, proceeding methodically with the established plan and instructing Danzo to withdraw the Shursui team from the borders of the Land of Water. Their mission had been flawlessly executed. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed with a furrowed brow at several documents before him. The mission scroll from the Shursui team, Narashikaku's evaluation of Hitachi Kakashi, and a letter of accountability from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. there had been a noticeable reduction in the financial support from the daimyo's side. Danzo, the Shursui team's mission is complete. They must evacuate immediately. Kakashi has been absent from the village for 2 years, and we can no longer delay with the Minister of Finance at the daimyo's estate, he stated. With a sullen expression, Danzo remained silent. His gaze fixed on the daimyo's letter, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Hiruzen, your perpetual cowardice is disheartening. If I were Hokage, the daimyo would not dare to act with such impunity. Danzo, it is impossible. We have no means of contacting them. And even the root cannot infiltrate the land of water, which has sealed itself off completely. Danzo shook his head. Yet a smirk of satisfaction crept onto his lips. His objectives had been achieved. The military strength of the land of water had significantly diminished, and the Uchiha clan's foremost expert, Uchiha Shursui, had perished in the land of water, unable even to be memorialized on the stone tablet. Very well, you may leave now. The third Hokage was certainly aware of the current state of the land of water. Ever since the daimyo was poisoned a year ago, the nation has completely shut itself off, making it exceedingly difficult for Konoha, let alone other countries, to infiltrate with spies. Indeed, 2 years have passed since Hatake Kakashi departed from Konoha, and it is now the 51st year of Konoha, due to the strategic triumph over the land of water. The conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village has been considerably more favorable than in the original narrative. The substantial support from the Hyuga clan has alleviated the dire situation, allowing the severely weakened Konoha to endure this trial, while the peace negotiation envoy from the Cloud Village is en route to Konoha as planned. Notably, during this war with the Cloud Village, the new generation genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, awakened his Sharingan, becoming the sole Uchiha member to gain merit in the conflict. Characters from Kakashi's memories have begun to emerge prominently during this war. Gai's Taijutsu, Asuma Suratobi's wind techniques, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques. With foreign nations unable to infiltrate the land of water, the new daimyo has stabilized the situation over time, eradicating various bandits, albeit at the cost of significant losses to the clans within the Mist Village and the absolute authority of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. In the recent intelligence exchange meeting, Kakashi and his team reached a decision to withdraw from the land of water. At the cave base of the Shimizu team, the surrounding weeds have grown lush once more after a year, concealing numerous traps set by Shin Yazunari and Kakashi. Standing at the entrance, Kakashi instinctively gazed at the third tree on his left, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He absent-mindedly brushed aside the damp hair clinging to his forehead. 3 months of evasion had left him in a disheveled state, and the star-shaped clamp on his head had become a marker for the mist shinobi searching for him. He dared not remove it, for the memory of attempting to achieve his imagined death god mode. When he had taken off the clamp and the silver bracelet from the spirit realm, sent chills down his spine. The overwhelming pressure of the world and the sensation of assimilation were inescapable, overshadowed by shock and anxiety. After that attempt, Kakashi completely relinquished his aspirations for the so-called death god mode. It became evident that the power systems of each realm embody their respective wills. Accepting spiritual pressure would lead to rejection and disdain from the world of the Hokage, while rejecting it in favor of chakra would result in the obliteration by the external world's assimilation and the internal erasure from the spirit realm. Such a tormenting predicament. Thus, Kakashi intensified his training in taijutsu, braving the search efforts of the mist shinobi to acquire a substantial amount of weight, which allowed him to feel a continuous enhancement in his abilities, providing him with a sense of satisfaction regarding his goals. Humans are indeed a remarkable species, capable of persevering as long as they can see the fruits of their labor. Over a year of evasion has led Kakashi to perceive the land of water transforming from a state of external pressure and internal laxity to one of external ease and internal tension, an ominous feeling creeping ever closer to him and his companions. Thus, he and Shursui resolved that the opportunity to evacuate the land of water lay before them. Delay would risk total entrapment within the encirclement of the Mist Village, leaving no chance of escape. This assembly was convened to establish a strategy for withdrawal. Hatake, with his shimmering white hair, cast an inadvertent glance, and instantly, a chill cascaded down his spine. With a swift motion, a great cloud of smoke erupted, and he vanished without a trace. On the third tree to his right, a coded mark indicated imminent danger. In the conference room of the Mist Village, at the forefront stood the iron-willed Mizukage, Yagura, whose cold and indifferent gaze scrutinized the high-ranking officials of the village. Beneath his frigid exterior lay a profound hatred concealed within the eyes of Obito. Among the remaining elite, unfamiliar faces had multiplied since a year prior. While the number of clan leaders from bloodline limit families had notably diminished, such as the Inoue clan's Inoue Hao, the Mizuki's lineage had been utterly annihilated by an unnamed ninja squad, leaving no trace of life within their territory. It is indeed laughable. A few petty thieves have lingered within the borders of our land of water for over a year, and the Mist Village has proven utterly incapable of addressing this threat. Yagura's voice, tinged with youthful naivety, resonated through the room, his diminutive frame brimming with an intense, volatile energy, ready to erupt, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Over the past year, Yagura had, with his seemingly placid demeanor, mercilessly eliminated numerous clan leaders. Strangely, the daimyo of the Land of Water placed unwarranted trust in Yagura, fostering an intimate collaboration between the apex figures of military and political power, turning the Mist Village into a veritable autocracy. Rest assured, Lord Mizuki, Mayambu have confirmed the encampment of that ninja squad. We have established a formidable perimeter, waiting for these rodents to fall into our trap, ready to exact retribution for the losses the Land of Water has suffered this past year. The speaker was among the few who did not readily acquiesce to Yagura's commands. With emerald eyes and chestnut hair, the youthful face belonged to Terumi Mei, who had crossed paths with Hitaki once before. Yagura's cold gaze fell upon her, and Obito, concealed in the shadows, recognized Terumi Mei as one of the most dissatisfied with his iron-fisted rule. Moreover, the Terumi clan had been amassing strength for a coup, preparing to overthrow Yagura, or rather, Obito himself. Yet, unlike before, Obito could not exert direct control over Yagura. For the Terumi clan differed from other bloodline limit families in their proud indifference towards commoners. They held considerable esteem among both civilians and noble clans. He lacked the confidence to fully suppress the coup initiated by the Terumi clan. Reports indicate that you, Terumi Mei, have encountered a ninja adorned with a unique headpiece. Not only did you spare him, but you also provided abundant supplies. What explanation do you have for me and the village? Yagura stated flatly, as his body began to emanate a turbulent chakra, the malevolent and savage essence of the Four Tails. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yagura intended to cast a label of treachery upon Terumi Mei. Thus, even if Yagura were to take action against her, the onlookers could not side with Terumi Mei, and instead would feel compelled to suppress her, lest they be accused of colluding with the enemy. One could only wonder from where Lord Mizuki obtained such information. Terumi Mei's expression remained unchanged, and despite her affinity for handsome men, she could muster no fondness for the youthful Yagura. Do I need to explain the source of my intelligence? Yagura scoffed, unleashing a torrent of malevolent chakra infused with the power of the tailed beasts towards Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei merely sought to uncover who was deceiving Lord Mizuki, leading him to bear the unjust blame of harming the village's pillars. Lord Mizuki, please calm your wrath. A fierce, burning chakra, unique to her bloodline limit, began to emanate from Terumi Mei as she struggled to withstand Yagura's overwhelming force. Ah, I see now. It appears I have wrongfully judged you, Terumi Mei. I dare not, she replied. What if you fail in this encirclement mission? Yagura asked with keen interest, intending to compel Terumi Mei to pledge an oath of military order. Regardless of whether the Shirzue team or Terumi Mei faltered, it would ultimately benefit him. Why not reap an additional reward from his anticipated victory? Terumi Mei's countenance reflected her inner turmoil. On one hand, she desired to eliminate the deceiver, Hitaki Bai, to solidify her standing within the hidden Mist Village. On the other hand, she feared being ensnared by Yagura should she fail. If you, Terumi Mei, are too timid, leave it to me. Those vermin have ravaged my clan's lands. I, Sakamoto Ryu, will personally exact vengeance for my kin. The voice belonged to the current patriarch of the Sakamoto clan, akin to the Hitaki family in Konoha, known for his swift swordsmanship and notable prowess in the body flicker technique. After a brief moment of contemplation, Terumi Mei quietly withdrew. She was still young, and her reputation could wait. In a short span, the once brilliant sunlit sky darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously above. What was happening? Who had caused this disruption? After a swift body flicker, Hitaki Bai concealed himself in the shadows, fingers brushing against the coolness of his 1,000 cherry blossoms, pondering the situation. Among the three individuals aside from himself, Shirzue's body flicker technique, combined with his Sharingan, rendered him nearly undetectable. Likewise, Hinata Shizuka possessed exceptional reconnaissance skills, surpassing Shizue's. Thus, only one possibility remained. That lecherous Shin-in Taichi, was he the issue? A sense of foreboding settled in Hatake Bai's heart. Perhaps it was nostalgia for his university roommate from a past life. Within the Shizue team, his bond with the somewhat sleazy and mediocre Shin-in Taichi was the strongest. Moreover, he recognized Taichi's assistance on several occasions, whether in imparting mission experiences or taking over the task of repairing the broken flood dam. Though unspoken, the camaraderie between men was understood by both. The situation looked dire. The cave entrance remained eerily still, dust settling, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. The usual chirping of birds and buzzing of insects had vanished. Even the sound of the wind was conspicuously absent. Kikuchi Baining furrowed his brows, his eyes glistening with a cold light, and promptly turned to depart from the disquieting forest. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, nestled within a dense thicket, a shroud of impenetrable fog enveloped the towering ancient trees, exuding an aura of lethal danger. One could only ponder whether that young lad, Bai, would manage to evade this calamity. Suddenly, Xian Yuan Tai's head emerged from the earth, for he was the one who had left the ominous signal. However, it was not he who caught the attention of the fog ninjas, but rather Kikuchi Bai, identifiable by the conspicuous star-capturing clamp he wore. Xian Yuan Tai had hastily left a signal at the cave entrance while eavesdropping on a conversation among ninjas plotting an ambush, intentionally inciting chaos. The fog thickened, infused with a faint chakra, causing Xian Yuan Tai to pale, recognizing this as the signature technique of the mist ninjas, the mist concealment technique. Damn it! Upon my return, I must insist that Bai treats me to a night with the most exquisite lady. Xian Yuan Tai spat out a mouthful of dirt and fully emerged from the ground. After all, he was merely a chunin, and having traversed such a distance underground using earth-style techniques, had nearly depleted his chakra. Ah, the little mouse can no longer hide. Has it finally decided to crawl out of its den? A middle-aged man adorned with a mist ninja headband abruptly materialized within the fog. His right arm pointing skyward while his left, sword-like, rested against his chest, an unmistakable posture of the mist concealment technique. As he moved, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing his silhouette to Xian Yuan Tai's gaze. It appears that I, the Grandmaster, have encountered but a single adversary. Allow me to resolve this and reunite with my companion. Xian Yuan Tai spat viciously onto the ground, discreetly stuffing a few precious military rations into his mouth, hard-won from the mist ninjas he had interrogated. Originally, he intended to reserve these for the youngest, Kikuchi Bai, to facilitate a breakthrough across the border of the Land of Water, but now he found himself in dire need of them. Nonetheless, it seemed fate had conspired against him. Gazing at the long blade slung across the back of the mist ninja, Xian Yuan Tai contemplated in silence. This man was listed in his ninja manual, Sakamoto Ryuchi, head of the Sakamoto clan, proficient in swordsmanship and agility. Alas, Captain Shimizu and that young lad Bai are absent. With a slight bend, Xian Yuan Tai rose from the ground, his hands discreetly forming hand seals within his sleeves. Suddenly, a sharp stone pillar erupted beneath Sakamoto Ryuchi's feet. Earth-style, rock pillar spear. Sakamoto Ryuchi nimbly leapt aside, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his sword remaining sheathed as he leisurely circled the increasingly solemn Xian Yuan Tai. What is the matter? Do continue your assault, little mouse. Earth-style, transformative change. Ignoring Sakamoto Ryuchi's taunts, Xian Yuan Tai swiftly formed hand seals, retrieving a scroll from his robe. Biting his finger, he pressed his palm onto the unfurled scroll. In an instant, the terrain shifted dramatically. Stones surged upwards in a patterned transformation, swiftly morphing into a small, domed labyrinth. Exhibiting signs of exhaustion, Xian Yuan Tai realized that constructing this maze with earth-style, transformative change had further drained his chakra. Nevertheless, he continued to form hand seals, employing the earth style he was most adept in. Earth style, earth concealment technique. Joking aside, all one needs to do is flee. Who wishes to engage in a life-and-death struggle? I am not some mindless combat fanatic. Gradually, the figure of Shin-in Tai melded into the ground, followed by a cacophony of rushing water as the maze became saturated, collapsing and scattering, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Ah, the mouse has burrowed again. Sakamoto Ryu, with a disdainful smile gracing his face, drew a long blade from his back and thrust it into the earth. The blade, with a flick, summoned a surge of chakra, carving a wide chasm that led directly to the disheveled Xinyuan Tai at its end. This won't do, little mouse. Breaking the rules invites punishment. Sakamoto Ryu smiled faintly, his body suddenly propelling forward, appearing beside Xinyuan Tai in the blink of an eye. The gleaming blade reflected light, causing Xinyuan Tai to instinctively squint. The blade then descended. Earth release, petrification. With a thud, as the dust settled, Xinyuan Tai stared in horror at his right arm, which had been attached to his shoulder just moments before. The stone-like hue on his shoulder gradually receded, and blood surged forth. Sakamoto Ryu lightly tapped his toes, retreating to a position 20 paces away from Xinyuan Tai. A smirk of disdain playing on his lips as he stood atop a tree trunk, looking down upon Xinyuan Tai, before slowly sheathing his blade. You old fool. Xinyuan Tai, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood, rolled on the ground to evade a jet of water that shot up from the earth. TSK, still quite nimble, aren't you, mouse? But how about losing another leg? Sakamoto Ryu declared, vanishing from Xinyuan Tai's view. Before he could react, a foot came crashing down onto Xinyuan Tai's left thigh, shattering it instantly and spraying blood onto the ground. Sakamoto Ryu returned to his previous position, nodding in satisfaction, speaking in a tone of indulgence. Here we go again. 2 little feet, mouse. As his words settled, a jet of water suddenly emerged, aimed at Xinyuan Tai's lower body, eliciting a scream and a flash of blood. Oh, what's wrong? Weren't you supposed to meet your beloved? What will you do now? Sakamoto Ryu's grin was manic as he pointed at Xinyuan Tai, unleashing another jet of water from his fingertip, creating a hole in the ground. TSK, my apologies, misfired. Let us try again. A water column as thick as an arm appeared, and once more, Xinyuan Tai screamed, crimson blood staining the earth. You might want to consider that your mother would be displeased with your actions, ungrateful child. Xinyuan Tai lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in agony as he struggled to speak. He now sought only a swift end. Indeed, that would be the remedy for you. Sakamoto Ryu remained unfazed, a flash of white light in his hand, revealing a healing technique enveloping Xinyuan Tai's wounds. As the white light enveloped him, the flesh around Xinyuan Tai's lower body sprouted wildly, intertwining in a grotesque manner, a soothing chill reaching his very core. Yet another jet of water pierced the air, and Xinyuan Tai let out another agonized cry. His eyes rolled back as he bit down fiercely on his remaining left arm, tears, mucus, and blood merging into a chaotic mixture. My apologies, I used the wrong jutsu. Sakamoto Ryuichi spoke, his fingertips shimmering with a radiant white light of a water therapy technique. Then, a silver streak sliced through the air, and Sakamoto barely retracted his fingers. Observing the silver-white star clamp adorning the boy's head, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. Kiki Bai's eyes blazed crimson, his gaze fierce, after delivering a vertical slash. He extended his left hand, unleashing an invisible yet potent gust that crashed against Sakamoto's water barrier. Subsequently, Kiki Bai retreated to the side of Xinyuan Taichi, casting a cold glance at Sakamoto, who was smirking. Oh dear, I expected you to recklessly charge at me with your sword, you wealthy little mouse. Sakamoto's face displayed an exaggerated smile, feigning disappointment as he spread his hands, resembling a comical performer, then retreated 100 meters away, signaling his benevolent intention to grant them a moment of respite. Sakamoto leaned against a tree, arms crossed, grinning at the duo, one alive and the other on the brink of death. Kiki Bai diverted his gaze back to Xinyuan Taichi, carefully removing his clothing to wrap the lower half of his injured body, gently sweeping away the remains of shredded flesh surrounding him. Cough, you little rascal. That was my flesh. Xinyuan finally regained his composure, forcing a grim smile while cradling a mixture of shredded flesh and soil beside him with his left arm. Kiki Bai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Both were acutely aware that Xinyuan Taichi's time was nearly up, and any words exchanged were merely a flicker of life before the inevitable darkness. Damn it. After all I've done for you, Bai, at least shed a tear for me. Don't let my tragic end be in vain. Xinyuan coughed up more blood. What do you even come here for? He continued, his eyes vacant, one arm reaching skyward in search of something unknown. If it wasn't he for Shauna coming first, I truly apologize. Kiki Bai finally spoke, kneeling to lift Xinyuan Taichi, placing a small yellow book in his hand. You do understand me, Xinyuan chuckled, slapping the book over his face, his voice dropping to a whisper. When the time comes, just toss my body over to scare that old fool Sakamoto and take the chance to escape. Don't worry about disposing of the body or leaking information. Just run. Oh dear, trying to scare me and make me flee? That won't do. Kikibai's expression suddenly turned cold, instinctively gripping his sword, Senbonzakura, as he executed a swift draw, the blade barely missing Sakamoto Ryuichi, who had appeared beside them, leaving a few strands of hair in its wake. Damn it seems it's over. Shinin covered his face, coughing blood that stained the edges of the small yellow book. Sigh. If you have any last words, speak now, Kikibai said, his voice low and heavy with a palpable aura of menace. I think I might still be salvageable. And then what? How unfair. You won't even agree to that. Thankfully, I told Shauna that you stole from her. He coughed again. And don't die on me. Although a ninja's life is one of killing and being killed, you must live well and smile often. There will be no one to help you thereafter. Silence enveloped the jungle, a profound stillness pervading the air. Very well, Konoha's Kakashi murmured softly, gradually turning to face Ryuichi Sakamoto. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Taichi Shinmoto fervently attempting to stuff a small yellow book into his ninja tool pouch. His eyes were devoid of all luster, yet his smile remained as vibrant as their first encounter. Please do me a favor, gasped Taichi, panting heavily. Be sure to visit the finest establishment and seek out the most exquisite ladies. His feeble hand weakly patted Kakashi's pouch before it slowly descended. This time, I truly must go, he lamented. I promise you, Kakashi replied, taking a deep breath, blinking rapidly. From his pouch, he retrieved the soldier pills and explosive tags he had just placed inside. Gritting his teeth, he crouched down and revealed a final smile to the now silent Taichi. Oh, how poignant the bond of companionship is, causing even a hardened ninja from the land of blood mist to shed tears, Ryuichi remarked. Two streams of tears trailing down his face, while his grin widened as he stared fixedly at Kakashi. What a heartless individual you are. Very well. Let me assist this little mouse on his final journey. To die while still smiling is quite improper. It disrupts the natural order. With that, Ryuichi opened his mouth wide in a silent laugh, extending his left hand in a gun-like gesture, a concentrated mass of liquid chakra radiating an intense aura. Water release, water gun, he declared. In an instant, Kakashi's voice vanished as he appeared behind Ryuichi, gripping his left arm tightly, while his waist-mounted Sakura blades burst forth in a dazzling display. Kakashi-style, white strike. With a swift motion, Ryuichi's arm was severed, yet his body transformed into flowing water, having employed the water clone technique unnoticed. That was perilously close, you wealthy little mouse, he said, a hint of trepidation in his tone, his gaze becoming more serious. Such instantaneous techniques and swordsmanship belonged to the Konoha Hatake clan. He had captured a significant catch. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi held the Sakura blades, his figure vanishing silently, reappearing once more behind Ryuichi, this time aiming the blade at his head. Splash! Once again, Ryuichi evaded with the water clone technique, materializing next to Taichi's lifeless body, lightly stepping on his head with a smirk, his intent unmistakable. He sought to humiliate Kakashi and Taichi, having toyed with Taichi from the very beginning, mockingly deriding their camaraderie. Kakashi's expression remained calm, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips as he whispered, "Explode." The runes hidden beneath Taichi's body ignited, and a violent explosion erupted, engulfing Ryuichi in flames and smoke. Kikakibai displayed no signs of joy on his face, yet deep within, he understood that a jonin of Sakamoto Ryuichi's caliber could not possibly perish amidst a mere handful of explosive tags. Suddenly, Kikakibai's expression shifted, and Senbonzakura abruptly sliced through the air. Midway, a cold, long blade materialized, blocking Senbonzakura, wielded by the disheveled Sakamoto Ryuichi. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted, and a water gun emerged from Kikakibai's chest, his body transforming into vapor. The water gun technique countered the stand technique and Shuinpa. A beam of light suddenly appeared from the air, followed by Kikakibai's figure. Sakamoto Ryuichi twirled his long blade, dispersing the light, and with another swing, he forcefully repelled Kikakibai's form. After several tentative exchanges, neither side had sustained injuries. Sakamoto Ryuichi glanced at his tattered clothing, a flicker of irritation mingling with the playful smile on his face as he stepped forward, eyeing the Senbonzakura in Kikaki-bai's hand. What a fine blade. Then he noticed the slight quiver of Kikaki-bai's lips and the blood-red eye that appeared on Senbonzakura's gleaming blade, with 3 tomo spinning within. Flames erupted from Kikaki-bai's palm, transforming into a monstrous entity that engulfed the dazed Sakamoto Ryuichi. The sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, scorching heat and chaos, defying the seas to the south, advancing forth. Destruction path, 31st, red fire cannon. Kikaki-bai followed closely, driving Senbonzakura's blade through Sakamoto Ryuichi's chest, immediately followed by Shizuka's apparition, who struck down with a blade, severing Sakamoto Ryuichi's head. Rest in peace, Shinjen Taichi. The clouds above dispersed, sunlight cascading down. In the jungle, flames danced, reducing Shinjen Taichi's corpse to ash, leaving nothing behind in this world. Even if a ninja perished during a mission, their remains could not be preserved. The remnants of intelligence in their minds and the secret medicines within their bodies could not be divulged through their corpses. By the time Hinata Shizuka arrived, the dust had settled, Shinjen Taichi had turned to ashes, Sakamoto Ryuichi's body lay cold, his head severed by the technique, wrapped in lime and sealed within a scroll. The severed head of a clan leader counted as an unexpected gain for Shizuka's team. Let us depart, aside from the west. We are surrounded by numerous ninjas from all other directions. We must escape before they close in, Hinata, Shizuka murmured. Despite her teammates' recent demise, her sorrow did not run as deep as that of Kikaki-bai and Shizuka. Though women are often seen as emotional beings, a lack of affection is just that, a lack. Even Shinjen Taichi's unrequited love and his various actions had left Hinata Shizuka, as a fellow teammate, with a sense of distaste. Dislike is simply dislike. Hinata Shizuka was not from the Uchiha clan, renowned for their understanding of love, nor was she akin to Kikaki-bai, who shared a camaraderie with Shinjen Taichi. Grief, for her, was limited to that. The West, is that not the direction of the land of fire? Shizuka queried, quickly grasping the situation. The classic tactic of surrounding in a triangle leaves the encircled with no options. Even if one comprehends the strategy, one must charge toward the only path of survival. For therein lies the sole glimmer of hope. What shall we do? Jisue habitually inquired of Kakashi. During these past 2 years, strategies have been determined by Kakashi. Charge forward. Sakamoto Ryuichi should be the commander of the encirclement, though he arrogantly came alone, attempting to toy with us. However, he did not anticipate my ability to endure for so long, nor your formidable Sharingan, Jisue. Now, the 3 of us splitting up would only allow the mist ninjas to defeat us one by one. We must unite our strength, relying on your Genjutsu, to break through. Can't we hide first? After a year of evasion and ambushes, my condition is far from optimal. Jisue frowned, no longer resembling the proud Uchiha clan of Konoha. After more than a year of fleeing, he felt utterly exhausted as the time for this mission's completion and retreat approached. The enemy possesses Byakugan. I can sense it. Otherwise, our base would not have been discovered and ambushed. Hinata's expression was grim. The presence of Byakugan, originally exclusive to Konoha ninjas, posed a significant threat to them. Jisue frowned as the 3 tomo in his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. We must hurry. I have temporarily suppressed the one with Byakugan. Several kilometers away, a small team of mist ninjas was led by a shinobi who covered his right eye with white cloth, concealing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan beneath. This individual would later become a key figure under the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, known as Ao. At this moment, several members of this ninja team inexplicably collapsed to the ground, evidently under the influence of Genjutsu. It's Shunshin Jisue. Sakamoto has already perished. We must retreat. Ao's face was filled with terror as he hastily issued the command. He had secretly pledged allegiance to Terumi Mei, and during this encirclement, it was imperative that no losses occurred among her forces, which were primarily composed of the Yagura faction. The fact that Jisue could employ Sharingan Genjutsu from several kilometers away filled him with dread. The initial phase of this operation was entirely managed by Terumi Mei, and only later was the command transferred to Sakamoto Ryuichi, which meant that the majority of the encircling forces were under Terumi Mei's command. Jisue must not weaken their strength. Though external threats were formidable, internal strife must be resolved for survival. Half a month later, Jisue's team completely withdrew from the Land of Water, marking the failure of the encirclement operation. In the office of the Mizukage, the same location and the same individuals gathered. Yet Sakamoto Ryuichi's presence had utterly vanished from this conference room. Terumi-mae, is this your foolproof encirclement plan? Is this what you meant by blood for blood? Yagura's youthful visage was ablaze with anger, his indifferent eyes concealing a hint of glee at Obito's misfortune. Subordinate, silence. The voice belonged to another clan leader, Nagahiro, who pointed an accusatory finger at Terumi-mae's forehead, wishing he could consume her whole. Do you still dare to argue, Terumi-mae? Although you were not the commander of this encirclement, Sakamoto Ryuichi was, yet you are the architect of this plan. While you may be young and unfit for such responsibility, you are nonetheless a jonin personally promoted by the Mizukage. What are you preparing to do? Tarnish the Mizukage's reputation. Truly useless. Subsequently, the esteemed Nagahachi turned respectfully towards Yagura, his face a portrait of shame that resonated deeply with those present. Who among them was unaware of the close bond between Nagahachi and Terumi-mae's father? Almost as if they shared the same trousers? Who did not know that Terumi-mae, in secret, would address Nagahachi as uncle, with his clan being her most steadfast support? The old man certainly played his role convincingly. Yet, Nagahachi composed himself, speaking with heartfelt urgency to Yagura. Lord Mizukage, I propose that Terumi may be stripped of her position as a jonin, and that she be held responsible for the compensation of the casualties among the Mist Ninja in this operation. Furthermore, she must not be permitted to issue orders or leave the village. Controlling the situation, Obito smirked disdainfully at the mention of jonin status, compensation, and restrictions on leaving the village. While these appeared as severe punishments, they merely entailed a loss of some wealth and Terumi-mae's reputation. And her confinement within the village effectively served as a means of protection, given her double bloodline limit. This matter requires further discussion. With Ao's confirmation, it was evident that one among them was the Uchiha Shursui of the Hidden Leaf Village. How do the clan leaders perceive this? Outrage. We must certainly condemn the actions of the Hidden Leaf Village. Indeed, such behavior from the Leaf Village has truly disheartened us, their allies. And we demand an explanation from the third Hokage. Where is the evidence? Yagura's gaze swept across the faces of those present, and in the hushed conference room. The only sound was the wind rustling through the willows outside. So, who shall take responsibility for sending a delegation to the Leaf Village? A profound silence ensued. Henceforth, I declare that the land of water shall close its borders, severing all ties with the other four great nations. And we shall devote ourselves to expelling the spies of other ninja villages from our realm. Lord Mizukage, I have already communicated this matter to the daimyo, who has fully consented. Let us proceed as proposed by clan leader Nagahachi regarding Terumi-mae's punishment. If there are no further matters, you may all take your leave. In the shadows, Obito's eyes were cold, and he murmured unconsciously, Lin. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hatake Kakashi gazed at the gate he had not seen for over 2 years, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Despite his radiant smile as he retrieved his leaf headband from his ninja pouch and tied it around his arm. Who goes there? Tetsu coldly inquired, glancing at the ragtag trio before him, one of whom had just tied his leaf headband around his arm. His expression turned serious, the cloth binding his nose tightening. The recent war with the Land of Lightning had left no room for carelessness. It is I, Inuzuka Tetsu. Stepping forward, Shursui revealed his signature Sharingan and distinctive features. Oh, it is you, Shursui, one of the others remarked, their words trailing off. The Leaf Ninja teams typically comprised 4 members, yet only 3 stood before him. An unspoken conclusion lingering in the air. Let us not linger on pleasantries. Let's register. We need to submit our mission. Shursui, understanding their thoughts, reached for the registration book, inscribing the names of his companions before hesitating briefly to add the name of the new member, Taichi. Let us enter the village. I shall proceed ahead. You 3 should head to the Hokage's building. I will join you shortly. As soon as he entered Konoha, Shizune impatiently uttered a few words before departing, followed closely by Hinata Shizuka, who whispered a brief admonition before vanishing from sight. At the entrance of the desolate Konoha, only Hitachi remained. I naturally understood that both of them had to first report to their respective clans before addressing the Hokage regarding the completion of their mission. However, as a member of the Hitachi clan, which had fallen into decline, he was uncertain whether to feel relieved or mournful about the absence of such formalities. Should I return home first to take a shower and change clothes? I mused, frowning as he tugged at his tattered garments. their original hue obscured by the dark brown stains of blood. Were it not for the forehead protector on his arm and the dimly gleaming star pin on his head, one might mistake him for a destitute beggar emerging from a war-torn zone. Is this your first mission? Upon returning to the village, you must report to Lord Hokage immediately. There can be no delay, remarked Kamizuki Izumi with a smile, his hair not yet obscuring his right eye as it would in the future. Thank you, esteemed seniors. I shall take my leave to meet Lord Hokage, I replied, turning to express gratitude to the two esteemed figures, Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu, who were renowned as the three hidden figures alongside Otsutsuki Yuki in the original storyline. Drawing a deep breath, he reflected on the passage of time. It was early spring when he left, yet now it was the late summer of 2 years later. After more than 2 years away from Konoha, I found himself traversing its streets once more, perhaps due to the war with the Land of Thunder's Cloud Village. The reconstruction of Konoha seemed to have stagnated at the moment he departed. The streets appeared even more desolate than before, with only a few notable shops thriving while many others stood empty, and the faces of passers-by bore the marks of weariness and hardship. After 5 minutes, I finally arrived at the base of the Hokage building, only to find that Shizune and Hinata Shizuka had arrived before him, still clad in their tattered attire. Upon seeing this, I suppressed his desire to buy a couple of dango skewers to quell his hunger, forcing himself to nod at Shizune as the three hastened into the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already received news of Shizune's team's return from their mission and was quietly awaiting them alongside the three advisors. Report, Shizune's team seeks an audience, came Hiruzen's urgent voice. Enter. Greetings, Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, Shizune and Hinata Shizuka said, kneeling respectfully upon entering. Observing this, Bai, feeling the weight of circumstance, reluctantly knelt as well, his voice weak. We have returned. Please allow us to report on our mission. Yes. Shizune retrieved the mission scroll and the sealed scroll containing Sakamoto Ryuichi, beginning to recount the details of their A-rank mission in the Land of Water. The mission was executed excellently. The turmoil in the Land of Water has significantly weakened the forces of the Mist Village. After listening to Shizune's detailed account, Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward by now imbued with a hint of fervor. Although the strength of Konoha Village has significantly diminished following the demise of the fourth Hokage and the departure of the three ninjas, the village remains resolute as the foremost ninja village, possessing considerable combat power. What it primarily lacks are strategic minds akin to Narashikaku. The strategic insights and operational plans demonstrated by Hitaki during this mission have indeed captivated their attention, while the grassroots approach from commoners has instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Hitaki, you have performed admirably on this mission. Do you have any requests you wish to put forth? Even the choice of a high-level ninjutsu or entry into my direct umbu can be granted. Hitaki smirked, feeling he had perhaps followed the wrong path. Following Shursui had led him to suffer collateral damage. Not only was he unable to garner military achievements on the battlefield in the Land of Clouds, but he also could not reveal this mission. After 3 years in Konoha, still a genin, he felt he had brought shame to the masses of time travelers. I wish to withdraw from the group. I have but one request, and I hope the Hokage can fulfill it. Hitaki shifted his words from demand to request, from insistence to hope, simultaneously dismissing the idea of perusing forbidden jutsu scrolls. Regardless of whether permission would be granted, he realized that his spiritual pressure and chakra relationship were unclear, rendering most jutsu unusable. Even if he obtained forbidden techniques, they would merely be a useless trinket. Speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with satisfaction. Hitaki remained silent, retrieving the worn yellow book of Shinin Taichi from his ninja tool pouch and placing it upon Hiruzen's desk before stepping back to stand behind Shursui, his voice laden with sorrow. I wish for the name of Shinin Taichi to be inscribed upon the memorial stone. The office fell into a hushed silence as the others gazed at the frayed edges of the small yellow book, reflecting on yet another fallen Konoha ninja. Over the past 3 years, they had witnessed this tragedy repeatedly, with more names added to the memorial stone, including those of freshly graduated genin. No. Hitaki eyes ignited with fury as he faced Danzo, who had just spoken. I had gleaned much about Danzo's thoughts through the unfolding narrative. Yet he could not comprehend why Danzo would obstruct Shinin Taichi from becoming a hero posthumously. After all, Taichi was not an illustrious figure like Konoha's White Fang. This mission can only be deemed a reluctant success. My requirement is that your identities remain undisclosed. Danzo snorted coldly, his cane striking the ground with a sharp echo in the office. Choose a ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, tacitly agreeing with Danzo's sentiment. Hatakibai shook his head, reclaiming the book and quietly stating, I possess my family's sword techniques. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush, hence I shall not be distracted. Very well. You may take some time to rest. This 2-year mission has been arduous for you. Outside the Hokage building, the three walked side by side. What do you wish to do next? Shursui inquired softly, already aware that Shinin Taichi could never become a hero after death, destined instead to become nameless soil beneath the great tree of Konoha, fading into silence. What to do? Hatakibai's face broke into a radiant smile, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Of course, I shall indulge in a soothing hot spring and savor a hearty meal. Ideally, I would take dozens of dango skewers to enjoy while relaxing in the warm waters. Is that so? Do you mind if I indulge in a bit of mischief? Shursui chuckled lightly, recalling another youth fond of meatballs, Itachi. I apologize, but I do not partake in hot springs with males. Captain Shursui, you may as well seek a more suitable companion for your leisure. Hataki White wore a look of disdain, asserting that though he was young, he was undeniably male. Before waving his hand and departing, the Hokage building was becoming increasingly intolerable to him, a deep-seated aversion brewing within. Captain, is White all right? Hinata Setsuna inquired with concern, observing the silhouette of Hataki White. In his gaze, Hataki White's expression gradually mirrored that of Shin Yunta. Even their teasing remarks towards Shursui were alike. He should be fine. He merely resolved to carry on Yunta's legacy. A mission is a mission, and life is life. It is merely what Yunta has imparted to him, Shursui replied coolly, before vanishing from sight. Returning to the present moment with Hataki White, he deliberately sought out the seldom-used path, winding his way toward his family home. Upon exiting a corner, he subtly cast a glance at several lurking shadows. He harbored secrets, cursed seals, dark arts, and even the Hataki sword techniques, all of which Danzo from the Leaf wished to uncover. He slightly flexed his wrist, his gaze sharpening. He had no intention of showing leniency merely because they were fellow Leaf ninjas. Hataki White straightened his posture, his right hand gently resting on his cherry's blossom sword. Come forth. Several root ninjas, concealed in the shadows, exchanged subtle glances upon hearing his words. They had not heard of Hataki White's exceptional detection abilities. Nevertheless, they emerged, their figures still shrouded by the wall's shadow. As members of the root, they existed in the darkness, safeguarding the Leaf in their own manner. They did not belong to the light. Yet each contributed to the towering tree of Konoha through sacrifice and dark means, regardless of the cost. Just like the individual they revered, Danzo. Following Danzo's orders, they were tasked with retrieving the boy, who had been marked by Orochimaru yet inexplicably escaped his control before he returned to the Hataki clan's residence. The mission had two approaches. One was to persuade Hataki White to voluntarily join their ranks. The other was to resort to force. Even if Hataki White had recently accomplished great deeds for the Leaf. Prior to this, they had gathered comprehensive information on Hataki White. From his graduation from the Ninja Academy within a year to completing his first mission, which was an S-rank task. However, he was merely a strategic evaluator. With his strength assessed as a Chunin by root. The three present were all elite Chunin of the root, seasoned and distinct from the ninjas in the light. They were the elite of the elite. Hataki White, rank Genin, is that correct? By Danzo's orders, accompany us to the root. If there are no objections, let us depart. This was an opportunity for every Leaf ninja to join the root and contribute silently to Konoha, as Danzo had instructed them, first with courtesy, then with force if necessary. What if I refuse? Kakashi squinted against the glaring sun, a true embodiment of the autumn heat, its rays searing and intense. It was time to take action, forcibly bringing Kakashi back to the roots, leaving the rest to Lord Danzo. There was no need for anger. Those from the roots were devoid of emotions. The battle commenced in an instant. Suddenly, the figure of the root leader appeared before Kakashi adorned with a cat-faced mask, fingers outstretched, intending to seize Kakashi with the momentum of his advance. Kakashi propelled himself forward, dust swirling in his wake. The sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated, a silver flash streaking across the sky, and then Kakashi retreated 3 steps, a cold smirk gracing his features. His sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, still sheathed. He could jest and laugh freely with friends, embodying the carefree demeanor of Shinin Taichi. However, with those from the roots under Danzo's command, he displayed not a trace of mirth. The root leader, suspended in midair, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His hand severed at the wrist as it reached for Kakashi Bai. Blood erupted from the clean wound moments later, as if his very essence had only just registered the severed vessels. A fissure appeared along the seam of the cat mask, smoothly splitting in two and falling to the ground, revealing the hollow, pale visage beneath. Defeated? In an instant. They hadn't even seen the blade drawn before the leader's wrist and mask were cleaved asunder. The remaining two root members gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. How could this be? Was this the prowess of a mere chunin? Absurd. How could one who could decisively determine the outcome against a cat be merely a chunin? Instead of aiding their fallen leader, the two men lunged forward, their fierce assault resembling a tempestuous storm directed at Kakashi Bai. What astonished them further was the disdainful smile curling at Kakashi Bai's lips. He had not even formed a hand seal. Two strands of light surged forth from his sleeves, appearing beside them in an instant, ensnaring them in an unbreakable grip. The no-seal binding technique. The two root members were struck with horror. No information regarding this technique existed in the root scrolls, yet they could no longer contribute to their cause. A long blade arced through the air, silver glistening as it traversed their necks, and they heard the final words of their lives. The binding technique number 4, the gray rope? Was this Kakashi Bai's ace in the hole, the no-seal binding technique? After dispatching both adversaries with a single stroke, Kakashi Bai stood resolutely before the cat-masked root leader. His form adorned with the dried crimson stains of battle, a testament to the arduous journey that had forged his strength. Speak. I am aware of my own blade. You merely misjudged your fate, not perished. Kakashi Bai scoffed, crushing the cat mask beneath his foot, sheathing the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Indeed, he had not only severed the wrist and mask of this root member, but had also cleaved through his very eye with the blade's energy. The individual before him, once perhaps an elite chunin of the roots, now stood as a blind, one-handed wretch, a liability to the roots that would not sustain such weakness. Thus, without intervention, he would meet his demise. It was not without merit to leave behind an answer for Danzo before his end. Kakashi Bai, you still barking defiantly? My response is quite clear, is it not? Whether it be Root or Danzo, I shall refuse them both. Go back and inform Danzo of my decision. Then await your demise. With that, Hatake Bai retreated to his humble abode. Deep beneath the village of Konoha, in a dimly lit subterranean chamber, ninjas moved about in pairs, their footsteps soft and devoid of any communication. The vast expanse of this underground realm was permeated by an overwhelming stillness. Here lay the root, hidden beneath Konoha. Within this tranquil space, a solitary, flickering candle cast a faint, yellow glow, its wax dripping onto the ground and congealing into a hardened mass. Danzo sat high upon his chair, the scar on his jaw dancing in the candlelight, as if yearning to come alive. He gazed with one eye, his sinister sight cast downward, an aura of unfathomable terror enveloping the chamber, nearly extinguishing the candle's flame. Before him knelt the 3 members of Root who had attempted to seize Hatake Bai earlier that day, only to be met with disaster. 2 corpses and 1 crippled individual pressed their faces to the cold ground. Lord Danzo, the mission has failed. Our assessment of Hatake Bai's strength was gravely inaccurate, resulting in the loss of 2 members and leaving me utterly powerless. The tone of the cat was laced with fury. Had it not been for the miscalculation by the intelligence officer regarding Bai's prowess, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. The cat understood well that he had become a liability, and Root had no place for the weak. Though the members of Root were devoid of emotion, he felt a profound hatred. Though unclear towards whom or what, it clawed at his heart like a cat's paw, causing him unbearable anguish. An insufficient assessment of his strength? Even the 3 of you elite shunins were no match for him. Danzo's singular eye was wide with shock. Could it be that the Hatake clan was to produce yet another prodigy? First, there was Hatake Tsukumo, then Kakashi, who became a jonin at the tender age of 12, and now potentially Bai, who might be a jonin at merely 9. Had he not examined Tsukumo's corpse and confirmed the absence of any bloodline limit, he would genuinely suspect that the Hatake clan harbored some hidden bloodline ability. Indeed, Lord Danzo, his swordsmanship is extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, he severed my wrist, mask, and eyes. He possesses at the very least the strength of a special jonin. The special jonin of the Hatake clan. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Danzo's eye. So it made sense. The Hitaki swordsmanship was indeed a formidable martial art, albeit merely a martial art. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to deal with the two of them. As for you, Danzo's eye widened suddenly, an unusual glint passing through. Can I trust you? Senju, your subordinate is willing to brave the flames for Lord Danzo. Huh, I believe you. But remember, it is for the sake of Konoha that you brave the flames. Now, go and rest well, prepare yourself. Danzo smiled ominously, disregarding Senju's elation. His gaze fixed upon the enveloping darkness. Konoha, it appears that I must personally visit the Hitaki residence. The personnel from the route have all been dispatched on missions due to the war with the Land of Lightning, resulting in a significant shortage of manpower. Within the Hitaki courtyard, Hitaki-sai leans against the door, devoid of any noble demeanor, cradling a cherry blossom branch in his arms while munching on an apple. His eyes squint as he gazes at the barren cherry tree in the garden. Curiously, it was this very cherry tree that drew him to this quaint and elegant courtyard. Yet in nearly 3 years, he has not once witnessed its blossoms in full bloom. Such is the nature of fate. Master Sai? Lin, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. My mind wandered. The elder passed away 3 months ago. Time has passed, and the once youthful steward, Hitaki Lin, has aged considerably, resembling a man on the verge of departing this world. It is no wonder that the Hitaki family now has only Kakashi remaining. He is simply too old. Moreover, it is time for our esteemed Hitaki clan to expand its branches, Lin continued. I've heard that some family enterprises have stagnated, correct? Indeed. Since you left the village, your father, Shoyun, has ceased funding, and even the daimyo has stopped supplying resources to the village. Hitaki-sai offered an awkward smile and casually tossed the remaining apple core into the water tank beneath the cherry tree, sending up a splash. Lin's face tightened. The hope for the family's resurgence, Hitaki-sai, had changed considerably since his return. He had never before seen him in such a manner, lacking in decorum. Rest assured, I am back, and all shall be well, Sai replied, tilting his head. But are you truly not concerned about the clan leader? He is nearly 18. It is time for the Hitaki family to flourish. Hitaki Lin fell silent. Following the passing of Elder Hitaki Shin, he had become the new elder of the Hitaki clan. Yet there were 2 individuals he could not manage, the clan leader Kakashi, and naturally, Hitaki-sai himself. By the way, has the distribution of supplies and porridge to orphans continued without interruption over the past 2 years? Indeed. Very well. Then find someone to take me to the village bathhouse. I wish to enjoy a proper soak, and afterward, procure some dango to bring with me to the bath. Remember to mention my name. Perhaps they will provide a few extra. However, the clan has a hot bath. Those commoners, Hitaki Lin looked troubled. The disparity between noble and commoner status meant that even in decline, the Hitaki family still retained a semblance of noble dignity. Yet, here was Hitaki-sai, preparing to visit a commoner's bathhouse. Never mind, just prepare it. Sai waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of bathing alone. If he was not mistaken, the 3 root members would return, and Danzo would soon seek him out. Meeting in a public bathhouse, amidst a crowd, would serve as a precaution. Later that night, within the Konoha public bathhouse, Hitaki-sai reclined alone in the bath. Ultimately, he had underestimated Hitaki Lin's ability to unwittingly cause trouble, as he had cleared the entire male bathing area, securing it exclusively for them. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a flicker of delight welled up within Hitaki-bai. Fewer people made matters easier. Suddenly, his lewd smile vanished as he sprang up and squatted in the bath, his gaze coldly fixed on the entrance. You have finally arrived. Danzo-sama. Above him, the moon hung high in the sky. Hitaki-bai sat in the bath, letting out a comfortable sigh. As he picked up a skewer of 3 colored dumplings and popped them into his mouth, squinting like a cat basking in the afternoon sun. Now this was indulgence. He had truly overindulged. Not only did his trip to the land of water yield nothing, but he also caught Danzo's attention, a most ungrateful situation. Hitaki-bai pouted, parting ways with Danzo on sour terms. Danzo came and went in a whirlwind, just as Hitaki-bai had anticipated. Even if he rejected Danzo once again, the man dared not lay a hand on him in public. Perhaps it was due to his father's control over the financial lifeblood of Konoha that kept him in check. Immersed in the warm bath water, Hitaki-bai stuffed another skewer of 3 colored dumplings into his mouth. The owner of the tea house was quite considerate, placing a small stove beneath a porcelain bowl containing the dumplings above, reminiscent of a hot pot from a past life, allowing him to savor warm dumplings at any moment. Comfort breeds indulgence. Hataki resolved to continue his mission, fulfilling the late wishes of Shinin Taichi, when two individuals entered the male bath, a pair of stunning women. Haha, I knew it was you. Bai, the generous fool, who booked the entire bath. Akamaru exclaimed, laughing heartily at the side of his companion, the crimson-eyed Hinata. Hinata could only respond with silence. Hataki was equally speechless, nearly dropping the dumplings into the bathwater. What's wrong, little brat? Unwilling to share? Akamaru said boisterously, her eyes greedily fixed on the porcelain bowl of dumplings. This is the male bath, Hataki replied expressionlessly, regarding the two fully armed beauties, feeling an unsettling sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Not only was he at a disadvantage, but it also seemed that his dumplings were being lusted after by a fierce tigress. Oh right, this is a bath, let us soak here. Red. The female bath is so crowded, Akamaru suggested, her eyes glistening hungrily at the three-colored dumplings beside Hataki. The female bath is indeed teeming with people. Hataki felt a surge of heat wash over him. After all, he had spent the previous few years posing as a gentleman of high society. Yet the 20 years prior had seen him indulging in various escapades, not for lewdness, but for appreciation. Akamaru, there are others present. Hinata blushed. Having already been quite bold accompanying Akamaru into the male bath, and now she dared to suggest this. Oh right, there are others here, Akamaru suddenly realized. Then pointed at Hataki with a queenly air. Little Bai, consider this an opportunity. Yield your position to these two beauties, as punishment for not treating us to a grand feast upon your return. Hataki silently cursed his misfortune, cautiously wrapping a towel around himself, rolling his eyes as he exited the male bath, having thought he could fulfill a long-held wish from a past life. Wait, what is this book doing here? Kakashi's body stiffened momentarily before returning to normal, responding in a nonchalant tone. Lord Danzo was just here, perhaps this was left by him. If you have time, you might as well return it to him. Get lost. You take it back. With a sharp sound, a small book struck the back of Kakashi's head. As night deepened, Kakashi, clad in a yukata and holding a few skewers of dango, gazed listlessly at the night sky of Konoha, where the silvery moon hung amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. Hey, you little brat, what are you still doing here? Red Bean and Red, also dressed in yukatas, sat beside Kakashi. Red held 2 bottles of sake, the fragrance of their freshly bathed bodies mingling with the gentle night breeze. Weren't you the one who asked me to wait for you, Sister Red Bean? Kakashi pouted, casually tossing a wooden skewer into a nearby trash can. Its shadow cast delicately under the streetlight. When did I ask you to wait for me? Red retorted, tch, if you weren't in a hurry to find me. Would you have rushed into the men's bath on my first night back? Indeed, you are quite the clever little brat. Red Bean snatched 2 skewers of dango from Kakashi's hand, stuffing them into her mouth, before taking a long swig from the sake bottle held by Red. You two were marked by him, weren't you, little brat? Him? You mean Orochimaru's curse mark? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, nodding as he loosened his collar, revealing the 3 gradually fading tomo on the nape of his neck. Just as I thought. Red Bean's usual boisterous demeanor dimmed as she stared at the 3 black tomo on Kakashi's neck, instinctively covering her own neck, a pained expression crossing her face. Noticing her reaction, Kakashi quickly adjusted his collar, standing up to distance himself from Red Bean, squinting suspiciously. Sister Red, what's wrong? Don't you feel any pain? Did your curse mark not sense the presence of the surrounding marks? After a lengthy pause, Red Bean finally regained her composure, looking at Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor with astonishment. Pain. Kakashi expressed confusion, shrugging his shoulders. There's no pain per se, but it does feel a bit warm. How is that possible? Kakashi remained silent, fully aware of why Red Bean's curse mark reacted in proximity to his own while he felt no response. The answer lay in the fact that the essence of Orochimaru's soul within his mark had already been consumed by him, while Red Bean's mark continued to silently devour her soul, waiting for the opportune moment to resurrect through her. How did you seal the curse mark? What sealing technique did you use? Red asked, struggling to breathe, her heart aching at the sight of her friend's suffering. Sealing evil technique, Kakashi shrugged, unwilling to disclose the fact that Hinata could rewrite the sealing technique. That was a secret belonging to Hinata, and he could not betray her, especially since she had revealed it for his sake. Sealing evil technique? It seems your willpower is quite strong. Red frowned. Of course, Kakashi grinned, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Red. Sister Red, do you have someone you fancy at the moment? Huh. Not at the moment. On the red face appeared 2 patches of crimson, and the slightly recovered Hong Do shot a fierce glare at Kikibai. Do you mind having someone you fancy? What type do you prefer? Without waiting for a response, she exclaimed, "Ah, no." In an instant, Hong Do erupted in fury, disregarding her yukata as she sprang up high and delivered a powerful kick to Kikibai's face, sending him flying with tremendous force. "Red, let us go? How about Kakashi, the head of the Kiki clan?" After a brief moment, Kikibai stood up, finishing his unfinished sentence while rubbing his cheeks. Hong Do's strength was quite formidable, but luckily, his skin was tough. However, it was unexpectedly pink. Hadn't they agreed not to wear anything underneath the yukata? 2 streams of blood trickled down from under Kikibai's nose. A week had passed since that night when he parted ways with Danzo, who had not sought him out again, presumably occupied with dealing with the Uchiha clan, the thorn in their side during the war. Kikibai did not impulsively report Danzo for luring away promising young men. After all, he was the shadow of Konoha, intricately linked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kikibai thought maliciously. The afternoon sun always made one drowsy, and Kikibai, languid like a snail, strolled along the main road of Konoha. Not far ahead lay his destination, the tea restaurant. But he appeared so lethargic that it seemed as if his journey extended across mountains and rivers to the ends of the earth. Holding a few skewers of dango, he had indeed ventured outside, a rare occurrence, motivated by the need to replenish his stock of dango. Kikibai had firmly vowed to restore his dango supply over the past 2 years, demonstrating unwavering resolve in this regard. Life back in the village was remarkably leisurely. So much so that apart from writing a letter to the daimyo, the entire Konoha village seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the compensation for his lengthy 2.5-year mission, Kikibai had yet to receive any subsequent assignments. Regardless, he had spotted Hinata Shizuka setting out on a mission. "Boss, the usual number of dango, delivered to the Kiki residence." "Haha, Kikibai, we finally caught you." Kikibai, rarely lifting his drooping eyelids, gazed at the 2 beautiful figures before him, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It had indeed been a long time since he last saw Uchiha Izumi and the class leader. "Oh, good morning, class leader, Izumi." Inuzuka Hana and Izumi exchanged no words, casting doubtful glances at Kikibai. Was this truly the elegant and composed nobleman they had always known? Kikibai remained silent, wearing a lazy smile as he assessed Inuzuka Hana and Izumi. Perhaps due to the inertia of the narrative, their appearances increasingly resembled the memories he held of them. Inuzuka Hana fared well, her distinctive high-collared coat enveloping her delicate figure, with her face adorned by increasingly vibrant expressions. As for Uchiha Izumi, she exuded the youthful charm of a blossoming maiden. Her black fitted vest paired with a pink sheer garment that accentuated her curvaceous form, making it hard to believe she was merely a girl. The individuals from the Hokage office truly matured swiftly, Kikibai mused, unable to suppress a whistle. It was evident to see the blazing anger in the eyes of the 2 beautiful women. Kiwabai offered an awkward smile and waved his hand, only to have a skewer of meatballs thrust into his mouth by the restaurant owner. Muffled, he inquired, "What is it, ladies? Do you need me for something? Are you truly Kiwabai? Or is someone employing transformation jutsu?" Inuzuka Hana questioned, perplexed as she tugged at Kiwabai's cheek. From behind her, a small gray dog, exhibiting an uncanny human-like demeanor, sniffed at Kiwabai and nodded at Hana. With a resigned grin, Kiwabai replied, "I've returned from a mission, and much has changed." "Indeed, you have changed significantly. Even our class leader requires Gray Maru to believe it is really you. However, Izumi, have you not noticed that by his change for the better? He no longer wears that insincere smile, as if he were donning a mask." "That is true," Hana acknowledged. Kiwabai observed as the 2 chattered away, feeling somewhat out of place. With a gentle smile, he sat quietly, listening intently, and noted that both had donned their Leaf Village headbands, indicating their graduation from the Ninja Academy. "By the way, do you have something you wish to discuss while waiting for me?" Kiwabai interrupted, unable to tolerate their incessant chatter any longer, fearing that night would fall before they finished. "Oh right," they chorused. "We would like you and Itachi to attend the class reunion tonight at the class leader's home." "A class reunion?" An instinctual sense of foreboding washed over Kiwabai at the mere mention of those words, as if he were besieged by the various grievances inflicted by his classmates. Have all the classmates who possess cars, tickets, and women already graduated? Is it time for a reunion? Kiwabai mused, astonished. The Ninja Academy had a 6-year program, yet it allowed for exceptions for prodigies, such as himself and others. Yes, due to the war with the Land of Clouds, the school has shortened the graduation period. Hannah's voice turned somber, for the word war seldom invoked joy in this world. Very well, tonight at the class leader's home, I shall certainly attend. Kiwabai hastily shoved another meatball into his mouth. Though it's somewhat cold and not particularly appetizing, there is one more matter. Itachi may need you to summon him. Hannah added. Huh. Isnt Izumi, a member of the Uchiha clan here? Kiwabai retorted. Don't let my demeanor fool you. I'm quite busy. I went to inform him, but he did not agree. Kiwabai rolled his eyes at the thought. You think sending a girl to summon that guy will work? Why not send me instead? Who called upon you? You've become too reliant on Itachi, ladies. Very well. I shall inform Itachi now, but I cannot guarantee his attendance. Kiwabai conceded after a moment's contemplation. During his time back in the village, was he truly idle? Not entirely, for in addition to his daily training, Kiwabai pondered a crucial question. Should he engage with the primary characters from the original narrative during this pivotal age of 3, planting a seed in their hearts to see if it would take root and flourish 9 years hence? Whether it is the currently despised Naruto Uzumaki or the pure and endearing Sasuke Uchiha, or even the other promising members of the 12 young ninjas, excluding the tragically fated Neji, preparation for the future is always prudent, albeit reliant on a pivotal opportunity. At present, Izumi and Inuzuka Hana have provided him with such an entry point. Since the destruction of the Uchiha clan's residence on the night of the Nine Tails incident, they have been relocated to a peripheral area of Kanehagakure, near the village's prison, due to suspicions held by the higher-ups of the Hokage regarding the Uchiha's ability to control the Nine Tails with their Sharingan. This relocation was ostensibly for the convenience of the Uchiha police force. Yet it mirrors the manner in which Danzo relegated Shursui to missions in the Land of Water, effectively ostracizing them from the village's core and casting them aside in the eyes of the community. Thus, when a youth with striking silver hair and a white haori, clearly not a member of the Uchiha clan, appeared at their residence, he captured considerable attention. The word small and unassuming encapsulated Kakashi's initial impression of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha's abode, situated on a busy street. It lacked the grandeur expected of the foremost clan in the village, showing no signs of formidable defenses. This was a family deeply entrenched in insular camaraderie, and Fugaku's authority as clan leader appeared severely fragmented. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is my brother back? After the knock, Kakashi heard a soft, endearing voice from within, brimming with affection and eagerness. A playful smile crept across his lips as he thought, Izumi, you have failed. Sasuke has the advantage of proximity. With a creak, the wooden door adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem swung open, revealing an exceedingly charming young boy with fair skin and dark eyes, his innocent face untouched by the harshness of future events. Is this little Sasuke? I am your brother Itachi's classmate. Kakashi wore an expression akin to that of an ordinary person who had just acquired a delightful new toy, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair with one hand. Suddenly, a heavy door nearly struck Kakashi's nose as it shut abruptly. Rubbing his nose, he knocked once more. It's me, Kakashi. Itachi has stepped out, but will return shortly. Please come in and wait. This time, the door was opened by a graceful woman radiating the essence of traditional elegance, Mikoto Uchiha. Beside her, Sasuke clung to her leg, glaring fiercely at Kakashi with his bright eyes. Thank you, Auntie, Kakashi replied politely, bowing with a charming smile as he entered the house, occasionally exchanging mischievous glances with the disgruntled Sasuke. The thought of witnessing Sasuke's future, where he would become a figure of arrogance, brought Kakashi considerable amusement. Upon entering, he removed his shoes and knelt gracefully at the table, his etiquette impeccable. Would you care for some tea? Yes, thank you. Uchiha Mikoto gazed curiously at the individual before her, rumored to be the greatest rival of her prodigious eldest son. With a gentle smile, she retrieved a teacup from the cabinet and poured tea for Hitachi-bai. Are you the one who defeated my brother? Sasuke questioned, puffing out his cheeks and glaring at Hitachi-bai, unable to fathom how this seemingly laid-back person could have bested his elder brother. It must have been because my brother was unwell that day. Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto admonished, her brow furrowing. It is quite impolite to question our guest so boldly. Not at all, Andy. I consider Itachi a friend, and Sasuke is like a younger brother to me, Hitachi-bai replied graciously, offering a skewer of dumplings to Sasuke with a playful tilt of his head, much like an older brother teasing a younger sibling. Sasuke, Why don't you keep Bayanai company for a while? I'll go prepare dinner, Uchiha Makoto suggested with a warm smile. After a brief moment, Sasuke took Hitachi-bai's hand and led him to the backyard. Upon entering the quaint courtyard, Hitachi-bai was struck by its hidden splendor, rivaling even his own garden. Come on, prove that you can defeat my brother, Sasuke declared fiercely, pulling out a few shurikens from the ground beside him, his confidence unfazed by Hitachi-bai's relaxed demeanor. Oh, why would I want to fight you? Hitachi-bai squinted, sitting comfortably on the ground, basking in the gentle sunlight as a soft breeze wafted over the small lake in the courtyard, bringing with it the refreshing scent of lotus blossoms, a truly delightful experience. Because you defeated my brother. What does that have to do with me fighting you? Sasuke retorted. I don't care, you must fight me. Then I simply won tea. Hitachi-bai replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Sasuke pouted, his face flushing with emotion, tears welling in his large eyes. What if I fight you, and you lose? Hitachi-bai suddenly proposed. If you lose, you have to run 500 meters down the street without any clothes. How does that sound? Fine. Just then, Hitachi-bai sensed a formidable killing intent approaching from behind. He rolled on the ground, catching a glimpse of 3 dark figures heading towards him, a wistful smile crossing his face. With his right hand resting on his weapon, he deftly struck the air 3 times, summoning 3 kunai to his blade with the precision of a dragonfly landing on water. TSK, TSK, TSK. Itachi, you've returned. And you immediately ambush an old classmate. How shameless. Hitachi-bai lamented, wishing he had 5 more minutes to witness Uchiha Sasuke's embarrassing escapade in public. Sasuke, go help your mother with dinner, Itachi said, crouching down to ruffle Sasuke's hair, tenderly wiping away the tears of frustration from his younger brother's face. All right, what a beautiful scene of brotherly affection it was. Hitachi-bai chuckled as he removed the 3 shurikens, secretly critiquing the unexpected shift from a playful forehead flick to a gentle head pat. Hitachi-bai, what brings you here? The expression on Itachi's face was far from pleasant. As a devoted brother, witnessing his beloved Sasuke being teased by Kakashi was a test of his formidable self-control, managing to refrain from activating his Sharingan. How callous. After all, they were old classmates. There was no need for such a frigid demeanor, Kakashi shamelessly remarked, oblivious to the fact that he had just wagered against a 3-year-old child. Itachi remained silent, his once dark eyes gradually transforming into a crimson hue. Really? I merely came to inform you about tonight's class reunion, Kakashi exclaimed, as Sakura stepped in front, obstructing their line of sight. A reunion? I have no time. I must train with Shursui, Itachi coldly declined. Kakashi retreated further into the courtyard, glancing at the series of shurikens scattered along his path, inwardly marveling at the unrivaled prowess of a devoted brother. However, Itachi had surprisingly allied himself with Shursui so swiftly. Kakashi had thought that with his meddling in the Naruto world, or rather, his Siberian butterfly influence, Itachi would remain closely tied to Kakashi. Shursui mentioned that your strength has significantly increased. Let us have a match, Kakashi. No way. Kakashi scoffed. You bully your brother and refer to me as Kakashi. Yet when you need something, I become Kakashi-kun. You have changed, Itachi. It is not up to you. Itachi retorted, his Sharingan suddenly manifesting, the 3 tomos swirling into motion, only to find that Kakashi had vanished with the wind, leaving behind merely an afterimage. Moments later, Kakashi's voice echoed through the breeze, goodbye. A gust swept by, and Kakashi's figure appeared on the deserted street, brushing off his clothes and dispersing the chakra that enveloped him. His eyes scanned the corners around him. It seemed that a significant portion of the Umbu and Root members were stationed around the Uchiha clan's residence. Itachi desired to confront him, yet Kakashi was decidedly unwilling to engage. Regardless of whether Shursui had disclosed the fatal flaw of Genjutsu to Itachi, the outcome would be inevitable. Itachi, wielding the 3 tomo, would ultimately resort to using Sharingan Genjutsu, leading to Kakashi's certain defeat. He had no intention of seeking unnecessary conflict. Moreover, following the recent death of Taichi, Kakashi had been affected to some degree. Tasks were tasks, and life was life. Within the village, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid confrontation. Brushing off his attire, Kakashi disregarded any speculation that his visit to the Uchiha clan's stronghold might provoke among Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, striding purposefully towards Inuzuka Hana's residence. With Taichi nearly out of the picture, he could not afford to neglect his own needs. Furthermore, A diligent and humble mother would undoubtedly raise a daughter who lacked industriousness. Kakashi believed the opposite to be equally true. As he contemplated this, Kakashi recalled Inuzuka Hana and her brother, Inuzuka Kiba, shivering at the thought of their mother, Inuzuka Tsume. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an Umbu member knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with anguish and conflict. Tell me, is it true that the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader of the Uchiha family, shares your aspirations, Shisui? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, the tendrils of smoke slowly wafting into the air. His small, inverted triangular eyes gleamed with a cold, somber light as he regarded the members of the Umbu before him. Yes, Hokage-sama. After numerous tests, it is evident that Itachi has indeed inherited the will of fire from the first Hokage. The Umbu, or rather Shisui, spoke with reverence. Therefore, I hope to integrate Itachi into the Umbu, into my squad. Let us wait a while. After the joint Chunin exams with the other great nations, we shall discuss it again once Itachi has been promoted to Chunin. Yes, Hokage-sama. What are your thoughts on Kakashi Hitaki? Kakashi is an astute and remarkably composed ninja, possessing a mature strategic mindset and extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. I mean, does he embody the will of fire? This mission in the land of water has spanned too long. And you, being his leading jonin and the one who has spent the most time with him in the village, what is your perspective? I cannot fathom him. Indeed, since his return to the village, he has changed significantly from 2 years ago. Hokage-sama, while I am uncertain of Kakashi's views on the village, I can assure you that he would never engage in actions that could harm it. You can assure me? On what basis do you make this guarantee? Danzo abruptly entered, his expression dark and foreboding. Since Kakashi returned to the village, he has seemingly cast aside his previous caution, adopting a more flippant demeanor. However, 7 days ago, he killed 3 of my root subordinates. On what grounds can you assure me that he will not endanger the village? Killed 3 members of root? Shisui fell silent, his voice deepening. It is not Kakashi who is flippant, but rather the innocent Taichi who fell before him. Very well, you may leave, Shisui. Yes, Hokage-sama. Now, Danzo, tell me why root members appeared before Kakashi, and why, as Hokage, I only learned of this 7 days later. After departing from the Uchiha compound, Kakashi made his way directly to the entrance of another clan's residence in Konoha. Before him stood a door that resembled a gaping wolf's mouth, and he hesitated momentarily before finally steeling himself and pushing it open. By all accounts, Inuzuka Kiba should be 3 years old now. Aunt Inuzuka Tsume should no longer seek to trouble me. Hey, kid, you finally made it. As he swung the door open, Kakashi was met with a massive ninja dog, its right eye covered by a patch, its fur dark as night, resembling a wolf. Beside it stood a woman with a wild hairstyle, bearing 2 crimson markings on her face, cradling a 3-year-old boy in her arms. Aunt Tsume. Kakashi shuddered, recalling some terrifying memories. Gazing at Tsume, who held Kiba, he inwardly lamented, with your temper, do you really think you can raise a refined daughter or son? You must have some awareness of your own temperament. Good evening, Maru. Aunt Tsume. Kakashi composed himself and greeted her. Humph. It's fortunate you weren't late. Those who cannot arrive on time do not deserve a meal. Tsume bellowed, departing with Kiba in her arms, exuding an air of indifference and ruggedness. Flagwood felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Inuzuka Kiba, one of the 12 guardians of the future. Ah, Baikuin, you've arrived. Over here. Upon hearing the call of the class representative, Flagwood hastened towards them. The gathering was rather modest, with only half of their classmates in attendance. Unspoken, yet understood by all, Bai was taken aback. Although he was already aware of the vulnerability of Konoha following the incident involving Hinata and the conflict with the Cloud Village, he was still shocked to learn of the casualties among even the freshly graduated genin. This was the very foundation of Konoha's future. It was no wonder that, in the face of the aggressive delegation from the Cloud Village, the Hokage chose to endure in silence, and the Hyuga clan reluctantly decided to relinquish Hinata, sowing the seeds of resentment for Niji Hinata's future. Haha, our genius has arrived. The crowd erupted in laughter, cheerfully raising their drinks as they gathered around Flagwood Bai. Though his time in that class had been brief, his previous demeanor of warmth and gentility had indeed captivated many. The great genius is late. We must punish him. Indeed, the proposal to chastise Flagwood Bai was unanimously approved. With all his efforts, Bai managed to extricate himself from their playful clutches. Observing the familiar scene, he felt as though he had traversed through time, Such gatherings rarely changed their hue. In the distance, a male classmate who had recently advanced to the rank of Chunin soon dominated the conversation, emboldened by the intoxicating effects of alcoholic beverages, which pushed by, a mere Jinin, into the shadows. Sorry, I didn't bring Itachi. I offered a drink to Izumi, who was also retreating to a corner. The seating arrangement at the gathering revealed the Uchiha clan's marginalized status within Konoha. Parents, through subtle influences, had led their children to distance themselves from their Uchiha peers. I'm fine. Izumi accepted the drink, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Are you being so nice to me because you have a crush? Just so you know. That's not allowed. Yes, just a slight tease towards Sasuke, and Itachi would want to battle me to the death. If I were to encroach upon his territory, wouldn't he come after me with a vengeance? What do you mean by encroaching? Stop talking nonsense. Yes, I am indeed talking nonsense. Ha. As night turned to day, the moonlight shimmered. Flagwood ambled along the evening breeze, clutching a bag of family delicacies forcefully gifted by Aunt Inuzuka. He made his way toward the Flagwood residence. Though he had never held much fondness for such gatherings, the prospect of enjoying free food and drink, which he could carry home, was undeniably satisfying. This leisurely and carefree lifestyle truly suits me. A thought crossed Flagwood's mind. Should he take the opportunity to reveal the true cause of Rin's death to Obito? Or perhaps unveil the true intentions of the Akatsuki organization regarding the tailed beasts? Or perhaps, I'm not even drunk, yet I feel intoxicated. How absurd. Flagwood chuckled lightly, pondering whether anyone would believe in the so-called Millennium Conspiracy. Even if they did, the thought of being identified as the source of such information sent shivers down his spine. With a gentle creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing Hatake White gazing at the moonlit figure seated on the floor, evidently awaiting the return of Kakashi. A sense of exasperation washed over him as he took in the sight. Silver hair, a masked visage, and those lifeless fish-like eyes. If only he were holding a copy of Makeout Paradise, one could easily mistake him for the later incarnation of Hatake Kakashi. Chief, it has been nearly 3 years since we last met. How you have changed. Hatake White mused, observing the once promising genius of the Hatake clan, now seemingly succumbing to mediocrity. It appeared he was edging ever closer to his future self. Speaking of which, his coming of age was fast approaching. Surely Jiraiya was preparing to gift him that very book for his birthday, thereby ushering Kakashi into a new realm of existence, one that could lead to ruin. Your transformation is quite remarkable. Are you ready? Hatake White rolled his eyes, carrying the specialty of the Inuzuka clan as he strolled over to the cherry blossom tree. Setting down his burden, he adopted Kakashi's trademark languid tone. Must we fight? I've only been resting for a little over a week. Kakashi remained silent, his brow furrowing. Was this truly the Hatake White of 3 years past, who always exuded a sense of seriousness and competence? It seemed the elders were not mistaken in their claims that he had become utterly lethargic since returning to the village. Lethargy was the most insidious of foes, eroding one's spirit, will, and soul. Alas, were those elders not the very ones who, lacking wings of their own, relentlessly pressured the next generation to soar higher? Hatake White took leisurely strides until he stood just a step away from Kakashi, and as his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. The 1,000 cherry blossoms at his waist unsheathed in a sweeping arc, sending a gust of wind cascading outward, stirring up fallen leaves around them. The atmosphere in the Hatake courtyard shifted dramatically, charged with a palpable tension. Kakashi emitted a low grunt. Beneath the moonlight, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock. He had not anticipated Hatake White's sudden assault. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to block, but even with White's timely restraint, his hand still numbed from the impact, leaving him at a considerable disadvantage. Is such astonishment truly necessary, Chief? Have you forgotten your own words? The essence of a ninja is deception, Hatake White quipped. Kakashi, in silence, retrieved a shuriken from his back pouch, positioning it defensively before him. Had he ever uttered that phrase? His memory failed him. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, these were merely words he would later impart to Team 7. Spoken forth by Hatake White ahead of time. It appeared that White had made significant strides over the past 3 years. Suddenly, Kakashi grunted again, shifting the shuriken before his eyes as a dark figure swiftly descended upon him. To his astonishment, he witnessed Hatake White's form dissipate like smoke before solidifying once more. Had he returned to the same spot before the afterimage had faded? Such speed. Significant progress? Hatake White's expression hardened slightly, shouldering the 1,000 cherry blossoms like a wandering swordsman in the wilderness. He did not draw his blade, nor did Kakashi reveal his true capabilities. The essence of a ninja remained deception, regardless of whether through words or jutsu. Achieving one's aim constituted success. Behind the resplendent success, who can still perceive that shadow? Such is the way of the ninja. Very well, it seems we must get serious. Serious? With exaggerated astonishment, Hatake Kakashi stared wide-eyed, recounting with fervor, "Is it the millennium? Raikiri? The Hatake swordsmanship? Or perhaps your Sharingan, which has replicated countless jutsu?" As he uttered the final words, Hatake Kakashi's voice turned frigid, the chilling tone whispering eerily close to Kakashi's ear. Simultaneously, a blinding light flickered within Kakashi's singular eye. With a resonant clang, Kakashi felt a sudden chill on his cheek as the black cloth veiling his face began to fissure slowly, blood seeping through, appearing ghastly under the pale moonlight. His gaze darkened, and Kakashi's entire demeanor shifted, enveloped by the chakra of a jonin. His forehead protector was cast aside, revealing the treasured gift bestowed upon him by his dear friend Obito, the Sharingan. The crimson irises, adorned with 3 delicate, black tomo, fixated intently on Hatake White, who wielded the 1,000 blossoms of Sakura with deadly grace. "Oh, the Sharingan, is it?" Hatake White's expression grew increasingly frigid, his fingers lightly tapping against the blade of the 1,000 blossoms, which shimmered under the moonlight like a tranquil autumn lake. "Shuinpa, activate." The strike was swift, a mere feint. The moonlight began to dissipate from the blade's tip as a fierce wind howled past. Kakashi's body surged into motion, and within the once desolate courtyard of the Hatake clan, a relentless barrage of clashes erupted. Then, the silhouettes of the two emerged, crossing paths, their positions exchanged, each locking eyes with the other. "Your movements are swift, but with the Sharingan activated, I can perceive them clearly." Kakashi's stance lowered slightly as he discarded his tattered kunai, retrieving a pristine one, concealing a few shuriken within his palm. "You are indeed correct. The essence of a ninja is deception. Sharingan." Hatake White furrowed his brow, admiring Kakashi, the Hokage figure. From his past life, for the sake of his father, he adhered to the philosophy of duty. For Obito and Rin, he embraced the ideology of camaraderie. However, Obito had bestowed the Sharingan upon him to ensure his survival, not to carry it as though he were a lifeless shell. Words failed to resonate. Silence reigned. Hatake White's gaze grew colder, dust swirling at his feet as a howling wind surged forth. Suddenly, the courtyard resounded with the chorus of 1,000 birds, and lightning illuminated the sky. "I told you, with the Sharingan activated, I can discern your movements." "Is that so?" Hatake White replied with a smile, intertwining his fingers and producing a sharp sound. "Have you truly seen through it?" Binding technique number 30, 3 sharp beaks. Kakashi's expression shifted from confusion to alarm as 3 enormous, pointed beams of light materialized out of thin air, converging to bind his hands. Hatake White smiled silently, snapping his fingers again. Binding technique number 4, gray rope. In tandem, the yellow, rope-like energy and the electrifying blue giant wolf appeared. A cacophony of noise ensued as the gray ropes and the 3 sharp beaks were mercilessly shattered by the lightning wolf's onslaught, granting Kakashi his freedom once more. TCH. Unable to restrain chakra after all, Kakashi Hatake, feeling a surge of irritation, silently lamented as the fierce aura that enveloped him dissipated entirely. After a few steps, he retrieved his scabbard and sheathed his sword. He then picked up a delicacy from Inuzuka's family by the water tank and tossed it to Kakashi. It was merely a simple sparring match. There was no need to determine a victor or engage in a life-and-death struggle. As long as he demonstrated that his strength met the expectations of the elders of the Hatake clan, he could cease the fight. Otherwise, would he truly resort to mid-tier ghost techniques against Kakashi's high-level ninjutsu? Such a course of action would risk destroying the very courtyard he had painstakingly chosen. What is this? Kakashi, having reined in his chakra, let his forehead protector fall back down to conceal his Sharingan. He was taken aback by what had been thrown his way. He stepped onto the wooden platform, sitting against a pillar not far from Hatake, feeling the fatigue from the significant chakra expenditure. "Take off your shoes." Hatake frowned, cradling the cherry blossom sword, and teasingly remarked, "This is a specialty from Aunt Inuzuka that I specifically brought back for you." "Specialty?" Kakashi's face lit up with delight, only to be quickly followed by confusion as he exclaimed, "Dog food?" But Pakin and the others don't eat the Inazuka family's special dog food. It's not for Pakin, it's for you. I'm not a dog. Ah, but you are a single dog, aren't you? Hataki jested, adopting the tone of a matchmaking parent. You're not getting any younger. It's about time you found a girl to accompany you for life. Even if you don't marry, you should at least start dating someone. Ugh, how dull. Kakashi rolled his eyes, casually tossing the bag of Inazuka's specialty dog food high into the air. Hey, don't just throw it. If Aunt Inazuka sees that, she'll have another reason to scold me. Hataki exclaimed, promptly using his cherry blossom sword to deftly catch the bag, which then landed upright in the water tank beneath the bare cherry blossom tree, standing there like a proud swordsman. Is this the unique technique that Shizuka mentioned? A newly manifested energetic technique distinct from sage arts and ninjutsu? Well, sort of, Hataki conceded, his gaze fixed on the cherry blossom sword, which stood like a pine tree under the moonlight. Had it not been for the water tank beneath it, he might have believed he was in a dreamscape, where the cherry blossom sword would soon transform into countless adversaries, all charging towards him. I heard that Orochimaru has planted a curse mark on you, akin to the one on Anko? TSK, TSK, TSK. After spending so long together, I never realized that Captain Shizuka could be so talkative. It's a pity, considering his Uchiha lineage's proud and aloof nature. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Kakashi's face, shrouded by the black cloth. This was also an essential detail to include in the mission report. By the way, you're aware that the curse mark on me has been mysteriously resolved, becoming a gathering place for natural energy? Yes. Sigh. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are the head of the Hataki clan. I thought this matter would be something that Lord Hokage would inquire about. Hataki pouted, lamenting how his clan leader seemed to have a penchant for shifting responsibility elsewhere. It was my own initiative. Could it be that you believe our esteemed third Hokage would hold any animosity towards me due to this matter? Fear not. A warm current flowed through Hataki-bai's heart, for it appeared that Kakashi had gradually begun to position himself as the head of the Hataki clan. Otherwise, like the mere pawn of the Shursui clan, he would surely be plagued by his own troubles. Furthermore, within our clan, certain individuals are already eager to infiltrate the power center of Konoha, are they not? You wish to gauge my sentiments? With a smile gracing his lips, Hataki-bai rose and walked beneath the cherry blossom tree, drawing forth the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, gazing at the chilling edge and the silvery moonlight. His eyes turned cold as the blade cleaved through the moon's glow, before sheathing it once more, the moonlight closing in. Inform them that the time is not yet ripe. Do not be deceived by the apparent prosperity of the Hataki clan, which flourishes due to the assets I have brought. The other clans are willing to lend a hand only because we have refrained from meddling in the most critical matters. The power of Konoha's higher echelons has long been divided among the various clans, leaving naught behind. Should we attempt to intervene, the clans would swiftly alter their demeanor, and such a blow would be insufferable for the current Hataki clan. Kakashi's countenance darkened, immersed in the will of fire. He truly wished to evade the shadows of political machinations. We cannot disturb the existing power structure. We must await a new opportunity, a singular chance. Hataki-bai's gaze grew somber. Since we cannot interfere with the current power dynamics, we must instead wait for another substantial opportunity to arise. The Konoha Police Department. This was once a delectable cake, yet it has been sullied by the Uchiha clan's mismanagement. Why not cede the position of clan leader to you? Kakashi suddenly proposed, sensing that his occupancy of the Hataki clan's leadership bore little significance. It is still not the right moment. We are equally in need of an opportunity. Hataki-bai shook his head, casting a glance at Kakashi, who seemed ready to abandon his post. His identity as the son of White Fang, the fourth Hokage's pupil, and the future teacher of Naruto and Sasuke, could not compel him to vacate the leader's position of the Hataki clan. What opportunity? The chance that arises when you perish heroically and pass the mantle to me. Kakashi rolled his eyes, his expression darkening suddenly, the remaining spark of life in his pupils flickering like a wavering candle flame. What does it feel like to have a comrade die to protect you? I have forgotten. Hataki-bai responded decisively. Had he truly forgotten? No. When Shin Yuantai fell, he shed not a single tear. Was he saddened? Indeed. Yet, these feelings of sorrow, these heartfelt confessions, these tears filled with bitterness, could only be shared with Yamabiko. As burdens multiply, a man naturally becomes more reserved. Grief and tears alter nothing. The lost cannot return, and the future must continue to unfold. Ultimately, It is merely a matter of shifting the bonds from the departed to oneself, pressing onward under the weight. Even if one must crawl, one should do so with a smile. You are remarkably strong, far stronger than I. Indeed. Kakashi's eyelids suddenly widened, only to droop once more, his tone laced with self-mockery and scorn. Do not overthink. I am well aware of your circumstances. Each individual's perseverance and entanglements are distinct, as are their choices. There is no need for comparison, nor for self-abandonment. Half of Hatake White's visage lay exposed beneath the eaves, his gaze wandering over Kakashi's lifeless eyes. Such profound emotions felt almost like a jest, inviting self-mockery. Perhaps it is best to hope for your reunion with Obito. As the moon wanes and the sun sets, silence envelopes the night. Slowly now, slowly. Form an orderly line. No need to rush. Everything will be provided in due time. Hatake White, with a raspy cough, repeated his exhortations, observing the still chaotic throng, his heart heavy with despondency yet tinged with anger. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where dusk approached, and recalled his last conversation with Kakashi that fateful morning, clenching his teeth in frustration. By the way, esteemed clan leader, it seems there is a visit to the orphanage on the horizon. Would you not care to make an appearance and enhance your standing in the village? No need. You go ahead. But you are the clan leader. Consider it carefully. Who knows? I might lose my way on life's journey while you are gone. Gazing at a group of unruly children, Hatake White rubbed his stiff face, conjuring a warm smile akin to the gentle rays of the setting sun. Begone, you monster. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Leave now, you abomination. You have already been expelled by the director. What more do you want? As the cacophony erupted, the previously chaotic crowd fell into an unexpected hush. The children, who moments ago had been quarreling over toys, now united, their eyes fixed menacingly on the intruder. Hatake White, upon hearing their words, let his eyelids droop partially, a peculiar smile curving his lips as he regarded the creature that the orphanage's inhabitants so despised. With golden hair and a round face adorned with 3 whisker-like markings on either side, the azure-eyed boy was now brimming with unshed tears. Even in the heart of autumn, he wore a short-sleeve shirt emblazoned with swirling patterns. The child of destiny, Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake White's smile deepened as he approached the circle of children surrounding the beleaguered Naruto, maintaining a composed demeanor. What is the matter? Why all this noise? It's not us, Big Brother White. It's him, that demon fox. Indeed, we shall drive him away. Confronted with a chorus of accusations, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed up at the distant statues of the Hokage, struggling to suppress the flood of emotion. With his head bowed, he turned to leave, the fading sunlight casting a slender shadow behind him, evoking a sense of profound loneliness and sorrow. Are you hungry? A gentle voice called from behind, revealing Hatake White's kind visage adorned with a warm smile. Naruto, still with traces of tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, looked around, his head swaying from side to side. There was no one else present. Was he addressing himself? Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who was utterly astonished by what was merely a question. With a sigh, he crouched down, placing a hand on Naruto's golden locks, gently stroking them, and inquired once more. Are you hungry? Are you not afraid of me? Naruto, apprehensively pointing at himself, replied in disbelief, reassured by the absence of disdain in Kakashi's eyes, which contrasted sharply with the contempt he often faced. Why should I be afraid of you? You're just a little guy. Come, let me take you for something to eat. With a light chuckle, Kakashi took Naruto's hand and began to walk, feeling a tinge of disappointment for not encountering Yakushi Nono, yet finding joy in this unexpected meeting with Naruto. His gaze subtly drifted over several locations, wondering if these were the ninjas sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to safeguard or watch over this generation's Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. How amusing, a fortuitous encounter. Holding Naruto's hand, Kakashi paused in front of the renowned Ichiraku ramen shop, suddenly reminded that nearly a decade had passed since he arrived in this Hokage world, and he had yet to savor a single bowl of Ichiraku ramen, a true failure. A series of growls emanated from Naruto's stomach, snapping Kakashi back to reality. He chuckled softly, lifted the curtain of Ichiraku ramen, and greeted the master ramen chef, humorously dubbed Otsutsuki Ichiraku, with a nod. Glancing at the menu, he hesitated momentarily before instructing, just bring me your best, in a large bowl. And you, little guy? I am not little. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, swatting Kakashi's hand off his head, his blue eyes sparkling with determination. Uncle, I want chashu ramen, extra large. Add 2 extra pieces of chashu for him, Kakashi added, turning to observe the protagonist of this world, the child of destiny. At that moment, Naruto was merely a child recently cast out of an orphanage, struggling to care for himself amid the relentless barbs of gossip that threatened to fracture his young heart. It was hard to fathom that he would grow into such a warm-hearted individual, embodying the essence of companionship throughout his life. With no one, save for the white Zetsu, falling victim to his hands. What's wrong, big brother? Naruto asked cautiously, hugging his arms. Though his constitution kept him from feeling the cold, he could still sense the chill. Nothing, Kakashi replied, feeling the weight of numerous eyes upon him. A faint, cool smile played on his lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. Little guy, would you like to be able to eat and dress warmly every day? I wish for that every day. Naruto responded energetically, thumping his chest. Yet, his exuberance waned as hunger set in. How about you come with me? What do you say? As Kakashi's words lingered in the air, he sensed the collective breath of those nearby hitch in response, and the once warm atmosphere of Ichiraku Ramen grew slightly tense. From now on, if you change your name and follow me, you shall be known as Hatake Naruto, and you will enjoy ramen daily, Hatake said with a smile, reminiscent of the grandmotherly wolf from fairy tales. Must I truly be called Hatake Naruto? Naruto pondered, his expression wavering. Once I adopt the name Hatake Naruto, will everyone accept me and not despise me anymore? Hatake smile faltered momentarily, then softened. People will not acknowledge you merely because of your name. It is your own effort, perseverance, and dedication that will earn their genuine recognition. Well then, I suppose I shall remain Uzumaki Naruto. Nevertheless, I will earn everyone's approval. Like Lord Hokage? Indeed, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will undoubtedly become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition. The fervent declaration escaped the lips of the 3-year-old Naruto, prompting a gentle smile from Hatake. All right then, Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, big brother, you truly aren't afraid of me. Why should I fear you, little one? I told you to call me Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, little one. Naruto. Hey, big brother, what is your name? Hatake. Hatake lowered his head. The dim glow of the street lamp illuminating the sparkling star-shaped hair clip atop his head and his silvery hair, complemented by a warm smile. I will remember you, brother Naruto exclaimed, his laughter wide and infectious, causing the few whisker-like hairs on his cheeks to quiver. That is not quite what I meant. I wanted to ask where you live, as it seems we have lost our way. Hatake chuckled awkwardly, having unwittingly wandered into darkness after leaving a ramen shop, determined to fulfill his role as an older brother. Hey, brother if you don't know the way, what are you leading us for? Are you foolish? Naruto protested, hopping in frustration as he surveyed the surrounding darkness, lit only by the dim light above him. Shut up, little one. Hatake ruffled Naruto's hair, surveying the familiar scenery and gradually piecing together his bearings. Just then, he spotted a small figure tumble to the ground ahead. Could it be? Is this the fabled red thread of fate at work? No. Naruto, little one, perhaps you should go and bond with Sasuke. I shall personally tie you two together with a thick gray rope. Hatake exclaimed, lifting the still shouting Naruto by his collar and gracefully landing before the small figure, extending a hand to help her up. As expected, it was indeed her, with black hair, a round face, and pure, innocent eyes, the very one who would later become Naruto's destined partner, Hinata Hyuga. At that moment, 3-year-old Hinata's face was still pleasantly plump, resembling an apple, devoid of the slightly elongated visage she would later possess in Shippuden. Yet, her shy demeanor remained unchanged. After falling, her wide eyes were filled with tears. Her fair cheeks flushed a bright red, and steam seemingly rising from her head. Do you have any idea where this place is? Naruto inquired loudly. Hinata, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, felt an increasing flush of embarrassment and remained silent for an extended moment. Hey, do you even know where we are? Naruto scratched his head, observing Hinata, who was stammering and on the verge of fainting, and grew increasingly anxious. Quiet down, little one. Can't you see she is a girl? Be careful, or you might find it difficult to marry in the future. Kakashi playfully smacked Naruto on the head. Doesn't he fear being punished later? He mused. No, Hinata is mine. Naruto, you should go look for Sasuke instead. Come on, Hinata, you must be lost and wandered out of your house, right? I'll take you back, Kakashi said, draping his silver scarf around Hinata's neck and grasping her hand, leading her back toward the family estate. Earlier, Kakashi had noticed that the surroundings resembled the Hyuga clan's residence. In Konoha, only that traditionally rigid family would have such a vast area with so few streetlights. However, this scene seemed oddly familiar. Wow, big brother Kakashi, you're biased. You forget your friends when a pretty girl is around. I'm freezing too. Why don't I get one? Be quiet, little one. Hinata South family estate appeared before them. Thank you for bringing little Hinata back, Hayashi Hyuga greeted. His expression as unreadable as a poker face, dressed in white as if in mourning attire. After hastily acknowledging Kakashi's effort to return Hinata, he shut the door coldly. How rude. We just returned his daughter, Naruto exclaimed, hopping in frustration, completely disregarding the fact that they were still at the Hyuga residence, where Hayashi had only just brought Hinata inside. It was evident that Naruto's temper was already flaring. Quiet down, little one. Let us go home. Kakashi shot a glance at Naruto. If it weren't for Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under the watchful eye of the third Hokage, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Hyuga estate, let alone enjoy a cup of tea, and would have received nothing but a cold shoulder. TCH. Naruto grumbled, but soon returned to his lively self, tugging at Kakashi's sleeve, insisting on obtaining a souvenir similar to his silver scarf. All right. Once you enroll in the Ninja Academy, I'll prepare a grand surprise for you. Kakashi teased, poking Naruto's forehead, secretly contemplating whether he should also give Sasuke a gift. That could be considered. Big brother Kakashi, I'm heading inside now, Naruto announced. Kakashi nodded, watching as Naruto entered his home, the lights flickering on and off, standing still in the night. Lord Kakashi, the Hokage requests your presence. A member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. I understand. I'll go at once, Kakashi replied, maintaining his composure. The matter concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto was pressing. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly wait a night. Whatever happened to the patience of the elderly? On the rooftop of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the distant statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, feeling the weight of age further stoop his frame. Why do you wish to engage with that child? He pondered. That child, Naruto? Does he possess some extraordinary quality? Hokage-sama, Hatake Kakashi leaned against the railing of the rooftop, squinting to sense the hidden energies lurking in the shadows. What a grand spectacle this is. One wrong answer from me, and a storm may very well ensue. Do not beat around the bush. Sarutobi's frail form still emanated an aura that made Kakashi's heart race, a testament to the legacy of the mighty shinobi. In truth, I hold great admiration for a certain individual, the golden flash of Konoha, Lord Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. That swirling vortex of a child, Naruto, bears a striking resemblance to him, Kakashi remarked, gesturing toward the statue of the fourth, revealing only half of his true intentions for approaching Naruto. Is that truly the sole reason? Sarutobi expressed skepticism. After all, Kakashi was no mere 10-year-old boy, and admiration? The Hokage doubted he possessed such sentiments. Kakashi scratched his nose, speaking with a tone of resignation. In reality, my family's foundation has encountered a mother and son duo, red-haired, bearing the name Uzumaki. An extended silence ensued, and the Hokage's imposing presence gradually diminished. What is your opinion of Minato? He was a truly great man, sacrificing his own self for the greater good, radiating warmth from the depths of his soul akin to the sun. I have heard that remnants of natural energy still linger within you, Sarutobi noted, shifting the topic. And Kakashi understood he had passed the test. Indeed, following the recent Cloud Ninja delegation, I shall pen you a recommendation letter for Jiraiya. He should be able to assist you with your natural energy concerns. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi's spirits lifted, as he had been troubled by the matter of the three energies. Sarutobi's offer was akin to a pillow presented to one who was drowsy, albeit a transaction that would not expose Naruto's identity. That pair of Uzumaki mother and son. Leave them to me. That is acceptable. Kakashi smirked, though he found Sarutobi's manner somewhat unsightly. Yet, what could he do, as he was beneath the same roof? I have heard you have attained the abilities of a special jonin. There will soon be a chunin exam. Special jonin? That seems about right. Kakashi's lips curled upward, already aware of the conditions implied. The joint chunin exam of the major nations will be an opportunity for our village to reclaim its rightful dominance. Once the exam concludes, Jiraiya's recommendation letter will be in your hands. As time gently passed, deep autumn departed with the falling leaves, ushering in the harsh embrace of winter. Although the temperature plummeted with winter's arrival, Konoha thrived with an increasing vibrancy due to the dawn of peace. The word peace resonated deeply within the hearts of the villagers who had endured the Third Great Ninja War, the Night of the Nine Tails, and the recent conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village. Simultaneously, with the signing of a peace agreement between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village was set to arrive in Konoha. The weather remained bleak for several consecutive days. After his usual morning exercises, Hitachi strolled back and forth between the tea restaurant and the Hitaki courtyard, with the warning from Sarutobi Hizashi in mind. He refrained from approaching the pivotal Jinchuriki of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, unless by chance. One day, with a grim expression, Hitachi pushed open the door to a Kimichi's barbecue restaurant. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a group in the corner, indulging in their feast with great delight. "Hey, little bai, over here," exclaimed a Kimichi with a cup of sake raised high, calling out Hitachi-bai's rather displeasing nickname with exuberance. "Next time, please call me by my name. I dislike being called Little Bai," he retorted. "Why not? Little Bai sounds so adorable." Hitachi remained silent, unable to voice his discomfort, as the two syllables of Little Bai reminded him unavoidably of calling a dog. "My apologies, Baikuen," a Kimichi said, her cheeks flushed from the sake. "It's quite all right," Kakashi waved dismissively, enjoying the revelry alongside Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi. "So, you called me here just to help cover your tab," Hitachi thought to himself, staring at his reflection in the wine glass. Could it be that he bore such a resemblance to Guy that Kakashi saw him merely as a walking wallet? What does it matter? When I become a jonin, I'll repay you, don't be stingy. A Kimichi chimed in, wrapping her arm around Hitachi-bai's neck and offering him a drink. "I'm not of age yet," he protested, pushing the cup away. "Moreover, I doubt your assent to jonin will clear the debt. Not repayable? Then I'll give myself to you. If not, I can offer a Kimichi as payment." She jested. "Never mind, you all drink up," Hitachi-bai sighed, his eye twitching as he swam through the obstacles on the table. Witnessing Asuma relentlessly pouring him drinks, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Why drag Kakashi into your quarrels with your father? I understand the rebellious nature of youth, but must you involve him? With Kakashi, he brings along Might Guy, who then drags in Yuhi Kurenai, a Kimichi, and even Senju Ibiki. How could you possibly share a sorrowful drink with nearly 20 people?" Shaking his head in dismay, Hitachi resigned himself to the fact that he could not truly allow Kakashi, the head of the Hitaki clan, to dine at his expense, and thus chose to settle the bill and leave quietly. As he walked through the streets, squinting at the sun obscured by heavy clouds, he mused that perhaps Chiyo and her mother, the Uzumaki, were nearing Konoha. Yet, it mattered little to him. The miserly Sarutobi Hizashi and his son were of no concern. Lost in thought, Hitachi suddenly spotted a small figure darting into the woods, reminiscent of the place where Itachi once trained. "So persistent, little Sasuke," he chuckled to himself, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. After confirming his solitude, he formed hand signs, and with a puff of smoke, a figure emerged. With black hair and dark eyes, creases framing his nose, it was none other than Itachi, who was currently training with Shursui. "Hey brother, come play with me." Young Sasuke gazed up at Itachi perched high upon the tree trunk, his arms joyfully outstretched, his cherubic face adorned with a delightful smile. "Oh, it's Sasuke." Itachi leaped down from the tree, approached Sasuke, and with his right hand raised two fingers in a familiar gesture between brothers, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead. Brother." Sasuke's face flushed with a charming rosy hue as he feigned annoyance. "What's the matter, Sasuke? How about you play with me, okay? Please?" "But Sasuke, you've reached the age where you must begin your training to lay the foundation for becoming a ninja. You can't just play all the time," Itachi said earnestly, his expression betraying a gravity that belied his youth. "Really? Then you should teach me how to train," Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked at his somewhat peculiar elder brother. With the promise of his brother's company, all his worries faded away. "All right, let us play hide and seek first. You mustn't let me catch you," Itachi said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "If I catch you, I'll teach you a ninjutsu." "Wait, wasn't it that I get taught ninjutsu if I don't get caught?" Sasuke asked, puzzled. "No, it's if you do get caught." "Okay, then let us begin, brother." A minute later, their eyes locked in a playful stare, and after 50 seconds of preparation, Itachi managed to catch Sasuke in merely 10 seconds. "Well, Sasuke, since I've caught you, it's time for you to learn a ninjutsu." "All right, brother, I'm ready." Itachi's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he raised a finger before Sasuke and blew gently. Instantly, a flame ignited atop his fingertip. resembling the flicker of a lighter. The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is fire release. Fireball. Ah. Sasuke instinctively clenched his legs, his hands swiftly covering his lower abdomen in terror, staring at Itachi in disbelief. Fireball. Is this really my brother, Uchiha Itachi? Suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged from behind Itachi. His expression shifted dramatically as he dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his true form, Kakashi Hatake. With silver hair and white attire, adorned with a headband and equipped with kunai. Kakashi Hatake. You will pay for this. The intense murderous intent surged as Kakashi seized Sasuke, skillfully tossing him aside, and in a flash, he evaded the numerous shurikens hurled by the real Itachi. Ahaha, Itachi, you've arrived. Kakashi laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head as he faced Itachi without a hint of embarrassment. Then, he witnessed Itachi performing rapid hand seals, a vast surge of fiery chakra coalescing in his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wow, the wind is fierce. Kakashi yelped, watching the searing air rush towards him. With a quick movement, he disappeared, leaving behind a small shield of spiritual energy to block the great fire annihilation. Binding Arts number 8, Strike. As the smoke dissipated, Itachi stood still, cradling Sasuke in his arms. The fury that had once marred his expression had faded away, and he gazed thoughtfully into the empty expanse ahead. Recalling the flickering flame that had danced upon Kakashi's fingers earlier, wasn't he of the water and wind elements? When did he acquire the fire element? Hey, what are you pondering? Asuma Sarutobi inquired with a cheeky grin, swiftly snatching a skewer of dango from Kakashi's plate. His movements were as swift as the wind itself, a testament to his prowess as a wind-affiliated ninja, evoking admiration. I was contemplating whether wind chakra has the peculiar ability to toughen one's skin. After all, you had devoured several feasts of grilled meat and beer days ago, yet you still have the audacity to show your face before me. Kakashi retorted with a hint of resentment. Deep down, he understood that this was merely a way for men to express camaraderie. But Kakashi wished to convey that they were hardly acquainted. You smoking old man. With a practiced flick, Asuma lit a cigarette, savoring the smoke as it curled around him. Yet, despite being merely 20, his eyes bore the weight of experience and sorrow. Mind if I stay with you for a couple of days? I can't seem to bear staying at home any longer. Absolutely not. Go find Might Guy or Ibiki Marino, Kakashi replied coldly. Though you are the son of the Hokage, I adhere to the noble principles of a traveler. Apologies, but I refuse to cling to your coattails. That is not feasible. Asuma's voice was filled with a lingering melancholy. They can hardly afford to eat either. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. He was tempted to ask if that was his excuse for targeting the wealthy. However, he knew that if he were to voice that inquiry, Asuma would undoubtedly affirm it. Fine, as long as you don't smoke, you may stay. Kakashi conceded, knowing that if he didn't relent, he would be left with scant dango. No smoking? Well, perhaps that's best left alone, Asuma replied, his expression one of inner conflict. Kakashi felt a surge of irritation, recalling that in the original narrative, it was high time for Asuma to serve as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, under the command of the effeminate daimyo. Why not mention to the Hokage that you could take up the role of a guardian? It might provide both you and your father a chance to cool off, and it would certainly do wonders for my wallet. The 12 guardians. Asuma's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm as he deftly seized the last skewer of dango from Kakashi's plate. Think it over thoroughly. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi accepted a scroll from a member of his clan, unfurling it to reveal its contents. Raising an eyebrow, he grasped Asuma's collar and began to lead him towards the gates of Konoha. Come on, you have guests arriving at your home. As a half-host, you should accompany me to receive them. At the gates of Konoha, Steel and Kamizuki gazed at the timid mother and daughter pair before them, double-checking the documents in their hands. With warm smiles, they addressed them. Just a moment, Lord Kakashi will be here shortly. Yes, nodded the mother of Uzumaki Karen. Yuzu no Kaze, as she tightly held her daughter's hand. In truth, Yuzu no Kaze was reluctant to visit Konoha. Despite Konoha being the mightiest of the 5 great shinobi countries, reputed for its tranquility, she harbored reservations. The unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan rendered them akin to coveted treasures among ninjas. Everyone sought to study them, to possess them, and if they could not have them, they would destroy them, much like the fate that befell the Yuzu clan. If given the choice, she would prefer to live a simple life alongside her daughter. Yet the whims of fate are beyond one's control. Perhaps, in the village of Konoha, her daughter, Karui Uzumaki, would escape the same grim fate that awaited her. Contemplating this, Uzumaki Karine lowered her gaze, fixating on the bite marks on her arms and her daughters. Izumi, Kozo, it is truly arduous. Petition Lord Hokage for a raise, will you? From a distance, Hatake Kakashi approached the gates of Konoha, accompanied by the perplexed Asuma Sarutobi, casually greeting the two frail figures standing at the entrance. The signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan adorned Karui, who, despite her tender age, wore peculiar brown spectacles, her eyes a striking crimson that mirrored her hair, a mystery. Whether a result of genetic mutation or inherited from her father. Young Master Kakashi? Karine Uzumaki cautiously addressed the youth before her, struggling to reconcile the figure with the esteemed personage described by Chiyo. Clad in silver hair, wielding a blade, and draped in a white haori, Kakashi confirmed. If you are referring to me, then indeed, that is correct. His gaze lingered upon Karine, the woman of whom little was inscribed in the original tale. It was known that the Uzumaki clan possessed a remarkable ability to rapidly heal themselves or others, rejuvenating chakra and mending wounds, yet it was also foretold that soon the villagers of Grass would bring about their demise, leaving Karui to inherit her mother's burdens and ultimately fall in love with the heroic Sasuke. Come with me. There is no need for fear. As a long-standing ally of the Uzumaki clan, it is our duty to care for the remnants of your lineage, Kakashi assured, gesturing towards Asuma. This is the second son of Lord Hokage. It is by his command that you are brought to Konoha to safeguard the Uzumaki heritage. From now on, you shall reside in the Hokage's estate, where no harm shall befall you. Upon hearing this, Karine felt a wave of relief wash over her. If they were to take refuge within the esteemed Hokage's residence, it seemed unlikely that her and Karui's destinies would be fraught with tragedy. After all, as Kakashi articulated, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had shared a steadfast alliance since the founding of the village. The fall of the Uzumaki was a tragedy Konoha could not afford to ignore, especially within the confines of the Hokage's abode. Leading the way, Kakashi guided them, while Asuma tenderly lifted the timid Karine Uzumaki into his arms, his previously furrowed brow softening in the presence of the fragile child. The atrocities committed by the villagers of Grass were unforgivable. Karui, at scarcely 4 years old, bore the marks of their cruelty upon her delicate arms and legs. At the Hokage's estate, the ever-busy Sarutobi Hiruzen had been informed of the Uzumaki clan's arrival and awaited them with anticipation. Upon hearing Asuma's voice, he offered a disdainful grunt. But upon witnessing the two crimson-haired figures, his expression transformed into one of warmth. Hey, old man, I will take Karui to her room, Asuma declared. Asuma, in the presence of outsiders, showed little regard for her father's dignity, casually greeting him before taking Vortex Xianglin to the backyard, leaving behind Vortex Huali and Kakashi. Lord Hokage, I have not failed you, Kakashi remarked before stepping aside to closely examine the calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall. Disinterested in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to win hearts through his unique skills. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a sorrowful expression, reciting the familiar refrain about the leaves dancing and the everlasting fire. The flames would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. The will of fire deeply moved the injured Vortex Huali, nearly bringing her to tears. Subsequently, the family steward led Vortex Huali to her bedroom. In the hall, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi remained. The envoy from the village hidden in the clouds departed this morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, noticing Kakashi's contemplative expression as he pondered the profundity of the calligraphy. With a sigh, he felt compelled to speak again. The envoy from the village hidden in the clouds departed this morning. This means if they travel at full speed, they could reach Konoha in a week, correct? Kakashi adjusted his collar, exuding an air of nobility, realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not addressing him directly, but rather conversing with the daimyo behind him or discussing the funds at the daimyo's disposal. Without a doubt, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the most accommodating Hokage in history. Aside from the prematurely deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, executing a policy of appeasement with remarkable thoroughness. Thus, even though Konoha emerged victorious in the recent conflict with the Land of Lightning's village hidden in the clouds, the assistance extended to the latter would remain substantial. Preparations were already underway on the daimyo's end. Kakashi, feeling somewhat constrained, remarked that the effeminate daimyo of the Land of Fire struck him as rather foolish, as evidenced by his willingness to offer financial aid to maintain the facade of a victorious nation, regardless of the medals proposed in the 4 subsequent stages. To Kakashi, it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a ruler of inner virtue and outward grace, while Danzo Shimura embodied the opposite. Neither was a commendable leader. As for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, perhaps he should seek out a theater troupe to play the fool. Well then, it would be prudent for you to return and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming Chunin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. Oh, Kakashi replied, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration, as he took the scroll from the wall, rolled it up, and departed. Lord Hokage, this scroll will aid in my growth. I shall take it with me, he declared. The arrival of the envoy from the village hidden in the clouds was indeed a significant event. As someone who had traversed through time, Kakashi was acutely aware that Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, had willingly sacrificed himself during this incident, creating an irreparable rift between Niji and Hinata. The journey from the village hidden in the clouds to Konoha would take 7 days at the swiftest pace of a ninja. Thus, Kakashi had 7 days to execute his plan to rescue Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi. Following the narrative without making alterations was not in Kakashi's nature. The scheme of the Hidden Cloud Village is evidently designed to exploit the pacifist policy of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is fearful of war. Initially, they forcibly abduct the Hyuga clan's young princess, Hinata Hyuga. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they intend to create friction, leveraging their unique, brazen resilience honed through the thunderous training of the Land of Lightning to turn the tables. Ultimately, their goal is to acquire the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular powers that could shine in the midst of war, while simultaneously fulfilling the plan to rescue Hinata Hyuga. The moment Hatake Kakashi returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, this plan was set into motion, aiming to satisfy Hiruzen Sarutobi's desire to avoid war without sacrificing the Hyuga clan, thereby appeasing the insatiable appetite of the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus, the approach cannot be initiated from the Hidden Cloud Village but must instead commence with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, striving for a multifaceted victory. This convoluted situation has caused Hatake Kakashi considerable distress, manifesting in the loss of his hair, and has tainted his interactions with Asuma Sarutobi with a certain hostility. It is also why he so recklessly confiscated Hiruzen Sarutobi's cherished calligraphy within the Hokage residence. These matters weigh heavily on Kakashi. Within the borders of the Land of Lightning, the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village, led by the esteemed Tsukio Kamikaze, swiftly advances through the wilderness in a palanquin carried by 4 ninjas, with the rest of the entourage closely following at a rapid pace towards the Hidden Leaf Village. On this mission, Tsukio Kamikaze is acutely aware of his true objective. Ostensibly, the purpose is to sign a peace agreement with the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the underlying mission is to seize the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular abilities. The Hidden Cloud Village has meticulously orchestrated these plans. While the Hidden Leaf Village revels in celebration, the Hyuga clan will hold a ceremony for their young princess. On that very night, Tsukio Kamikaze intends to abduct the princess. If all goes as planned, the Hidden Cloud Village will gain the Byakugan along with a modicum of international credibility. Should complications arise, they will require a person of substantial significance to perish at the hands of the Hyuga clan without any witnesses, thereby coercing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for the secondary objective, it is merely to sow discord between the Hidden Leaf and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If the daimyo does not provide the necessary funds to the Hidden Leaf, then the village will face a debacle, losing both resources and personnel. Tsukio Kamikaze hails from the illustrious Tsukio clan, descendants of the 3rd and 4th Raikage, and his demise would undoubtedly carry significant weight. Following his death, the leader of the Hidden Cloud delegation would be Samui, a highly regarded jonin favored by the 4th Raikage. Though young, Samui possesses a calm demeanor and extensive knowledge, making her an apt candidate to exert pressure on the Hidden Leaf. Contemplating this, Tsukio Kamikaze lightly tapped the interior of the palanquin, prompting the Hidden Cloud delegation to come to an immediate halt. Lord Tsukio, they inquired, is there something amiss? Tsukio Kamikaze alighted from the palanquin, gestured for the Hidden Cloud ninjas to form a protective circle, ensuring that the ensuing conversation remained confidential, particularly from any intelligence operatives of the Hidden Leaf. What is it? Lord Tsukio? The speaker, Kushin, the deputy head of the envoy, bears the distinctive dark skin of the Land of Thunder, yet possesses a frail physique that starkly contrasts with the robust nature of the Hidden Cloud Village. As the deputy, he cannot assume responsibility for the Leaf Village following the demise of Moonlight Xiongliang. which naturally relegates him to the role of executor for subsequent subordinate tasks. Kushin, one of the few elite ninjas proficient in illusion techniques from Cloud Village, is acutely aware of the gravity of their mission. He reiterates, this task must succeed. Failure is not an option. Moonlight Xiongliang gazes at Samui, harboring lingering reservations about the young ninja, while considering that their target is merely a lower-ranked ninja. Despite the target's mastery of swordsmanship, Kushin's expertise in illusion techniques remains a critical vulnerability. Death holds no concern for Xiongliang. Rather, his focus lies on the successful completion of his mission and whether the hidden Cloud Village can surpass the Leaf Village to become the foremost village in the ninja world. His allegiance to Cloud Village represents the sole connection he has to this world. Yes, yes, Samui and Kushin respond in unison, their gazes fixed upon the elder with unwavering resolve. Very well. According to our plan, 10 days after our departure, Lord Raikage will secretly advance to the front lines to confront the Leaf Village. Samui, you must not falter. Trust in the presence of Lord Raikage behind you. Indeed, Lord Moonlight, there is no need for anxiety. Should Lord Raikage be detected by the sentinels stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire, the third Hokage will undoubtedly seek compromise to avoid war. Your mission shall surely be accomplished. Time passes swiftly, and within 7 days, the envoy from the hidden Cloud Village is set to arrive at the Leaf Village. Shikamaru, stepping out of his residence, gazes skyward at the heavy clouds, sensing an atmosphere thick with impending storms, as ninjas move hurriedly both in the light and shadows. He notes the increased presence of leaf ninjas in recent days. Evidently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while hopeful for a peace treaty with the hidden Cloud Village, is not naive. He perceives the ominous aura emanating from the approaching envoy. Soon, Shikamaru arrives at the entrance of the Leaf Village, observing the throngs gathered to extend a warm welcome. He muses internally about the universal custom of such enthusiastic receptions, wondering if there might be any accompanying performances of a more provocative nature. However, he quickly dismisses this impractical thought as the prominent women of the village begin to gather beside him. The raven-haired, crimson-eyed Yuhi Kurenai, the boisterous Akamichi Karui, and the violet-haired beauty, likely to be Yuzuki Yugao, the future girlfriend of the swiftly moving Moonlight Shikaku, stand nearby. Wow, Shikamaru, you're here so early, Karui exclaims, playfully slapping Shikamaru on the shoulder, her eyes darting curiously towards his hands, making unintelligible sounds of intrigue. I've told you not to call me Shikamaru, he responds wearily, greeting Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugao as he observes the arrival of his peers, surprised by their steady influx. Where has Asuma vanished to? It is quite peculiar that he is absent from such a lively scene. TCH, Asuma is likely at home with his insightful elder sister, especially since the Hokage is not present at the estate. Hondo shrugged, abandoning her search for Dango in Shikamaru's pockets. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. He could perceive that Uzumaki Karui was a gentle soul, yet he never anticipated she could mediate the relationship between Asuma and his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that a single man's home indeed lacks the presence of a woman. Shikamaru mused, casting a glance at Hinata. Speaking of which, doesn't the original Asuma get jealous? What's wrong? Do I have a flower blooming on my face? Hong exclaimed, a blush adorning her cheeks. Indeed, this time she truly bore 2 vibrant blooms. Hey, Shikamaru, at such a tender age, you're teasing Hong? How about you treat me to a year's worth of Dango, and I'll help you win her heart? Hondo whispered conspiratorially to Shikamaru, decisively selling out Hong for a year's supply of Dango, causing the eavesdropping Hong's blush to spread to her ears, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Hondo, Hong playfully admonished. By the way, where's our esteemed Hokage? Had I known, I would have slept in a bit longer. Shikamaru yawned widely, his gaze somewhat hazy. To be honest, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of a peaceful slumber, especially since absorbing Orochimaru's curse mark, where the dreamlike swordsman grew more formidable each night. Shikamaru could only lament, laziness will bring its own consequences. As Hokage, he must arrive alongside the delegation from the Cloud Village. Otherwise, arriving late would be disrespectful, and arriving too early would be an embarrassment for our Leaf Village. Marino Ibiki explained, his face already marked with 2 horrific scars, more terrifying than in the anime. TCH, what a hassle. Shikamaru scoffed, his gaze sharpening just as he spotted the Cloud Village delegation's palanquin appearing in the distance. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his red and white Hokage robes, made his entrance, accompanied by 3 Hokage advisors, Mito S. Flame, Narashikaku, and the ever-present Shimura Danzo at the rear. In the far distance, dozens of leaf ninjas stood, led by a figure clad in umbu attire, their face masked, revealing silver hair, the clan leader of the Hitaki family, Hitaki Kakashi. This sight made Shikamaru furrow his brow. It was indeed alarming to see the clan leader shrouded in darkness. The Cloud Village delegation, as they journeyed, Moonlit Bear and Kusama gazed upon the land of fire, their faces betraying their uncontainable greed, their tone laden with admiration. Samui, Kusama, this land of fire is truly enviable. Indeed, Lord Moonlit. The most fertile lands in the shinobi world are predominantly occupied by the land of fire. No wonder the Leaf Village has maintained its status as the #1 village in the shinobi world for decades. Indeed, the land of fire is truly a sight to behold, tantalizing and alluring. However, under the esteemed guidance of Lord Raikage, our village of Kumogakure shall surely incorporate the land of fire into our dominion. All that we see before us will ultimately rest in the hands of our progeny. Our immediate task is to diminish the reputation of Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, and regardless of the passage of generations, Kumogakure shall ascend to become the sovereign power in the ninja realm. Yes, my Lord Tsukiyo, I share in this conviction. Now, let us proceed. Kurikage-sama, ahead lies Konoha. Remember our mission, for the land of lightning, for Kumogakure. Indeed, for the land of lightning, for Kumogakure. The 3 exchanged glances, suppressing the fervor within their hearts, and fell silent as the gates of Konoha came into view. At the entrance of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alongside 3 advisors, patiently awaiting their arrival. However, the discontented expression of Shimura Danzo revealed his displeasure, whether directed at the delegation from Kumogakure or at the back of the 3rd Hokage. They have arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, stepping forward to grasp the hand of Tsukiyo Kamokura as he emerged from the palanquin, a broad smile upon his face. With a demeanor that was both respectful and assured, he stated, "It is a pleasure to welcome the emissaries of Kumogakure to our village. Your Excellency, the 3rd Hokage, you are too kind. Lord Raikage has sent his warm regards and remarked upon your resilience in bearing the mantle of Hokage after the tragic loss of the 4th. Truly, you are an old steed in the service of the state. However, I must advise you to take care of your health." Tsukiyo Kamokura replied, maintaining an upright posture as he shook Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, his words laced with a hint of sharpness. "Thank you for your concern, but I believe this old body of mine can still serve as Hokage for another 20 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a nonchalant air, discreetly signaling to the eager members of the Umbu not to react to Tsukiyo Kamokura's provocation. That is reassuring. With the 3rd Hokage present, I trust that the amicable relations between our 2 nations will endure. Indeed, please enter." After an exchange of veiled barbs during their cordial conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the Kumogakure delegation to proceed into the inn, where the true negotiations would commence the following day. "Is that all?" Kagetsu-bai observed the dispersing crowd with astonishment. "Where are the enchanting maidens?" After such a lengthy discussion, the absence of captivating women was utterly disappointing. "What else did you expect?" Akamichi Anko rolled her eyes, leading her companions away. As seasoned shunin, they could not afford to indulge in leisure like Kagetsu-bai. In Konoha, at the tea house opposite the Hokage flagship store, this establishment, a venerable institution in the village, occupies a central location and is perpetually bustling with patrons. Following a brief welcoming ceremony, the group dispersed to attend to their individual matters, leaving Kagetsu-bai to follow the enticing aroma that beckoned him into the main hall of the tea house. The tea house's famed 3-colored dumplings, Ichiraku ramen, and a kimchi barbecue are collectively celebrated as the 3 culinary treasures of Konoha. The spacious dining area of the tea house is adorned with several tables, each set at intervals of 3 steps apart. Further within, private booths are enclosed by decorative fencing. As Hitaki-bai glanced around, he spotted a drunken young man with a scruffy beard and a red-haired woman nestled within one of the private booths. It was Uzumaki Karin and Asuma. A sly grin crept across Hitaki-bai's face as he stealthily approached the nearby table, gesturing for the owner to serve him 2 skewers of colorful meatballs while he tilted his head, using chakra to enhance his hearing. Gossip is not solely a woman's domain. After a brief moment, Bai bitterly bit into a skewer of meatballs, regretting the soft-hearted and understanding older sister being swept away by Asuma. Alas, she was supposed to be mine. As expected, Asuma, emboldened by drink, lamented to Uzumaki Kirin about his troubles with his father, the illustrious Sarutobi clan genius, constrained solely by his status as the Hokage's son. Meanwhile, the worldly Uzumaki Kirin displayed her nurturing side, soothing this rebellious youth with gentle words, each syllable warming Asuma's wounded spirit. Reflecting on this transaction with Sarutobi Hisashi, I felt cheated. She was meant to be his. With no tears to shed, he transformed his sorrow into appetite, signaling for more meatballs, which were perfectly cooked and delicious. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped his wrist, an ominous aura chilling his spine. Hataki Bai? The name rang out, and Bai's face froze as if caught in a compromising situation. His expression shifted dramatically, sweat beading on his brow. With a mechanical turn of his head, he revealed a forced, insincere smile. "Oh, Itachi, have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal." Itachi's face was grave, his deep-set lines accentuated by a heavy demeanor. His black hair stirred as if caught by an unseen breeze, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of red. In an instant, a gust swept through the bustling cafe, leaving Itachi staring at the now empty table, coins fluttering down like leaves. Phew, that was close. I stood on the street, relieved as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Teasing the great brother Khan Itachi was a risky endeavor, but he had managed to escape swiftly. Regrettably, in this world, there were no journalists. Otherwise, he could have been the leading reporter. Lost in thought, I looked up just in time to see two black-haired figures, one tall and one small, both adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle. It was Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke. I forced a wry smile, feeling unlucky as he caught Makoto's displeased gaze and saw Sasuke timidly hiding behind her. He offered an awkward grin, and as the autumn breeze blew, he melted back into the wind, disappearing from sight. Musing on his ill fortune, I decided to head straight home, only to be halted by a soft, delicate hand tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he was met with a pair of glistening black pearl-like eyes, eagerly fixated on the colorful meatballs in his hand. "Oh, it's you, Tian. Do you want some meatballs? Big brother will treat you." Kikuchi Bison smiled brightly, his face, previously clouded with gloom, now illuminated by the clear laughter of Tian. He playfully tousled her hair and offered her the dumplings he held in his hand. However, Tian replied, "But Mama said I can't eat other people's food." "What to do then?" Kikuchi amused the 4-year-old Tian, mischievously swallowing a dumpling and exclaiming with delight, "How can a little girl like you resist such temptation?" It seemed simple enough. With eyes full of longing, Tian swallowed hard. Suddenly, a wallet appeared in her hand. All she needed to do was take Brother Bai's money and buy her own. Her petite and adorable figure quickly faded into the distance, waving goodbye and inadvertently taking Kikuchi Bai's wallet with her. Alas, Kikuchi Bai quickened his pace on his way home, mentally marking this day. December 26th, year 51 of Konoha. A cloudy day, deemed inauspicious for outings. As a once prominent family, the Kikuchi clan had seen better days. Their dwindling population remained a significant concern. Otherwise, Kikuchi Bai would not constantly think of having Kakashi help the family flourish. This led to Kikuchi Bai's efforts and resources resulting in a vast area for the Kikuchi residents, yet it remained eerily deserted, often taking days before encountering another soul, an undeniable sign of desolation. Yet today, Kikuchi Bai unexpectedly spotted a ninja in the secluded alley on his way home, one from the hidden cloud village, with dark skin and a tall, lean figure. He appeared almost like a walking clothes hanger, perhaps in his 30s, adorned with a cloud village headband, his brown eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Intriguing. How curious that such an anomaly would appear in a village renowned for its ninjutsu prowess. Was he recovering from a severe injury? Or did he suffer from a bloodline limit's peculiar affliction? Kikuchi Bai maintained his light-hearted smile, though the curve of his lips deepened. He sensed the presence of Konoha's Umbu trailing this slender cloud ninja, and noted the ill intent glimmering in the ninja's gaze toward him. Quite interesting. Kikuchi Bai feigned indifference, matching his steps with the ninjas as they passed each other in the desolate alley. Suddenly, the lanky cloud ninja reached out with his left hand, attempting to seize the scabbard of Kikuchi Bai's sword at his waist. At the first touch, Kikuchi Bai's expression turned icy, his body leaping high as he delivered a swift kick to the ninja's defending right arm, sending him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Kikuchi Bai drew his sword, Senbonzakura, slicing through the air with a silver shimmer, exuding a chilling aura. The battle unfolded in an instant, only to conclude just as swiftly. Spare him, called out the two Umbu responsible for monitoring the Cloud Ninja, helplessly watching as Kikuchi-bai's foot pressed against the ninja's face. The blade of Senbonzakura hovering dangerously close to his neck. Some things come with a price when one dares to overreach, Kikuchi-bai coldly remarked, sheathing his sword and finally withdrawing his foot from the Cloud Ninja's face, a light-hearted smile reappearing at the corners of his mouth. A fine blade indeed. The slender figure of Yunrin stood upright, wiping the blood from the nape of his neck. Though the blade had not descended, its lethal aura had nonetheless grazed the surface of his skin. A fine weapon, indeed, belongs naturally to those of virtue. Hitachi-bai scoffed, wondering if Yunrin had lost his wits in desperation. He couldn't help but silently exclaim a phrase in his heart. Country bumpkin, perhaps you might meet your end beneath this very blade. He mused with a sinister smile, though deep within his eyes lay a flicker of horror. He understood that without the urgent calls of the Umbu, he might well have lost his head. This scion of the Hitachi clan indeed exuded the essence of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Yes, circumstances are often unpredictable. Hitachi-bai turned to leave, resolved to return home to offer incense, cleanse himself, and walk through fire pits, using banana leaves to pat his body dry. What a day of ill fortune this has been. In the training grounds of the Hyuga branch, young Hinata Niji, merely 4 years of age, pounded his fists against a thick wooden post embraced by 3 adults. His youthful face flushed crimson, steam rising from his brow in the heat of exertion. Niji, stabilize your stance. Exert 8 parts of your strength while reserving 2 for maneuvering. Our Hyuga gentle fist is not for the likes of you. Your strikes lack power. Your stance is unstable. Your footing is loose, and your reflexes sluggish. None of your movements are commendable. Yes, father. With a determined grunt, his small fists, wrapped in bandages, struck the post once more with fervor. Do not exert yourself to the point of exhaustion. You are practicing gentle fist, not iron fist. Hinata Hizashi observed Niji's diminutive form dripping with sweat, feeling a pang of compassion. However, he offered no words of comfort, instead raising his expectations even higher. Strike, Niji. The mission of the branch family is to protect the main family and, if necessary, to perish for them. What right do you have to claim you will protect Lady Hinata with such feeble strength? Enough, brother-in-law. Niji has been training for quite some time. He ought to rest. He is still quite young, and if he continues like this, it may harm his physical development. The one who spoke was Hitachi-bai's comrade from the Land of Water, Hinata Shizuka, who happened to be the sister-in-law of the head of the Hyuga branch. It was no wonder that Hinata Aoyun, after being rejected for marriage, dared only to spread rumors in secret, refraining from actions that might be deemed excessive. Shizuka, you've arrived. Hizashi greeted her with an expression reminiscent of his brother, Hinata Hizuto. Before turning to his son, all right, Niji, take a break. Niji's potential is remarkable. As Shizuka unwrapped the bandages from Niji's arms, she absent-mindedly remarked, gazing at the white cloth encircling his forehead. After today, would the cursed seal, which would confine Niji for life, manifest upon him? Hizashi, too, was well aware of his son Niji's extraordinary talent. Within the entire Hyuga clan, he was among the foremost, a beacon of hope for the Hyuga lineage's resurgence. Yet, a non-main family member must endure the cursed seal of the caged bird upon reaching the age of 3, as dictated by the cruel clan rules. Each time Hizashi beheld the white cloth encircling Niji's forehead, his heart bled. He loathed the circumstances that had led to his birth occurring a mere moment later than that of Hinata Hizuto. Yet, that infinitesimal delay had sealed his son's fate, condemning him to a life as a caged bird of the main family, unable to spread his wings. He had never harbored hatred for his brother. As twins, they shared a bond that was beyond their choice. In Hinata Hizashi's heart, there was only a sense of helplessness. He could not seek revenge against his beloved elder brother, Hizashi. Yet, because of Niji, a lingering resentment stirred within him. A feeling of powerlessness born from circumstances beyond his control. Niji, Hinata Shota murmured, gently caressing Niji's forehead, his expression clouded with sorrow. Aunt, I am fine. I can continue my training, Niji responded, a radiant smile breaking through on his youthful face. His aunt knew that Niji was the strongest of them all. Meanwhile, Hinata Shota clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. As night fell, in the inn where the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village was staying, the moonlight cast a cool glow. Samui and Kurama sat across from each other at the table. How goes the probing, Samui? What significant questions have arisen from the Hyuga clan regarding the upcoming Konoha festival, where the village will celebrate together? However, certain ancient clans within Konoha will conduct their ancestral rites in their family shrines, and the Hyuga clan is no exception. On this day, they will restrict access to non-Hyuga ninjas, leaving their defenses surprisingly lax. Very well. Tomorrow night, I shall take action. If I have not returned within 2 hours of my departure, Samui, you shall raise the banner of searching for me and demand that the third Hokage surrender me. Otherwise, our hidden cloud village shall declare war, Kurama declared. And what of you? Have you gathered any intelligence on that brat from the Hitaki clan, who is closely tied to the feudal lord of the Fire Country? I have indeed investigated. The Hitaki clan is far less populous than the Hyuga clan, and their residence is sparsely populated, making any notion of defense virtually non-existent. The speaker was Kurama, a lanky cloud ninja who had provocatively challenged Hitaki Kakashi earlier that day. His neck bore a concealed wound, carefully hidden beneath his collar, revealing no trace of vulnerability. Moreover, I have tested that brat's skills myself. How proficient is he, truly? As the intel suggests that he excels in swordsmanship? More than that, combined with his sword skills, he likely possesses the capability to slay a jonin. If I were to engage him in close combat, I would have little opportunity to retaliate with ninjutsu, Kurama gasped, recalling the deadly precision and ferocity of that earlier confrontation. Indeed, that so-called Konoha White Fang possesses such prowess? Wasn't he said to have only been in Konoha for 3 years, and barely 10 years of age? I speak no falsehood. You must understand, earlier today, I nearly lost my life to that young rogue. Konoha truly inspires envy, with talents emerging constantly. Given another decade, he may very well become another master like the Konoha White Fang, Kurama murmured, tracing his wound thoughtfully. And what of your mission to sow discord between the Hokage and the feudal lord of the Fire Country? Samui inquired, a frown creasing her brow. Anyone who heard of the prospect of another Konoha White Fang emerging in 10 years would not remain in good spirits. No matter. With a sly grin, Kushin revealed his satisfaction, the source of his intelligence unknown yet undeniably accurate. As we engaged, I cast a small illusion to cloud his judgment of me. Otherwise, given the overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from that boy, the mere obstruction of the Umbu from Konoha would not suffice to deter him from the Cloud Ninja coveting the blade in his possession. After a moment, Kushin's eyes gleamed with avarice. That blade of his is indeed exceptional. Although born in the village hidden in the clouds, Kushin may not excel in swordsmanship or ninjutsu. Yet his desire to possess such a weapon is insatiable. No matter how splendid the sword, it remains off limits. Our objective is to sow distrust in the Land of Fire's daimyo regarding the envoy he dispatched, suggesting that the Hokage orchestrated his demise, thereby fracturing the relationship between the military and political leaders of the Land of Fire. That blade must not fall into our hands. Kushin nodded regretfully, his fingers gently caressing the wound on the back of his neck, his gaze venomous. I would not allow a mere blade to jeopardize our village's plans. However, using it for a fleeting moment tomorrow night could be enticing. What a thrill it would be to have him meet his end with his own sword. The White Fang of Konoha, maintain your composure. After tomorrow night, we shall ignite the fireworks heralding the rise of our village. Indeed, my lord Tsukiyo. Outside, the night air was cool. A night and a day passed swiftly. Hitaki returned from the bustling streets of the Konoha festival, where the throngs of people made evident the villagers' aversion to war and their yearning for a peace treaty. Naturally, Hitaki could not resist mingling among the crowd. In this era devoid of entertainment, he skillfully acquired numerous masks and goldfish through his keen eye and strength. It was indeed a reflection of the world portrayed in Japanese manga. The celebratory customs bore resemblance to the New Year festivals in Japan, though one could only wonder if the ladies in their yukatas truly adhered to tradition and wore nothing beneath. Hitaki smirked slyly as he pushed open the wooden door of the Hitaki courtyard, gazing at the full moon above. He had no intention of joining the festivities with the Hyuga clan tonight. He had laid down all necessary preparations and subtly conveyed his warnings to Kakashi. It would be unwise to directly disclose to Kakashi that the true intent of the village hidden in the clouds was to abduct the Hyuga family's princess, Hinata, under the cover of night, and should the endeavor fail, to turn the tables and demand the bodies of the Hyuga clan. Such actions would surely land him in the records of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. However, the contingency he had prepared should save Hinata's brother, Hizashi. One could only ponder whether Hinata would feel indebted enough to repay the favor. Hitachi-bai leaped onto the rooftop, his palm gently cradling the moonlight. As he prepared to embrace the spring and autumn gates, the night deepened, and in the distance, the festival street was ablaze with light. A dance of fish and dragons amidst the vibrant celebrations. Outside the inn where the Yunin village delegation resided, Kakashi Hitachi's figure melded into the shadows, his lifeless gaze vigilantly observing the premises. A smile crept onto his face as he recalled the repeated admonitions of his brilliant protege. Indeed, Hitachi-bai's concern seemed overly cautious. It was common knowledge that Yunin village harbored ulterior motives towards Kanehagakure. Naturally, the Hokage would dispatch an adequate number of personnel for surveillance. Nevertheless, it appeared that Bai had gradually acclimated to the village. A soft glimmer flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Suddenly, a narrow slit opened in one of the inn's windows, through which a shadow stealthily emerged, exuding an aura of fiery intensity. Kakashi, drawing from his recollections of the Yunin delegation, recognized the figure as a kunoichi named Samui. Finally made an appearance, have you? Let me discern your true intentions, he murmured softly. With a swift series of hand seals, he invoked the shadow clone technique, creating two identical copies of himself. They exchanged knowing nods, one clone trailing after the retreating figure, while the original remained steadfast in position. It was vital that the watchers maintained an optimal balance, neither too weak nor too numerous, to avoid detection, thus necessitating Kakashi's personal involvement as the head of the Umbu. Over the course of the next hour, this pattern of surveillance repeated itself 4 times. Kakashi's complexion paled as he sensed the dwindling chakra reserves for his shadow clones. Fortunately, the primary jonin of the Yunin delegation had departed, alleviating the necessity for his personal oversight of the remaining members. Consequently, Kakashi summoned an Umbu operative to continue the observation while he stealthily followed the last shadow. After Kakashi's departure, 2 figures quietly exited the inn without alerting the Konoha Umbu stationed outside. Once they left the premises, the pair split up. At the Hyuga clan's residence, the family's traditional festival had just concluded. The young children of the Hyuga clan, lacking the vitality of their adult counterparts, had succumbed to slumber. The dimly lit surroundings enveloped the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, who had just finished a conversation with several elders, his poker face betraying deep concern. The numerous elders had significantly constrained the clan leader's authority. With a sigh, Hayashi reflected on his younger brother's sentiments. Niji was indeed a fine child. But within the clan, the words of the clan leader did not hold the weight of authority. Contemplating this, Hayashi suddenly felt compelled to check on his beloved daughter. In Hinata's chamber, she lay peacefully asleep, cradling a silvery wind-blown shawl, blissfully unaware of the sinister hands that lingered nearby. Is this the little princess of the Hyuga clan? Such an adorable child. A figure named Kurenai Mitsuki mused with unrestrained joy. He had not anticipated that infiltrating the residence of the Hyuga clan leader would prove so effortless. The external vigilance was alarmingly lax. Perhaps, this time, he would elude death. With that thought, Kurenai Mitsuki pressed a finger to Hinata's forehead, rendering her unconscious, and swiftly scooped up the now-dazed girl, dashing toward the exit of the Hyuga compound. Just then, Hayashi stepped into Hinata's courtyard. As he gazed upon the shadow that emerged in the courtyard, Hinata Hizashi was filled with rage, his veins pulsating visibly as he activated his Byakugan. In that moment, he noticed the delicate figure cradled in the shadow's embrace. Damn it, it's Hinata. A tempestuous aura surged through Hinata Hizashi's entire being, his formidable chakra erupting from every chakra point, transforming into a shadow that pursued relentlessly. Within mere moments, Tsukio Kamokura had been caught up by Hinata Hizashi, who stood before him, blocking any retreat. His expression remained calm. It appeared that his hopes had been in vain. Now was the time for him to sacrifice himself for the Hidden Cloud Village. Tsukio Kamokura gently set Hinata down aside, scrutinizing the vigilant Hinata Hizashi, inwardly chuckling at the thought that he might use the Hyuga clan's princess as a hostage. How laughable. Here tonight, only his lifeless body would remain. For neither Hinata Hizashi nor the clan's beloved princess could perish and serve as leverage against the Hidden Cloud Village by Konoha. Who are you? Hinata Hizashi demanded coldly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the man before him was the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village's envoy. He could not die, not here, not on the grounds of his own clan. In that instant, Hinata Hizashi understood, despite the seething fury within him towards this cloud ninja, who had abducted Hinata. For the greater good, he must refrain from seeking vengeance. He could only stall for time until the Umbu arrived. As Hinata Hizashi contemplated this, Tsukio Kamokura would not acquiesce. Seeing Hinata Hizashi hesitate, he lunged forward, launching a shuriken. Hinata Hizashi deflected the shuriken with a swift motion, gritting his teeth and adopting a defensive stance. The two exchanged dozens of blows. Yet Tsukio Kamokura grew anxious as he realized Hinata Hizashi was only on the defensive. If he could not fall to his hands, the mission would be deemed a failure. With this thought, Tsukio Kamokura's gaze hardened as he extended 4 fingers, blue lightning crackling around them, aiming directly at Hinata Hizashi's eyes widened in fury. He moved swiftly, aiming to strike at Tsukio Kamokura's vital point. He silently prayed that this tactic of surrounding the enemy would compel the Cloud Ninja to defend himself, allowing him to retract the lethal attack aimed at him. Then, he witnessed the Cloud Ninja's relieved smile as he abandoned his assault on Hinata, instead directing his deadly strike towards Hinata Hizashi's fingertips. Hinata clan leader, no? Kakashi's voice echoed, but he could only watch helplessly as the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village's envoy collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Too late. Kakashi's expression turned to one of horror as he realized he had been led in circles. Upon regaining control with his Sharingan, he understood the enemy's objective lay within the Hyuga grounds. He rushed over, but alas, he was already too late. Hinata clan leader, you ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the tranquil night sky that followed the festival's conclusion. That sound emanated from the direction of Hatake Shiro. Kakashi was horrified. Time rewound half an hour. Hatake Shiro lay leisurely on the rooftop, casually enjoying a trio of colorful dumplings in one hand while savoring a sweet sake in the other. He harbors a disinclination towards alcohol, as he believes it numbs the senses. However, he does not entirely shun the occasional sip, for a modest indulgence can indeed uplift the spirit. On this tranquil and tedious night, devoid of the company of charming maidens, there exists a unique charm in solitude. Alas, it should be nearing the appointed hour. According to the calculations from the Yunin village envoy, this moment marks the conclusion of the Hyuga clan festival, a time when vigilance is at its lowest. Hatake does not wish to miss such a significant event in the annals of Hokage history. Thus, he has slightly adjusted his routine. After all, he has recently encountered a plateau in his dream training, as the increasing number of Sakura swordsmen no longer presents him with the requisite challenge. Creak. The wooden door is gently pushed open. Entering is a silver-haired figure, his face obscured, glaring with a gaze reminiscent of a dead fish. Ah, it is you, esteemed clan leader. Are you not preoccupied this evening? Or perhaps the elders, in their impatience, have sent you to ascertain whether I have been remiss in my duties? Hatake gazes in astonishment at Kakashi's arrival, his lips curling in a teasing smirk, feeling a pang of sympathy for this leader of the Hatake clan. Despite his esteemed position, the clan leader receives no compensation. And while he possesses authority, he is often dispatched by the elders during the scant few moments of respite to assess whether Bai's prowess has waned. In this regard, Bai, the future star of the Hatake clan, feels no remorse, and he even encourages the elders to foster more progeny for the clan to flourish. You are aware of my busy schedule. While you indulge here in solitary revelry, Kakashi leaps gracefully to Bai's side, snatching a skewer of dumplings and popping it into his mouth, his gaze subtly drifting over to the Senbonzakura strapped at Bai's waist. How vexing. This young lad does not part with his blade even in such circumstances. So, what is it that you require my assistance with, esteemed clan leader? Otherwise, your presence in my humble abode seems quite unwarranted. Hatake Bai's eyes widen in surprise, a smile gracing his lips as he shifts to face Kakashi directly. It concerns the envoy from Yunin village. The Umbu are short-staffed, hence I sought temporary assistance from the Hokage. Kakashi shrugs and takes a sip of sake. Oh, Walker is merely a genin. Are you jesting with me? You think I am unaware that you possess the strength of a special jonin? Yet, on record, I am indeed just a lowly genin. Well, the Hokage has promised me that upon the completion of this task, you shall be promoted to Chunin. Now, we await your word, esteemed clan leader. Hatake bursts into hearty laughter, swiftly consuming the remaining dumplings, unsheathing the Senbonzakura from his waist, and gesturing for Kakashi to lead the way. Let us proceed. Kakashi nods, vaulting off the rooftop, when suddenly he feels a chill at the nape of his neck, and his hands instinctively form seals. Bang! Hatake wielding Senbonzakura, gazes down upon the transformed slender bamboo-like Yunin, disdainfully nudging the split wooden substitute with the sheath of his blade. Well executed. The substitution jutsu, slender bamboo. When did you discern that I was merely an illusion, Kakashi? Kushin's countenance darkened. He believed that his self-modified transformation technique was flawless, and his previous disguises had always been effective. Yet here, he was seen through by Hitachi in the blink of an eye. Could it be a bloodline limit akin to the Sharingan? That shouldn't be the case, as there had been no reports of any such limit within the Hitachi clan. When did this happen? Hitachi clicked his tongue, the revelation striking a blow to Kushin's confidence. I noticed it the moment you leaped onto the rooftop. How did you discern that? Kushin inquired. Do you know why our clan leader has never allowed outsiders to behold his true visage? It's because of the speed at which he consumes his meals. Suddenly, a silver wave descended from the rooftop. But I have witnessed swifter. Hitachi lamented as he shook his 1,000 cherry blossoms, astonished that his sudden ambush had been evaded. This slender figure was indeed quick in forming seals. Having dined many times with clan leader Kakashi, he had never seen the color of his chin. Yet your previous speed was woefully inadequate. As the words too slow escaped his lips, a beam of light surged from Hitachi's sleeve, accompanied by an overwhelming torrent of cherry blossom blades. You dare to strike at me with so little? Kushin gasped, breathless and incredulous, finding it increasingly arduous to counter Hitachi's unexpected assaults. Hitachi merely smiled in silence. He could not reveal that the village's Hokage had urged him to deliver a resounding blow to the 4 great ninja villages during the Chunin exams, making it impossible for him to suddenly promote himself to Chunin. Way of Destruction, number 32, Yellow Flash. A radiant yellow light erupted from his palm, morphing into a flat shockwave that surged towards Kushin in an instant. A piercing sound erupted, followed by Kushin's anguished scream, blood raining down. Hitachi observed as Kushin was reduced to a gruesome spectacle, blood and flesh strewn across the ground. Yet his expression grew increasingly cold as he transitioned from a one-handed grip on his sword to a two-handed stance. Come forth, Kushin, I know you haven't perished. Oh, how perceptive. Kushin's voice echoed through the night sky, as the scattered remnants of flesh and blood seemed to flow backward in time, coalescing into his original form, tall, frail, and dark-skinned. Why have you ceased your attack? Why no longer wield your blade? Kushin laughed maniacally, stroking the back of his neck as he stepped forward, closing the distance to stand just before Hitachi. Do you feel the weight of the blade in your hand multiplied 1,000-fold? Your body unable to move an inch? Illusion. Hitachi's expression soured as he struggled to speak, beads of sweat forming and soaking his hair against his forehead. Indeed, the illusion was your fatal flaw. Kushin approached with a sinister grin, offering to wipe the sweat from Hitachi's brow before delivering a resounding slap to his face, subsequently prying open each of Hitachi's fingers and seizing the 1,000 cherry blossoms belonging to him. What a fine blade. You see, I mentioned yesterday that you might meet your end by this very weapon, did I not? Kushin gripped the 1,000 cherry blossoms, his eyes filled with a greedy and regretful gleam, gently pressing the blade against Hitachi's heart. You see, with just a light thrust, the little white fong of Konoha will be no more. A sharp pain pierced through his heart, and Hitachi's eyes widened in disbelief as his head slowly drooped, gazing at the 1,000 cherry blossoms that had penetrated his heart, his mind a void. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through the 1,000 cherry blossoms and into his heart, the once palpable membrane before him gradually dissipating, as the blade that had pierced his heart was utterly driven through. What is happening? My chakra, why is it ebbing away? What have you done? Kushin's expression turned to one of horror as he attempted to withdraw his hand from the 1,000 cherry blossoms, striving to halt the loss of his chakra, yet he found himself utterly incapable. What manner of blade is this? Is it Kyuki? No, it cannot be. For Kyuki does not absorb the user's chakra. Ha 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 ha. Hitachi laughed heartily, feeling the chakra gradually flooding into his being, and he seized Kushin's hand that clutched the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Have you ever witnessed a rain of cherry blossoms? Scatter forth, 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant, petals began to fall like a dream. Ah! A scream shattered the stillness of the night. It came from Hitachi's direction. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically as his gaze darted towards the Hitachi compound, realizing that the mission of the Hidden Cloud Village delegation tonight involved not only the Hyuga clan, but also his own family. This is dire news, Hyuga Hisashi. We are in trouble. Kakashi spoke swiftly, recognizing that the situation with the Hyuga clan was beyond salvage, and he could not rush to Hatake Bai's side in time. He could only rely on Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan to ascertain the situation there. No problem, let us hasten towards that direction. Hyuga Hizashi, equally alarmed, maintained his pace but activated his Byakugan to peer ahead. With the power of one of the three great ocular techniques, he instantly discerned two figures composed of chakra within the distant Hatake compound, one tall and one short. The taller figure wielding a knife plunged into the heart of the shorter one. The outcome was all too clear. Kakashi. Hatake Bai has. Hyuga Hizashi's face darkened to an extreme as he grasped the entirety of the situation in an instant. The Hidden Cloud Village, having failed to seize their coveted Byakugan, now resorted to a retaliatory strike, and the representative capable of bearing the weight of this compensation, Hatake Bai, lay dead in the Hidden Leaf Village. The future for his own clan would be grim, for the leader of the Hidden Cloud delegation had perished by his own hand, and it was likely that the burden of compensation would fall upon the Hyuga clan. Moreover, even if compensation were rendered, the Hidden Cloud Village would remain unyielding. The Hidden Leaf Village was not expansive, and Kakashi, alongside Hyuga Hizashi, relying on their Jonin prowess, swiftly arrived at the Hatake compound, coincidentally meeting with Hatake Rin and others who resided nearby. In the distance, he even caught sight of the Hokage. The wooden door was shattered by Hatake Rin, and the group entered the Hatake compound, while others scaled the walls. The scene that met Hatake Bai's eyes nearly caused him to falter, as he was overwhelmed by the sight before him. The air was saturated with crimson, the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, the ground stained red. There, upon the scarlet earth, Hatake Bai knelt, a knife embedded in his chest, piercing his heart, and it was none other than the 1,000 cherry blossoms that had accompanied him always. Hatake Bai was dead. As the representative of the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the beacon of hope for the Hatake clan, the demise of Hatake Bai within the confines of Konoha village, pierced through the heart by his own blade, is a tragedy shrouded in mystery, with the assailant leaving no trace. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived in haste, his countenance grave, and even Danzo, who followed closely behind, could not suppress his ire, driving his cane into the ground with such force that dust was sent swirling, revealing a small crater. Despite his disdain for Hatake Bai, Danzo could not bear the thought of such an event occurring within Konoha, for the village relied heavily on the financial support of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Given Danzo's meticulous nature, had Hatake Bai openly defied him, it would have been improbable for Danzo to let him escape unscathed. However, the turmoil was far from over. Outside the Hatake estate, a cacophony erupted as the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village made their appearance, their faces contorted with fury as they glared at Hyuga Hizashi, who held Hinata protectively in his arms, as if they wished to flay him alive. Hyuga Hizashi, you shall pay with your life for the murder of our lord, Tsukio Kamokura. Samui, the envoy, wasted no time. Her peripheral vision catching sight of Hatake Bai's solitary figure kneeling, devoid of any sign of Kusama, suggesting that Kusama had succeeded in his mission, though his absence raised questions. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who was tasked with monitoring the Hidden Cloud envoy. Kakashi, lost in thought, stared blankly at Hatake Bai's lifeless body. Kakashi, Sarutobi called, and Kakashi, regaining his composure, spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to the three Hokage advisors nearby. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud, coveting the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, found their attempts at abduction thwarted, only to witness their leader fall by the hands of Hyuga Hizashi. The faces of Sarutobi and the advisors grew increasingly grim, as the impending high compensation demands from the Hidden Cloud and the potential wrath of the Land of Fire's daimyo loomed ominously over them. I hope the Hokage can provide us with an explanation. Why did our lord Tsukio Kamokura perish within the Hyuga clan's residence? If not, we shall not hesitate to reclaim his dignity through warfare. The Hidden Cloud envoy declared aggressively, their stance unwavering and resolute. The Hokage remained silent, contemplating the subsequent strategies, for the prospect of war was something Sarutobi and the villagers of Konoha deeply wished to avoid. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, I believe there is still a chance for salvation. Amidst the clamor of the Hidden Cloud envoy, a faint yet steady voice resonated through the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of all, Hatake Bai grasped the bloodied hand of Sakura, and with an almost imperceptible movement, he stirred slightly. The members of the Hitaki clan, faces alight with joy, rushed forward, and a ninja skilled in medical jutsu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "He is not dead. He is still alive." The blade had grazed the edge of his heart, piercing through his body. Kakashi's mind was heavy with thoughts. With his last ounce of strength, he signaled that he could still be saved, though he could not comprehend why the Sakura blossom, once released, had lodged itself unwaveringly in his heart. Fortunately, he had managed to divert it slightly with the new surge of chakra. A glimmer of mirth flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he considered that such a brush with death surely foretold a future of blessings. With that thought, he turned his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Samui watched as Kakashi's chest gradually resumed its rise and fall. Gritting her teeth, she lamented that he had bled so profusely yet still clung to life. Likewise, Kusanagi was still unaccounted for. Thanks to Kakashi's life-threatening interruption, Sarutobi Hiruzen had deferred discussions, insisting that they first transport Kakashi to the Konoha hospital for emergency care. The following morning in the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, facing a visibly aged Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had aged considerably in just one night. "Kakashi, how is Kakashi?" Sarutobi inquired. "He has been stabilized, but due to excessive blood loss, he remains in a coma with cardiac injuries. It is uncertain when he will awaken, and he may never do so," Kakashi replied. Sarutobi's withered cheeks twitched as a storm of frustration brewed within him, yet he remained silent. "And what of those individuals?" he pressed. "They are still gathered outside the Hokage building, having remained motionless throughout the night. Furthermore, intelligence has reported that the fourth Raikage has appeared at the front lines." Those individuals referred, of course, to the delegation seeking to turn the tables. Sarutobi's eyelids fluttered anxiously. The rapid appearance of the fourth Raikage at the front lines indicated that the hidden Cloud Village had completely shed its shame. Intent on leveraging war to extract their demands from Konoha, reparations, land, and notably, the Byakugan. "Have the assassins who targeted Kakashi been apprehended?" Sarutobi asked. "No, but the deputy leader of the Hidden Cloud delegation, a man named Kusanagi, has vanished, and evidence was found in Kakashi's residence." "Very well, I understand. You may leave." In the expansive conference room of Konoha, representatives from Konoha and the Hidden Cloud stood facing one another. As the interim leader, Samui forced herself to maintain composure, casting aside thoughts of Kusanagi's continued absence. The paramount concern remained the mission regarding the Byakugan. She found solace in the knowledge that the Raikage had likely reached the front lines. As long as Konoha sought to avoid war, despite the deviations in their plan, their objectives could still be achieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with advisors Shimura Danzo and others from Konoha's upper echelons, gazed at the lifeless body of Tsukio Kamiyuki, their expressions marred with deep concern. Samui looked mournfully at the body laid before her on the table, then lifted her gaze, her beautiful face etched with sorrow and resolve. "Hokage, we from the Hidden Cloud Village, including the fourth Raikage, hold great trust in Konoha, which is why we sent esteemed elders to negotiate a peace treaty. However, your shinobi have slain Lord Tsukio Kamiyuki. You must provide us, the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, and the fourth Raikage with an explanation." "Samui, Jonin, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter," Kakashi replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, a faint smile breaking through the deep creases of his aged face. "A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" "During last night's celebration in Konoha, our delegation from the Cloud Village remained dutifully at the inn. Yet, within a mere 2 hours, our esteemed Lord Tsukio Kamokura mysteriously vanished, only to be discovered lifeless at the Hyuga clan's residence in your Konoha. Despite our haste, we could only glimpse 2 departing figures. One, Hitaki Kakashi, and the other, Hyuga Hizashi. The fatal wound on Lord Kamokura's body. Surely, the Hokage would not claim it to be fabricated. Hizashi, this must pertain to the gentle fist technique. What transpired? And Kakashi, you too, should speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It was undeniable that Lord Kamokura had indeed perished at the hands of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. The potency of the injuries suggested that only the clan head Hizashi and the branch family leader Hyuga Hinata could possess such skill. "Hokage-sama, this so-called delegation infiltrated our Hyuga residence with the intent to abduct the young lady Hinata. Ultimately, in a desperate attempt to protect her life, I was compelled to strike. Kakashi can vouch for me," Hizashi stated, displaying an unruffled demeanor despite the gravity of the situation. "Abduction? What evidence do you possess?" Samui retorted, her anger palpable. Do not mention Kakashi as a witness. Our delegation of over 20 individuals could just as easily claim to have witnessed your clan head slaying Lord Kamakura with his own hands. Samui then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, asserting firmly, if the Hokage adopts such an attitude, casually slandering us and utilizing our villagers as witnesses, I shall have nothing further to say. Though I am merely a jonin from the Cloud Village, my superiors will pursue this matter relentlessly, even at the cost of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. He had endeavored tirelessly to facilitate this peace negotiation to avert conflict. He turned to Hizashi and inquired, Hizashi, do you possess any evidence beyond Kakashi? None, Hokage-sama, Hizashi replied, bitterness lacing his words. Last night's family festival left our defenses vulnerable. Absurd, Samui exclaimed. Hokage-sama, who in the shinobi world is unaware of the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques? Its remarkable reconnaissance abilities ensure that no one could stealthily abduct the main family heiress without being detected long before approaching their stronghold. After Samui's statement, she paused, observing the troubled expressions of the Konoha elite, feeling a slight sense of relief. We have come to sign a peace treaty. In light of the previous conflict, both sides harbor animosity. Our Cloud Village approaches with the intention of laying down our grievances to negotiate peace with Konoha. Yet, we find ourselves beset by the covert assassination of our envoy, framing our village instead. While we yearn for peace, we harbor no fear of war. These words, pronounced with deliberate emphasis, struck at the very core of Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. As he balanced the legacy of the Hyuga clan since Konoha's inception against the toll of lives lost in the recently quelled conflict. The war had compelled the Ninja Academy to expedite graduation, sending Konoha's youth into battle, resulting in grievous casualties. Lord Hokage, we are increasingly concerned for the safety of our hidden Cloud Village delegation. Is there a possibility of further disappearances? And will we once again be unjustly accused of abducting your Leaf Village ninjas? Samui, the elite jonin, assured that our Leaf Village will thoroughly investigate the truth of this matter, ensuring that no innocent soul is wronged. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache. Investigate? Will we tomorrow behold the corpse of Lord Kyuzen in our village, only to be charged with the abduction of your village's ninjas? Samui pressed on mercilessly. There is yet another missing Kyuzen. Sarutobi's brow furrowed, for the truth of this situation was evident to all. Whether it be the demise of Yasakura Kyuka at the hands of Hinata Hizashi, or the mysterious disappearance of Kyuzen following the assassination of Hatake Kakashi, it was all part of the machinations of the hidden Cloud Village. Yet, the understanding was clear within, while the words remained unspoken. All hinged upon 4 words, lack of evidence. Samui, we shall provide an answer to the hidden Cloud Village within a week. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted to buy time. Very well, I trust that Lord Hokage will ensure that both Lord Yasakura Kyuka and Lord Kyuzen do not meet their fates shrouded in ambiguity. Within a week, we expect an explanation for our hidden Cloud Village and for Reikage-sama. Otherwise, we do not rule out the option of warfare. Upon concluding her statement, Samui advanced to seal Yasakura Kyuka's body within a scroll, for a ninja's remains must not be entrusted to ninjas from another village, and then she softly commanded, "Let us depart." A tense silence enveloped the conference room, eventually broken by Shimura Danzo. The feudal lord has been informed. The finance minister will be arriving in the Leaf Village. The implication was clear. The Leaf Village could not withstand the strains of war. I understand, Hinata Hizashi sighed deeply, his poker face betraying a pallor of gray. In the Hyuga clan's main house, Hinata Hizashi sat facing the elder, both kneeling in a dimly lit room where not a sliver of light penetrated. Father, I entrust the future of the Hyuga clan to you, and also to that child. Hinata, please forgive my filial disobedience. Hinata Hizashi addressed his father, the elder of the Hyuga clan, acknowledging that at this juncture, they could only resort to the most common resolution in the ninja world, a life for a life. However, beforehand, he must ensure that his Byakugan remains within the clan. There is no need for such actions, Hizashi, the elder replied, lightly tapping the table as a figure entered, the head of the branch family, Hinata Hayashi, who bore a striking resemblance to Hizashi. Allow me to take your place, brother. Impossible, Hizashi exclaimed, gazing into his brother's face, fully aware of the resentment his brother harbored due to Niji's fate. The distinction between the main family and the branch family was a source of guilt in his heart towards Hayashi. Yet, he failed to notice that Hayashi addressed him as brother rather than clan leader. Brother, This is my own choice, not for the sake of the main family, but for you, my elder brother. Henceforth, I entrust Niji to your care. Brother, in 7 days, please deliver my remains to the hidden cloud village." Hayashi smiled as he concluded, turning away without affording Hisashi a chance to dissuade him. "Brother, even if just once, I long to determine my own fate." For 3 days, Hatakibai remained in a deep slumber at the Konoha hospital, showing no signs of awakening. After exhausting all options at the hospital, the Hitaki family took him back to his quaint residence for recovery. Days passed, and visitors came: Hondo, Itachi, Inazuka Hana, and Izumi. Yet he lay there as if in a deep sleep, merely breathing. Outside, the sun shone warmly. A nurse had just finished bathing him and managed to feed him a meager liquid diet for sustenance. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with the faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. With a deep sigh, Hatakibai slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling and inhaling the comforting aroma. He turned in bed and smiled at the figure nestled beside him. "Sakura, come out." "Sakura," he beckoned softly. Instantly, a fragrant breeze wafted through the warm room, and with a soft thud, the window swung open as if compelled by an unseen force. Beneath the cherry blossom tree outside stood a stunning young woman clad in a floral kimono. Her exquisite beauty was breathtaking, her white kimono adorned with cherry blossom petals, and her slender legs peeking through the garment's slit as she stood quietly by the tree, her gaze serene. "What shall I call you?" "Sakura?" Hatakibai inquired. The kimono-clad maiden remained silent, lightly leaping onto the bare trunk of the cherry blossom tree, leaning gently against it. Suddenly, in the midst of winter, a rain of pink petals cascaded down, fluttering in the breeze before disappearing upon touching the ground. Were it not for the incongruous water basin beneath the tree, Hatakibai might have believed himself to be dreaming of a courtyard perpetually in bloom. "I recall that Uchiha Shinsai Sakura was a male. How is it that you are a woman?" Hatakibai asked, astonished, as he reached for a cherry blossom petal drifting through the window, only to feel a sharp sting as it sliced his palm. "Uchiha Shinsai Sakura belongs to him, while your Sakura belongs to you," the kimono-clad girl replied, her voice cold and distant as ice. With a flick of her sleeve, the petals danced in an orderly fashion before vanishing, as if they had never existed. "Someone is coming," Hatakibai remarked, raising an eyebrow. Although he was uncertain how long he had been in a stupor due to Sakura, the ache in his bones suggested it had been quite a while. He retracted his outstretched fingers, suppressing the urge to reach out. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the courtyard, causing him to frown. The Hitaki residence was known for its tranquility. Could it be that someone had come to disturb his much-needed peace? Perceptive and promising. Hatakibai stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh air. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from within the dwelling, sounding fierce and urgent. Hatakibai's brow furrowed. Did they not realize a patient required a serene environment? A multitude of individuals seemed to have rushed in, indistinguishable as ordinary folk or chunin. With a crash, the door swung open. A tremendous force resonated within the room, startling Shikakubai, who silently resolved to make this intruder call him father. Father, what brings you here?" he awkwardly inquired, relieved that it was merely a fleeting thought. The visitor, a middle-aged man with silver hair, bore the gravitas and solemnity characteristic of a successful individual, though his fury waned slightly at the sight of his son awakening. "Nothing of great import. I was dispatched by the daimyo to Konoha to assess the status of the peace negotiations with the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning." The man, Shikakubai's somewhat distant father, Shikaku Tsukiyon, maintained a stoic expression as he took a moment to regulate his breath, a consequence of his sedentary role as Minister of Finance. "And you came to check on your son as well?" Shikakubai rolled his eyes. Tsukiyon acknowledged this with a barely audible murmur, then seated himself on the meditation mat where his son usually practiced. "How are you? Are you all right?" "Yes, I am fine." An awkward silence enveloped the air, generating a harmonious yet uncomfortable tension. Shikakubai felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He didn't expect the same incessant chatter from his father as he experienced with his mother. Yet he wished for some acknowledgement of his father's concern over his recent unconscious state. This dynamic had been established since childhood, as Shikaku Tsukiyon discovered that his son was remarkably mature from a young age, which rendered him unable to assert the authority of a father figure. Cough, cough, cough. "Do you need anything, old man?" After pondering for a protracted time, Shikakubai awkwardly broke the impasse with this remark, scratching his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Sakuyan appeared unperturbed, shaking his head gently. Upon seeing his son awake, he momentarily forgot his earlier intentions of expressing heartfelt concern and his desire to bring Shikakubai back to the Fire Nation's capital for treatment, as well as to exact a profound lesson upon those who had harmed his son. However, upon standing before his son, all those words of concern evaporated. As long as Shikakubai was alive and could gaze back at him, that was sufficient. Why say so much? We are both men. There's no need for such sentimentality. Shikaku Sakuyan blinked back tears, poured himself a cup of tea to mask his emotions, and looked up to see his son's parched lips and the open window, causing him to frown. Go fetch a glass of warm water and add a bit of honey. He strode to the window, casting a stern glance at Shikakubai before shutting it. Heh. Shikakubai, feeling awkward, scratched his head and curled up under the blankets. Despite feeling sore all over, yet, the two fathers remained emotionally reserved, unable to articulate their feelings. Ha. Today is your day, little bai? Hush, Hongdo. Two beautiful young ladies, Hongdo and Hong, peeked in through the door. Upon noticing the gaze of the father and son within, Hongdo resolutely dragged the shy Hong inside, handing a few skewers of tricolored dumplings to Hataki Bai, and then taking the warm red bean soup from Hong's hands to stuff it into Bai's. Wow. You have finally awoken, little Bai? How we worried for you all this time. One by one, a group of people entered through the door. Might Guy, Asuma, and Uzumaki Hina. What brings you here? Hataki Bai asked in astonishment. Isn't this the busiest time for you all? Haha. Hong said she saw a group of fierce individuals rushing toward your home. So we came to take a look, only to find it was your father. Truly youthful and passionate. Might Guy flashed his signature broad smile, embodying his unique interpretation of youthful vigor. Remarkably, he remained upside down even indoors. While you all chat, I shall bring in the gifts, Hataki Sakumo said, glancing at Hongdo and Hong before suddenly declaring, let's leave the room for Bai and his friends. Wow. Your father is quite stern. Hongdo playfully stuck out her tongue, unapologetically snatching the half-eaten tricolored dumpling from Bai's hand, followed by a hearty sip of red bean soup, exclaiming in delight, is it all right? Hataki Bai shrugged, observing everyone who appeared to have just finished a busy task, suddenly pondering something. By the way, how long was I unconscious? 6 days. You didn't show much improvement in the hospital, so we brought you home to recuperate. Hong tidied her disheveled hair, having rushed over earlier. 6 days. Hataki Bai frowned. Did that mean everything he had set in motion was for naught? Was the death of Hinata Hayashi unavoidable? Has the matter with the Hidden Cloud Village delegation been resolved? He quickly inquired. Not yet. According to Kakashi, tomorrow is the final deadline. Wait. How did you know something was going to happen? Weren't you in a state of overtraining-induced coma after the incident with that moonlit bear ninja at the Hyuga household? Hongdo exclaimed, casting a suspicious glance at Hataki Bai. Could it be that he feigned unconsciousness to avoid the mission? How cunning. Did you say I was in a state of overtraining-induced coma? Fortunately, it hasn't reached an irreversible point. Now that you mention it, I understand. And no, I wasn't in a state of overtraining-induced coma, Hataki Bai retorted, sensing that Asuma had been unusually quiet today. Oh, then you should rest well. We still have missions to continue, Hong said gently, noticing Bai's weary appearance. In a mere 10 minutes, the room once bustling with life was left with only Hataki Bai. He rose and opened the window, clapping his hands vigorously. Come out. Why are you still hiding now that everyone has left? Lord Kakashi, as his words echoed. Kakashi's figure appeared, dressed in the standard attire of the Umbu, displaying no hint of embarrassment at being exposed by Hataki Bai. Rest assured, I shall inform my husband that the issue lies solely with me and does not concern you. Now, please elucidate the current situation. Very well. Here it is. Your implication is that Lord Hokage is exceedingly reluctant to engage once more in warfare with the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, he intends for the Hyuga clan to resolve the matter independently. In light of this, the Hyuga clan has decided that the branch family head, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Hyuga Hizashi, namely his brother Hyuga Hayashi, shall take charge. Kakashi nodded in silence, a melancholic expression shadowing his features. Yet he could not harbor resentment toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, for he understood the latter's predicament. The Hidden Leaf Village simply cannot endure the ravages of war any longer. Hataki Bai rubbed his temples, pondering that had he not fortuitously awakened a day earlier, history would have unfolded as it did in the original narrative. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have capitulated, Hyuga Hayashi would have met his demise, and Niji would harbor animosity toward toward the main family, resenting Hinata until the destined child, Naruto, unleashed the most formidable of jutsu, mouth jutsu. Let us proceed thus. Retrieve the items I left in the room, and then make your way to the Hyuga clan. Inform Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi to refrain from any hasty actions, allowing me to handle subsequent matters. Are you implying that you possess a solution? Can you genuinely persuade the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village? Kakashi inquired skeptically. Just go. The situation cannot deteriorate further than it already has. Trust my judgment. Hitachi waved his hand dismissively, lost in contemplation. Perhaps, after this ordeal, Hyuga Hizashi might allow Hinata to offer herself in return? No. It could be that charming boy Niji instead. Hitachi-bai's complexion paled momentarily, and he vigorously smacked the back of his head, banishing that thought. As he felt the surge of potent chakra within him, a smile crept across his lips, now liberated from the constraints of his restless heart. Thus, he reached out with his left hand toward the window, his gaze sharpening as he coldly intoned, "Destructive Art Number 33, Crimson Firefall." A torrent of explosive flames erupted from his hand, powerful enough to rival the destructive Art Number 31, Red Fire Cannon, previously chanted by Hitachi-bai. In an instant, it shattered the incongruous water tank in the courtyard, the tremendous force melting everything in its wake, while the nearby cherry blossom tree remained unscathed. The explosive power. The control. Hitachi-bai's smile nearly stretched to his ears. Had I known this, I would have pierced my own heart from the outset. He exclaimed. Impossible. A chilling voice emanated from a delicate crimson mouth, framed by a breathtakingly beautiful face adorned in a dazzling kimono. A petite figure appeared, propping her chin upon her slender, snow-white arms. Sakura. Hitachi-bai instinctively glanced at the sword, Senbonzakura, cradled in his arms, only to find that it had been reduced to a mere scabbard resting in his bedding. Had you inserted me into your heart upon first acquiring me, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. Why so? It is essential for one who wields chakra to perform such an act, which I would then absorb. However, initially, an untrained body cannot contain the chakra of the sword's wielder, thus failing to unlock the death god's spiritual pressure. Chakra and spiritual pressure. One must first accommodate chakra to unlock spiritual pressure. Hitachi Kakashi furrowed his brow, slowly reaching for the star-seizing clamp and the spirit court silver bracelet. It seems I was mistaken in my earlier assumption that these tools suppressed my chakra. Rather, their existence serves to maintain the equilibrium between chakra and spiritual pressure. Oh, it appears you have already deduced this. Suddenly, the 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into a fragrant breeze, drifting beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. As petals began to fall like rain and dew, 3 distinct forces symbolized the will of 3 different worlds, the spiritual pressure of the soul society, the natural energy of this realm, and the chakra originating from the Otsutsuki clan within your mind. Kakashi's contemplative expression hardened, his gaze turning frigid. Are you probing into my memories? Upon hearing this, 1,000 cherry blossoms lifted her flawless visage, radiant as polished jade in the sunlight. I am your Zanpakuto. I belong to you, to your soul. Thus, your memories are inherently mine as well. Is that so? Kakashi murmured softly, unable to refute her words. Gradually, his icy demeanor thawed slightly as he posed a question that had long perplexed him. If, according to my hypothesis, possessing only chakra makes one an ordinary ninja, then when I solely wield spiritual pressure, I should embody a Shinigami. Why, then, does it manifest differently? Kakashi could never forget his harrowing experience when he ceased chakra refinement and relied solely on spiritual pressure, the overwhelming terror that ensued. This cannot be. This is not the Soul Society. It possesses its own intrinsic power, although temporarily supplanted by chakra birth from the divine tree. The will of this native world will not permit the incursion of another world's power. Thus, when I solely utilize spiritual pressure, this native realm deems me an invader and annihilates me, propelled by the will of the world. Kakashi shuddered at the memory, grateful for his quick thinking at that moment, stimulating the curse seal at the nape of his neck with chakra to elicit natural energy. Indeed, in this world, using only spiritual pressure leads to annihilation. Relying solely on chakra results in assimilation by this world, ravaged by the divine tree, as you have already experienced. Kakashi nodded, recalling the assimilation driven by the will of the world, a stark contrast to a slow boil. It was akin to being overwhelmed by dark ink, obscuring his past with chakra, transforming it into something called chakra. Why, then, Do most ninjas only harness chakra? I have not seen them become assimilated into chakra's essence. Their souls originate from this world, while yours does not. Thousand Cherry Blossoms cast a cold glance, as if dismissing Kakashi's inquiry as foolish. Therefore, my activation of the Shinigami mode does not merely hinge upon the use of spiritual pressure, but rather the fusion of chakra and spiritual pressure, much like Sage mode. Kakashi stroked his chin, once again lost in reverie over the allure of his death god form. That is impossible. The fundamental power of this world is not chakra, but natural energy. Chakra is merely a partially successful invader. Thousand Cherry Blossoms' disdain intensified as she gathered a handful of cherry blossoms, consuming them petal by petal, rendering her an object of distant admiration, untouchable and awe-inspiring. So, Kikuchi-bai fell into a deep contemplation, having conquered half. The other half must surely be the sacred grounds of the great technique's legacies. Thus, those who sealed their own mothers must be deemed traitors in the eyes of the invaders. Therefore, your death god mode can only be established upon the acknowledgement of the two lords of this world, namely the affirmation of chakra and natural energy. Kikuchi-bai inwardly cursed, feeling that the distance to achieving the death god mode was growing ever wider. It was absurd that he needed a fusion of three power systems, requiring the amalgamation of spiritual pressure and sage chakra to attain the death god mode. Suddenly, Kikuchi-bai found himself appreciating the appearance of his current attire. 2 pink cherry blossom petals shot forth. The following morning, the weather had transformed from the previous day's brilliance to a gloomy overcast. Kikuchi-bai opened his eyes at the appointed hour, feeling the warmth of the 1,000 cherry blades nestled beside him, and a sudden thought crossed his mind, bringing a sly grin to his lips. With a soft thud, Kikuchi-bai flushed crimson as he pressed down on the 1,000 cherry blades, which once again attempted to propel him from the bed to strike his own head, while his thoughts drifted. Born of the same roots. Why must we harm one another so hastily, 1,000 cherry? Wait a moment. If we are of the same roots, does that not render my previous lewd thought rather inappropriate? After rising, washing up, and dining, Kikuchi-bai and his companion, Kikuchi-shikun, ventured into his quaint courtyard. Skirting the awkward silence that enveloped the dining table, Kikuchi-bai lightly tiptoed, bouncing twice upon a certain patch of ground, his nostrils flaring as he detected a strong scent of blood. The cloud ninja named Kyuzin died a horrific death, a portion of his body exposed, reduced to fragments by the myriad blades of the 1,000 cherry, leaving no trace of existence, his flesh and blood merging into the very soil beneath Kikuchi-bai's feet. Thus, when Kakashi arrived that night, he found only Kikuchi-bai, kneeling upon the ground with a knife embedded in his heart, devoid of any sign of the perpetrator. This is indeed fertile land, perfectly suited for planting the fabled higanbana, also known as manjusaka or stone lily. Old man, have someone dig this soil 3 feet deep and cover it over by the cherry tree. In a few years, this cherry blossom will bloom splendidly. Kikuchi-bai exclaimed childishly, bouncing twice, addressing Kikuchi-shikun with a tone that was both innocent and blood-soaked. Very well, Kikuchi-shikun replied softly, observing his son, whose stature had grown significantly over the years, yet still lacked wisdom. The clever lad who had played with the officials in the imperial capital now nearly stumbled in this village of Konoha, but now that he was back, things would be different. Why not wander around Konoha? It's been a while since you last visited the village, Kikuchi-bai suggested playfully, adding with a jest. After all these years, since your mother has been gone, perhaps you could find me a stepmother? Rest assured, I wouldn't mind at all. You little rascal. Is that how you speak to your father? Worrying about trifles? Kikuchi-bai retorted humorously. The poker face of Kakashi Sakumo seldom revealed an expression beyond its usual coldness. Having spent considerable time with his remarkably mature son, he understood that the boy's words were a subtle request for independence in resolving this matter. I shall take a look, Kakashi Sakumo declared. I can only observe silently. I am not the type to return home to weep to my parents when faced with adversity. Surely, you comprehend this. Kakashi-bai grinned widely, relishing the notion of engaging in a contest of strength within a realm where they previously held the upper hand. This time, it is only fitting that we meet on my home ground. After all, I have spent 3 years establishing one of the top 10 financial conglomerates in the shinobi world. In the familiar confines of the Hokage's office, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village and the senior officials of Konoha exchanged cold glances. A scroll lay between them, containing the sealed remains of the late Kurigane Swearin. Hokage-sama, The 7-day deadline has expired. I expect a satisfactory explanation from you, Samui declared, her temper flaring after a week of anxious waiting, which had left her lips blistered with worry. Ah, ha ha ha. Samui, Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Our investigation in Konoha has revealed certain suspicious circumstances. He had received word from Kakashi regarding Kakashi Bai's message to the Hyuga clan. Yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of Bai's intentions, leading him to prolong the situation as best he could. Samui's heart raced upon hearing this, filled with panic and regret. Upon returning to the inn 7 days prior, she had suddenly realized that granting Konoha a buffer period of 7 days was a grave error. Such a brief span of time would not erase everything. Rather, it would provide Konoha strategists ample opportunity to devise alternative solutions. The phrase delay invites change had become her revelation during this week of contemplation. Yet, she could only pray for the successful completion of her mission, hoping that Konoha had no further strategies up their sleeves. As she observed the composed head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, alongside the seemingly jovial Sarutobi Hiruzen, she sensed that circumstances had shifted in ways she was unaware of. It cannot be. Hokage-sama, does Konoha intend to perpetually drag this out? Or has Konoha already prepared for war against the Hidden Cloud Village? Samui, Jonin, Danzo interjected sharply, his dissatisfaction evident towards Sarutobi's seemingly submissive demeanor in the face of foreign shinobi. Ah, so you are the infamous shadow of Konoha. I have heard much about your subordinate's expertise in silent assassination. It appears that not only did Lord Kurigane Swearin meet his fate at the hands of the Hyuga clan leader, but also the long-missing Lord Kusanagi has perished at the hands of Konoha. Such despicable tactics from a major village will not go unchallenged. The Hidden Cloud Village shall unite with other prominent shinobi villages to declare war on Konoha, demanding an explanation. Samui's proclamation was made without regard for the power that stood before her in the form of the Hokage, her voice ringing with defiance. In response, numerous cloud shinobi behind her adopted a stance of unwavering loyalty, ready to defend their village with fervor. Indeed, the village hidden in the leaves must provide an explanation to the village hidden in the clouds. How could such a prestigious village engage in such despicable acts? Do they not realize the plight of our village? An explanation is demanded from you, Konoha. The atmosphere in the conference room was tumultuous, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions growing increasingly grim. Even Hyuga Hizashi, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, showed signs of distress. He was unperturbed by the threats from the Cloud Village, but the shame brought upon Konoha because of him weighed heavily. That brat, Hatake White. Sending Kakashi with that message, was he mocking the Hyuga clan? Moreover, his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had yet to arrive. Were they truly prepared to sacrifice Hizashi? The child was merely 4 years old. With a resounding crash, the time-worn door of the conference room swung open, revealing 2 figures entering, one after the other. An explanation? What sort of explanation? Is it for your village's audacious incursion into the Hyuga residence, abducting our clan members, or the assassination of my person by your esteemed Kumogakure? Speak. Cloud Village. The first figure, a silver-haired man confined to a wheelchair, appeared pale and devoid of vitality, his frail form exuding an aura of despondency. Yet, as he raised his voice in reprimand, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth due to his agitation. My goodness, is White truly so gravely injured? Kakashi thought, recalling how vibrant and full of life he had appeared just the day before. The duo that had burst into the conference room were none other than father and son. The Hatakes. Hatake Tsukumo, pushing the barely breathing Hatake White, entered amidst the fierce onslaught from the Cloud Village, effectively halting their advance. Hatake White bore no injuries. He had fully recovered and was even stronger than before. His current feeble appearance was a ruse designed to deceive the Cloud Village, positioning himself as a victim from the outset, a strategic maneuver in negotiations. After all, he had been publicly pierced through the chest, and the bloodied ground, along with the acrid scent of blood, remained fresh in the memories of many. Your identity is? Samui feigned confusion, though inwardly she cursed Kusakabe for his incompetence. Despite her suspicions regarding his prolonged absence, she had not anticipated that not only had he perished, but he had also failed to accomplish the mission. You claim ignorance? Hatake White retorted with sarcasm. Samui, my dear Jonin, would you like me to remind you how your esteemed Jonin Kusakabe infiltrated my residence that fateful night and attempted to assassinate me? How ludicrous. Is this truly the method of your Konoha? One moment, you falsely accuse my lord, Kuroyuki, of abducting your Hyuga clan members, and the next, you turn the tables, claiming that the late Kusakabe assassinated your shinobi? Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Ah, I see clearly now what kind of shamelessness Konoha embodies. Samui vehemently denied the accusations, her indignant demeanor nearly convincing Hatake White of the truth in her words, that Konoha was indeed the dirty instigator while the Cloud Village appeared as the injured party. A pristine white lotus amidst the turmoil. Continue your performance, I implore you. The more authentic it becomes, the more I might just believe it. As Hatake pursed his lips, preparing to shift into a more comfortable posture to observe the performance of the rather peculiar Samui, he noticed the vacuous stares of the Konoha higher-ups across from him. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even though I am the primary debater, I still require a second and third to support my arguments. What good is my evidence if I stand alone? Hatake remarked coldly, reluctantly interrupting the emotionally charged performance of the Cloud Village ninja, feeling a twinge of regret within. Evidence. Present it. Samui's heart raced, contemplating the disappearance of Kuzen. Had he been captured by Konoha, tortured for the intelligence regarding this mission? Behold this, Hatake said disdainfully, casting forth a scroll. This is the arm of the Cloud Ninja who attempted to assassinate me. He fled after I severed it. Inside the scroll lay Kuzen's severed arm. A piece of evidence Hatake had deliberately preserved during that chaotic night. Although technology in the world of Hokage had diverged, a mere hand was sufficient to ascertain its owner, and even deduce considerable information about the ninja, including their trained ninjutsu. As Samui unfurled the scroll, holding the still bloodied arm, she immediately recognized it as belonging to the eccentric Kuzen of the Cloud Village, who was known for his lack of physical prowess but mastery of illusions. A rare silence enveloped the conference room as Hinata Hizashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled softly, their gazes toward the languid Hatake in the wheelchair, softening slightly. Yet, those glances sent a chill down Bai's spine. And what of it? Samui whispered, understanding she could not evade responsibility the moment Bai revealed the arm. However, Kuzen's mission was merely a subordinate task. The crux of the matter lay in the death of Lord Tsukio Kimura at the hands of Hinata Hizashi. What a formidable young man. He nearly led me to lose my composure, neglecting the larger picture. That is irrelevant. Kuzen's actions were solely his own, and he failed. Merely a matter of compensation. The pivotal question today is whether your Konoha intends to surrender the corpse of Hinata Hizashi or seek war. Hatake sighed, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. It was often said that ample bosoms accompanied a lack of intellect, and it seemed Samui, a rare flower among the Cloud's elite, was not adhering to protocol. War? You assert that, and can it be taken as truth? Bai responded coldly, straightening in his seat, exuding an air of authority. Had it not been for Hatake Sakumo's intervention, he might have stood from his wheelchair in a fit of agitation. Following the deaths of Lord Tsukio Kimura and Lord Kuzen, I hold sway over the delegation. Samui found Bai's inquiry peculiar, but answered nonetheless, her gaze turning fierce. Are you truly dismissing my Cloud Village? It is not your village I disdain, but you, Samui, who granted you the audacity to speak so brazenly before our esteemed Hokage. It seems your Konoha is eager for war. Very well. Silence. Woman, your words carry no weight. Samui's azure eyes narrowed slightly, a small blade appearing in her hand. Sit quietly and await the arrival of those deemed worthy of conversation. Having traversed the harrowing chasm between life and death, I cannot guarantee my continued patience. The atmosphere grew tense and foreboding. At an unknown moment, the sword, Senbonzakura, resting upon the wheelchair, was unleashed, embedding itself into the wall behind Samui, severing a lock of her shoulder-length golden hair that now cascaded onto her shoulder. Sarutobi Sasuke furrowed his brow. Any misstep in the current situation could reignite the flames of war with the hidden Cloud Village. Very well, Samui, please withdraw. We shall take over from here. Just then, two uninvited guests entered, following the Hatake father and son. One bore the forehead protector of the Cloud Ninja, while the other, adorned with a tall hat, startled Samui, intensifying her ominous premonition. She recognized both. One was the esteemed Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village, Miki, and the other, a high-ranking official beside the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, Arima. It was astounding that Miki was positioned as the deputy to the daimyo's official. Mikidano, is that you? Samui hastily approached, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Samui, the circumstances have changed. Negotiations will now be entrusted to this esteemed individual, Mickey stated succinctly. Casting a profound glance at the seated figure in the wheelchair, Hataki Bai. Is it Lord Hataki Bai? Arima inquired, his expression maintaining a professional veneer as he unfurled a scroll, revealing a few brief words. Order trade. Indeed, I must trouble you, Lord Arima, Hataki Bai said, maneuvering his wheelchair to the center of the Konoha leadership, quietly articulating his plan. He proposed the establishment of trade relations amongst the great nations and the creation of a border town for mutual commerce, thereby enhancing the exchange of distinctive resources between the two countries, a plan he had initiated several months prior. This initiative was devoid of detriment to any party, representing a mutually beneficial arrangement, contrasting sharply with the traditional methods of resource acquisition through military force among the ninja villages. Aside from thwarting the Fourth Reikage's scheme to seize the Byakugan, this plan truly benefited all involved. It is well known that the unequal distribution of resources among the 5 great nations has led to several ninja world wars. Thus, when Hataki Bai presented this proposal to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the daimyo, relieved from the burden of deploying troops or financing a war, readily embraced the endeavor. Furthermore, the Hidden Cloud village was not particularly eager for conflict. Under significant pressure, the daimyo had no choice but to acquiesce, suffering no losses, merely experiencing some dissatisfaction at the prospect of multiple gains. Naturally, the decision of a single Reikage could not withstand the collective commercial alliance of the other great nations. This negotiation heralded a resounding victory for Konoha, albeit a slight concession in the trading percentage with the Land of Lightning due to the death of Tsukiyo Koryu. Mr. Arima, I now harbor considerable doubts about collaborating with a nation that dared to assassinate me, as it poses a threat to my life. This negotiation may disappoint the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Hataki Bai gazed intently at Arima, his right hand raised slightly, and Senbonzakura instantly sprang from the wall to land in his grasp, swiftly sheathed. Assassination? Might you have erred in your understanding? Regarding Lord Hataki's proposal, the people of the Land of Thunder celebrate with great enthusiasm. How could one possibly resort to assassination? Surely, this must be the personal inclination of a rogue ninja. Rogue ninja? Silence. The disdainful gaze of Arima fell upon the interrupting Samui. Does she not comprehend the immense benefits that establishing trade with the affluent Land of Fire would bestow upon the Land of Thunder? Such gains are beyond the scope of a war that burdens the populace. The people of the Land of Thunder? Does that include the Hidden Cloud village? Lord Hataki's words were pointed. Naturally, it includes the Hidden Cloud village. This esteemed Lord Samui beside me has been dispatched by Lord Reikage to negotiate a truce, and our sincerity is unwavering. Lord Hataki suddenly fell silent, a look of resignation upon his face. Truly, what a band of inept allies. Excellent. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the village hidden in the leaves to the esteemed daimyo of the Land of Thunder and to the Fourth Reikage. We, the Hidden Leaf Village, consent to the terms of this negotiation. It was at this juncture that Mito Menyen, perceiving that the negotiations were nearing conclusion, spoke up, while his companion, Shimura Danzo, remained silent, casting a furtive, sinister glance at Lord Hataki. When did the daimyo gain the capacity to sway the judgment of the leaders of various ninja villages? Moreover, is the affluent Hataki clan preparing to meddle in the upper echelons of the Leaf Village?